Chapter 1. A Subtle Transformation. Highlight. This book was originally titled Open Your Eyes, Transform into an Adorable Little Loli. After conducting a title test, the author discovered that the name had already been changed and could not be reverted. This book has a relatively low level of Yandra elements, so please refrain from giving me negative reviews for this. I beg you. This is the author's very first attempt at writing, and there are numerous areas that may seem immature. However, I will thoughtfully consider and attempt to modify any suggestions provided by readers. Now, let's all joyfully embark on this reading journey together. Chun Mo opened his eyes to find himself staring at a white ceiling, accompanied by an overpowering scent of disinfectant. Wasn't he supposed to be working at a convenience store? How did he suddenly end up in this place? Hiss. As a sharp pain surged through the back of his head, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. On that fateful day, after finishing his shift, he was, as usual, preparing to cross the street. However, unexpectedly, while halfway across, a runaway truck came barreling towards him. Am I in a hospital? Chun Mo was momentarily stunned, then pushed himself up from the bed. For some reason, he felt that his body was somehow different. Had he been grievously injured in the accident? With that thought, he abruptly threw off the blanket and looked down. 2 legs, 2 feet, a bottom, a chest. Everything seemed to be in order. Wait. He looked down again and tentatively began to explore. This sensation between my legs, it feels rather off. Ding. Host successfully awakened. Life restart system successfully bound. Host, Chun Mo. Gender, female. Appearance, 98. Height, 150 centimeters. Weight, 36 kilograms. Bust A. Skills, none. Benefits, not yet activated. Assets, 250 yuan. Staring at the system panel, Chun Mo was utterly bewildered. While he could accept a name typo, this gender changed to female. Suppressing the pain, he rolled off the bed and found a full-length mirror in the corner of the room. In the mirror stood a delicate figure. Her black hair cascaded down to her waist, framing a pair of sparkling almond-shaped eyes beneath a fringe, complemented by a petite and exquisite nose and mouth. The hospital gown she wore was clearly oversized, revealing a small patch of fair skin and collarbone. Chun Mo swallowed hard, trying to lift his hand, and the cute little loli in the mirror mirrored his movement. Is this me? He looked down at his own hand. Though he had always been on the shorter and slimmer side, this reflection was a far cry from his former self. Host, would you like to open the beginner's gift package? At that moment, the system reasserted its presence. Can you tell me what's going on first? Chun Mo, rubbing his forehead, returned to sit on the edge of the bed, detecting the host's confusion. The life restart system selects fortunate souls who have met untimely ends, granting them a second chance at life. Of course, upon rebirth, the host's appearance may undergo slight alterations. This is what you call a slight alteration. Chun Mo cast a glance between his legs, his face turning pale. After a few minutes, he reluctantly accepted the premise of having lost his male appendage. Since he had been reborn and had bound the system, it was time to pull himself together. In his previous life, he had failed to secure a good life for himself. But from this moment onward, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of existence with the help of the system. With tears brimming in his eyes, Chun Mo looked up at the system panel. Open the beginner's gift package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a set of JK uniforms, an enrollment notice, a mobile phone, and initial funds of 2,000 yuan. Whoosh! As the system's announcement concluded, the items from the list appeared on the bed. A sky blue sailor collar, a matching pleated skirt, and white thigh-high stockings. System, I would rather die than wear this. Chun Mo's expression was one of sheer defiance. The beginner's task has been initiated. Please complete your enrollment within the specified time. Task success. Benefits activated. You will receive a fixed income of 5,000 yuan daily. Task failure. System shuts down, and the host will face immediate death. 5,000 yuan daily? At this moment, Chun Mo's spirits soared from despair to elation. 5,000 a day means 15,000 a month, which translates to 180,000 a year. If she could unlock this benefit, it would be as if she had to do nothing and could simply lie back while counting money every day. Cough, cough, cough. Though she was a person of principles, the system's offer was simply too enticing. So, This is what stockings feel like. The cool and silky texture made Chun Mo reluctant to part with them. Clumsily changing into the clothes from the bed, she approached the mirror. The sky blue and white hues accentuated her fair complexion, while her legs, clad in white stockings, appeared shapely and proportionate, carrying a hint of softness. Actually, not too bad. She rubbed her head and turned to grab the matching uniform bag, which contained her enrollment notice, mobile phone, and cash. Dear Chun Mo, please arrive at Hangzhou University Affiliated School, Pre-Class 2, by 9 a.m. on September 1st for enrollment. System prompt. In this world, pre-class refers to foundational or bridge courses for university, serving as preparatory education before entering college. After this phase, you will proceed to university entrance examinations. What day is it today? Chun Mo retrieved the nearby mobile phone, illuminating the screen to check the date. September 1st, 8:02 a.m. What? Is it today? Chun Mo's heart raced with urgency as she shoved the enrollment notice back into the bag and grabbed her phone, hastily leaving the hospital room. The total hospital bill was 250 yuan, and after settling the payment, she exited the hospital. As she stepped out, a flood of information about this world rushed into her mind. This world was essentially a parallel universe. With only minor differences in place names otherwise, it was remarkably similar. Just as Chun Mo was about to use her phone to hail a taxi, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her. Hey there, little sister. Where are you headed? The man wore a black t-shirt and sunglasses, exuding an aura that suggested he was no good. However, Chun Mo, engrossed in hailing a cab, paid him no mind. Let me give you a ride. I won't even charge you. The man edged closer to Chun Mo. A strong odor of smoke wafted toward her, causing Chun Mo to wrinkle her nose and lift her gaze, finally realizing he was speaking to her. After all, she had yet to adapt to the reality of being transformed into a little loli. No thanks, she replied coldly. Her high-pitched loli voice, even when firm, sounded almost like a playful pout. I have air conditioning in my car, come on. The man grew bolder, reaching out to grab Chun Mo. What do you think you're doing? Chun Mo's anger flared as she swatted away his hand, which sought to touch her. Did this uncle really think he could bully her just because she looked like a little girl? If it weren't for her pressing enrollment task, she would have relished the chance to report this guy to the authorities. Why is this little sister so feisty? The man raised an eyebrow, clearly intent on making another move. Suddenly, a BMW pulled up to the curb, its hazard lights flashing. Out stepped a woman in a professional skirt suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting long, wavy hair. What do you think you are doing to my student? The woman, towering over the black-clad man in her high heels, exuded an air of authority. Trigger warning. The protagonist does not marry. Does not marry, does not marry. A light novel of youth and fantasy, set in an alternate world with slight elements of wish fulfillment. Regarding the alternate setting. In this world, after the third year of high school, students enter a pre-class for university preparation, and everyone is considered an adult. All relevant settings and explanations are the sole prerogative of the author. Any comparisons to real-world scenarios are unwelcome. Protagonist eventually embodies a cute and silly loli persona, displaying intelligence during deductions, but generally prefers a laid-back lifestyle. Suitable for amusement, leisure, and passing time. Not suitable for serious analysis or scrutiny. Author's note. Chapter 2. A gentle breeze to alleviate the pain. Student? Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in a soft embrace, accompanied by a subtle scent of perfume. Having never encountered a young woman before, Chun Mo was momentarily frozen in place. I was merely asking if she needed a ride. It seems someone has come to pick her up. The black-clad man hastily retreated, vanishing in embarrassment. Watching the man walk away, Chun Mo suddenly felt hands resting on her shoulders, followed by a soothing voice. Are you all right? Don't be afraid. I am a teacher from Hangzhou University Affiliated School. I happened to see you in your uniform at the intersection. The woman began to explain, and from her words, Chun Mo gathered her identity. This long-haired, wavy-haired beauty was indeed a teacher from Hangzhou University Affiliated School, named Jiang Yujie. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Chun Mo blushed and expressed her gratitude. Get in the car, we're running late. Jiang Yujia looked at the bashful little loli before her and reached out to gently ruffle the girl's hair. This unexpected physical contact sent a shiver down Chun Mo's spine. For reasons unknown, she felt as though her body had become increasingly sensitive. After canceling the order on her phone, Chun Mo opened the passenger door of the BMW and took a seat. Inside the car, the delightful fragrance of perfume lingered, now intensified. "How tall have you grown?" After starting the engine, Jiang Yujia inquired. I am a preparatory student." Chun Mo felt an inexplicable nervousness, especially in the confined space of the vehicle. "Preparatory? I don't recall having seen you before." Jiang Yujia appeared puzzled and, during a brief pause at the traffic light, turned to look at Chun Mo. The girl's profile appeared obedient, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety, and her petite face bore a slight blush. Given her adorable appearance, it was hard to believe Jiang Yujia had no memory of her. I just transferred here." Chun Mo quickly devised an explanation. The system had already established her identity in this world, ensuring that even if someone were to investigate, no discrepancies would arise. "You wouldn't happen to be from class 2, would you?" Jiang Yujia suddenly recalled something and asked. Chun Mo nodded. Her enrollment notice indeed confirmed this. "So, the transfer student the group leader mentioned is you. What a coincidence. For the coming year, I shall be your English teacher." Jiang Yujia wore a contemplative expression. A few minutes later, the BMW came to a halt at the entrance of Hangzhou University-affiliated school, bustling with activity during the back-to-school season. "Please enter through the main gate first. I need to head to the parking lot." Jiang Yujia stopped the car. "Thank you, teacher. Goodbye." Chun Mo waved hurriedly and slipped out of the vehicle. As she watched the BMW drive away, she finally relaxed a bit and took a glance at her phone, which indicated it was exactly 8:40, leaving her with 20 minutes before the bell rang. She stepped forward, joining the crowd as they entered the gates of Hangzhou University-affiliated school. In her previous life, Chun Mo had been trapped in the grind of corporate life for quite some time. Now, returning to campus filled her heart with nostalgia. However, she had only taken a couple of steps when she suddenly collided with something. Damn! The object felt as solid as a wall, knocking her straight to the ground. With her hands bracing against the floor, she felt a sharp sting, a clear indication that her skin had been scraped, and tears began to well up in her eyes. "Who is that? Can't you watch where you're going?" The one who had knocked her down was a chubby boy, and his tone was decidedly unfriendly. He turned around, rubbing his robust arm, and cast a disdainful glance her way. A little girl with long black hair lay sprawled on the ground, her hands seemingly injured. His irate voice quickly attracted a number of onlookers. "Isn't that Wang Chenhao from the preparatory class? Why is he bullying a little girl? Even if his father is a school board member, that's unacceptable." Passers-by began to gossip upon witnessing the scene. "Brother Hao, are you okay?" At that moment, a skinny boy rushed over, his tone obsequious. "This little blind girl bumped into me and is playing dead on the ground. Make her apologize." Wang Chenhao's demeanor was unyielding, his face etched with impatience. He had been walking along without noticing the small figure approaching, and she had crashed right into him. Seated on the ground, Chun Mo felt utterly despondent. Why was this body so fragile? A mere fall had caused her to bleed. She stared blankly at the wound on her palm, oblivious to the tears that slipped down her cheeks. Recently reborn, she still struggled to fully control this girl's body, and upon feeling pain, her body instinctively wept. "Hey yo, Brother Hao, Brother Hao!" This girl is crying. Before the sycophant could speak, he panicked upon seeing the tears hitting the ground. This was a key school in the city. If something went wrong, the director of the political education office could make his father weep. Indeed. Wang Chenhao seemed to grow flustered upon hearing this. At that moment, a girl in a similar uniform approached. The surrounding chatter quickly subsided as everyone's attention turned to her. "Are you all right?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, bringing comfort to the ears. Chun Mo looked up to meet a pair of enchanting eyes. The girl sported a high ponytail with a few strands of hair falling across her forehead, her petite face adorned with exquisite features. So ethereal. Chun Mo found herself momentarily entranced. "Does your hand hurt very much?" the girl asked again. It's okay, I suppose," Chun Mo stammered. "Come, Let me accompany you to the infirmary for a bandage. With that, the girl reached out to help Chun Mo rise from the ground. As she drew closer, Chun Mo caught a whiff of a delicate lily fragrance emanating from her. In the infirmary, phew, blow on it like this, and it won't hurt anymore. The girl attentively cleaned Chun Mo's wound and wrapped it with a bandage. Really, a simple adhesive bandage would suffice. Clutching the white bedsheet in the infirmary, Chun Mo replied awkwardly. She suddenly felt exceptionally unlucky today, yet also surprisingly fortunate. As she spoke, she met the girl's gaze, which was clear and bright, utterly captivating. Her face involuntarily flushed. That simply won't do. What if it gets infected? By the way, what's your name and which class are you in? The girl asked as she finished tidying up. Chun Mo. Wait, isn't it almost time for the bell? Chun Mo suddenly recalled something important. The two of them then dashed out of the infirmary, racing towards the teaching building. Halfway through, Chun Mo suddenly realized something. She had no idea where Class 2 of the preparatory program was. Miss, do you know how to get to Class 2? She inquired tentatively. Chapter 3. The Extraordinary Ability of Self-Study Sister. The girl paused momentarily, then a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. She then inquired, Are you heading to pre-Class 2? Yes, I'm going to class. Chun Mo considered that while this young lady was quite attractive, she might not be particularly astute. You aren't a student in our class, are you? The young lady scrutinized Chun Mo and asked that I'm a transfer student. Chun Mo quickly clarified her identity, not expecting that such a beautiful young lady would soon become her classmate. The two ascended the stairs at lightning speed, finally arriving in the classroom just before the bell rang. Pre-Class 2 was located on the third floor of the teaching building, the first classroom on the eastern side. At this moment, the classroom was nearly filled to capacity. Go. I've placed your English homework on your desk. Upon entering the classroom, someone shouted towards the young lady. Okay. The young lady hurried into the classroom, while Chun Mo felt a bit awkward, standing hesitantly at the doorway. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, and the entire campus fell into an immediate silence. Standing in the corridor, Chun Mo suddenly realized that she was truly on the verge of embarking on a new chapter in her life. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed from a distance, and soon a familiar figure appeared before Chun Mo Jiang. Teacher, Chun Mo addressed her to let's go, we should head into the classroom, Jiang Yujia said, reaching out to ruffle the child's hair. Inside the classroom, many students were sneakily glancing out the window at Chun Mo, for this adorable girl was simply too charming to ignore. Class is starting. Jiang Yujia called out sternly from the podium. Stand up. Hello, classmates. Hello, teacher. Sit down. As Chun Mo observed this scene from the side of the podium, a sense of familiarity mingled with strangeness washed over her. Due to Mr. Zhao's commitments, I will be taking over as the homeroom teacher for a week. If you have any matters to discuss, please come to the English department to find me. She continued, this is a new student. Chun Mo, please come to the podium for a self-introduction. Jiang Yujia directed all eyes towards Chun Mo. Chun Mo stepped up to the podium and wrote her name on the blackboard. Hello, everyone. My name is Chun Mo. I look forward to your guidance. After delivering her 3 sentences, she was ready to step down. Wait, you've written your name incorrectly. Jiang Yujia picked up a piece of chalk and added 3 dots to the character for a Mo. Chun Mo felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing she had forgotten that detail. Do you have anything else to say? Jiang Yujia inquired. Chun Mo quickly shook her head, feeling as though the gazes directed at her were somewhat peculiar, akin to how one might look at an extraordinarily cute ragdoll cat in a pet shop. Then please take the empty seat in the front row, Jiang Yujia indicated towards a vacant spot in front of the podium. All right, thank you, teacher, although it was a position that would likely gather chalk dust. Chun Mo was no longer in the mood to be picky, swiftly grabbing her bag and settling into her seat. Ding. Host registration successful. Mission rewards have been successfully activated. Today's welfare funds have been successfully deposited into the host's account. From this semester onward, we are all students of Honda's preparatory program that I shall refrain from elaborating on what lies ahead. As for tomorrow's entrance exam, anyone whose rank is lower than their final exam score will be required to submit a 2,000-word reflection over the weekend. Jiang Yujia stated from the podium. Sitting in front of her, Chun Mo's mind was flooded with yet another voice. New mission activated. Please achieve a ranking within the top 10 in your grade during the entrance exam. Accepting this mission will grant you extraordinary self-study ability. Upon successful completion, gain extraordinary investment ability. Top 10. Surely this must be a joke. In her previous life, Chen Mo was considered a high achiever. Yet she had long since forgotten much of the knowledge in this domain. However, if she could complete this task, she would simultaneously gain two extraordinary abilities. The rewards offered by this system were rather generous. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo chose to accept the mission. Consequently, a surge of information flooded into her mind, and she could sense a significant enhancement in her memory, comprehension, and cognitive abilities at this moment. Zhang Yujie had finished outlining the new semester's guidelines. This period will be self-study. Chen Mo, come with me to the office to collect your textbooks. Having just accepted the system's mission, Chen Mo was filled with enthusiasm and promptly rose to follow her to retrieve the textbooks. Since you just transferred, you may find it challenging to keep up with the pace, and if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask the teacher. Don't be shy, Zhang Yujie advised while observing Chen Mo. Chen Mo lowered her head, appearing somewhat out of sorts, which made Zhang Yujie quite concerned. The preparatory program at Hongda's affiliated school was a key focus of the city's education authorities, and ordinary children who transferred here could easily suffer a blow to their confidence. All right, thank you, teacher. Chen Mo nodded obediently. There was quite a substantial amount of textbooks and study materials, an entire box filled to the brim. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo was suddenly reminded of her previous school life. Dominated by endless stacks of papers and exams, that it took her considerable effort to lift the heavy box. Remember to come find me after school. I will take you to the dormitory, Zhang Yujie added suddenly. Okay, goodbye, teacher. Chen Mo quietly exited the office while carrying the box. The distance from the office to the classroom was merely a few hundred meters, yet in the past, Chen Mo would never have thought twice about such a box of books. But now, huff, huff, she gasped for breath, her little face nearly turning the color of a cooked liver as she finally managed to drag it to the back door of the classroom. Thud. Chen Mo placed the box on the ground, intending to take a brief rest. Just as she was rubbing her arms, someone emerged from the classroom. Let me help. Li Gu reached out, effortlessly lifting the small box, and walked into the classroom, placing it beside Chen Mo's desk. Her swift actions left Chen Mo no time to refuse, and she watched as the young lady nonchalantly clapped her hands. Thank you. Chen Mo felt increasingly frustrated, lamenting her own lack of strength. Don't mention it. We'll all be classmates from now on. Li Gu winked and returned to her seat. Once seated, Chen Mo didn't allow herself to dawdle. She picked up a book and began to read. As it was the first day of school, the teachers were all in meetings, and the day was filled with self-study and practice exams. Chen Mo sat in her seat, unknowingly engrossed in her reading until the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Xiao Mo, Teacher Zhang asked me to call you to the office. That a melodious voice interrupted Chen Mo's concentration. Chen Mo lifted her head, looking adorably at Li Gu, momentarily confused. She had been so engrossed that she hadn't quite caught what the young lady had said. Teacher Zhang said she wants to take you to see the dormitory. Let's go together. Li Gu, charmed by Chen Mo's expression, gently ruffled her soft hair. Within a single day, Chen Mo had already grown accustomed to this delightful sensation of being petted by two people. Chapter 4. My bed is quite spacious. The female dormitory is located in the southwestern corner of Hongda's affiliated school. Consisting of two buildings, A and B. Chen Mo was escorted by Zhang Yujie and Li Gu into Building A, where they took the elevator. Teacher Zhang, is Xiao Mo going to be staying in our dorm? Li Gu broke the silence. Yes. Our class is the only one with available space in the dormitory, Zhang Yujie confirmed with a nod. Xiao Mo. Chen Mo found herself a bit uneasy with this moniker, feeling it was somewhat overly affectionate. Don't you like me calling you that? Li Gu wrapped her arm around Chen Mo's. This gesture, common among girls, unexpectedly made Chen Mo feel a surge of nervousness. And no, Chen Mo's face flushed bright red. From now on, we will be roommates, so if you have any issues at school, feel free to ask me. Li Gu leaned in closer. Yes, Li Gu is our class monitor. If you face any difficulties, just approach her, Zhang Yujie reassured, observing the closeness between the two. After all, she lacked experience as a homeroom teacher and was encountering a transfer student in the preparatory program for the first time. The semester in the preparatory class was inherently brief, and transferring in at this juncture made it difficult to keep up with the academic pace. Okay. Chen Mo thought little of it. After all, she had the system on her side. If trouble arose, it would likely assist her in resolving it. The dormitory was on the 8th floor, and they arrived shortly after exiting the elevator. After knocking twice on the door, Li Gu pushed it open. Inside the dorm, Only one person was engrossed in a magazine. Upon noticing the teacher in uniform, she quickly turned her head. "Wow, Teacher Jiang, what brings you here for a room check?" she exclaimed, hastily concealing the magazine, her demeanor suddenly tense. Chinemo glanced over and saw a girl with braided hair, already changed out of her school uniform and dressed in a set of yellow plaid loungewear. "This is Lu Xiaoyu, one of our classmates that Li Go opened her mouth to introduce herself. Hello." Chinemo awkwardly responded, "A transfer student. I see you live in our dormitory. Welcome, welcome." Lu Xiaoyu approached and shook hands with Chinemo. Opposite Xiaoyu sat Hu Yimeng, whom we affectionately call Ming Ming. "She must have gone to the cafeteria, that you'll be sleeping across from me." On this BD, Li Go pulled Chinemo towards a bed. It was Chinmo's first time entering a girls' dormitory. Perhaps due to the beginning of the semester, the room felt sparse, with only a few suitcases scattered about. By the way, Chinemo, did you forget to bring a quilt? Jiang Yu just suddenly recalled something upon seeing the empty bed, and asked at "I forgot to prepare one," Chinemo admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She had woken up just in time, and there was hardly any opportunity to gather her belongings for accommodation. "Don't your parents help you prepare?" Lu Xiaoyu expressed surprise. "Both my parents have passed away," Chinemo replied calmly. According to the System S setting, her parents had died when she was 10, and she had grown up in an orphanage. Due to her exceptional academic performance, she had been admitted as a transfer student to Hangzhou University's preparatory program. The other three present were taken aback. Soon after, Chinemo found herself enveloped in a warm embrace, followed by a gentle pat on her back. "I'm sorry, I didn't know," Lu Xiaoyu said, feeling a bit guilty. "It's fine from now on. We'll be your family. How about you sleep with me tonight?" Li Gu offered comforting words. "The teacher will go buy you a mattress tomorrow," Jiang Yujir added, recalling how she had met Chinemo at the hospital entrance and imagining various unfortunate events in Chinmo's life. "Is there a small supermarket in the school? I still need to buy some daily necessities and study supplies." Only then did Chinemo realize she didn't even have a single pen. "Yes, I'll accompany you," Li Gu suggested as for the quilt. Chinemo glanced at her bed. "It's all right. Our beds are large enough for two people to sleep on." Li Gu extended another invitation. I'm not really used to sharing a bed with someone." Chinemo quickly covered her flushed cheeks, bewildered by such an invitation. "Xiaomo, I can lend you a quilt. My mom insisted I bring an extra one to just buy a fitted sheet and a duvet cover. The mattress is already on the bed," Lu Xiaoyu said, taking out a pack of bedding that appeared brand new. Perhaps feeling guilty for her earlier question, she placed it beside Chinmo's bed. "Thank you." Chinemo felt a warmth in her heart upon witnessing this gesture. After confirming everything was fine, Jiang Yujia took her leave. Once the teacher departed, the atmosphere in the dormitory relaxed considerably. Lu Xiaoyu retrieved a hidden magazine, revealing a stunning photo of her idol, Su Luoluo. "Xiaomo, this is my idol Su Luoluo. Isn't she incredibly beautiful?" The magazine featured a girl who seemed to be around their age, adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a white spaghetti-strap dress, exuding a cool and ethereal charm akin to a flower on a lofty peak. Chinemo nodded. However, she thought the little star's beauty was not too different from Li Ji's. "I am all set. Xiaomo, let us head to the supermarket. Don't mind Xiaoyu's incessant praise. She is a die-hard fan of Su Luoluo and can't stop talking about her," Li Gu said, pulling Chinemo out of the dormitory. Hangzhou University's affiliated school, a key institution in the city and ranked among the nation's top schools, had long embraced the country's policy on reducing academic burdens. There were no evening study sessions, and classes ended promptly at 4 in the afternoon, with 1 or 2 periods dedicated to club activities. This surprised Chinemo, who was new to the environment. But unfortunately, as a preparatory student, she had no time to participate in club activities. At 5 in the afternoon, the playground was bustling with people. After crossing it, she and Li Gu arrived at the cafeteria, directly opposite which was a sizable supermarket, a favorite spot for preparatory students. "How Gu, isn't that the little blind girl from this morning?" As they approached the supermarket entrance, a sycophantic voice rang out. Chinemo instantly spotted a chubby boy standing at the door, munching on spicy strips. To her surprise, upon seeing Chinemo and Li Gu, the boy's face turned pale, and he tossed aside the spicy strips, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Chapter 5. What brand of bread to buy? Revised. Li Gu, have you eaten yet? If not, let me treat you to a meal. The incident this morning was a misunderstanding. I didn't realize she was your friend. I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, Wang Chenhao's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, leaving Chen Mo astonished as she donned a bemused expression. Wang Chenhao, the person you owe an apology to isn't me. Li Guo's tone was equally firm. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenhao turned to look at the innocent Chen Mo, who was being embraced by Li Guo and blinking her eyes in bewilderment. Actually, I was also in the wrong this morning. A soft, childlike voice piped up that I in the morning. Wang Chenhao and his sycophantic psychic hadn't seen Chen Mo's appearance clearly. Now, upon realizing who she was, both boys wore expressions of surprise that it was I who bumped into you. Wang Chenhao suddenly grew anxious at that moment. A boy approached from beside the store, holding a box of chocolates. Hello, can we be friends? The boy was quite handsome, drawing several glances in his direction. Both Chen Mo and Li Guo were momentarily taken aback, turning to look at the BOYS, the school flower of Hangzhou University's affiliated school. Li Guo had never lacked admirers. However, she had been studying at Hangzhou University affiliated high school since her sophomore year, and over the past 3 years, nearly everyone in the school knew that she had no interest in dating boys. After all, the school flower was an unattainable goddess to me, Li Guo replied, somewhat surprised. Not the school flower. I just wanted to get to know this little sister. The boy stuffed the chocolate into Chen Mo's arms. Chen Mo was left dumbfounded. She had no interest in accepting the boy's advances. Though she appeared as an adorable little girl, her heart was that of a genuine boy. She stood there, petrified. Don't make the little sister cry. Let us go, let us go. Seeing this, Wang Chenhao hurriedly picked up the chocolate from the ground and tossed it back to, what is going on? The boy looked puzzled. Did he look frightening? No worries, how good will buy you lollipops. They taste much better than chocolate. Wang Chenhao began to coax that Li Guo, let us go buy something. Chen Mo turned to Li Guo. It's fine. Don't be afraid. That Li Guo reached out, ruffling Chen Mo's hair, and then led her into the supermarket. Wang Chenhao, however, didn't give up easily. He immediately followed them inside, offering to help the two girls carry their shopping baskets. No need. Chen Mo lifted the shopping basket with her tiny hands, appearing quite capable. Xiao Mo, actually, Wang Chenhao isn't a bad person. He just looks a bit intimidating that we grew up together, so if he bullies you in the future, just tell me that Li Guo said, holding on to Chen Mo's little hand, how could I possibly bully such a cute little sister? This morning was really just a misunderstanding. I'll treat you both to dinner later as an apology. Wang Chenhao boasted, patting his chest. Xiao Mo? Li Guo glanced at Chen Mo, not wanting her to feel unhappy at school. It's fine. I'm just not used to it. Not used to boys being so enthusiastic all of a sudden. Chen Mo's inner self was in a frenzy. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the four of them began to roam the supermarket. Chen Mo spotted a water bottle and tiptoed to reach it. But no matter how she stretched her arm, she couldn't grasp it. Her little face scrunched up in effort, prompting Li Guo to hurry over and easily retrieve the light gray water bottle. Xiao Mo, do you want this? Li Guo examined the water bottle, her face displaying a hint of confusion. The bottle seemed to clash with Chen Mo's adorable appearance, looking more like something a boy would use. I just grabbed it randomly. Chen Mo panicked, fearing someone might discover she wasn't truly a girl. Although she appeared almost identical to a girl physically, her heart was undeniably that of a boy. How about this? It's the same style as mine. Isn't it lovely? Li Guo set the plain gray water bottle aside and picked up a light pink one adorned with delicate white patterns. Quite pretty. Chen Mo could only force a smile that, oh well. After all, it was merely a water cup. As a boy, she decided not to dwell on such trivialities. After strolling around, her shopping basket was filled to the brim. By the way, would you like to buy something? Li Guo suddenly leaned close to Chen Mo's ear and whispered. Which one? Chen Mo replied, puzzled. Subsequently, Li Guo instructed the two boys to wait at the checkout and took Chen Mo into the sanitary products aisle of the supermarket. What brand do you usually use? Li Guo inquired, eyeing the dazzling array of packaging on the shelves. Upon seeing the items, Chen Mo finally realized that the something Li Guo referred to as sanitary pads. This question is really beyond my comfort zone. Chen Mo's face turned crimson, almost as if it were bleeding. She had been unfazed about buying disposable underwear earlier, but this, what's wrong? Li Guo immediately noticed Chen Mo's flushed cheeks and gently rubbed her face. Her gaze filled with tenderness. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. What was this unfolding? Why was this little fairy suddenly flirting with her? If this continued, she feared she might lose control. Little Mo is simply too adorable, Li Guo remarked with a smile, then began to help select sanitary pads, ultimately choosing 3 packages that I said always like this between girls. Chin-mo felt herself becoming dizzy from all the flirting. Hmm? Yes, Li Ge gazed at Chin-mo's adorably dazed expression, her eyes brimming with affection. Chin-mo felt a sense of foreboding about her future. Upon returning to the checkout, she discovered that everything she had just selected was already bagged. I haven't even checked out yet, she said, looking curiously at the cashier. That boy helped you pay, the cashier smiled, pointing at Wang Chenhao. Upon meeting Chin-mo's gaze, Wang Chenhao smugly adjusted his hair, striking a cool pose. Meanwhile, Li Ge handed the sanitary pads to the cashier. Ding, 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 that'll be 45 yuan in total. Chin-mo took out her phone and opened the payment code. Ding, payment successful, balance 6,700 yuan. Suddenly, an awkward notification sound emitted from her phone, and Chin-mo remembered that she had forgotten to turn off the alerts at that moment. The students gathered near the checkout all stared at Chin-mo in astonishment. Although Hangzhou University's preparatory school is a city-key institution, the students here mostly come from ordinary families. How could anyone have over 6,000 yuan in pocket money? The gazes directed at Chin-mo were filled with unabashed envy. Chapter 6. The Ultimate Glutton. Little Omo Housie, this little blind girl has more living expenses than you. The sycophant, holding shopping bags, looked utterly astonished. What little blind girl? She's a little loli. You're the real blind one, Wang Chenhao retorted, already considering Chin-mo one of his own. After all, he was friends with Li Ge, and since Li Ge was friends with Chin-mo, that made him friends with Chin-mo as well. Yes, the sycophant nodded. He wasn't blind. Chin-mo's innocent face resembled that of a little angel, and he had never seen such an adorable little loli before. Moreover, this was not just any cute little loli. She was a rich loli. Little Mo, let us go. However, Li Ge showed little reaction. She simply picked up the black shopping bag for Chin-mo and exited the supermarket. All right. Chin-mo followed Li Ge outside. Upon reaching Wang Chenhao, she took out her phone and said, "Open your payment code. I'll transfer you the money for the items." She didn't want to owe anyone anything. Just a little sum. Consider it an apology. Wang Chenhao quickly declined, scratching his head and asking the sycophant to help carry the shopping bag. Let us go. I'll treat you all to dinner. After saying this, he and the sycophant led the way to the cafeteria. Li Ge reached out from behind to wrap her arms around Chin-mo's shoulders, then explained, "It's okay. Wang Chenhao is a good person. You don't need to be afraid of him." Chin-mo nodded. Since the little fairy said so, she decided not to overthink it. Inside the Hangzhou University preparatory cafeteria, it was mealtime, and diners were bustling about, leaving little space available. Let us go upstairs to eat. Wang Chenhao waved his hand and led everyone to the second floor. The second floor, the teacher's cafeteria. Chin-mo noticed the sign as she went up, clearly stating teacher's cafeteria and small cafeteria. Not quite. Aside from the teacher's cafeteria, the second floor also has a small cafeteria that can whip up special meals for students. Li Ge clarified that it was easy to infer that the food on the second floor would likely be pricier than that on the first. Gurgle. Just as they reached the dining table, a loud growl echoed from Chin-mo's stomach. She hadn't eaten all day and was now absolutely famished, especially with the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Little Mo is hungry. What do you want to eat? Tell your sister. Li Ge turned her head, gazing tenderly at Chin-mo's slightly flushed face. Feeling the little fairy's considerate demeanor, Chin-mo couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Anything is fine. Then I'll go order. The braised chicken leg is the best dish. Wang Chenhao, feeling a bit hungry himself, dragged his sycophant to the cafeteria window. Once they left, only Li Ge and Chin-mo remained at the table. Little Mo, did you encounter anything you didn't understand while studying all day? Li Ge inquired with concern about her studies. No, nothing at all. Chin-mo quickly shook her head. After acquiring the supreme self-learning skill, she could almost recall everything from just a single read-through of the textbook. Even the more complex problems were easily resolved. Moreover, she had already covered most of the material, so mastering it again was no trouble at all. In just one day, she had thoroughly reviewed all the textbook knowledge. This supreme self-learning skill provided by the system was incredibly powerful. After a while, the dishes were served, steaming hot and freshly cooked, with the rice fragrant and fluffy. Here, little Mo, enjoy the chicken leg. Wang Chenhao placed a large platter of braised chicken legs before Chin-mo, arranging the other dishes within her reach. Once the meal began, Chinamo eagerly dug in, relishing the flavors. She devoured 2 large bowls all by herself. Phew! After finishing, she leaned back contentedly against the chair. Her once flat stomach had slightly rounded, and she rubbed her belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Such a hearty appetite, the 2 boys beside her remarked in astonishment, while Li Ge went to buy a bottle of juice and handed it to Chinamo. Look how hungry you are. Had I known, I would have insisted you join me for lunch. It's fine. The food is truly delicious, Chinamo sincerely praised. After finishing their meal, they crossed the playground on their way back to the dormitory. Throughout the journey, Li Ge shared numerous anecdotes about school life, and the bond between the two grew even stronger than on her first day of rebirth. After enjoying a hearty meal, feeling the evening breeze, and taking in everything around her, Chinamo truly felt that she had been reborn. Thank you for helping me carry my things, Chinamo expressed her gratitude as she took the shopping bag. No need to thank me. We're friends from now on, Wang Qinhao replied, somewhat embarrassed, as he hadn't expected Chinamo to be so polite. Moreover, that sweet loli voice was simply delightful upon reaching the dormitory entrance. Chinamo heard the voices of 2 girls chatting inside. It must be Meng Meng who has returned. Li Ge pushed the door open, and immediately, a girl in a black dress leaped forward and embraced Chinamo. Wow, little Mo is truly adorable. As she spoke, Hui Ming gently rubbed Chun Mo's chubby little face, treating her as if she were a precious little doll that Wow, please, don't do that. Chinamo had thought that holding hands and hugging were about the extent of it, but she had not anticipated being treated this way. Being a little loli was quite the ordeal. Ming Ming, you'll frighten little Mo like this. Let her go. Li Ge sighed, pulling the girl away from Chinamo. Standing at the door, Chinamo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering, she clearly saw the girl's appearance. With medium-length hair cascading down in delicate inward curls, she would easily score a 9 out of 10 for beauty. Her aura leaned towards the mature and elegant side, accentuated by the strappy dress that showcased her figure. Compared to her A-cup counterpart, Ming Ming was undoubtedly more voluptuous. Little Mo, I made these baked cookies. They smell so good. Hui Ming placed a bag of neatly packaged cookies on her desk. Although Chinamo had just eaten her fill, indulging in a bit of dessert was still quite acceptable. She obediently nodded and unwrapped the package to take a bite. Delicious. To her surprise, the cookies had a subtle buttery flavor, sweet yet not cloying, far surpassing anything from a pastry shop by a factor of 10. Chapter 7. No bathing together. My family runs a dessert shop in the city center. You should come visit on the weekend, and I'll treat you to some even tastier little cakes. Hui Ming suggested, not forgetting to flirt a bit with Chun Mo, her hand instinctively reaching towards Chun Mo's head. However, before she could make contact, Li Ge had already tugged Chun Mo over to her bed. Let's start with my pajamas. I have plenty, Li Ge said, opening her wardrobe to reveal several lovely little dresses. However, the fabric was quite thin, and all the skirts were rather short. Can I not wear them? Chun Mo felt a wave of dread wash over her at the thought of her upcoming life, that they're all brand new, and I haven't worn them yet. Li Ge assumed Chun Mo was hesitating because she disliked her clothes, her expression showing signs of hurt. Not because of that. Upon seeing the little fairy's dejected demeanor, Chun Mo felt a rush of anxiety and quickly waved her hands, then reached for a dress that appeared slightly thicker and longer. It was predominantly white, devoid of excessive patterns, save for a charming lace trim around the neckline. This one is absolutely perfect for you, Xiao Mo, seeing Chun Mo willing to wear her clothes. Li Ji's spirits brightened. However, just as one wave settled, another arose. Come on, let us take a bath together. Li Ge grasped Chun Mo's delicate shoulder. Did I end that instant? Chun Mo suddenly realized the predicament she was about to face. Gulp. She nervously swallowed. The shower in the bathroom isn't functioning well. I'm afraid you won't be able to adjust the hot water properly. Li's face radiated warmth, clearly wanting to take care of Chun Mo. But Chun Mo's heart screamed 1,000 refusals. I'm not really accustomed to bathing with others. Chun Mo's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiling teapot, as she could hardly believe that Li Ge, whom she had just met, would make such a request. All right, then I'll go wash up first. Li Ge's disappointment was palpable upon hearing this. The night fell, and the lights began to dim. Chun Mo finally grabbed her pajamas, towel, and body wash, heading to the bathroom alone. Strangely, despite this soft and fragrant body, she found herself longing to be a boy, missing the first day of being a little brother. With her eyes closed, she completed her shower and quickly donned the white lace-trimmed nightgown before stepping out. The soft, lightweight fabric felt as if she were wearing nothing at all. Even more peculiar was the chilly sensation between her legs. QAQ. She and T felt this way while wearing leggings during the day, only now realizing how uncomfortable wearing a dress was. Her hair dripped water as she prepared to climb into bed, despite having no habit of drying her hair. Just then, Liga turned her head and spotted the dazed little creature. Xiaomomo, why aren't you drying your hair? Come here and let us dry it before the lights go out, she said, retrieving a hairdryer from her cabinet and plugging it in. Dry my hair? Chinamo was somewhat perplexed. Boys did not need such things. No, she was a girl now, realizing the delicate body she inhabited. She silently slipped on her slippers and approached Li Ji's bed. Come, sit on the chair, Li Gu instructed, placing a clean towel atop Chinmo's head with gentle care. After drying her hair, she began to blow-dry it. Initially, Chinmo found the noisy hairdryer bothersome, but soon she became drowsy. The warm air enveloped her, making her feel cozy and relaxed. She stifled a yawn, unconsciously leaning against the chair's back and closing her eyes. After a while, Liga reached out to caress Chunmo's silky long hair. Xiaomomo's hair is so lovely. I envy you. Lucia looked up, her eyes filled with envy. The soft, long locks felt exquisite to the touch as Liga used her fingers to style Chunmo's hair. Xiaomo, it's time for bed. She gently patted Chun. Chunmo sleepily opened her eyes, surprised to find she had dozed off while leaning against the chair, wearing those adorable white bunny slippers. She climbed onto the bed. This nap had been incredibly comfortable, surrounded by a delightful fragrance. Living in the girls' dormitory wasn't nearly as frightening as she had imagined. Ding-ling. The alarm clock rang, after blinking her eyes awake. Chunmo propped herself up on the bed, unable to suppress another yawn. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating her sleepy, adorable face. Good morning. Li Gu was seated at her desk, turning to greet Chunmo upon hearing the commotion. Chunmo nodded, her mind still in a state of disarray. Oh right. It seemed she had been reborn. Looking down at her flat chest, she continued to gaze further down. The sensation that should have been between her legs was now absent. QAQ. Sparkling tears from yawning. Felt out what's wrong. Li Gu was startled by this sight. Then, she surmised that perhaps Xiaomo was feeling homesick, reminiscing about something sad. Chunmo neatly folded the blanket and stepped down from the bed. She opened her wardrobe, which contained 2 sets of school uniforms, both in sailor style. Hug. It's all right. Li Gu reached out and embraced the tiny Chunmo. The faint fragrance of the girl wafted into Chunmo's nostrils. A soothing scent. I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face. Chunmo covered her face and hurried away. Regrettably, her flushed ears were still visible to Li Ji, as so adorable. Watching her retreating figure, Li Gu smiled, though a hint of a slightly unhealthy emotion flickered in her clear eyes. After breakfast, the classroom buzzed with activity as everyone prepared for the examination room. The midterm exam was organized by class, with seats assigned according to student numbers. Chunmo settled into the last row. Ding-ling. The bell for the start of the exam rang. The test papers were distributed, with the first subject being English, which was exceedingly simple for Chunmo. Grabbing her newly purchased black pen, she began answering the questions. 10 minutes later, she put her pen down. That was easy. Chunmo breathed a sigh of relief. She had initially feared the exam content would be difficult, but it turned out to be a breeze for her. Unable to resist, she stifled a gentle yawn and rested her head on the exam paper, secretly dozing off. Chapter 8. Lower your goals. Click, click, click. In the hallway, Jiang Yujie, a teacher from the English department, was patrolling the exam room. Upon reaching the back door of Class 2, she spotted Chunmo, who was dozing at her desk. Chunmo's little face was pressed against the desk. Her eyes squinted, and she pouted slightly, sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yujie's initial irritation evaporated. She approached and gently patted Chunmo's back to wake her. Chunmo jerked her little head up, meeting Jiang Yujie's beautiful face. She quickly realized her mistake, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. But if the exam is too challenging, try translating the words you know, and then guess the answers. Jiang Yujie, not wishing to disturb the other examinees, leaned close to Chunmo's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Chunmo quickly nodded, then grasped her water pen and pretended to study the paper diligently. After all, if she claimed she had completed it thoroughly, teacher Jiang would hardly believe her. Observing Chinemo immersed in her questions, Jiang Yujie felt a sense of satisfaction and proceeded to patrol the next examination room. After a morning filled with tests, the long-awaited, blissful lunchtime finally arrived. Chinemo yawned and stealthily retrieved a cotton candy from her drawer, popping one in her mouth. This was a snack she had purchased at the supermarket the previous day. She was too lazy to venture to the cafeteria during her break and preferred to nibble on snacks while glancing at her textbooks. With 2 more exams scheduled for the afternoon, she needed to review some more material. Chinemo. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the doorway of the classroom. That moment, there were few people in the classroom. Besides Chinemo, only 2 others were busy completing their assignments. Raising her head, Chinemo glanced towards the door and was taken aback to find a familiar figure standing outside. Wasn't this the person she had encountered at the supermarket yesterday? The one who offered her chocolate? How did he manage to find her classroom? Furrowing her brow, she hastily concealed the cotton candy back in her drawer and approached him. There's something you need? Chinemo inquired, looking at the boy before her. This is a drink I bought for you, and it's still cold, the boy replied, clearly attempting to win her favor. It was a bottle of juice, glistening with condensation. No, thank you, I don't want to drink it. Chinemo shook her head, unwilling to accept offerings from a stranger. Moreover, the way he looked at her made her uncomfortable. Do you dislike me? The boy posed a rather peculiar question. I actually do. Chinemo thought to herself, brimming with sarcastic comments. But all she could manage was an awkward smile. The moment I laid eyes on you, I found you incredibly adorable. Could you possibly? Just as the boy was about to profess his feelings, a graceful figure abruptly stepped between them. I brought you bread and milk, Li Gus said, extending the bag in her hand toward Chinemo while directing a glance at the boy. The sudden appearance of another person rendered the boy somewhat awkward. I'm serious. Here is my QQ number, he said, handing over a piece of paper, his hand hovering in the air. At that moment, a few passers-by in the corridor noticed the unfolding scene. Never mind, Chinemo felt utterly helpless. The boy, feeling increasingly embarrassed, contemplated for a moment before retracting the note, casting a glance at the 2 girls. He departed with a frown. You should ignore that boy from now on. I inquired about him yesterday, and he is certainly not a good person, Li Gu remarked, pulling Chinemo back into the classroom. She then moved a chair to sit beside Chinemo, carefully opening the packaged milk she had purchased and handing it to her. Thank you. Chinemo still felt somewhat unaccustomed to being cared for. She took a sip of the milk, pleasantly surprised to discover it was sweet strawberry-flavored, while the bread was a delightful pork floss sausage bun. Don't you take notes while studying? Li Gu asked. Glancing at the textbooks and materials on the desk, her expression one of astonishment. I just browsed through them. Chinemo replied calmly with a nod. The pile of textbooks on the desk had stacked up thickly, prompting Li Gu to grow somewhat concerned. It's fine. The opening exams aren't that significant. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After saying this, Li Gu gently patted Chinmo's head. Well, I must rank in the top 10. Chinemo mumbled, taking a sip of the strawberry milk. Top 10? Li Gu hadn't anticipated that Chinemo would set such a lofty goal for herself. Even she couldn't guarantee a top 10 finish in every exam. This was the preparatory class for Hangzhou University, one of the top institutions in the country, where nearly every year the top scorer from Zhejiang province emerged from their ranks. Achieving a top 10 position here would be akin to being a prodigy. Yes, Chinmo nodded again, confident in her abilities. Dear, can't we lower our expectations a bit? Li Gu worried that Chinemo might be crushed by reality when the results were revealed. Unfortunately, Chinemo remained unfazed. Munching heartily on her bread and refraining from further comment, as the lunch break concluded, a series of exams ensued, leaving Chinemo feeling a bit dazed. When the school bell rang, she stretched joyfully. Yay! The exams are finally over. Just as she was tidying up her belongings, someone, having obtained information from the teacher, announced that the English exam results were out, and it was said that someone had achieved a perfect score. Unbelievable! How could anyone get a perfect score on such a challenging paper? Who is it? Does anyone know? I must pay homage to this academic deity, as Li Gu organized her things and walked over Chinmo's desk. She noted that the difficulty of this exam had evidently increased, raising questions about whether the teachers were intentionally making it tougher. Perhaps they wanted to curb the students' summer leisure. Upon hearing this, Chinmo looked up, puzzled. Was the exam really that difficult? She hesitated to voice her doubts. Fearing repercussions that IT was manageable, she replied, echoing Li Ji's sentiment. Just as she was about to exit the classroom, a figure rushed to the door. "Chinemo, please come with me to the office." The visitor was none other than Jiang Yujie, holding a copy of the English exam paper, which bore a bold 100 in red ink. Chapter 9. I truly did not cheat. Me? Chinemo blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback, but obediently slung her shoulder bag over her back and walked over. Yes, Jiang Yujie's expression was grave as she led Chinemo toward the office. In the classroom, the other students exchanged bewildered glances. Why was Mo called out? Could it be because she performed poorly on the exam? Luo Xiaoyu rushed over, her face laden with anxiety. Did I have no idea? Li Ge shook her head, her expression filled with concern. That in an instant, the entire class buzzed with speculation, sympathizing with Chinemo, as they all had faced similar situations when they did poorly. Meanwhile, trailing behind Jiang Yujie, Chinemo was equally confused. Teacher Jiang, is something wrong? Did you cheat on the exam? Jiang Yujie's tone was notably serious. To no. Chinemo quickly shook her head. The scores for 3 subjects have been released. And there's one person who scored full marks. That person is you. Jiang Yujie struggled to express her mixed emotions of shock, delight, and fear. She never imagined a transfer student would astonish the entire preparatory teaching team on her second day at Hangzhou University. The difficulty of the exam had even the teachers concerned, as they initially thought students who had relaxed over the summer might not even achieve high scores. Yet, after grading just a few papers, a student had already achieved full marks in multiple subjects. Clearing her throat, Chinemo felt a bit embarrassed. During the exam, she had been so focused on answering the questions that she had forgotten about the significance of full marks. The teachers do not doubt your integrity, Jiang Yujie sighed, eyeing the adorable girl before her, her heart softening. However, even if she believed Chinemo was innocent, the other teachers in the school did not share her conviction. In the office, several teachers were gathered around, grading papers. The paper in question was none other than Chinmo's. Upon discovering that Chinemo had achieved full marks in several subjects, the teachers decided to prioritize grading her papers. The physics exam had also been completed. Full marks again, exclaimed the teacher grading the paper, feeling her scalp tingle. This child is exceptionally talented. The last question was a competition-level problem, and she managed to answer it, remarked another bespectacled male teacher, admiration evident on his face. Class 2 has struck gold. Had I known the principal would mention a transfer student, I would have taken her in, sighed the homeroom teacher from the adjacent class. A mathematics instructor. This seems implausible, that I believe this girl must have cheated, that it's impossible for anyone to achieve full marks on all subjects. Do you truly believe that? Since I began teaching at Hangzhou University, no student has ever scored full marks on any paper from the mathematics department. A female teacher stood outside the crowd, arms crossed, having just graded Chun Mo's mathematics exam. Upon completing her grading, she sought out Jiang Yujie, insisting that Chinemo had cheated. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of several other teachers shifted to Li Lauscher. You shouldn't be so definitive in your statements. I believe this child possesses quite a bit of intelligence. The method she used for this competition problem, I can assure you, cannot be found online, remarked a bespectacled male teacher rather bluntly. Humph. Once that student arrives, I will have her take another test. That I truly don't believe that a transfer student could achieve such results. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Yujie entered the office, accompanied by Chinemo. The teachers inside, upon seeing the petite and charming girl, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the student in question would be a girl. With such exquisite handwriting, I had assumed it would be a boy, several teachers exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Moreover, Chinmo's appearance seemed entirely uncharacteristic of a university student. One could easily mistake her for a middle schooler. Li Lauscher, I have brought the child, that if you have misunderstood her, I sincerely hope you will apologize. Jiang Yujie's demeanor was resolute. She understood that being accused of cheating would surely upset her student, and she did not wish to witness her being wrongfully judged. Enough talk. Let her take the exam first. Let's see if she can even manage to pass, Li Lauscher retorted, placing the prepared exam on Jiang Yujie's desk. This exam was another paper prepared by the mathematics department, similar in difficulty to the recent entrance examination, and had not been previously utilized, thus eliminating any possibility of prior leaks. Sit at my desk and write. There's no need to be nervous, Jiang Yujie instructed, handing Chinemo a pen and a sheet of paper to use as scratch paper. Thank you, Teacher Jiang, Chinemo replied softly, then focused intently on her exam. The other teachers, observing her obedient demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy. After a long day of examinations, every student was exhausted, and the prospect of taking another test would wear down even an adult. Tick, tick, tick. The clock in the office continued to tick away. The teachers graded the exams, occasionally glancing at Chinemo after 12 minutes. They had barely graded 10 papers, yet Chinemo had put down her pen. She flipped through her exam, checking to ensure she had not overlooked any questions. That I've written everything. Haven T.I., she murmured, her tone laced with caution, for she had sensed that the teacher surnamed Li was not particularly fond of her. All done? Li Laosher, having been closely monitoring Chinemo, approached her immediately upon noticing she had stopped writing. How could this child have completed a test that was estimated to take 60 minutes in such a short time? The bespectacled male teacher looked up, visibly astonished that I thought she wouldn't be able to write anything. Isn't writing randomly faster? Li Laosher walked over, disregarding the fact that Chinmo's hand was still resting on the exam, and abruptly snatched the mathematics paper from her. Chapter 10. The one in the wrong is you. Chinmo felt a sense of dissatisfaction at being treated so brusquely. A hint of sadness crossed her delicate features. Noticing this, Jiang Yujie gently patted Chinmo's shoulder. I believe you are an honest child. Her comforting touch provided Chinmo with a modicum of warmth. Meanwhile, the other teachers were too preoccupied with the grading process to pay heed to Chinmo's feelings, gathering around Li Laosher's desk as she assessed the papers. Teacher, here is your scratch paper back, Chinmo said, returning the blank sheet, devoid of any markings or calculations. Upon seeing this paper, Jiang Yujie's heart sank. How could one possibly write a mathematics exam without doing any rough work? She was rendered speechless. This sentiment was echoed by the other teachers in the office. The bespectacled male teacher momentarily lost his footing in disbelief, while only Li Laosher, who was grading the papers, wore a triumphant expression. She retrieved the answer key and picked up a red pen. First question, correct. Second question, correct. Third question, amazing. This child got everything right on the first attempt. One teacher could no longer contain their excitement. She actually got them all correct. Li Laosher's hand trembled as she graded, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Soon, the exam reached the final challenging problem, typically regarded as an advanced question that few students could solve. Sometimes derived from previous competition papers that no, this question is wrong. Li Laosher suddenly exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. It was evident that, while she would have been embarrassed if Chinemo had answered everything correctly, at least now she could claim that Chinemo had made a mistake. The last question is wrong, but this child still has talent. Indeed, it is not easy to solve advanced questions. Li Laosher, you should let it go, several other teachers quickly urged, hoping to de-escalate the situation for both parties. Meanwhile, Chinemo stood in a daze. Upon hearing that she had made a mistake, she felt a twinge of surprise. She quietly approached, squeezing into the crowd to glance at the problem on the exam paper. Teacher, may I borrow a pen? She asked. The teachers were taken aback by her request. What does this child intend to do? Here you go. One teacher quickly handed her a pen. Chinemo took the exam paper and on the blank space, began to write her solution step by step. Each step was articulated with utmost clarity. The teachers who understood the problem watched intently, almost holding their breath. Indeed, Chinemo concluded her solution, encircling her answer. Initially, she had written a simplified version of her solution, which some might not fully comprehend due to the advanced formulas and methods she employed. However, now that she had meticulously detailed each step, the teachers could follow her reasoning and confirm her calculations were flawless. May I see the original answer? Chinemo inquired. You must be mistaken, Li Laosher scoffed as she handed it to her. The other teachers still engrossed in Chinmo's methodical approach. After quickly glancing at the answer sheet, Chinmo spoke again. The answer is incorrect. That a simple 5-word statement left the listeners in astonishment. How could this child dare to question the validity of the answer? Yet, the answer had indeed been calculated by the teacher who had set the problem, leaving room for doubt about its absolute correctness. All eyes swiftly turned to Li Laosher, the author of the exam paper. This cannot be, Li Laosher exclaimed, her composure faltering. What nonsense is this child spouting? She hastily reclaimed the paper, in her haste. She had focused solely on matching the answers without thoroughly reviewing Chinmo's reasoning. According to her calculations, the answer should be correct. Let me take a look, the bespectacled male teacher interjected. Li Lauscher fell silent, reluctantly passing the exam to him. Moments later, you've made an error here. The male teacher pointed out a calculation. Other math teachers quickly gathered around, confirming that a complex calculation indeed contained an error in a single digit. How could she make such a mistake? Li Lauscher found herself at a loss for words. Moreover, your approach to solving the problem is not the most efficient. Allow me to optimize it for you, Chinemo suggested, picking up a red pen from the desk and making a few simple adjustments to the answer sheet. She struck out the superfluous steps and presented a more straightforward formula. With just 2 simple steps, the entire problem-solving process became crystal clear. Impressive. The male teacher couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, while the other teachers regarded Chun Mo with admiration, as if she were a precious gem. Given this, Li Lauscher, I expect you to apologize to my student, Jiang Yujia insisted, not letting Li Lauscher off the hook. Li Lauscher shot a glare at Chun Mo, her frustration palpable. She had erred, yet this student was making it increasingly difficult for her to save face. In this matter, I must take responsibility, with an impatient tone. Teacher Li muttered a few words before departing, clutching the ungraded papers. After the farce concluded, Chinemo turned back toward the classroom. At this hour, the teaching building was eerily empty, and as she walked alone down the corridor, a sudden wave of loneliness washed over her. However, upon entering the classroom, she caught sight of a familiar figure. That a girl sat by the window, engrossed in a book, her profile so exquisite it could be captured in a painting. Li Gu, why haven't you gone back yet? I've been waiting for you to return together, Li Gu replied, lifting her gaze, her smile imbued with boundless tenderness, her eyes reflecting only Chun Mo's presence. Oh, all right. Chun Mo felt a flutter of surprise and hurried to her seat to gather her belongings. Had Li Gu truly waited alone in the classroom for over half an hour while she was in the office? For some reason, warmth spread through Chun Mo's heart. Suddenly, a rubber eraser fell from her desk with a soft thud. As she bent down to retrieve it, a pair of delicate hands appeared before her. Li Gu had approached her desk without her noticing. Her slender, jade-like fingers picked up the eraser. Then, the eraser was placed back on the desk, revealing a crumpled note underneath. Hey, Mo, you're not developing feelings for that Lu classmate. Are you? Li Gu's voice turned icy, her face devoid of its usual warmth, replaced by a hollow stare. Chun Mo was taken aback, her gaze dropping to the note, which bore a series of numbers. Memories swiftly flooded her mind, linking the note to the boy who confessed to her at noon. This was found while I was organizing your drawer, she explained, her voice tinged with a hint of accusation. Mo, are you planning to contact that Lu classmate behind my back? He is not a good person. He will only hurt you. As she spoke, Li Gu wrapped her arms around Chun Mo, her touch strangely cold, lacking warmth. How did this note end up in my drawer? I never received it. Chun Mo protested, her mind a whirl of confusion. She harbored no feelings for that so-called Lu classmate. Tap, tap, tap. The hand resting on her head lightly patted her 3 times, the gesture gentle. I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Hurry up and pack your things, Li Gu smiled, releasing her grip and walking toward the wall. Raising her other hand. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the classroom in golden light, a beam reflecting off something in Li Ji's hand. Despite the brightness, Chun Mo could clearly see that it was an X-Acto knife. With a swift motion, Li Gu sliced through the tape on the wall, retrieving a poster. The teacher said we need to switch to a countdown for the academic examination. It's too late today. We can do it tomorrow, she explained cheerfully, tucking the knife away into her uniform pocket. However, the way she handled the knife sent a chill down Chun Mo's spine. Gulp. Watching this unfold, Chun Mo swallowed hard. Could it be that she was encountering the legendary Yandere? All the way back, Chun Mo kept her gaze fixed on the school bag in her hands. She had indeed sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Li Gu. Yet when she looked up at the girl beside her, Li Gu was smiling warmly, greeting classmates with a gentle, ethereal beauty, a fairy, a Yandere. Chun Mo found herself in a quandary. Upon returning to the dormitory, they discover an unexpected guest in their room. Chun Mo's deskmate, Xiao Momo, that Lu Run from the neighboring class was looking for you after school, that he left a note with his contact information in your drawer. Xiao Li relayed before leaving. Finally, the misunderstanding was cleared up. Chun Mo let out a sigh of relief, casting a furtive glance at Li Gu, only to find her gaze capturing hers. Chun Mo, How could she be caught? Yet Li Gu merely smiled gently, lowering her head to sip her coffee. By the way, Mo, why did the teacher call you to the office earlier? It wasn't tea because you did poorly on the exam. Was it? At that moment, Xiao Yu and Meng Meng approached, their expressions filled with concern that it is nothing to worry about. Chinemo stammered, unsure of how to explain, offering a vague response. That night, Chinemo tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. For some reason, she felt as though a pair of eyes were watching her from the shadows. It wasn't tea until the next morning, jolted awake by her alarm, that she discovered dark circles under her eyes in the mirror. Oh, did you not sleep well? Xiao Yu, washing her face nearby, inquired, noticing Chunemo's weary appearance. Perhaps I'm just a bit unaccustomed, Chunemo replied while rinsing her mouth and brushing her teeth. Just the other day, you slept like a little piglet. Were you worried about the exam? Meng Meng chimed in, bluntly exposing Chunmo's fabrication. Staring, Chunemo turned to Li Gu, who, despite just waking up, looked effortlessly beautiful. Mo, let me help you with your hair, Li Gu offered, retrieving a pair of cute hair ties from her drawer. She approached Chunemo and began styling her hair with gentle, practiced hands, deftly fashioning it into adorable twin ponytails. Wow, so cute. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Meng Meng rushed over, applying a tinted moisturizer, her eyes widening in awe at Chunmo's flawless complexion. Mo, this is too dangerous, Meng Meng stated seriously. Why? Chunmo blinked in confusion. That you're a legal loli, Meng Meng replied cryptically. Chunmo felt a waterfall of sweat in her mind, though they played and joked. They took their studies seriously. As a preparatory school for Hangzhou University, the academic pressure was undeniably high. Before morning studies began, Jiang Yujie arrived with the test results in hand. That I have something serious to discuss. The results from yesterday's entrance exam are out, she announced softly, but the classroom fell silent instantly. Usually, grading takes a full day, yet this time it was completed in just half a day. The students wore expressions of despair. Our class performed admirably. We secured 2 spots in the top 10, Jiang Yujie declared, a proud smile gracing her face. Point 2. With classes yet to begin, someone couldn't help but exclaim, in Hangzhou University, as preparatory school, there are a total of 10 classes. And the first class is a key class. Among their second class, aside from Li Gu, hardly anyone else could consistently place in the top 10. Regarding the character of Li Gu, initially, she may seem to possess a touch of Yandere tendencies, but her intense focus on Chunmo has its reasons, details redacted, that in the author's view, Li Gu embodies the persona of a gentle older sister. And Chunmo's flustered reactions stem from her own exaggerated thoughts that Li Gu merely wishes to protect her from harm. Rest assured, Li Gu will absolutely, positively, never harm little Mo thus, as the plot progresses. Her Yandere traits will gradually diminish to nearly zero. That if any readers find this unsettling, I sincerely apologize. Furthermore, a warning. This narrative includes stock market content. Chapter 12. First in grade, is it Vice Class Leader Jiang? Didn't he place 12th last time? Impressive, Vice Class Leader. You truly are the pride of our class. This time, you've brought honor to us. Otherwise, Class 3 would always look down on us. In an instant, the entire second class erupted in excitement. While Jiang Fan, the student in question, wore a bewildered expression. This can't be. How could I possibly be among the top 10? He questioned, bewildered, for he had performed poorly in mathematics, getting the last 2 major problems entirely wrong. Just as he pondered this, Jiang Yujie dropped another bombshell. This time, the first in the grade is also from our class. The room fell silent, all eyes fixated on Li Gu. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Subsequently, nearly the entire class erupted into applause, save for 2 individuals who remained utterly still. Li Gu and Chunmo startled by the applause. Chunmo had just been dozing off with her eyes squinted. Upon opening her eyes, she appeared momentarily dazed before raising her hands and clapping somewhat vacantly. What transpired? She turned to her desk mate, Xiao Li, who, aware of her recent slumber, spoke in a soft voice. Li Gu ranked first in the grade, and everyone is congratulating her. Oh, I see. Chunmo yawned and resumed her clapping. Meanwhile, at the podium, Jiang Yujie felt faint. Could these children not wait for her to finish speaking? Please, could you allow me to complete my remarks? Jiang Yujie tapped on the lectern, silencing the crowd, that if you wish to applaud, you should wait until I call the names, correct? With a sigh, She picked up the report card beside her and declared, "Please, Chen Mo and Li Ge, stand up. Let us congratulate Li Ge for achieving second place in the entire school and second in our class." What? Li Ge actually secured second place. The crowd was bewildered, and the first place could not possibly be. Yet, what surprised me most was Chen Mo, who, having just transferred, had attained first place in the entire school. First place is held by a transfer student? By that seemingly innocent little girl who looks no older than a middle schooler? Even Xiao Li's expression shifted, his eyes conveying a look of disbelief that seemed to scream, "I don't recognize this anomaly." Chinamo suddenly felt quite awkward. What is going on? Shouldn't you all be applauding? Why is there no sound? Jiang Yujia frowned, having never quite grasped the sentiments of these students. Ahem, teachers, let it be. Chinemo thought, stay low-key, stay low-key. She hastily sat down and picked up a textbook to shield her face. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. After the morning reading session, the rankings from the recent entrance exam were posted on the school's bulletin board. The name Chinemo appeared at the top of the first column. First place. Chinemo? Never heard of her. She scored 600? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. 50 points higher than the second place. It can't be true. Can it? Did the teacher make a mistake? 600 is the full score. Those who witnessed the rankings wore expressions akin to having been struck by lightning. This Chinemo couldn't he possibly have cheated? Right? Which class is she from? At that moment, a bespectacled boy spoke up. Who are you implying cheated? A chubby boy squeezed into the crowd, his tone unfriendly as he addressed his companion. How go wait for me? His lackey hastily pushed through the throng, wiping the sweat from his brow before standing beside Wang Chenhao. Upon seeing the notorious figure of Wang Chenhao, the previously lively crowd fell silent, for no one wished to provoke this individual. Do you even have the right to speak if you ranked last? Unexpectedly, the bespectacled boy fired back. Why should I care how far down I am? Mind your own business that if you're envious, just admit it. Don't accuse others of cheating. Who are you calling shameless? Let me ask you, can you even comprehend the exam paper? I say she cheated. How could anyone score full marks on such a difficult exam? The argument escalated, drawing an increasing number of onlookers. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mo and Li Ge were intercepted by Xiao Yu, who was returning from observing the commotion that it's gotten heated. Someone is insisting that Mo cheated on the entrance exam. Gasping for breath, she continued, Who said Mo cheated? Li Ge inquired, Who is arguing? Both Chen Mo and Xiao Yu spoke simultaneously, yet their focus diverged entirely. Xiao Yu glanced around, uncertain of which question to address first. At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby. They started fighting. Quick, go call the dean. Chen Mo paused, contemplating as she stepped forward if someone were to be punished for defending her, she would feel guilty. Arriving at the bulletin board, she witnessed a stout figure grappling with a frail one. Alongside a pair of broken glasses, Li Ge entered the crowd, casting a brief glance at the shattered glasses before striding toward the two combatants. Li Ge, be careful. Chen Mo worried that Li Ge might inadvertently get hurt. However, upon hearing Li Ji's name, the two brawlers halted their conflict immediately, proving more effective than calling for the dean. What is going on here? Li Ji's expression was cold, her tone imbued with an unmistakable air of detachment that This was the first time Chen Mo had seen Li Ge in such a manner. Isn't Li Ge looking incredibly fierce? Xiao Yu, standing beside Chen Mo, whispered, She is indeed quite intimidating. Chen Mo nodded vigorously, surprised that the usually gentle Li Ge could exhibit such assertiveness toward others. After all, Li Ge was the president of the student council. And even after advancing from high school to preparatory classes, no one had yet appeared capable of succeeding her. That's so. Chen Mo mused, observing Li Ji's silhouette. Moments later, the portly dean, with a somewhat receding hairline, arrived at the scene. Li Ge, what has happened? The dean addressed Li Ge with utmost respect. For fighting and causing a disturbance, each shall receive a reprimand. Li Ge showed no mercy, insisting yes, a reprimand is necessary. Who among them has any sense? Fighting at the school gate. Come with me to the office. The dean's demeanor became less amiable as he chastised the other two. Hold on, let him apologize first. Li Ji's gaze shifted to the bespectacled boy, having heard from Xiao Yu about the events leading up to this. Why should I apologize to Wang Chenhao? The bespectacled boy protested, visibly displeased. Apologize to Chen Mo. Li Ge stated, her words firm and resolute. Chen Mo? The bespectacled boy turned to scan the crowd, curious to see who had achieved full marks at UM. Never mind that a timid, childlike voice emerged from the crowd, and Chen Mo stood there, instantly attracting countless curious gazes. This girl is the top of the grade. She looks like a middle schooler, but this little girl is just too adorable. Apologized that Li Ge maintained her icy demeanor, her gaze fixed on the boy. Impossible, unless she proved she didn't cheat. The bespectacled boy remained obstinate. How can one prove that? It was evident that Li Hongqi was intent on embarrassing the girl. This was truly excessive. He had no evidence to claim that the first place had cheated. The gathered crowd, drawn to the spectacle, found themselves increasingly captivated. Moreover, Chen Mo displayed no signs of panic at being accused of cheating, her demeanor suggesting she had nothing to hide. Very well, that I can prove that I did not cheat. Chen Mo spoke softly, her little eyes brimming with confidence as she approached the boy named Li Hongqi. Her two statements left everyone in attendance momentarily speechless. Their curiosity piqued about how Chen Mo would validate her integrity. How? How will you prove it? Li Hongqi stammered. Next month's exam, I will still secure first place that's sufficient proof. In that instant, the innocence of the little girl dissipated, replaced by a fierce determination. Inside, her inner self was jubilantly racing. She had longed to express such bold words, and the thrill was exhilarating. Ah, how delightful! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Did this little girl just declare she would take first place again? I am already kneeling. Who gave her the audacity? Hearing the murmurs, Chen Mo's inner self swelled with pride, her nose nearly reaching the sky. Ahem. Of course, it is the system that provided me with this courage. I am invincible and fear no mere cat or dog. Alright. If you achieve first place, I will apologize to you that a hint of disdain flashed in Li Hongqi's eyes. This girl was pretty, but her aspirations were unrealistic. To consistently achieve first place in the preparatory class of Hongda, that is utterly impossible. Following this exchange, the dean escorted Li Hongqi and Wang Chenhao away. Only then did Li Gu approach Chen Mo. Gently ruffling the girl's hair as she said, "You really didn't have to make such a wager." The icy demeanor in her eyes melted away, replaced by a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Looking at Chen Mo, she appeared somewhat astonished, as if her gaze conveyed a message of trust. "Xiao Mo, you have been reckless." Xiao Yu interrupted their moment, her voice laced with urgency. Huh. Chen Mo was puzzled. Li Hongqi's mother is a teacher in the math department. What if? She trailed off, leaving her sentence unfinished. Chen Mo suddenly recalled another mathematics teacher with the surname Li, a perfect illustration of the saying. Not of the same family, do not enter the same door. Nevertheless, we must trust in Mo's abilities. That Li Gu placed her hand gently on Chen Mo's shoulder, while Xiao Yu looked up at the ranking list, where familiar names adorned the top two spots. She then glanced at her own rank, which was 45. Forget it. Both of them are academic prodigies. Perhaps she should refrain from worrying about celestial beings. Ding! The system announced the successful detection of the host's examination task. The task reward has been successfully activated. Would you like to load the divine investment capability? After hearing the system's voice, Chen Mo was filled with excitement. Yes, she silently affirmed her choice in her mind. Soon after, a torrent of information flooded her mind, accompanied by a burning sensation in her right eye. Congratulations, host! The divine investment capability has been successfully bound, and the random reward Eye of the Divine has been activated. Eye of the Divine, what a delightfully dramatic and somewhat embarrassing title. However, my eye hurts. Chen Mo covered her right eye, which was already shedding a few tears from the discomfort. Did I get sand in my eye? Li Gu, walking beside her, quickly noticed Chen Mo's distress. Chen Mo couldn't possibly say she was feeling unwell because she had acquired the Eye of the Divine. Could she? After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Let me blow on it for you. With that, Li Gu cupped Chen Mo's adorable little face and leaned in closer to name. Li Gu gender. Female appearance. 99 S-rank goddess. Wealth. 100 wealthy heiress. Investment returns. Currently undeterminable. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback as an information panel appeared beside Li Ji's stunning face. She blinked her sparkling large eyes, but the data remained unchanged. System. What's going on? Eye of the Divine. Can view the investment returns of all worldly objects. Chen Mo averted her gaze and looked away at AT that moment. Two students passed by, holding grain pancakes purchased from the cafeteria. Name. Honda Cafeteria, style grain pancake net weight. 250g deliciousness level. 60 D rank price. 15 yuan each investment returns. 7 yuan each. How marvelous. Chen Mo found herself lost in thought. With this eye of the divine, combined with her divine investment skills, wouldn't she be raking in millions in no time? Is your eye still bothering you? Li Guo asked, her expression one of confusion. What on earth is wrong with this child? Oh no, it's all fine now. Chen Mo blinked and smiled in response. After a day of experimentation, Chen Mo discovered that her eye could almost discern the investment returns of any item. Stones by the roadside. Exam papers on the desk, Li Ge's bracelet. However, it was different for people. Only when the other party initiated certain transactions would specific investment returns appear. Xiao Yu, did you bring me milk? A boy, bent over his exam paper, looked up and asked Xiao Yu by the door. Standing beside Xiao Yu, Chen Mo immediately noticed the boy's investment returns displayed next to his face. -5 yuan per transaction. This negative value indicated that this investment would result in a loss of 5 yuan. Dream on! You didn't even return the 5 yuan from the last time I bought buns. Xiao Yu retorted unhappily, then turned her attention back to chatting with Meng Meng. Indeed, this is incredibly useful. Chen Mo blinked, a playful smile gracing her face. Chapter 14. The extended version of Maybach Ding. System task activated. Please earn 1 million yuan within the next week. Completing the task will yield a mysterious treasure chest X1. 1 million, and within a week. Chen Mo hesitated. Although she possessed divine abilities now, quickly liquidating them was no simple feat. After careful contemplation, she ultimately accepted the task. After all, if she failed, she wouldn't incur any losses. But if she succeeded, it would be a significant gain. The moments before the end of school on Friday always seemed to stretch endlessly. Chen Mo was dozing off at her desk when, suddenly, a piece of chalk was tossed at her head. Chen Mo pursed her lips and rubbed the non-existent drool from her mouth, lifting her head in confusion. At the podium, Jiang Yu just softened her tone upon seeing this adorable scene. Chen Mo, you mustn't sleep in class. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. Chen Mo quickly apologized, her sincerity evident. All right, pay attention in class. Jiang Yu just sighed and turned back to writing on the board. The content of these lessons was as simple to Chen Mo as 1-1. She yawned in boredom, wishing she could prop her eyelids open with a matchstick. Why am I so sleepy? Her little face wore an expression of helplessness. System prompt. Today's usage of the Eye of the Divine is at 0.3. Exceeding the limit will result in a decrease in the host's mental energy, leading to a state of sleep. Why wasn't this important information conveyed earlier? Chen Mo felt a bit frantic as the system's slow prompt appeared. Fortunately, the school bell rang at that moment. Class dismissed. Stand up. Goodbye, classmates. Goodbye, teacher. The sound of chairs moving filled her ears that in just a few minutes the entire classroom, and indeed the entire teaching building, fell into an empty silence. Chen Mo yawned, with faint traces of sleep lingering at the corners of her eyes, stretching her arms lazily. Then a figure appeared before her. Li Guo, holding her uniform bag, wore a gentle smile. Let us go back to the dorm. Li Guo, aren't you going home? Chen Mo looked up at the girl before her, a hint of wariness in her voice. After the incident with the craft knife, she couldn't shake the feeling that Li Guo was harboring some secret. Li Guo tilted her head with a smile, appearing innocent. It's nothing. Let us go. Chen Mo felt that further inquiries would yield no benefit. Bowing her head, she began to tidy up her belongings. The weekend arrived just 3 short days into the new term. Relieving everyone in the dormitory, Xiao Yu and Meng Meng, both locals from Hang City, returned home after school in the now quiet dormitory. Chen Mo opened her phone and searched, what should I do if I encounter a Yandere in real life? The best answer, cherish your life, stay away from Yanderes. Holding her phone, Chen Mo broke into a sweat. However, perhaps she was overthinking it. When Li Guo held the knife, it was merely to exchange posters. And rummaging through her drawer was simply to help her organize. Yes, that must be it. Xiao Mo, what are you looking at? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside her. Chen Mo, startled, realized Li Guo had quietly approached her. How did she walk without making a sound? Chen Mo quickly swiped her phone, switching to the Taobao page, relieved that she had prepared in advance that I'm browsing Taobao, planning to buy some things. As she spoke, she pretended to browse. Since you're buying things, how about we go shopping? Li Guo suggested, glancing at Chen Mo's phone. Chen Mo hesitated. She was a true homebody and with a mild case of social anxiety. Didn't particularly enjoy shopping. Doesn't want to go out with me. Li Ge turned to Chen Mo, her beautiful eyes seemingly dimming to no. Let us go. I'll just use the restroom before we head out. Chen Mo panicked, putting down her phone and rushing to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Li Ge observed Chen Mo's anxious demeanor, her smile fading. She picked up Chen Mo's phone, which was charging on the desk, easily unlocked it, and opened the browser's history. Hyundai University, located in the outskirts of Hang City. The fastest way to the city center is by subway. As Chen Mo stepped out of the school gate, she noticed a luxurious extended Maybach parked by the roadside. The car looked incredibly flashy, with its two intersecting M logos hinting at the owner's substantial wealth. Miss Li. Suddenly, a voice called from the roadside. A middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored black suit, exuding the aura of an old-world gentleman, approached at whom Li Ge gently nodded, then took Chen Mo's hand and led her to the side of the Maybach. A middle-aged man, seemingly the butler, attentively opened the car doors for them. As the luxurious vehicle smoothly departed from the school gates, Chen Mo suddenly realized something. According to the information provided by the Eye of God, Li Ge was indeed a genuine heiress. In her previous life, as a boy, she had done some research on cars. Such opulent sedans she had only encountered in comics, with a price tag starting at no less than 5 million. How about we grab a bite before shopping? Li Ge, seated beside Chen Mo, was scrolling through her phone in search of a suitable restaurant. Anything light will do. I can't really afford to eat something too extravagant. What do you feel like eating? Hangzhou cuisine? Western food? French or Japanese? As she spoke, Li Ge presented the page on her phone. Fortunately, it did not feature any Michelin-starred or 5-star establishments. Chen Mo perused the options and finally settled on a modest local eatery. Let's go with this one. As soon as she finished speaking, the driver adjusted the route point. 10 minutes later, the Maybach came to a halt outside a park. Is there a restaurant here? Chen Mo alighted and looked around. All she could see were trees and grass, and a lake in the distance. The scenery was beautiful, but it certainly couldn't satisfy their hunger. Inside, Li Ge took Chen Mo's hand and led her along a pebbled path. Under the setting sun, Chen Mo gazed at the girl beside her. Li Ge donned a white short chiffon dress, her long legs clad in black Mary Jane shoes, with a touch of makeup. She appeared more mature, and her light chestnut eyes glowed with warmth in the golden light. How lovely! Chen Mo thought to retract her previous words. Some beauty truly was delectable. Chapter 15. The 3 acts of a date dining. After walking 100 meters along the cobblestone path, Chen Mo found herself in front of a courtyard villa inspired by the gardens of Sioux City. At the entrance, a wooden plaque read Fanya Zhai. This is a restaurant. Chen Mo was taken aback. Yes, the food here is quite delightful. I often come here, Li Ge stated as she stepped over the threshold. Upon entering, a few waitstaff dressed in attire reminiscent of the Republic of China approached. Miss Li, your private room is ready. The restaurant was small, but it featured numerous intimate dining rooms, indicating that the patrons were of notable status. After a few steps, Chen Mo was ushered into a beautifully decorated suite. A round table adorned with a tablecloth was set with 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat, Li Ge offered as she handed Chen Mo a menu. Though there were only the 2 of them, the sounds of flowing water, cicadas, and birdsong outside created a soothing ambience that alleviated any potential awkwardness. This was Chen Mo's first experience of such a setting. It felt remarkably akin to a date. The thought made her cheeks flush. I'm fine with anything. Chen Mo pushed the menu back without glancing at it. All right, then I'll make the decision. Li Ge waved for the waiter to come in and ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Perhaps due to the difficulty of finding common ground or the fear of awkwardness, when the appetizers arrived, Chen Mo buried her head in her food. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the private room. To facilitate service, the door facing the courtyard was ajar, so when Chen Mo turned her head, she saw a stylishly dressed man standing by the entrance. Excuse me, may I interrupt for a moment? The man, with meticulously styled hair, did not appear to be an ordinary individual. Before either of the 2 in the room could respond, he walked in confidently and placed a business card on the table. I wonder if either of you would be interested in developing a career in the entertainment or film industry. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo understood the man's intention. She glanced down at the card. Mao. Washing entertainment agent, talent scout. Sorry, but could you please leave? Li Ge, however, remained seated. She set down her chopsticks, her voice laced with indifference. And what about you, young lady? Mao persisted, turning his attention to Chen Mo dressed in her school uniform. With no makeup and her twin ponytails slightly disheveled from a day of napping, Chinemo blinked in surprise at me. She pointed at herself that if you're willing, I can offer a signing bonus of 100,000. Ma-O spoke with unwavering confidence. He deduced that Chinemo did not hail from a wealthy family, and for a young person, 100,000 could be considered a substantial sum. 100,000? How about 1 million? I'll think about it. Chinemo shook her head and resumed munching on the duck head. 100,000 was hardly anything. Her goal for the week was 1 million. Ma-O felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even the renewal fee for their company's princess, Su Luo Luo, was only around 1 million. That how could this girl be so audacious? With a sigh, he turned to leave. Xiaomomo, are you in need of money? Suddenly, Li Gu asked, feeding Chinemo a piece of sweet and sour pork. Nom nom nom. Chinemo chewed the meat and replied innocently. Not really. She truly wasn't in need of money. As long as she was alive, she earned 5,000 a day. That I in the adjacent private room. A girl lounged at the table with her legs crossed. Wearing an off-shoulder t-shirt and ripped jeans, her long black hair hastily tied into a ponytail. Before her lay an array of delicious vegetarian dishes, yet she had not touched her chopsticks, engrossed in a mobile game. Defeat. The phone speaker blared. Damn it. How did I lose again? The girl slammed her phone onto the table, her face a mask of frustration. Luo Luo. Just then, Ma-O entered the room, looking as though he were on the verge of tears. Seeing her ineffectual agent, Su Luo Luo picked up her chopsticks and began to eat her healthy meal. Did you get their phone numbers? She inquired. That no, even after offering a signing bonus of 100,000. They showed no interest, Ma-O replied. Well, she probably isn't lacking in money, Su Luo Luo murmured, her gaze lowered, obscuring her expression. But why does that girl in the white dress seem so familiar? She reminds me of someone. Ma-O recalled. Forget it. Your collaborator just called. You should return the call. Su Luo Luo shifted the subject. Satisfied in full, Chinemo rubbed her round little belly with a blissful smile. But that smile faded after barely 5 minutes. Shopping for clothes? No, let's skip that. Chinemo looked at the women's clothing store, where the models were clad in feminine attire. She could handle wearing a school uniform, but women's clothing... However, one couldn't possibly wear a school uniform all weekend. Could they? Li Gu urged, but you can't just wear your uniform all the time. I really enjoy wearing my uniform. Chinemo adamantly refused to buy women's clothing. Donning a school uniform was already her greatest concession. Her resistance was palpable, as if standing before a women's clothing store were akin to entering a gas chamber. Li Gu fell into contemplation upon hearing this, then led Chinemo to the 3rd floor of a shopping mall, into a shop that was even more pastel and feminine. How about something with a Japanese flair? Before Chinemo could react, Li Gu had already pulled her into the store. Initially, Chinemo might have had some choices. But now, her surroundings were filled with skirts. Just skirts. Welcome. Feel free to try anything you like. A shop assistant dressed in Lolita attire approached. Thank you. Li Gu replied politely. No, it's okay. Chinmo's voice was barely above a whisper. Memories of being dragged by her mother to shopping malls as a child and forced to try on countless outfits flooded back, instilling a sense of dread. Don't worry. There's no need to be shy. You look so adorable. These dresses will suit you perfectly. The shop assistant, unable to resist, chimed in, captivated by Chinmo's small, soft, and endearing appearance. Let's try this one first. Li Gu pointed to a pink and blue dress with tulle hanging at the entrance. The dress had a silhouette reminiscent of a traditional Chinese garment, with a high waistline, but if one were on the heavier side, it might appear somewhat unflattering. However, Chinemo was a petite figure. With considerable effort, she finally managed to don the intricate dress that enveloped her figure. The neckline was adorned with delicate clusters of pink and blue blossoms, while a satin pink bow graced her chest. The hem was a sumptuous cascade of layers. After slipping into this enchanting frock, Chinemo felt her typically stoic demeanor melt away, even moving the heart of a steadfast man like himself. How delightful this dress is, she mused, overwhelmed by its sweetness, her heart fluttering with an innocent longing. Omo, are you done yet? Came the voice of Li Gu from outside the fitting room. Why yes, I'm ready. The thought of being seen in such a state made Mo blush with embarrassment. Moments later, a bashful little girl emerged from the fitting room, her cheeks flushed, nervously clutching the skirt. I can't wear something like this regularly. It is far too cumbersome. She declined, eager to conclude this mortifying trial and escape the boutique. Oh, what an adorable little girl. a customer exclaimed while selecting dresses, drawing the attention of the few patrons in the petite shop. Indeed, this little sister resembles a doll, another chimed in. Does she have a neck circumference? I'd love to follow her, and that dress is simply gorgeous. Chinemo felt utterly mortified, her toes instinctively wanting to dig into the floor. Just then, her hand was unexpectedly grasped by Li Gu, who led her through the crowd to a larger mirror. In her hand were two matching hairpins, and she bent down to help Chinemo arrange her hair with tender care. As Chinemo gazed into the mirror, she recalled her sensitivity to personal space. Anyone who drew too close would make her uncomfortable. Yet, inexplicably, when Li Gu first touched her, she felt no revulsion. Instead, there was a peculiar charm about Li Gu that soothed her inner turmoil. You look truly adorable in that, Momo, Li Gu remarked, her expression revealing a hint of complexity to Chinemo felt a twinge of anxiety. Did I end this situation? Would it be inappropriate not to purchase the dress? Yet, wearing it routinely seemed even more mortifying. The prospect of such a scene made her reluctant to contemplate further. That will be 6,700 yuan. How would you like to pay? The attendant inquired. Card, please, ding. The transaction was confirmed. Li Gu seamlessly completed the purchase, leaving Chinemo feeling bereft of the opportunity to consider her decision. Wait, I seem to recall. Li Gu began preparing to guide Chinemo to the next store. Hold on. That shop looks intriguing, Chinemo exclaimed, panicking at the thought of being led to an even more peculiar establishment. Acting swiftly, she scanned the area and randomly selected a rather unremarkable store. Oh, for a girl, that is indeed quite significant. Li Gu nodded in agreement. As they approached, Chinemo finally noticed the English storefront name, Victoria's Secret. What secrets could Victoria possibly hold? With this question lingering in her mind, she innocently stepped into this realm meant for girls. Upon seeing the attire worn by the model at the entrance, her face blushed a deep crimson. This was a specialty store for intimate wear. Surely this was far too mature for her. Li Gu took Chinmo's hand, guiding her deeper into the store. Shall we explore other shops? Chinmo suggested shyly, feeling her head simmering like a small steam cooker. Hello, welcome. Currently, we have a promotion. Buy 320 yuan worth and receive a 30 yuan discount. The sales attendant seized the opportunity, introducing the latest collection of matching sleepwear, perfectly suited for them. Matching sets? Li Gu's interest piqued at those words. Chinemo felt the pressure and reluctantly allowed herself to be led further into the store by Li Gu and the saleswoman. This sleepwear is crafted from the finest satin, offering a splendid tactile experience. You may feel it for yourselves, the attendant encouraged, her gaze expectant that Li Gu did not hesitate to reach out, but Chinmo's face displayed hesitation. Perceiving the garment not as a charming nightdress, but as something akin to a foul sock. The texture is indeed lovely. Mo, don't you lack sleepwear? Li Gu directed her gaze towards Chinmo. Chinmo refrained from reaching out and simply nodded in resignation. Sometimes, for women's clothing, one either has none or an abundance. Wrap it up, she said in a soft voice. Let us peruse further, Li Gu replied, her smile radiant at the response. This set suits you perfectly. Buy it. This one looks quite appealing as well. Purchase it. What about this piece? Lovely. In the end, Chinmo acquired a veritable bounty of various styles. Is there a difference between these two? She inquired, pointing at two identical white cotton panties. They are designed to match the lingerie, but this one features an added print. Li Gu explained it. Indeed. Let us check out. Please pack the sleepwear separately. Thank you. This time, Chinmo eagerly took the lead in processing the payment. The previous dress had been a gift from Li Gu. It felt only right to reciprocate. Here, she handed the bag containing the sleepwear to Li Gu. How delightful. This is my first gift from Momo. Li Gu grinned, accepting the bag with both hands. Chinmo felt a touch of embarrassment. After all, who gifts lingerie as their inaugural present? The arduous shopping experience imparted a profound truth to Chinmo. A woman's prowess in shopping is boundless. Li Gu, shall we take a break and enjoy some milk tea? Chinmo suggested. Are you tired from shopping? Li Gu inquired with concern. Chinmo nodded vigorously. She truly felt exhausted. Her feet ached. How about a movie instead? Li Gu proposed. Chinmo was about to decline. Or perhaps we could buy you a new pair of sneakers. Are your feet hurting? Li Gu offered another option with a smile. Go to the movies sounds wonderful. Chinmo quickly accepted with enthusiasm. Chapter 17. The three-part date. Watching a movie cough. Ligo, are you certain this is what you want to see? After receiving the movie tickets, a hint of panic crossed Chinmo's face. Don't you enjoy horror films? Ligo asked, puzzled, her expression softening into a gentle smile. Fear not. I shall hold your hand throughout, she whispered reassuringly, leaning closer. Though it was a sweet exchange, Chinmo felt an even greater anxiety swell within her. For reasons unknown, the vivid crimson movie poster nearby suddenly triggered an urge to relieve herself that I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, Chinmo said, clutching her phone as she headed towards the signs indicating the way. The corridor was sparsely populated. As she glanced at the spoilers on her phone, a chill ran down her spine. Mere words were already terrifying. She could hardly imagine what would unfold before her eyes. Wait, why is this still in 3D Max? Lost in her dismay, she inadvertently wandered into the restroom marked with a blue sign. Then it struck her that no, wait. She suddenly remembered that she was now a girl. Thankfully, the restroom was empty, and she quickly covered her face and dashed out. That was close. From now on, it might be best to avoid using restrooms while out. Once she gathered her composure, she returned to the lobby. Let us go. The movie is about to start ticketing, Ligu announced, a tray of popcorn and 2 drinks before her. All right. Chinmo picked up a cup, only to discover it contained milk tea. To her surprise, Ligu had remembered her offhand remark. Yes, they entered the dimly lit theater. Chinmo followed the illuminated path to their seats and realized they were on a small couple's sofa. Please take a seat, Ligu said, placing her items down as she settled in beside her. Did I? Usually Chinmo began, but was cut off as the theater lights dimmed and the large screen flickered to life. Behind Chinmo, a sudden scream pierced the AIRDT times. Nothing is more terrifying than a dog. A girl behind them, clearly timid, was nearly paralyzed with fear at the abrupt darkness. Meanwhile, Chinmo had nestled herself in Li Ji's embrace. Whoa, this is too scary. How can a dog be this frightening QAQ? Chinmo trembled. Darling, I'm scared. Behind them, a couple began to indulge in their affectionate display. Goodness, this is rather excessive, Chinmo muttered quietly. Don't be afraid. My dear, Li Gu said, tenderly stroking Chinmo's hair as she nestled closer. Soon enough, the movie commenced. Chinmo kept her eyes tightly shut, while screams and shrieks reverberated around her. Yet, the hand holding hers remained silent. Would you like some popcorn? Li Gu offered a piece, her voice nearly drowned out by the cacophony. Chinmo leaned in closer, unexpectedly finding a sweet piece of popcorn pressed against her lips. Eat the popcorn, Li Gu whispered into her ear, her warm breath sending a tingling sensation that was both delightful and unsettling. Obediently, Chinmo opened her mouth and swallowed the morsel. Delicious, she replied dreamily. Would you like another? Nom nom. Thus, Li Gu began to feed her. After a satisfying dinner, Chinmo found herself indulging in a substantial amount of popcorn and sipping on warm milk tea, feeling slightly drowsy. She had grown immune to the screams around her and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. A soft thud. Her small head rested comfortably against Li Ji's shoulder. The girl engrossed in the film set her drink down and gently supported the sleeping figure beside her. Removing her 3D glasses, she reached out to tidy Chinmo's hair in the dim light. For the remainder of the film, neither of them paid attention to the screen. When the theater lights illuminated, Chinmo remained sound asleep, her breathing steadied as the audience began to disperse. Li Gu refrained from waking her. Instead, she sent a text message. Shortly, the butler, accompanied by several bodyguards, entered from the waiting Maybach. Miss, Li Gu raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Please help me take her back. The girl instructed softly. One of the bodyguards, clad in white gloves, nodded and approached to gently lift the petite Chinmo into his arms. The scene shifted as the sleek black Maybach glided through the night streets of Hangzhou, heading towards the Villa district. After a brief journey, the car came to a smooth stop in front of an opulent mansion. The villa, along with its expansive yard, was as large as a playground. Situated in the prime area of Hangzhou, entering through the grand gates led directly to the mansion's foyer, where a crystal chandelier hung majestically overhead, revealing a long staircase. The house was vast yet eerily empty. Each step echoed clearly as the girl's high heels clicked against the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The bodyguard laid Chinmo delicately on the soft white sheets. You may leave, Li Gu nodded soon. The room was left with just the two of them. After arriving home, the yard's lights dimmed and the servants retreated to rest, that Eligu approached the bed and leaned down that a stray strand of hair slipped from her ear, brushing against Chun Mo's nose. Reacting to the gentle touch, Chun Mo's nose twitched, and she pressed her lips together. Perhaps sensing the comfort of the bed, she suddenly rolled over. Soft snores began to escape her lips. Witnessing this, Li Ge couldn't help but smile. Raising her hand to tuck the blanket around Chun Mo before stepping out of the room, that in the desolate corridor, she walked forward, stopping at the end in front of a white door. Creaking it open revealed a toy hanging from the ceiling, adorned with several handcrafted trinkets that showcased the owner's meticulous attention to detail. That in the center of the room, a pastel-colored crib held a rabbit plushie lying serenely. Li Ge entered and sat on the blanket beside the crib, gently rocking it, her expression tinged with melancholy. Nearby, shelves were filled with various baby items, and a small photograph captured a joyful family of 4. The man, dressed in a suit, bore a serious demeanor, while the woman, elegant and beautiful, sat in a chair cradling a swaddled infant, with a gentle, understanding little girl standing by her side. Chapter 18. A Home for One. After sleeping for 10 uninterrupted hours, Chun Mo slowly stirred awake. Where am I? Above her was an unfamiliar ceiling, but the bed felt incredibly soft and comfortable. The air was filled with a faint, familiar scent. This fragrance wasn't tea. Whoosh! Chun Mo quickly sat up straight. She had been watching a horror movie with Li Ge the previous day. After a while, she had dozed off to SO. She was now in Li Ji's home. This bed was undoubtedly Li Ji's. And this room was Click. Just then, the doorknob turned at "You're awake?" Li Ge entered, clad in a short spaghetti-strapped nightgown. The hem, adorned with lace, revealed a glimpse of her fair skin as she moved. Yes, just woke up. Chun Mo felt a touch of embarrassment, recalling how she had fallen asleep during the film. Such behavior seemed rather impolite, that I asked for why Li Ge hadn't woken her, but instead brought her home. Come on, let us wash up and have breakfast. That Li Ge approached the bedside, extending her hand towards Chun Mo. Okay. Without overthinking, Chun Mo took Li Ji's hand and stepped off the plush bed to AT this moment. One thing became clear. Li Ge harbored no ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, she could have easily taken advantage of Chun Mo's deep slumber. Yet upon waking, Chun Mo felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt refreshed. However, she blamed the system for not clarifying the matter of the eye of God sooner. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so mentally drained that she fell asleep during such a frightening film. Upon entering the bathroom, Li Ge handed Chun Mo a toothbrush, already thoughtfully prepped with toothpaste, followed by a cup for rinsing. Thank you. Chun Mo felt a bit overwhelmed by such attentive care. Quickly brush your teeth. That pink towel is for you, Li Ge added, ruffling Chun Mo's hair and smoothing down a stray lock. Once she finished, she turned to leave the bathroom. Phew. Chun Mo sighed in relief. For some reason, she still felt a tinge of nervousness around Li Ge. After brushing her teeth, she splashed her face with water. But as she reached for the towel, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Bending down to retrieve it, she noticed the small towel embroidered with the characters Li Mo in the corner. After a glance, she dried her face, only to be surprised by the towel's exceptional softness, more akin to that of a child's or infant's fabric. With a hint of confusion, she stepped out of the bathroom. Li Ge. The corridor was empty, devoid of any presence. Standing at the bathroom door, she felt uncertain about where to go. Emerging from the bedroom had left her astonished. She hadn't anticipated that Li Ge lived in such a grand villa. However, another question lingered. Why did the villa seem devoid of anyone but Li Ge? Pondering this, she retraced her steps toward the bedroom and soon discovered a staircase leading downward. Tap, 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 in the vast, empty space. Her footsteps echoed incessantly, that if she were to inhabit such a large house alone, she worried she might have nightmares. Once downstairs, she finally spotted another person, a cleaner tidying the foyer. The cleaner's face expressed surprise upon seeing Chun Mo, but quickly bowed her head and resumed mopping the floor. What is going on? Chun Mo stared, then headed toward the bustling sounds of the dining room. Why are you down here? I just forgot to turn off the stove, so I came over to take a look. Li Ge is still dressed in her pajamas, and it seems that a small clay pot in front of her is currently simmering porridge. Do you still cook? Chun Mo asked, somewhat surprised, as she had assumed that with wealth, one would not need to cook for oneself. Well, since no one usually stays at home, I haven't hired a chef. Li Ge took Chun Mo by the hand and led her to a dining table outside. The table was already meticulously set with a silver soup spoon and a white porcelain bowl. That IT will be ready soon. Just wait a moment. After saying this, Li Gu returned to the kitchen and busied herself. Shortly after, the aroma of fried eggs wafted out. Chinamo quietly prepared her utensils for rice. Breakfast consisted of French smoked eggs with bacon and purple sweet potato, glutinous rice porridge. That Li Gu's culinary skills were truly exquisite. Chinamo devoured 2 bowls of glutinous rice porridge all by herself. The sweet porridge warmed her belly instantly. To Li Gu, your cooking is absolutely delicious. Chinamo licked her lips, her small eyes brimming with admiration. She felt that with such a breakfast combination, she could eat it for an entire month without growing tired of it. So, should I make lunch for you too? Li Gu gazed at the girl sitting across from her, her face adorned with a doting smile. Their laughter infused the once lifeless villa with a refreshing vitality. After savoring their breakfast, the two of them headed to the courtyard outside the villa. Settling into a small pavilion to enjoy tea, accompanied by sweet treats from the Yu family's cookies that be by the way, Li Gu. Chinamo looked at Li Gu, who was sipping red tea, her curiosity bubbling over. Li Gu put down her teacup. Are you the only one at home? Chinamo inquired, her tone tinged with curiosity, as this villa seemed a tad too desolate. Yes, my parents have gone abroad. They reside overseas most of the time. Li Gu replied with a smile. How come you're here all alone? A hint of surprise flashed across Chunmo's small face. She had not expected that Li Gu had been living alone all this time. She had initially thought Li Gu came from a blissfully happy family. But can there really be parents who leave their newly adult child behind to live abroad? Li Gu suddenly fell silent, cradling her teacup as her gaze drifted towards a cluster of rose bushes. Noticing the girl's slightly forlorn profile, Chinamo realized she might have touched upon a sensitive subject. After all, no child enjoys the feeling of being abandoned by their parents, right? In her previous life, although she was born into an ordinary family, she considered herself to be part of a happy family. So she found it challenging to empathize with Li Ge's current situation. Chapter 19. Can watching a performance earn money? In Hangzhou's top villa area, a one-day experience finally came to an end. Chinamo, carrying her belongings, was dropped off at the entrance of Hangzhou University-affiliated school. That on this Saturday, the scene at the school gate was rather desolate. For some reason, it felt oddly reminiscent of returning home. QAQ, Chinamo sighed, then climbed down from the Maybach by herself. The Li Gu mentioned she would be staying home for the day, so she didn't accompany her back, which made Chinamo feel even more disheartened. She shouldn't have brought up such a hurtful topic, she sighed. However, the words were already spoken, and spilled water cannot be retrieved. After pushing open the door to her dormitory, she was suddenly startled by a scream. Chinamo was taken aback, realizing there was indeed someone in the dormitory. Ming Ming was sitting at the table applying makeup, seemingly preparing for some sort of date. Mo, you scared me to death. Ming Ming sighed, and then picked up a makeup remover pad to erase the crooked eyeliner she had just applied. Her makeup was considerably heavier than usual, giving her a somewhat punk appearance. Where are you off to? Chinamo set her things down and leaned in with curiosity. To the live house. I have plans with friends to see my favorite band. Ming Ming was practically bubbling with excitement. Her face glowing with joy as she spoke. She pulled out 2 tickets from her bag, boldly marked with the name Blast, which was presumably the name of the band Ming Ming adored. Well, have fun. Chinamo didn't know much about the band and turned back to her phone. That a new day dawned, and she was also ready to use her divine eye to seek out investment opportunities. Stock trading. It requires opening an account, and achieving a profit of 1 million within a week seems nearly impossible. Besides, she only had 20,000 in capital. What else is high risk, high reward without breaking the law? Cryptocurrency? Does this world have cryptocurrencies? With that thought, Chinamo opened her browser and began to search. Soon, she found the answer she was looking for. To her surprise, not only did this world have cryptocurrencies, but it was also on the verge of a massive surge in value. Cryptocurrency investment reliability, 100 investment recommendation, SSS investment yield, 10 times weekly 10 times. Chinmo's hands trembled as she clutched her phone. Hardly able to believe her eyes. 20,000 in a week could turn into 200,000. She quickly steadied her emotions. 200,000 was merely 1/5 of her target. Finding a project with a return rate exceeding 10 times in such a short time was undoubtedly no simple task. However, If she wanted to reach 1 million, she would still need an additional 80,000 in capital to a essay student. Where could she possibly find that amount in such a short time? What? You actually stood me up. Meng Meng suddenly exploded on the phone, startling Chen Mo, who nearly dropped her phone. What do you want me to do? I already bought the tickets, over 500 each, plus backstage passes. If you don't go, it's a waste. Meng Meng's mood also sank. After the call ended, Chen Mo turned her head to look at the despondent Meng Meng and asked with concern, Are you okay? Hearing that, Meng Meng suddenly remembered there was indeed a living person beside her. Mo, my dear Mo. She rushed over to Chen Mo and enveloped her in an embrace. What are you doing? Chen Mo was flustered. Would you like to accompany me to see the blast performance? It'll be so much fun. As soon as she finished speaking, the familiar interface opened before Chen Mo once more. Name. Hui Ming. Gender. Female. Appearance. 85. Average beauty. Wealth. 60. Middle-class family. Investment yield. 80,000 yuan per time. Oh no. I forgot to turn off the divine eye. Wait. Why is there an investment yield? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected that Meng Meng's invitation to accompany her to the live house would actually yield a return. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, just right, 80,000. How could watching a performance possibly yield 80,000 in profit? Moreover, this performance was rumored to have a lottery. The first prize was a guitar personally signed by the lead singer of the band. Miss Jiang Qi. Meng Meng continued, her excitement unabated. A guitar. What brand is it? Chen Mo blinked, inquiring that I'm not sure. It's a foreign brand, probably quite expensive. Meng Meng wore a pensive expression. She was merely a fan of the guitarist's looks. So she didn't know much about the lead singer. All right, let us go. Chen Mo tucked her phone in her pocket and prepared to rise. Hey, are you really willing to accompany me? Meng Meng was taken aback by Chen Mo's quick agreement. Could it be that this little girl actually has a fondness for punk music? Yes, of course. Chen Mo nodded her head. Then hurry and change your clothes. We'll be late if we don't hurry. Meng Meng urged. Change clothes? Chen Mo glanced at the shopping bag by her bed. Thankfully, she had gone shopping yesterday. Otherwise, she would only have her school uniform to wear today. Wearing a school uniform to a band performance would be quite the sight. She turned and rummaged through the bag, finally pulling out a pair of sporty shorts and a loose-fitting casual t-shirt. This outfit looks too much like someone who's about to work at the venue. Meng Meng couldn't help but tease. Although Chen Mo's matching skills were lacking, her looks were undeniable. She wasn't very tall but possessed a pair of exquisitely proportioned legs. The short sports shorts highlighted her shapely, appealing legs, while the oversized t-shirt gave her an unexpectedly cute vibe, as if she had borrowed her boyfriend's clothes to wear out. This is called having the looks to be carefree. Let us go, or we'll really be late. Chen Mo picked up a hair tie, simply gathering her long hair into a high ponytail. Due to her lack of skill, the ponytail was somewhat crooked, with several strands of hair falling loose. All right, let us go. Meng Meng glanced at the time, feeling compelled to leave without further delay. After slinging her small bag over her shoulder, she pulled Chen Mo along as they ventured outside. During the taxi ride, Chen Mo briefly acquainted herself with the blast band. To her surprise, the members of this all-girls band were around 18 or 19 years old. Initially, the band had developed their presence abroad, and today marked their debut performance in their home country. In the video, Chen Mo found herself captivated by the girl standing at the center, whose voice was imbued with remarkable power. What do you think? Isn't Jiang Qi incredibly cool? I believe once you hear her live, you'll be hooked. Meng Meng couldn't help but promote her enthusiasm. Chen Mo removed one of her Bluetooth earphones, nodding at the figure in the video who was gripping the microphone with one hand. Chapter 20. A teasing encounter caught in traffic. Meng Meng was nearly frantic enough to consider jumping out of the cab. Fortunately, the skilled taxi driver executed a series of thrilling drifts and overtakes, allowing them to arrive just in the nick of time to enter the venue. The performance took place in an underground open bar, where all the tables and chairs had been cleared, leaving the space brimming with people in the distance. A small stage was illuminated by a single weak beam of light. On stage, a drum set, a microphone stand, and speakers sat in solitary silence. Xiao Qi, Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers at the edge of the stage. A girl with a guitar stepped forward, her vibrant red hair strikingly attractive. Although her attire was quite flamboyant, her breathtakingly beautiful face overshadowed it all. Her pronounced features were unexpectedly complemented by a pair of light blue eyes. Jiangqi, holding a black microphone and slinging an electric guitar over her shoulder, walked to the center of the stage. In that moment, all the cheers were directed solely at her. Did she mixed race? Chen Mo wondered aloud, unable to tear her gaze away from those mesmerizing eyes. Look at that guitarist. Isn't she super handsome? Meng Meng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration for a tall, androgynous girl. Chen Mo hesitated. It's hard to define handsome. If I had to say, I think those who play games are more handsome. As the instruments were tuned, the lights dimmed, signaling that the show was about to begin. That it's starting. It's starting, Meng Meng exclaimed, excitedly clutching Chen Mo's arm. With a flash, bright lights illuminated the stage, and the electric guitar struck the opening chords. The clean and penetrating sound resonated even more profoundly in the live setting. Chen Mo felt every cell in her body begin to surge with excitement. However, as the song reached its climax, the crowd became a chaotic sea of movement. Chen Mo found herself squeezed among the throngs of people, feeling as if she were a dumpling boiling in a hot pot. That I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint, Chen Mo gasped, pushing her way through the crowd and fleeing down the corridor leading to the restroom. Did I end this environment? It felt utterly unsuitable for someone like her, who was introverted and socially anxious. Just as she leaned against the wall to catch her breath, a girl wearing a baseball cap approached her. Excuse me, how do I get to the restroom? Huh. Chen Mo blinked in surprise, raising her head to meet a pair of chestnut-colored eyes that resembled Li Ji's. However, the girl before her was clearly not Li Ge. Wearing a black mask that obscured most of her face, only her eyes remained visible, framed by hair that cascaded down her shoulders. Such a peculiar person. Chen Mo's first impression of the mysterious girl was one of intrigue. Upon noticing Chen Mo, the girl's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, but she quickly returned to her stoic demeanor, scrutinizing Chen Mo with narrowed eyes. What do you want? Chen Mo felt a chill run down her spine as she was subjected to such intense scrutiny. She disliked being observed in this manner, feeling like a caged animal. Nothing much, just where's the restroom? The girl averted her gaze, repeating her question. Up ahead. Chen Mo pointed, having caught a glimpse of the restroom sign when she entered the corridor. Thank you. With that, the girl turned and walked toward the restroom. Yet, as Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if she had seen this girl somewhere before. Although she couldn't quite place it, with a sigh, she crouched down. Assuming a mushroom-like position, the raffle activity was set to commence before the last song ended, and she needed to endure for at least another half hour. She pulled out her phone and began scrolling. Ding dong! Suddenly her phone vibrated. To her surprise, Li Ge had sent her a message. Li Ge. Xiao Momo, you left your bow tie in my place. Li Ge. Here's a picture of the bow tie. Chen Mo, scratching head. JPG Chen Mo. Sorry. I've always been forgetful. I didn't even realize my bow tie was missing. Li Ge. Are you in your dorm now? Chen Mo. I'm out. Yes, she sent the message. She was about to exit the chat when her phone buzzed again. Bzz. Li Ge had called her. The surrounding noise was deafening, filled with raucous music and cheers. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo made her way toward the restroom. Indeed, the restroom offered decent soundproofing, and it was relatively empty. Li Ge, she answered the call. Momo, where have you been? Li Ji's voice sounded slightly worried. That I'm with Meng Meng. We're watching a band perform. Chen Mo explained. Just the two of you? Li Ge probed further. Yes, Chen Mo held her phone tightly. Have you encountered any strange people? Be careful. Li Ji's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Don't worry. Before Chen Mo could finish her sentence, someone approached her from behind. A girl wearing a baseball cap leaned close. Her voice a sultry whisper filled with the scent of bitter orange perfume. You're so cute. Chen Mo jumped in surprise and looked up to see the girl leaning against her shoulder. The mask was removed, revealing an astonishingly beautiful face. Just yesterday, she had seen this face on a massive poster in the mall, where the girl appeared aloof and disinterested, but the product she endorsed had long since sold out. Su Luluo, an existence that could be deemed a top-tier celebrity in this world. Chen Mo's ears instantly flushed crimson. The way this girl had spoken was far too suggestive. Cute? I'm just a pure boy. How could I feel shy? If you keep talking like that, I won't hold back. Su Luluo playfully lifted Chen Mo's chin with her finger, leaning closer until their breaths intertwined. That moment, Chen Mo quickly retreated, clutching her phone tightly. What? What do you want? Don't think that just because you're beautiful, you can do whatever you like with me. She refused to succumb to the allure of the stunning older girl. In that moment, Chinmo's face radiated a resolve reminiscent of the core socialist values that, of course, it's to have fun with you. Chapter 21. A quick escape after a kiss. Who could tolerate being teased by a beautiful girl in the restroom? Chinmo was flustered, her small fists clenched tightly. After a moment, she managed to spit out 3 words. Are you serious? You haven't hung up yet? Luluo pointed at Chinmo's phone, then returned to the sink area. Pulling a lip balm from the pocket of her distressed jeans and applying it in front of the mirror, Chinmo glanced down at her phone. The call had already been disconnected, and her screen had locked. "Do you like blast?" the girl in front of the mirror inquired, her tone dripping with arrogance, as if she were looking down on Chinmo while disdainfully asking if she enjoyed being trampled. Chinmo clutched her phone, reluctant to respond. Thud, thud. A series of footsteps and voices echoed from outside the restroom. Luluo glanced at the door, quickly donned her mask, and approached Chinmo, ruffling her hair. The once neat ponytail was now a disheveled mess, much to Chinmo's dismay. Chinmo covered her head with her hands, then lifted it, gazing at Su Luluo with a fierce yet adorable expression. Bye-bye. Su Luluo waved her hand and turned to leave that moment. Several girls entered from outside the restroom, their attention captivated by a figure wearing a baseball cap. That girl was so pretty. Such a great figure and exuding charm. Do you think she could be some little idol? Indeed, she looks remarkably like the recently popular Su Luluo. Now that you mention it, she does bear a resemblance. Chinmo returned to the corridor, her heartbeat having calmed down, and took out her phone. She opened the chat window with Li Gu. Sorry, I was suddenly approached just now. Unexpectedly, the usually prompt Li Gu did not reply this time. Inside the venue, the first half of the performance had concluded. Mo, where did you go just now? Ming asked. After the show began, she had been preoccupied with cheering and hadn't noticed Chan Mo's absence. She hadn't expected that the cute little girl would have vanished from her side in the blink of an eye. I went to the restroom, Chinmo awkwardly replied. Phew, you must be careful of bad people. Ming said seriously, pressing her hand on Chinmo's shoulder. Chinmo thought to herself, sweating silently. She was not a child after all. The second half of the performance consisted of only 2 songs, after which a lucky draw would take place. Chinmo obediently found a corner to sit quietly to her surprise. The remaining songs turned out to be emotional ballads that a girl with long red hair stood on stage. Illuminated by white lights from above, dark shadows obscured her eyes, revealing only the sweat on her neck and cheeks. She leaned against a long bench, still holding her guitar. This was a solo performance, and as she strummed the guitar, a melodious tune filled the air. This song is dedicated to the one I love, she said, lowering her head before raising it to look at the audience. In her pale blue eyes, reminiscent of diamonds, Chinmo detected a hint of bitterness. The song was in a foreign language, and she sang softly, her voice slightly hoarse after half the performance. The chorus was simple, consisting of just 3 words. By my side. The venue fell silent, enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere. Yet her eyes kept searching for something, finally resting on a baseball cap. The moments spent with you are memories that can never be erased. They are everything in my life. Chinmo was taken aback by the lyrics, as she realized where that gaze had lingered. This was rather ambiguous. Chinmo squatted at the entrance of the performance venue, observing the scene with an expression of intrigue. Dingling. Suddenly, the bar door swung open, and the bell above rang softly. Startling Chinmo, she looked up to see a familiar face that Li Gu, upon seeing Chinmo crouched at the doorway, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That Mo. She called hoarsely, then stepped forward to wrap her in an embrace. Unsure if it was her imagination, Chinmo felt a fleeting vulnerability in Li Ji's eyes as she held her. Are you okay? Chinmo stood there, dazed, unsure where to place her hands. That I heard some noise on the phone earlier and was worried something happened to you. That Li Gu leaned against Chinmo's shoulder, her voice laced with unease. That I'm fine, Chinmo replied. This was the first time Chinmo had seen Li Gu like this. Usually, Li Gu exuded an aura of reliability, always calm and collected in any situation. But now, the girl holding her tightly had trembling hands. After a moment's hesitation, Chinmo reached up and gently patted Li Ji's back, a gesture her mother used to comfort her when she was little. Mo, don't disappear again, Li Gu murmured, her voice barely audible amidst the ruckus of the performance. Huh? Chin-mo asked, puzzled that it's nothing. Li Gu replied with a wry smile, releasing Chin-mo from her embrace. She quickly masked her emotions again and ruffled Chin-mo's hair. You said you had something going on at home tonight. Is it all right for you to come here? Chin-mo looked at Li Gu obediently. Inquiring that it's fine, Li Gu shook her head. That I asked the two stood at the doorway conversing. A figure approached them. Under the baseball cap, a pair of eyes gazed quietly at Li Ji. That Su Luluo. Chin-mo instinctively tensed upon seeing her. To her surprise, Su Luluo suddenly removed her mask, and before Chin-mo could fully react, she reached out to cup Chun-mo's adorable face and planted a kiss on it. Good night kiss. Goodbye, little cutie. Dingling, after uttering those ambiguous words, Su Luluo opened the door and left. What? She kissed and just ran away. Chin-mo nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. At least leave a contact number. QAQ, this was her first kiss from a girl. While Chin-mo covered her face, her mind swirling with questions, she suddenly sensed a heavy chill beside her. This place was not even near an air conditioning vent. Wait, was Li Gu still beside her? She slowly turned her head at 0.25 speed. Then MOMO? The darkened little fairy tilted her head, gazing at her. Chapter 22. 80,000 yuan received. Chin-mo swallowed hard. Her mind racing with countless scenarios. Would she be spared after such an encounter in front of a Yandere? Yet, Li Gu still wore a smile. That I'm not very familiar with her. Chin-mo began to speak. But the next moment, she obediently shut her mouth, for Li Gu had also kissed her in the same spot as Su Luluo. Chin-mo blinked, hardly daring to breathe. Let's go find Meng to play. Li Gu suggested, returning to her usual demeanor. Chin-mo's brain had short-circuited. Li Gu. Why are you here too? Meng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Ji. Li Gu did not answer the question, but merely smiled faintly. The performance had now transitioned to the lucky draw segment, a straightforward process where the lead singer would select a number and the corresponding audience member would win a prize. This is so easy to cheat. Chin-mo couldn't help but mutter. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was audible to Meng and Li Gu nearby. How could it be cheating? Meng replied, looking displeased. Chin-mo fell silent and I in the audience. Everyone had pulled out their raffle tickets that came with their admission. Number 12. That a staff member held up a sign displaying the number 12 prominently. That I'm so mad. I was so close to winning with 21. MOMO, Li Gu, what numbers do you have? Meng lamented. That I don't have a raffle ticket. Li Gu answered generously. Chin-mo, meanwhile, had her hand in her pocket, and upon touching something unusual, she pulled it out. To her astonishment, in addition to her original raffle ticket, there was another one. Number 22 was her original number, but why had number 12 suddenly appeared in her pocket? MOMO, you won, Meng exclaimed. Noticing the ticket in Chin-mo's hand, oblivious to how many tickets she actually had, what mattered was that Chin-mo had won. Chin-mo still felt perplexed. Even if it were a system, it couldn't just conjure up a raffle ticket for her, could it? Suddenly, she recalled Su Luo's kiss at that moment. Her heart raced, but she still sensed something had shifted in her pocket. Did I ask the lucky winner here? The staff member announced from the stage that MOMO, hurry up, Meng urged. Chin-mo turned to Li Gu, who noticed her nervousness. That it's nothing, I'm just going to claim my prize. Chin-mo sighed and stepped onto the stage. Holding her winning ticket, under the gaze of countless eyes, Chin-mo approached the stage and handed the winning ticket to the staff member. The audience was filled with envious glances. Congratulations, the staff member said with a smile. Chin-mo stole a glance at the red-haired girl not far away. Her pale blue eyes were fixed on her, filled with confusion. Xiao-Qi sign. The staff placed the guitar before Jiang-Qi, yet she refrained from raising her hand. She observed Chan-mo, who was slow to act. Lao He, Xiao-Qi might be tired. Let's head to the backstage to sign it. At this moment, the guitarist beside them intervened, sensing the peculiar atmosphere that had begun to stir murmurs among the audience. The staff glanced at Jiang-Qi, then sighed. Did I apologize? Jiang-Qi is feeling unwell. Please come to the backstage later to collect your prize. That it's fine, Chin-mo replied, tucking the lottery ticket away. Did I ask this guitar truly worth 80,000? She mused inwardly. After stepping off the stage, Meng immediately approached her. MOMO, someone just asked me if you were selling the guitar. She said she could offer at least 20,000. Meng remarked. 20,000? Let me think about it, Chin-mo pondered. Jiang-Qi's demeanor earlier clearly indicated she had no intention of genuinely gifting the guitar to a fan. After all, a owner would inevitably develop an emotional attachment to a guitar that had accompanied them for so long. It would be impossible to part with it so easily. Having inspected the guitar up close, she could ascertain one thing. It bore unmistakable signs of use, certainly not a brand-new instrument meant solely for display. Thus, this lottery was merely a charade, and yet, the individual who won it had voluntarily relinquished the opportunity. What was the matter? Liga noticed the strange expression on Chinmo's face and inquired. Is everything all right? It's nothing. I just need to go backstage to collect the guitar. Chinmo gazed at the lottery ticket, the visage of Su Luo appearing in her mind. Let's go together. I still want a signature. Ming Ming's face radiated with joy as she produced a pre-prepared autograph board from her bag and urged Chinmo toward the backstage. The staff briefly verified the winning number before granting them passage. Upon entering the lounge, all the band members were removing their makeup, except for the red-haired girl, who sat alone in a corner. Xiao Qi, they're here. The manager reminded that I'm sorry, but I can't give you the guitar. Please make an offer. Jiang Qi sat in the chair, her light blue eyes filled with a sense of despondency. The others present were taken aback. Xiao Qi, what are you saying? The manager was momentarily speechless. Although he understood Jiang Qi's eccentric personality, it was still quite exasperating. 80,000, a soft voice chimed in, with Chinmo stating the price outright. Will you charge it to your card? Jiang Qi paused for a moment, then quickly retrieved her phone. All right, that a hint of joy graced Chinmo's face. She was unconcerned with the gossip, as long as she received her small fortune. Ding! 80,000 yuan has been credited to your bank card. The notification of the funds arriving soon flashed on her phone. Thank you, Chinmo said, slipping her phone into her pocket. Jiang Qi began to take an interest in the little girl before her. Observing her adorable features intently, I'll be on my way then. Chinmo, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, turned to leave. Wait! Jiang Qi suddenly called out to her. Chinmo turned back, puzzled. Let's exchange contact information. Jiang Qi suggested, extending her phone with a QR code towards Chinmo. I think I'll pass. Chinmo replied without much thought, hastily making her exit. What if this person had a change of heart and demanded she return the 80,000 for that worthless guitar? Wouldn't she be incurring a significant loss? This time, aside from Li Gu, all the others in the lounge were left utterly dumbfounded. What? Jiang Qi, who is usually so charming, was actually turned down by the cute little girl. Chapter 23. Feeding play. On the way back, the taxi was filled with Ming Ming's lamentations. Mo. What were you thinking? Boo-hoo. How many people dream of having contact information from a member of Blast? And yet, you just turn it down. Chinmo responded honestly, well, it was for my 80,000. 80,000. Ming Ming fell into contemplation. Sitting next to Chinmo, Li Gu gently took her hand. Mo, what do you need the money for? Li Gu's tone was filled with tenderness. Saving up to marry a wife. Chinmo mumbled softly. Li Gu paused, but merely took it as a jest from Chinmo. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, the three of them settled down to rest. Chinmo buried her little head under the covers, secretly playing on her phone, eager to download a specialized app for purchasing virtual currency. After completing the verification process, she successfully acquired virtual currency worth 100,000 yuan just before the market closed at midnight. Ding, 100,000 yuan has been deducted from your bank card. Current balance is 4,521.00 yuan. Sighing contentedly, Chinmo tucked her phone beneath her pillow and soon drifted off to sleep. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm rang, and Chinmo rolled over, pulling the blanket over her little face. On this rare weekend, she intended to sleep well. Zzz, while she was lost in slumber, her roommates began their new day. Li Gu, I'm off to a date. Ming Ming, the busybody of the group, and the only one not single, announced. Li Gu waved goodbye to her. Once Ming Ming left, only Chinmo and Li Gu remained in the dormitory. Li Gu approached Chinmo's bed, observing the girl wrapped in her blanket like a sushi roll. A warm smile gracing her face. After checking the time, she exited the dormitory. After a while, Chinmo slowly opened her eyes, feeling a pang of hunger. Clambering out of bed, she sluggishly made her way to the restroom. After squeezing some toothpaste, she brushed her teeth while checking her phone. The virtual currency app revealed that in just half a day, it had surged nearly by 100,000. Woohoo! After washing her face, she strolled to her wardrobe. What should I wear today? At that moment, she was clad in an oversized t-shirt, the soft fabric offering her more comfort than a nightgown. For a girl, even selecting an outfit after waking up was no simple task. Browsing through her wardrobe, she felt a twinge of frustration at the several skirts she had purchased a couple of days ago. After much deliberation, she finally settled on a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved top, pairing it with a pair of flip-flops. Although she owned a pair of sports shoes, they were school issue and not particularly comfortable. Maybe I should buy a couple of pairs online. As she opened her shoe cabinet, she was taken aback to find it brimming with various types of shoes. Sneakers, sandals, dress shoes, boots. Did I mix them up? She picked up a pair size 34. If she remembered correctly, she was the only one in the dormitory with that size. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, accompanied by a delicious aroma wafting in. I'm starving. Chinemo tossed the shoes aside and turned to look that Eligo was holding a white porcelain plate with a delectable omelet rice. Gulp. Chinmo's stomach audibly betrayed her. Let's eat, Ligu said with a smile, closing the dormitory door and placing the omelet rice on Chinmo's desk. Did you make this for me? Chinemo asked. Touched. Yes, it's my first time using the school cafeteria. I might not have cooked it perfectly. Eligo dragged her chair over and sat beside Chinemo. Well, I want tea hold back then. Chinemo glanced at the only little spoon in Li Ji's hand and reached out just as Ligu scooped a bite of the omelet rice and offered it to Chinemo. Chinemo gazed at the spoonful of rice, each grain distinct and fragrant with egg, her cheeks reddening visibly. Feeding play. This is too embarrassing. Oh, cum. It was surprisingly delightful. Eventually, Chinemo managed to overcome her initial shyness, successfully achieving the feat of being fed by the beautiful girl. Such a good girl that Eligo wiped Chinmo's mouth with a napkin and gently patted the top of her head. Ligu, tonight I'll treat you to hot pot. Chinmo's wallet was pleasantly plump. Hot pot. Suddenly, Xiaoyu pushed the door open and entered. A Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Chinmo exclaimed in surprise. I left my homework behind, so I came back early. Are you secretly going to eat without me with Ligu? Xiaoyu set down her backpack with a cold smile and then retrieved a box of strawberry cake from within. After Chinmo discovered that she had transformed into a girl, she found herself utterly powerless against sweet treats. Originally, she thought to bring a little comfort for you, all alone in your dormitory. However, it seems, Xiaoyu waved the cake around, that I said I would treat everyone to some. Chinmo patted her flat chest. Great. When are we setting off? Have we contacted Ming Ming? Xiaoyu also became excited. Dining with several girls is certainly much livelier than a date for just two in the evening. Xiaoyu, Ligu, and Chinmo departed from the school. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Ming Ming called to say she was bringing her boyfriend along. No problem. Chinmo didn't think much of it. However, the boy sitting across from her, Xiaoyu, revealed a somewhat peculiar expression. After the call ended, the three of them began to order dishes. Hello, you can order the soup base first. The waiter kindly reminded them, a yin yang pot. Chinmo held the menu, craving spicy food lately. I'm fine with that. The other two agreed as well. Let us go with the yin yang pot, medium spice, considering that others might not handle spice well. Chinmo opted for a medium level of heat. After a moment, Ming Ming arrived with a rather unremarkable-looking boy. Before anyone could greet him, he plopped down on the sofa, frowning at the soup base before him. You know, right? I can't eat spicy food. What does this mean? Chapter 24. Heavy drinking. Chinmo thought, what a social awkwardness. Ming Ming also felt awkward. She waved over a staff member. Excuse me, could you move the spicy pot a bit over there? After this gesture, the boy's expression softened slightly as he took out his phone and began to play with it. Wang Lu, greet my friend. Ming Ming nudged the boy. He, however, was impatient, continuing to scroll on his phone, seemingly checking stock prices. Ming Ming, let us order. We've nearly finished. Eligo completely ignored the man, handing the menu to Ming Ming. All right, sure. Ming Ming's face turned somewhat grim, and Xiaoyu fell silent since this boy's arrival. Once the food was served, Ming Ming tried hard to lighten the mood, but even Chinmo sensed a heavy atmosphere at the table. Buzzing. At that moment, Ming Ming's boyfriend received a call and left the table. Sorry, he has been having trouble at work lately, and his temper is quite short. Ming Ming spoke up to apologize for her boyfriend's earlier rudeness. Choo-choo. Chinmo was at a loss for words. Focused on the tender lamb slices Ligu had given her. Try this. Ligu added a shrimp ball to Chinmo's plate. Only Xiaoyu watched Ming Ming, her face reflecting some strange emotions. Ming Ming, she began, her voice trailing off. Ming Ming asked, puzzled. Actually, I saw your boyfriend yesterday. Before she could finish, the boy returned, phone in hand. Ming Ming, there are matters at the securities office. I need to get back to work. With that, he prepared to leave. Wait. Chinemo suddenly called out. The boy turned around, puzzled. He really had no interest in dining with a group of students. That stock you were looking at earlier is likely to plummet next week. If you bought it, you should sell it quickly, Chinemo said casually while chewing her food. Huh. This is absurd. What does this little brat know about stocks? Is he trying to teach a financial master's graduate how to do their job? Ridiculous. After all, he was a graduate from a top financial academy abroad. That stock had been selected after considerable research as the next major recommendation from the securities office. MOMO. What are you saying? Ming Ming was also somewhat taken aback, but, knowing Wang Li's temperament, quickly urged Chinemo to stop. Well, just consider it a joke. Chinemo continued eating. She meant well, having casually glanced at the odds, which were nearly at 88, if money was invested. It would likely lead to substantial losses. Humph, Wang Li scoffed, then left without looking back. Ming Ming sighed, sinking into the sofa, losing her appetite for hot pot. Ming Ming. Xiao Yu, seeing Ming Ming's despondent demeanor, felt even more hesitant to speak. MOMO. You can read the stock market. Li Ge, however, found a new topic. I know a little bit. Chinemo, I am quite humble about IT. MOMO. You are amazing. Li Ge smiled and added a piece of beef to Chinemo's plate. You two are going to lose me as your roommate. And me. Ming Ming and Xiao Yu, sitting opposite, watched this scene unfold, inexplicably feeling like they were being force-fed dog food. The atmosphere gradually lightened at the table. Shall we go karaoke? I'll treat. Ming Ming, evidently feeling frustrated, suggested another outing. Do we have classes tomorrow? Chinemo, however, was a straightforward guy, completely missing the implications. Fortunately, Xiao Yu covered her mouth to silence her. Let us go. We are sisters. I will accompany you until the end of time. Xiao Yu declared. Li Ge looked at Chinemo, smiling subtly in agreement. The group left the hot pot restaurant and headed toward a nearby KTV. The four of them rented a small room. Ming Ming even bought over 10 bottles of alcohol and, once seated, opened a bottle to start drinking. Did I ask this? Okay. Chinemo asked nervously. Ming Ming, she averages 6 breakups a year. Not a single relationship lasts more than 2 months. Overall, it seems she has a knack for attracting scumbags, Li Ge responded. Chinemo felt she was gaining insight. Shall we sing? Li Ge handed a microphone to Chinemo. Chinemo shook her head vigorously. She was absolutely tone-deaf, and singing was simply social suicide. Xiao Yu? Li Ge passed the microphone to Xiao Yu, who waved her hand, clearly preoccupied with her own thoughts. Dream. Li Ge considered for a moment and then decided against it, moving over to the song selection area instead. After flipping through, he found a sentimental English song. Let us sing together. Li Ge returned. Sitting beside Chinemo and placing another microphone in her hand, Chinemo felt that not singing in this atmosphere would only make things more awkward, so she steeled herself to join in. As the prelude ended, she struggled to keep up with the rhythm. However, the soft, sweet voice emanating from the speakers wasn't so hard to listen to after all. Along with her voice was a gentle, melodious tone from Li Ge, who sang far better than Chinemo had anticipated. Xiao Yu was also taken aback by this voice. Li Ge. You sing beautifully. She had been classmates with Li Ge for over 3 years and was hearing him sing for the first time. The lyrics were at the part of Only You. Holding the microphone, Li Ge smiled softly and then turned his gaze toward Chinemo. Chinemo was rendered speechless, simply because in those eyes, there was truly only her. Woof, 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 please, I'm on the brink of heartbreak here. Ming Ming gulped down another couple of drinks. You broke up last month. Wasn't it me and Li Ge who carried you back from the bar? Xiao Yu sighed. Duh. Let us not talk about scummy men. Come drink with me. Ming Ming rested her head on her hand, clearly tipsy. I'll pass. Watching Ming Ming offer a large cup of yellow liquid. Chinemo quickly shook her head. Drink. Aren't we good sisters? Ming Ming's cheeks were already flushed. Chinemo sipped a small mouthful, sticking closely to the cup wall. That you're raising fish. Ming Ming got angry. This beer has an extremely low alcohol content. She was tipsy because she had also drunk a few shots of hard liquor. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Chinemo held her breath and took several big swigs. Soon, the bitter taste of beer spread in her mouth. All right, that should be enough. Li Ge took the cup, which still had half left. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, smack. Chinemo's head tilted, and she toppled over. Chapter 25. If one drinks too much, do they still have to take responsibility? What is wrong? Are you okay? Having barely consumed half a glass, How did she end up in such a state? The people present were all flustered. Yet only Li Gu remained composed, for she could feel the small head resting on her shoulder, breathing steadily, albeit with a hint of alcohol on the exhale. Is there a pharmacy nearby? I need to procure some hangover remedy. Meng Meng soon regained her senses, realizing that when she had urged Chen Mo to drink, she hadn't anticipated her remarkable tolerance for alcohol. I'll accompany you, Xiao Yu, observing Meng Meng's unsteady gait, hurried to catch up. Once the door was closed again, only Chen Mo and Li Gu remained in the private room that Li Gu gently embraced Chen Mo's shoulders. Fanning her lightly, squinting, Chen Mo's delicate face suddenly contorted in discomfort, nauseous. Li Gu swiftly discerned Chen Mo's predicament and promptly assisted her out the door towards the restroom. At this hour, the KTV was bustling with patrons. The sight of a beautiful woman supporting a petite girl in the corridor instantly drew glances that as they rounded a corner, a middle-aged man approached, offering assistance. Beautiful lady, may I help? He extended his hand towards Chen Mo's arm. However, before he could touch her, Li Gu swiftly pulled Chen Mo into her embrace. That I'm afraid we don't need any assistance, she stated firmly. With a jolt, Chen Mo reluctantly opened her eyes, her surroundings spinning. You're just a little girl. It must be tiring to take care of her. Let me help. I'm quite strong, the man said with a lecherous grin that Li Gu, supporting Chen Mo, prepared to retrieve her phone when the man leaned closer. What are you doing? A sharp, youthful voice rang out, as Chen Mo finally focused her bleary gaze on the man, glaring fiercely as if ready to pounce. Hick, she inadvertently let out a loud belch, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The man's surprise rendered him momentarily speechless. Dare you lay a finger on her? Believe me, I'll make you regret it. Chen Mo shielded Li Gu behind her and brandished her small fists. Feeling a surge of confidence, she believed she could easily crush such a scoundrel with just a fingertip. At that moment, a few onlookers were drawn to the commotion in the corridor. The middle-aged man, realizing he was in a society governed by law and order, glanced at Chen Mo and decided to retreat. Did you see that? He is afraid of me, Chen Mo exclaimed, her face lighting up with a triumphant expression, reveling in her victory. Pfft. Li Gu couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Mo's endearing antics as they continued towards the restroom. That I'll be right back. Chen Mo released Li Ji's arm, leaning against the wall as she sauntered toward the blue sign. Wrong way, Li Gu gently redirected her towards the pink one. Did I es it? Chen Mo pondered, glancing down in confusion as Li Gu guided her inside. Still feeling nauseous, a soft voice inquired beside her. I'm not drunk, Chen Mo protested, shaking her head. Good. Then do you need to use the restroom? Li Gu coaxed. I can't hear, Chen Mo replied, looking around with wide eyes. How about washing my face? Li Gu turned on the tap to check the water temperature. I'm not drunk, Chen Mo insisted, hands on her hips. Indeed, you aren't. Just a quick wash, and then we'll prepare to return to the dormitory. Li Gu continued to soothe her. Not returning to the dorm, Chen Mo retorted. A dignified girl of stature shouldn't stay in a girl's dormitory. Then where will you stay? Li Gu asked, smiling at the little cutie before her. That sweet smile, coupled with Li Ji's enchanting visage, left Chen Mo momentarily speechless. How about a luxurious presidential suite? She suggested. You think I'm not drunk? Li Gu reached for Chen Mo, intending to help her pat her face dry. Don't, Chen Mo protested, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Why not? Li Gu said, already applying a cool wet wipe to Chen Mo's flushed cheeks. The refreshing sensation made Chen Mo squint her eyes in delight. The dorm beds are too hard. I don't like them, Chen Mo complained. All right, I'll book a room for you, Li Gu said, seizing the opportunity to playfully rub Chen Mo's cheek. That I'm alone. And I'll be scared, Chen Mo declared with conviction. She was just a little girl. Living alone in a suite was unsafe. That I'll accompany you, Li Gu assured as she cleaned Chen Mo's face. Then took her small hands to rinse them under the tap. Really? Chen Mo perked up. Upon returning to the private room, Meng Meng and the others had returned with the hangover remedies. Candy, Li Gu handed over the pills. What candy? Chen Mo asked, her expression skeptical. Are you kidding me? It's obviously a hangover remedy, she scoffed, her face radiating disdain. Strawberry flavor, Li Gu offered alongside a bottle of mineral water. What? There is actually a strawberry-flavored hangover remedy. How astonishing, Chen Mo exclaimed, opening her mouth to taste. Slurp, slurp, After consuming the medicine, she pondered for a long while, detecting neither the taste of grass nor berries. That you're a liar. The little girl fumed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. I am not lying. You must have drunk too much to notice, Li Gu replied, sealing the bottle of water and contacting the butler. Oh, was it really me who drank too much? Chinemo fell into another round of contemplation. Well, we should head back now. See you tomorrow. Xiaoyu pulled Ming Ming into a taxi, waving goodbye to Li Gu before departing. With the effects of the hangover remedy kicking in, Chinemo transformed into a limp heap. Hanging on to Li Gu, miss. The butler arrived just then, eager to assist, but was halted by Li Gu. Has the room been booked? She inquired while helping Chinemo into the car. Everything is arranged, the butler nodded. Soon, the car door closed, and they drove into the night. Motion sickness knows no bounds. One can feel nauseous in a taxi just as easily as in a Maybach. Upon exiting the car, Chinemo leaned against a lamppost, retching for what felt like an eternity. Drink some water, Li-Gu handed her the bottle. Thank you. Chinemo nodded. At the front desk. Do you recall your ID number? Li Gu asked. Chinemo nodded, having obtained all the information of her new identity after her rebirth. Though her thoughts were muddled, she still retained that knowledge. After acquiring the room key and entering the elevator, she suddenly queried, Wait, where are we? In a hotel, Li Gu answered. Oh, this is urgent. Seeking online assistance if I drank too much. Should I still be held accountable? Chinemo panicked. Chapter 26. This little MO is simply lacking. Ding. After swiping the card, the door swung open. This suite was located on the hotel's highest floor. Upon entering, the automatic curtains drew back, revealing the dazzling nightscape of Hangzhou through the expansive glass windows. Still feeling dizzy, Li Gu gently seated Chinemo on the sofa. Chinemo lowered her head, propping her face with her hands. How had she dragged Li Gu into this situation? It felt rather peculiar. I'll prepare a bath for you. Just a quick rinse, Li Gu said, rising to head towards the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Chinemo suddenly grabbed her arm. No, I can manage myself, she said, feeling a bit shy. After all, she had already caused enough trouble. With that, the little girl swayed and made her way to the bathroom. The suite was spacious, featuring not only a shower area, but also a large circular bathtub. Adjacent to the bathtub was a floor-to-ceiling window. The design allowed guests to observe the bustling traffic below while remaining unseen from the outside. Once she had removed her clothing, Chinemo realized she had forgotten to bring her slippers. Barefoot, she let her hair down and turned on the tap. Hiss! The air was cool, causing a shiver to run through her as the young girl tiptoed, raising her hand to retrieve a large bath towel, which she draped over her petite frame. However, she soon found herself utterly perplexed by the intricate mechanism of the facility, unsure of how to turn on the hot water. With a sigh, she padded towards the edge of the bathtub, swaying left and right. After a yawn, she attempted to fill the tub with water. To her delight, this time, hot water flowed. Testing the temperature, she stepped into the bathtub, feeling the warmth envelop her. Zizzy after a while. The bathroom door creaked open, and Li Gu entered, observing the scene before her with a sigh. M.O.M.O., she called softly, approaching the edge of the tub. Chinemo opened her eyes, slightly intoxicated, muttering, I can't soak in the bath. Li Gu intended to pull her out. Chinemo turned her head, her cheeks flushing as she realized Li Gu had just emerged from a shower, wrapped only in a towel to be good, Li Gu said, extending her arms to effortlessly lift the little girl from the tub. After carefully adjusting the water temperature, she began to assist in washing her. Shampoo was lathered, and she stood behind the girl, gently washing her hair. Chinmo's mind was completely befuddled until she found herself clean and pressed against the edge of the bed. As so soft, the hotel bed sank beneath her as she sat down. Li Gu brought over a hairdryer and sat beside Chinemo, helping to dry her hair. Drowsily, she leaned against Li Gu. Girls are wonderful. Their bodies are fragrant and soft. Her gaze gradually became vacant. Winky face, all right, it's time for bed. Li Gu pulled back a corner of the blanket. Okay. Chinemo tucked the blanket around herself, covering half her face, revealing only her two little eyes and nose. With a click, the lights dimmed, and shortly after, the door was quietly closed. Something felt amiss with the unfolding story. Chinemo sat up, staring at the pitch-black room in bewilderment. The sound of soft footsteps echoed, barefoot, on the tiled floor. She walked over to the door and opened it in the living room. A floor lamp illuminated the space, where a girl was curled up on the sofa, wearing frameless glasses and engrossed in a thick book. Li Gu, why don't you sleep in here? Chen Mo's hand tightened around the oversized hotel nightgown she wore. Are you afraid? Li Gu inserted a bookmark, then approached, gently ruffling the girl's hair before placing a tender kiss on her small face. Due to using the same body wash, both of them now carried a subtle floral fragrance. Chen Mo's ears turned pink. She felt she shouldn't let the girl sleep on the sofa. No, I can sleep on the sofa. Saying this, Chen Mo promptly lay down on the couch. Although it was merely a sofa, it was far more comfortable than the hard bed in her dormitory. She clutched a small blanket and promptly closed her eyes. Seeing Chen Mo's flustered demeanor, Li Gu merely closed the door and returned to the sofa's side. I'll just read a bit in the living room. With that, she picked up the hefty book again. Chen Mo opened her eyes to see it was an English original, titled something about hotel management. In short, it was entirely unsuitable as a bedtime read. Li Gu leaned against the sofa, reading intently, occasionally jotting down notes with a pen. Watching the gradually blurring figure before her, Chen Mo unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, she experienced a slight ringing in her ears and a lingering bitterness in her mouth. Alcohol, my lifelong adversary. She clenched her small fists, pondering how she ended up back in bed. With a click, the door opened, and the enticing aroma of food wafted in. Mo, get up for breakfast. We still need to head to school. Li Gu announced. Okay. Chen Mo nodded eagerly and jumped out of bed to change her clothes. Thankfully, she hadn't soiled herself the previous night. Memories of yesterday flooded back, and she wished she could just sink into a crack in the ground. After a bit of a struggle, she dressed and made her way to the open kitchen adjacent to the living room. The long table, covered with a white tablecloth, was laden with a variety of breakfast dishes. What a feast! Chen Mo rubbed her belly. Let's start with some porridge. It's light and should sit well, Li Gu suggested. After satisfying their appetites, the two made their way downstairs, ready to leave upon entering the lobby. The staff greeted Li Gu with great respect. Miss Li. Chen Mo, witnessing this, recalled the book Li Gu had read last night. This isn't your family's hotel, is it? She inquired. Well, it is part of my family's business. Li Gu replied nonchalantly. This hotel, known as Xia Pavilion, ranked among the top high-end hotels in Huagua. The brand alone was valued at over 100 billion in assets. Let us go, we're going to be late, Li Gu said, glancing at her watch before pulling Chen Mo towards a Maybach. Their essay sang about the disparity between people, and early in the morning, Chen Mo felt the stark contrast of the world. During a break between classes, she discreetly opened her cryptocurrency app, astonished to find that her assets had doubled overnight, nearing 500,000 at the speed of appreciation exceeded her expectations. However, if she could stake $1 million on cryptocurrency, wouldn't she be a billionaire in a month? One must have dreams in life. Mo, what are you looking at? Li Gu suddenly leaned in, glancing at the small device in her hand. A cryptocurrency app, Chen Mo replied. What is cryptocurrency? Li Gu asked, intrigued that it's similar to stocks but with much larger fluctuations. Chen Mo explained succinctly. How much did you invest? Li Gu inquired with concern. Not much. The recent trend has been quite favorable. Chen Mo assured her. Mo, I'm sorry about yesterday. Let me treat you to some milk. Meng approached Chen Mo's desk, placing a can of milk down. Thank you, Chen Mo said, accepting the milk and taking a sip. At that moment, Meng noticed the phone on the table. Did I ask this stock too? She asked, leaning in for a closer look. Due to her boyfriend, she had recently been brushing up on investment and stock market information. She could comprehend typical stock market fluctuations. Wow, your stock is soaring, she exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. This ISNTA stock, it's a type of cryptocurrency, Chen Mo quickly clarified, switching the screen to Could you teach me how to buy it? I have a bit of pocket money, and it would be great to make some profit, Meng asked earnestly. Sure, but investing comes with risks, so you must ensure you can handle that, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. After all, the cryptocurrency market was limited. She couldn't possibly monopolize it all. Is cryptocurrency riskier than stocks? Meng wondered, having previously invested in some funds with little success. Stocks have a limit. If they drop to 10, trading halts, preserving a fraction of the principal for investors. However, there are no such restrictions in cryptocurrency, Chen Mo explained, displaying her expertise on the subject. How much did you invest? Meng asked curiously. About 100,000. Chen Mo admitted without hesitation. So much. Meng was taken aback, but quickly realized that no one would invest such a substantial amount without reason. It's all right. The recent gains have been quite impressive. Chen Mo said, flashing a sweet smile. All right, I have 3,000. Can you help me invest it? If it makes money, I'll share half with you. Meng Meng was generous, eager to prove herself to her boyfriend. So she wouldn't be labeled as merely pretty, but dim-witted. Are you sure? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly that I'll transfer the money to you. You help me invest it. Meng Meng, pulling out her phone, sent Chen Mo the money. Ding, successfully transferred 3,000 yuan. Upon receiving the message on her phone, Chen Mo promptly transferred the funds into her cryptocurrency account. Following that, she engaged in a discussion with Meng Meng about various aspects of virtual currency. Throughout the morning, Chen Mo languidly rested her head on the desk, gazing at the examination papers. Unexpectedly, during self-study class, Jiang Yujie entered the classroom. Ahem, everyone, let's perk up a bit. The registration for this semester's mathematics competition has commenced. This time, there are 3 slots available for the provincial level to participate in the national competition. That is 1 more slot than last year, providing everyone an opportunity to showcase their talents. After making this announcement, Jiang Yujie affixed a poster regarding the math competition to the side of the podium. Please spare us. I truly didn't comprehend a single word from the last competition paper. The 50 yuan registration fee is equivalent to a day trip to Hangzhou. This is not something ordinary individuals can attend. Isn't it just a battle of the titans every year? I have no desire to participate. But that doesn't prevent my mother from believing in my capabilities. Below the podium, the previously morose atmosphere shifted, with most students lamenting, yet Chen Mo merely stifled a yawn, indicating her lack of interest in paying the fee. Chen Mo, step outside with me for a moment, Jiang Yujie called out after finishing her poster. Chen Mo blinked in surprise before standing up. Once in the corridor, Jiang Yujie inquired, do you have any thoughts regarding the competition? Me? I don't wish to participate, Chen Mo pondered for a second. Your grades are commendable, and the math teacher mentioned that if you join, you have a good chance of placing. Why do you not wish to take part? Jiang Yujie pressed. The registration fee is 50 yuan, and I don't want to travel that far for the competition, that if I passed the provincial competition, I would have to attend the national competition. And there is a possibility of a week-long intensive training program that I in my previous life. I was lured into participating for the sake of gaining those additional 5 or 10 points during the academic assessments, which was hardly worth it. This time, participating in the competition offers special rewards from Hangzhou University. If one passes the provincial exam, there is an 8,000 yuan scholarship. Achieving a notable rank in the national competition would mean early admission to Hangzhou University, along with a waiver of all tuition fees during university. Jiang Yujie elaborated. Early admission, which means I could graduate directly? Chen Mo fell into contemplative silence, realizing the generous incentives being offered. Please consider it. I understand your family situation is somewhat complicated, but the teachers believe in you. Jiang Yujie gently patted Chen Mo's shoulder, showcasing her unwavering confidence in her. Thank you, teacher, that I will think it over. Chen Mo nodded and returned to the classroom. At this moment, her classmates had also noticed the poster detailing the scholarship and admission opportunities, resulting in a wave of excitement. Mo. Did the teacher call you out to discuss the competition? Her desk mate, Xiaoli, inquired with curiosity. Yes, Chen Mo replied with a nod. She then took out her phone to search for information about Hangzhou University. The university's reputation in the country rivals that of Tsinghua and Beida, and it ranks highly globally. The annual tuition and fees, while not exorbitant, accumulate to nearly 10,000 yuan over 3 years. That if Chen Mo could participate in the exchange student program, the school would even fully subsidize her overseas expenses. It seemed like a rather lucrative deal. Last time, Chen Mo achieved a perfect score in math. If she enters the competition, her results are bound to be impressive. Indeed, several classmates chimed in agreement. The classroom buzzed with discussion, while one girl remained fixated on her exam paper. Zhao Yusin, the class representative for mathematics and consistently a top performer, had placed 15th in last year's provincial competition. Upon hearing her classmates' praises for Chen Mo, her expression soured. Chapter 28. In-level vehicles? At dinner in the cafeteria, Mo. Meng Meng called out, waving her phone. Chen Mo looked up from her meal. The cryptocurrency has surged, Meng Meng exclaimed, astonishment evident on her face. She had not anticipated such a dramatic rise in just one afternoon. The current price of a single virtual coin was 1,051 yuan, while they had purchased it earlier that morning at 932 yuan. Essentially, she had made nearly 400 yuan that afternoon. That is typical, Chen Mo replied as she continued to eat. She had invested merely 3,000 yuan and earned 400 that if Chen Mo had invested 100,000. Wouldn't she? Ming Ming's gaze towards Chen Mo shifted, awed by this little phenomenon. Stay calm. It should reach its peak tomorrow, Chen Mo stated, her expression serene. What are you chatting about? Wang Chenhao approached with his meal tray. Brother Hao, I'll treat you to a chicken leg. Chen Mo greeted warmly, feeling a twinge of gratitude for Wang Chenhao, who had stood up for her last time and faced 2 punches from Li Hongqiang. Wow, I'm so touched, Wang Chenhao exclaimed, quickly taking a seat beside her. By the way, you mentioned a peak. You're not talking about stocks, are you? He asked, pushing his plate of braised pork towards Chen Mo and Li Ge. I am referring to virtual currency, Chen Mo replied, not hesitating to grab a piece of pork. Can you buy skins with it? Like from that penguin company? Wang Chenhao queried, somewhat confused that no, you can think of it as a type of stock. Chen Mo said, too preoccupied with her meal to elaborate further. Impressive, Mo. You actually understand this. Wang Chenhao chuckled, that moment. An unwelcome presence reappeared. Despite the ample empty seats in the cafeteria, Li Hongqiang chose to sit at the table next to Chen Mo and her friends. Showing off, he sneered derisively. Who are you talking about? Wang Chenhao snapped, slamming his chopsticks down. Whoever it is knows in their heart, Li Hongqiang retorted smugly. Wang Chenhao, don't get too worked up. Li Gu is still here. Anyone causing trouble will face consequences, he continued, laughing as he ate. What a lowlife. Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes in irritation. You're the one who is truly foolish. How could anyone make money investing in virtual currency? Li Hongqiang scoffed, and my cousin has already told me that such things are simply not viable. His tone dripped with condescension towards Chen Mo, clearly recalling how embarrassed he had been last time in front of her. I think you're the one pretending to know something, Ming retorted, her patience wearing thin as she saw the mockery directed at her friend. I know more than you ignorant fools. Virtual currency is on the brink of disappearing from the market. Without major players backing your investments, you're merely fodder for the big players to harvest, Li Hongqiang boasted, oblivious to the fact that no one was inclined to pay him any mind. Mo, I believe in you. I'll transfer you 3,005, and you can invest it for me that if it rises, I'll split the profits with you, Wang Chenhao declared as he pulled out his phone to transfer his savings to Chen Mo. Fine, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. As purchasing cryptocurrency was not particularly complex, to be careful you don't lose your principal, Li Hongqiang chimed in, visibly annoyed. That won't happen. I made 400 yuan this afternoon. Ming couldn't help but blurt out, her voice louder than intended, instantly drawing attention. Chen Mo felt slightly embarrassed. The nature of virtual currency is such that its value can rise dramatically yet plummet just as steeply. Hence, she was reluctant to have too many people involved in cryptocurrency investments. While she was willing to assist her friends, she feared that others drawn into it might indeed end up as mere fodder. Upon hearing this, Li Hongqiang fell silent. 400 yuan in one afternoon? What student could achieve that without feeling envious? He hastily finished a few bites of his meal and exited the cafeteria, immediately searching for the latest trading trends in virtual currency. Sure enough, it was currently on a steep upward trajectory. Reflecting on Chen Mo and her friend's confident demeanor, he steeled himself to invest his pocket money. Later that evening, in the dormitory, Mo, do you think this virtual currency can keep rising for long? I want to ask my dad for my New Year's money, Ming asked, gazing at the continuously ascending line graph on her screen that in more investments, we should sell in a day. Chen Mo advised as she checked the cryptocurrency's performance daily. Just one day left? Sigh. At this rate, I could soon afford that Tiffany necklace. Ming lamented, clutching her pillow with a hint of disappointment. Investing requires caution, Xiao Yu chimed in. The timid starve, while the bold feast. Ming playfully stuck out her tongue and made a witty remark. After exchanging a few words, everyone soon settled down to sleep. Upon awakening, Chen Mo was brushing her teeth, while Ming had already set up a timed announcement of the cryptocurrency's rise that IT had increased. My Tiffany necklace has arrived. At that moment, in her eyes, Mo was like a little fortune god. Rest assured, there is still one last small peak this afternoon. Chen Mo calmly continued brushing her teeth. However, upon arriving at the classroom, her desk mate, Xiao Li, suddenly pulled her aside with a conspiratorial air. Did you know? Li Hongqiang from the next class made a fortune in stocks that I heard he earned over 300 in just one night. Xiao Li was always well informed when it came to gossip. Oh, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. According to common sense, such returns in the stock market were impossible overnight. In this case, there could only be one possibility. Li Hongqiang had also invested in cryptocurrency. MO, this is the registration form for you from Teacher Jiang. At that moment, Li Gu approached, placing the competition registration form on Chen Mo's desk. Li Gu, are you participating in the competition? Chen Mo inquired, lifting her head. But my math scores aren't as good as yours. Li Gu playfully ruffled Chen Mo's hair. No worries, if you don't understand anything, just ask me. I'll teach you, but can't guarantee you'll master it. Chen Mo squinted her eyes, savoring the delightful sensation of being patted on the head. Xiaoli, witnessing this scene, silently turned away, feeling a bit sour. As evening descended, Chen Mo calculated the perfect moment to withdraw all her cryptocurrency investments, totaling just over 1 million. After deducting what she owed to Meng Meng and Wang Chenhao, she effectively pocketed over 1,008,000. Ding. Host has successfully completed the task. Task rewards have been unlocked. Would you like to open the mysterious treasure chest X1? The familiar system voice echoed, and Chen Mo rubbed her hands together. Open it. She hesitated not at all. Congratulations, host, you have obtained N-level vehicle X1. N-level? Are you kidding me? Chen Mo was aware that UR was the highest tier in card draws, followed by SSR, SR, R, and N was the most basic level. Her luck was abysmal. Chapter 29. The speed is too fast, but what exactly is an N-level vehicle? Chen Mo felt a twinge of confusion and called upon the system once more. System warehouse. Would you like to extract N-level vehicle X1? Extract. The vehicle has successfully been delivered to the host. Located in the student parking lot of Hangzhou University Affiliated School, C District, parking space 22. So soon. A hint of surprise crossed Chen Mo's face. Soon after, a beam of light appeared before her, gradually forming a car key within the glow. Even amidst self-study class, although everyone had their heads down, the intense light made Chen Mo tense up instantly. She quickly raised her hand to shield her eyes and glanced around. It seems no one else can see this light. Note, the existence of this system will not be discovered by outsiders. Please rest assured, host. Phew, what a splendid system. Chen Mo wiped the sweat from her forehead and began examining the car key on her desk. It was a small key, yet it felt substantial, and most importantly, it came with a little remote that seemed it was not a bicycle. Not bad. That a faint smile graced Chen Mo's face. That a new task has been initiated. Please purchase a property before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Accepting the task will grant you 1 million yuan for purchasing the property. Upon successful completion, obtain the divine skill of choosing at will. Wow. This system is generous. Another million. In this life, she was about to embark on a wonderfully peculiar journey of having a sister, a house, and being orphaned. In the following days, Chen Mo explored numerous properties for sale in Hangzhou. Given her requirements, the most suitable option was a well-decorated apartment. However, the prices for such apartments were surprisingly high. After viewing several, she found them all beyond her budget, leaving her quite conflicted that on the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, school was dismissed early. Oh, Mo, see you after the holiday. After saying goodbye to Meng Meng and Xiu, they left the dormitory with their bags. Chen Mo, having seen off her roommates, turned to Li Gu, who was still in the dorm. Li Gu, are you free? Of course. What is up? Li Gu smiled as she looked up. Come with me to buy something. Chen Mo tucked her phone into her pocket and opened the drawer to retrieve the car key inside. For the past few days, she had been suppressing her curiosity. And finally, the day had come. She was about to meet her grand vehicle. Leaving the dorm, Li Gu accompanied Chen Mo to the parking lot. After the holiday began, the student parking lot was empty. Where's my car? Chen Mo looked around, but she saw no trace of the supercar she envisioned. The parking lot contained only a few battered bicycles and a compact electric scooter. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt a wave of despondency wash over her. She pressed the unlock button on the key. Beep beep. The small electric scooter emitted a prompt sound, and the lights flashed. Mo, when did you buy an electric scooter? Li Gu, initially puzzled about why they had detoured to the parking lot, asked at I ordered it online a few days ago. Chen Mo felt like crying. It was a pink electric scooter, looking rather cutesy. Gazing at it, her face was filled with disdain. Have you prepared a helmet? Li Gu, however, was quite taken with it and had already walked over to inspect the scooter. Let me take a look. Chen Mo opened the storage compartment of the scooter with the key. To her surprise, the system had generously provided her with 2 helmets. However, why did one of the helmets have cat ears? Would anyone even like such a design? Wow, so cute, Li Gu exclaimed as she picked up the cat-eared helmet. Chen Mo felt defeated. As expected, Li Gu immediately placed the helmet on Chen Mo's head. The helmet fit perfectly, and after fastening the buckle, Li Gu took out her phone to snap a picture. Smile, without waiting for Chen Mo to prepare, she pressed the shutter. The little girl in the photo looked a bit dazed, but unexpectedly adorable. This is so embarrassing. Who would wear such a helmet out in public? All right, let us go. Li Gu donned the other helmet. Okay. Gritting her teeth, Chen Mo approached the electric scooter and sat down. The seat felt a bit high. Wait a moment, what was I supposed to do next? Fold up the kickstand? Chen Mo fell into contemplation, realizing she didn't know how to operate an electric scooter. What is wrong? Li Gu noticed that Chen Mo seemed a bit off. How do you start this thing? QAQ. Chen Mo turned to Li Gu, her innocent eyes reflecting her confusion, her little legs trembling slightly as they rested on the scooter. Huh. Let me handle it. That Li Gu stifled a laugh and walked over to take the handlebars. Though she had never ridden an electric scooter, riding a bicycle was similar enough, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to get the hang of it. That MOMO. Woe is me. I am utterly useless. Hop on. After a few minutes of adjustment, Li Gu called out. Okay. Chen Mo hurried over and sat on the back of the electric scooter. P.S. In this world as traffic regulations, electric scooters are allowed to carry passengers. Please do not attempt this in the real world. The seat of the electric scooter was not long, and once seated, the two had to sit quite close together. Chen Mo felt nervous, unsure where to place her hands. Are we off? Li Gu turned her head and saw Chen Mo blushing, looking awkward and flustered. It's safe, right? Chen Mo swallowed hard and asked. Panic rising within her. Doubt, of course. But you'd better hold on tight to me, as she spoke. Li Gu twisted the throttle to full power. Whoosh, the little electric scooter sprang forward, darting out of the parking lot in a flash. By the time Chen Mo reacted, her arms were already tightly wrapped around Li Gu's waist. Whoa. Girls' waists are indeed so slim and soft. On the back of the electric scooter, with the wind rushing past her ears. It was quite exhilarating. Chen Mo opened her eyes wide, taking in the scenery flanking the streets. Where are we heading? Li Gu asked. That I'll guide you. Chen Mo reminisced about her morning, recalling how she had consulted the map. The first apartment she chose to view was conveniently located not far from the school. That it was a dual-purpose commercial and residential apartment. Modest in size, yet distinguished by its exquisite decor. With a commercial street and shopping plaza situated right below. Upon arriving at the sales office, the two of them secured their vehicle and stepped inside. Apologies, but we are currently on our lunch break. A sales representative engrossed in her phone brusquely halted them at the entrance. Isn't it already 2:30? Chen Mo responded with a hint of displeasure, gesturing toward a posted schedule that clearly indicated the office hours. The Mid-Autumn Festival holiday allowed for a longer lunch break. The saleswoman did not even spare them a glance, as she hardly considered that these two young girls could afford to buy an apartment. Chapter 30. Chen Mo's face fell slightly as she sensed the disdain from the saleswoman. Just as they were about to leave, a voice from within called out, stopping them. Wait a moment. Are you here to view the apartments? I can show you around. A tall girl emerged from inside, her figure reminiscent of Meng Meng. The third button of her white shirt was straining to stay fastened, complemented by a form-fitting black skirt and high heels. Despite her light makeup, the deep dark circles under her eyes were still apparent. That my name is Shin Siyu, and I am an intern sales consultant. She introduced herself as she approached them. Isn't it a bit inconvenient during break time? Chen Mo inquired. In sales, there is no such thing as a break. Come, I'll take you upstairs to have a look. We don't have many vacant units left. Would you prefer a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom? Shin Siyu maintained a professional smile as she led them towards the lobby. The expressions of the other salespeople in the office darkened upon hearing Shin Siyu's words. This girl, who had only been with the company for a few months, had already secured the top sales performance, which left the veteran employees feeling somewhat disgruntled. This Shin girl is really naive. Does she honestly believe that those two high school-looking kids could buy a place? She's just putting on a show, not realizing that her words imply we are not diligent. I swear if she manages to close this deal, I'll seriously reconsider my career. They muttered derisively among themselves. A one-bedroom, then, Chen Mo replied, naturally drawn to the gentle demeanor of this older sister figure. There are still units available on the 18th and 26th floors, but the one-bedrooms tend to sell out quicker. Shin Siyu informed Chen Mo after a moment of thought. Chen Mo decided, Let us check the 18th floor first. The three of them entered the elevator and ascended to the 18th floor. Our apartment boasts robust security measures. To enter the residence lobby, one must swipe a card, and all public areas are monitored by cameras 24 hours a day, Shin Si-yu explained as they reached the door of one apartment. How many units are there on this floor? Chun Mo inquired. Point 4 units, and the soundproofing is quite effective. Come in and take a look, Shin Si-yu replied, entering the security code on the electronic lock, which then opened the door. This electronic lock security is rather lacking, Li Gu remarked suddenly, turning to observe the door that lacked a peephole and even an interior security chain. That can be replaced later, Shin Si-yu responded, surprised by Li Ji's caution, as most people seldom consider the security of door locks. Moreover, your resident occupancy rate is quite low, isn't it? Most people purchase commercial properties for rental purposes. Can you ensure that no undesirable individuals will infiltrate the building? Li Gu continued her probing. Chun Mo looked at Li Gu in confusion. Such concerns were far beyond her contemplation. Well, I'll need to consult the property management about that, Shin Si-yu admitted, equally perplexed. She had dealt with many challenging clients, but none had been so incisive. Let us just view the apartment for now, Li Gu suggested, not wanting to press the matter further, and followed Chun Mo into the apartment. The apartment was compact but perfectly suitable for a single occupant. The entrance featured a built-in wardrobe and shoe cabinet, designed in a minimalist style. As they ventured further in, they were greeted by a spacious, rectangular living room and a large floor-to-ceiling window. The apartment utilizes an open kitchen layout, which may not be very convenient for cooking, Shin Si-yu pointed out. Chun Mo was indifferent, as she primarily intended to prepare instant noodles at home. The view is quite lovely, Li Gu remarked, gazing out at the scenery, where the Qiantang River could be seen in the distance. Let us see the bedroom. Chun Mo expressed her curiosity regarding that aspect. Follow me this way, Shin Si-yu replied. The bedroom was impressively spacious, complete with a small walk-in closet. Shin Si-yu led them into the room, which also featured a bay window that allowed for ample natural light. Chun Mo could already envision herself lounging lazily on a soft bed, basking in the sunlight, with a cozy cushion laid out on the bay window. The design of the walk-in closet is commendable, Li Gu commented. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo walked over. Although the closet was small, it was cleverly designed with recessed cabinets, providing ample space without feeling cramped for the three of them. It should accommodate a fair amount of clothing, Li Gu noted as she ruffled Chun Mo's hair. Chun Mo's face immediately flushed with a hint of panic. She had previously noticed the shoe cabinet being filled and had only inquired once. It turned out, all those shoes were gifts from Li Gu. Was this wealthy heiress planning to turn her into a fashion model? The walk-in closet is extravagant. I think it could be converted into an esports room. Quite nice indeed, Chun Mo said with a smile. Are you a streamer, little sister? Shin Si-yu asked, intrigued. After all, Chun Mo was undeniably adorable, and the prospect of a designated gaming space in her residence piqued her interest. No, I just enjoy playing games, Chun Mo replied. I simply prefer not to sleep in a room full of skirts QAQ. After all, everyone has moments of weakness and willpower, and it was challenging for her to resist temptation. Oh, I see, Shin Si-yu nodded, then proceeded to inspect the bathroom. Overall, there were no glaring flaws in this apartment. Currently, the selling price was around $1,500,000, and if a loan were needed, I could assist in arranging that, Shin Si-yu stated, recognizing Chun Mo's genuine interest in purchasing the property, though she found her age a bit concerning for securing a loan. That I no need. I can pay in full, Chun Mo asserted, standing in the living room. Can we sign the purchase agreement today? I'm not in a rush for the other paperwork. Shin Si-yu was taken aback for a moment. Yes, of course, we can certainly do that. We will also handle all the transfer procedures within a month. She had not anticipated that this young girl would make such a swift decision. This was over $100,000, and it was to be paid in full. Chapter 31. After signing the contract and completing the payment, amidst the astonishment of everyone at the sales office, Chun Mo and Li Gu departed. Shall we go furniture shopping together? Li Gu inquired as they sat on the electric scooter. Of course, Chun Mo nodded, recognizing that purchasing furniture online would be quite inconvenient. Shall we set off? Li Gu grasped the handlebars, reminding her. Wait, Chun Mo called out to Li Gu, quickly wrapping her arms tightly around Li Ji's waist, resting her face against her back. Now we're ready, she said timidly. All right, Li Gu chuckled as she revved the throttle. The performance of this little scooter was impressive as they rode from the school area to the largest furniture market. Coincidentally, with the Mid-Autumn Festival in full swing, The furniture market was bustling with activity and crowds. Is this the Eju Furniture City? Chinemo dismounted, removing her helmet and gazing at the enormous mall before her. Let us go. Liga locked the car and took Chinmo's small hand. As they entered the shopping mall, Chinemo noticed that the only patrons visiting the furniture store were couples or families with children. She glanced up at Liga beside her, then down at their intertwined hands, and felt her ears flush with warmth. Would you like some ice cream? Liga inquired. Chinemo nodded obediently. At the entrance of the mall. A long queue formed outside the dessert shop. Wow, there are so many people buying ice cream here, Chinemo exclaimed in surprise. This is a popular dessert shop. I've heard their orange ice cream is particularly delicious. Liga replied, pulling out her phone. It seemed she intended to search for pictures of the ice cream. But Chinemo immediately spotted a photo on her wallpaper. It was one taken earlier in the school parking lot. To her astonishment, Liga had set her picture as wallpaper. Look at the posts on Xiaohong Shu. Many people have shared reviews, Liga said, presenting her phone to Chinemo. The ice cream in the photo looked utterly mouth-watering. It seems quite good. Chinemo smiled. After waiting in line for a while, they were dismayed to find that only one serving of the limited edition orange ice cream remained. That one will suffice. Liga showed no sign of disappointment. The staff, seeing the two adorable girls, generously added extra toppings. Holding a large tub of ice cream, Liga scooped a spoonful and offered it to Chinemo. Why don't you have a taste? Liga, although Chinemo protested, her eyes betrayed her desire for a taste. Be good. Open your mouth. Liga held the spoon directly before Chinemo. It's so delicious. I feel like I'm in heaven. The fragrance of orange enveloped Chinmo's lips, and the icy coolness made her feel utterly content. Is it good? Liga asked, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at the charming girl in front of her. Chinemo replied with starry eyes. The two continued to share the ice cream as they walked toward the entrance of the mall. What are we going to buy? Chinemo raised her hand, holding a small notebook, a pen, and a paper measuring tape. These were provided by the mall for customers to record their selections. It seems you have nothing there, Liga recalled. Upon entering, they were greeted by various beautifully decorated model rooms, each showcasing different design styles with matching furniture, all exuding a warm and homely atmosphere. First, we need to buy a bed, Chinemo stated decisively, heading straight for the bedroom section to choose a style. Hello, are you looking for a bed? The sales assistant approached eagerly upon seeing the lovely girl. Yes, I want a big one, Chinemo declared boldly. A double bed. How about this one? The sales assistant pointed to a princess-style bed, adorned with a headboard shaped like a small crown. Not this one. That one seems nice. Chinemo pointed to a deep brown wooden bed, designed simply yet elegantly. This bed is a special design by a master known for studying Zen philosophy. Everything is great except the sales assistant grew a bit awkward. What is wrong? Chinemo asked as she approached the bed, not sensing anything amiss. This bed is quite low. I heard the designer intended it to be more grounded for meditation. The sales assistant explained, somewhat embarrassed. Perfect. We'll take this one. Chinemo sat on the edge of the bed and found it indeed lower than the others. However, she knew her sleeping habits were not the best. And in case she rolled off, it wouldn't hurt as much if it was lower. The sales assistant was taken aback, not expecting this little girl to be a meditation enthusiast. Lower is more stable. And it's quieter. Chinemo murmured to herself. More stable? Quieter. Is she planning to? The sales assistant suddenly felt as if a wheel had rolled over his face. He turned to check the stock. He clenched his fists. How could anyone take advantage of such a cute little girl? Meanwhile, Liga chuckled and ruffled Chinmo's hair, recalling the last time Chinmo had woken up and fallen out of bed with a thud. Thinking of the bed made Chinmo's bottom ache slightly in sympathy. I feel so wronged, she said pitifully. Hearing this, the sales assistant felt utterly defeated. After selecting the bed, they moved on to sofas, TV cabinets, dining tables, and chairs. While they didn't buy much furniture, they filled a shopping cart with various household items. How about this? Ligu approached a large shopping basket and pulled out a plush shark toy. A chubby deep blue shark that looked incredibly adorable. Shark. Chinmo's eyes lit up. After all, who wouldn't adore such a cute shark? The little girl hugged the plushie, which was almost half her size, making it difficult for her to see the path ahead. Should we put it in the car? Li Gu suggested. No, I want to carry it, Chinmo replied, tilting her head as she struggled to walk with the shark in her arms. This scene was irresistibly cute, and many passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the little girl with her adorable toy. "Excuse me, may I trouble you for a photo with your sister?" A manager approached that we'd like to display the photo in our customer satisfaction showcase as a promotional gesture. And as a thank you, we'll give you a 1,000 yuan gift card. Chunmo's eyes sparkled at the mention of the shopping card. "A 1,000 yuan gift card?" she exclaimed. "Yes, please follow me to take the picture." The manager invited, leading them into the staff area. "Is it 1,000 each?" Chunmo inquired, her mind racing. "Of course." The manager replied generously. Confident that their large mall could afford such an expense, that he guided them into a small photography studio. "Wow, this is so professional," Chunmo exclaimed, holding her shark toy with amazement. "Yes, we also have an online store and usually take product photos here," the manager explained, calling over a photographer. "This is our photographer, Xiaoel I. Won't take long. We just need one picture." After the manager finished speaking, he prepared to leave. "The photo can be taken, but its usage rights are limited to the mall's display," Li Ge stated cautiously. "Yes, the ownership of the photo lies with you," the manager confirmed, which reassured Li Ge, knowing this mall was part of a reputable global chain. Upon seeing the charming girls, photographer Xiao Li was enthusiastic. "All right, big sister, pose as if you were pushing a shopping cart. Little sister, just hold the shark toy and stand still. Ready? Look at the camera. Click." The shutter snapped with a flash after the photo was taken. The photographer quickly transferred the image onto a nearby computer. Chunmo, still holding her shark, rushed to the screen. "Wow, this is so adorable." She gazed at the picture, feeling a flutter of excitement in her heart. Moreover, Li Ge stood beside her, looking at her with such affection that their chemistry was palpable. "That turned out well. Please send it to my email," Li Ge instructed, providing her email address to the photographer. "Sure thing." The photographer quickly sent the photo using his work account. After receiving the gift card, Chunmo was even more delighted. "Here is one for you." Li Ge handed her own gift card. "Huh, don't you want it?" Chunmo asked, puzzled that "I don't seem to need anything at home." Li Ge replied casually. Li Ge placed the plush toy into Chunmo's hands. Upon hearing this, Chunmo reminisced about the luxurious yet desolate villa. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, a time when everyone enjoyed the company of family or loved ones. She was reborn, and Li Ge similarly found herself alone. This thought, Chunmo instinctively took Li Ji's hand. "Would you like to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with me?" Her soft tone, paired with her expectant little face, made it impossible for anyone to refuse. "If it's with Mo, it should be a joyous celebration." Li Ge nodded, yet her gaze upon Chunmo bore a hint of melancholy. "I'll give you Sha. Let me push the cart for a while." Noticing Li Ji's dejection, Chunmo stuffed the soft plush toy into her arms. Having left the shopping mall, the two girls hopped onto an electric scooter to head back to school. Their newly purchased house was still devoid of furniture, due to the overwhelming amount of items bought. Chunmo had arranged for delivery, which would take a few more days. After all, the delivery orders were numerous, and they had to queue. It seemed Li Ge also had no intention of returning to the villa. However, unexpectedly, the dormitory supervisor, seeing the room vacant, locked the door. Although she left a contact number, neither girl felt comfortable calling someone back. "Why don't you come home with me?" Li Ge tousled Chunmo's hair. "Well, it seems that's the only option." Chunmo sighed, still clutching the large plastic-wrapped plush toy. She certainly did not want Sha to endure the elements. Minutes later, a Maybach stopped at the school gate. "By the way, is the role of a butler a year-round, 365-day-year job?" Chunmo asked absent-mindedly once inside the car. After all, she had only ever seen such a profession in dramas. "Haha, pretty much," Zhang the butler chuckled, quite fond of this little girl he had only met twice, as she reminded him of his granddaughter. "Uncle Zhang, has there been any news from my father?" Li Ge, however, was not amused and asked flatly. "Oh, this year, Mr. Li has been quite busy with several projects abroad and hasn't been able to spare any time," Zhang replied, a hint of regret in his tone. "That it's all right," Li Ge said, choosing not to pursue the topic any further. At that moment, Chunmo placed her hand on Li Ji's leg. Though she was unaware of Li Ji's family circumstances, she could sense the emptiness within the girl at that moment. "How about we make some snow-skin mooncakes tomorrow?" she suggested with a sweet smile. The mention of mooncakes lightened Li Ji's mood. In the villa, with many empty rooms, Chunmo felt uncomfortable sharing a bed with Li Ge and opted for a separate room. In the dead of night, she awoke with a pressing need to use the restroom and, still half asleep, stepped outside. After exiting the bathroom, she yawned and took a few steps. The doors along the corridor all appeared similar. And with 7 or 8 rooms on the same floor, she felt disoriented as sudden chill swept through her, and she thought, where on earth is my room? She was utterly lost in her drowsiness. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the wall clock at the end of the corridor chimed, echoing through the empty villa. In the dim light, shadows from the trees flickered across the window. The little girl hugged herself, trembling in fear. Sometimes, scaring oneself is the most perilous. However, Chinmo's mind could not help but conjure terrifying images. Creak. A door opened behind her. Chinmo stiffly turned around. How could a door just swing open without any footsteps? With a sigh, she relaxed, realizing it was merely the wind that had pushed the door ajar. She approached the door, which she assumed was her room. Perhaps she had forgotten to close it in her haste. Yes, that must be it. There couldn't possibly be anything strange involved. Her heart raced as she walked toward the room. Pat, pat, pat. The only sound in the corridor was the echo of her solitary footsteps. Upon reaching the door, she caught sight of the room's contents. On this moonlit mid-autumn night, bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the lone crib in the center of the room. Above the crib, small toys hung from the ceiling, swaying back and forth in the breeze, creating a scene that was both eerie and frightening. Even more terrifying was the notion that something seemed to be lying in the crib. Gulp. Panic surged within Chinmo, driven by some inexplicable force. She stepped closer to the crib. Just as she was about to discern what lay inside, the room's lights flickered on. Chinmo spun around, only to find Li Gu standing at the door. The girl wore a light purple silk nightgown, her hair tousled, and her face bore traces of sleepiness. Mo, why are you still awake? Li Gu rubbed her eyes and entered the bedroom. I was sleepwalking. Chinmo awkwardly laughed. Bang! Li Gu approached the window and shut it. It's getting chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold. You should go back to sleep, she comforted her. Chinmo nodded. But before leaving, she couldn't resist taking another glance into the crib. Inside, apart from a plush rabbit, there was nothing else that Li Gu. I seem to have forgotten which room I'm in, after stepping outside. Chinmo closely followed Li Gu. For some reason, she felt that this grand residence was rather eerie. Such a scatterbrain, Li Gu remarked, taking Chinmo's hand. Her palms, still clammy from earlier fright, felt cold now. After a few steps, they arrived at Chinmo's guest room. Upon opening the door, the warm yellow night light illuminated the space, and the plush toy lay quietly beside the bed. Woo woo woo, in that moment. Chinmo felt as though she had stepped into a sanctuary, finding solace. Come on, take your toy and sleep in my room, Li Gu suggested. Huh. Just as Chinmo was about to bury her head in Sha's embrace, she froze momentarily. Shall we sleep together? She turned, blinking her little eyes. The guest room has been unoccupied for too long. It's not very comfortable. My room will be cozier, that Li Gu offered, not giving Chinmo a chance to decline. She swiftly lifted Chinmo from beside the bed. Wait. Chinmo clung to Sha, but alas, the plush toy could not save her. They were both dragged into Li Ji's room. Here, this pillow is for you. Li Gu produced a soft pillow and placed it on the bed. Okay. Chinmo climbed onto the large bed. Despite having slept there once before while intoxicated, this time she was fully aware. Now, her eyes widened in embarrassment. Sleep now that Li Gu turned off the main light, leaving only a dim emergency lamp by the bed. Though the room was shrouded in darkness, Chinmo felt a bit more at ease. She pulled the corner of the blanket over her small belly and lay down to her surprise. The sheets behind her still held a trace of warmth, and the pillow was infused with Li Ji's faint floral scent. Gulp? Chinmo thought to herself, friends, I'm so nervous to that moment. A pair of hands approached her, draping the blanket over her shoulders. Cocooned in the soft goose down comforter, Chinmo closed her eyes. Good night, Li Gu whispered softly. Good night, Ditto. Chinmo turned on her side, unknowingly drifting off to sleep. The next day, when Chinmo opened her eyes, she found herself sprawled in the middle of the bed. With nothing beside her, Li Gu? Sha. She propped herself up, rubbing her messy hair, glancing around. Sha lay forlornly on the floor. Chinmo rolled out of bed, picked up the large shark plushie, and placed it properly on the bedside. After slipping on her slippers, she stepped out of the room, in the bathroom. Li Gu was brushing her teeth. Sorry, I tend to be a restless sleeper. Chinmo hesitantly spoke. It's fine. Holding me will make me obedient. After rinsing her mouth, Li Ge smiled and said, holding you will make you obedient. Chenmo's little face flushed, and she felt as if a mushroom cloud was about to erupt from her head. All right, I'll go check on the breakfast preparations. You can manage on your own, right? Li Ge reached out to smooth Chenmo's hair, carefully taming each stray strand. Okay, Chenmo replied sweetly. After Li Ge left, she rubbed her little face, realizing that Li Ge had actually held her while sleeping last night. She spun around in place a few times to calm herself down. Ahem, love comes too quickly. As she reached for the mouthwash cup and toothbrush, she suddenly noticed something strange. How odd. Why are all the items in the bathroom paired? If it weren't for the lack of accommodation in the dormitory, she wouldn't have come here in the first place. She picked up the mouthwash cup and discovered a faint watermark on the countertop. It seemed that this cup had not merely been sitting here for a few days. After examining it closely, she continued brushing her teeth. After washing her face, she grabbed a small towel and then noticed the name. Liemo? This left Chenmo deep in thought. Surely, there couldn't be a towel brand called Liemo. Right? That would be too strange. That IT must be custom-made for someone, and the softness of the fabric suggested it was not some cheap item. But who could be close enough to have a towel made just for her? Only family. Could it be? Li Ge has a younger sister whose name is Liemo. Then the nursery she saw yesterday would make sense. It must have been prepared for her sister. What a coincidence. Their names are so similar. Chenmo neatly placed the towel back and turned to head downstairs. Just as she reached the first floor, ding-dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. How peculiar. This quiet house had a visitor early in the morning. She glanced at the video monitor by the door, and to her surprise, a familiar, beautiful face appeared on the screen. Chapter 34, To Add or Not to Add This Friend? Sololo. Chenmo rubbed her little eyes. Had she just woken up? How could this girl be here? Could it be? She covered her little face. Surely she wasn't here for her, right? Ding-dong. The doorbell rang again. I in the kitchen. Li Ge turned off the stove and walked over. Upon seeing Chenmo standing in front of the monitor looking all fidgety, she approached Li Ge. It seems like Su Luoluo is outside. Chenmo pointed at the screen, on the display. The girl had her hair down and was wearing an off-shoulder dress. Her demure attire, making her look like the girl next door to Mem, Li Ge was somewhat surprised but didn't ponder much before opening the door. May I borrow a pair of scissors? Su Luoluo asked with a smile. Her face devoid of the frosty demeanor seen on the promotional flyers, assured Li Ge didn't ask further and turned to fetch a pair of scissors from the first drawer of the cabinet. Thank you, elder sister, to be by the way. We'll be neighbors from now on. I've just moved in next door, Su Luoluo politely stated. The way she called elder sister made Chenmo feel a bit giddy. What a coincidence, we meet again. Little one looked at that moment. Su Luoluo noticed Chenmo standing behind the door. After speaking, a hint of mischief flickered in her eyes. Chenmo replied dazedly, for some reason. She felt that Su Luoluo seemed to carry a secret. Was her sudden move next door merely a coincidence? Until the door closed behind Li Ge, Chenmo couldn't quite understand the connection between these events. Montak? Li Ge suddenly spoke. What is it? Chenmo looked up at Li Ge. Do you like Su Luoluo very much? She asked nonchalantly. Not really, Chenmo pondered. Then why were you staring at her? Li Ge's tone took on a hint of jealousy. Watching Li Ge turn back toward the kitchen, Chenmo tilted her head in thought. Had she really been staring at Su Luoluo, scratching her head? She hurried to catch up with Li Ge. After breakfast, the two of them made snowskin mooncakes together. Chenmo's cooking skills were almost non-existent, and the mooncakes she made could be deemed a culinary nightmare from the depths of hell in terms of both appearance and taste. Ugh, so bad QAQ. Chenmo bit into one and grimaced. Try this. Li Ge smiled as she handed over a freshly baked mooncake, which was filled with ice cream and accompanied by several sesame mooncakes. So fragrant, one bite revealed a rich sesame flavor. This is so delicious, she exclaimed, eagerly awaiting more, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Watching the girl's adorable demeanor, Li Ge felt warmth in her heart. This was her happiest mid-autumn festival, dingling. In the afternoon, while Chenmo was dozing, a phone call came in. Hello? The girl answered in a soft voice, tinged with a slight nasal tone. We are the furniture delivery service. We will deliver your items at 2:30 p.m. Please ensure someone is home. The furniture will arrive today. Chenmo perked up, thrilled by the news. Yes, please keep the line open. After hanging up, Chenmo released her stuffed shark and dashed out of the bedroom. Li Ge. she joyfully called as she ran to the study. Li Gu was solving past mathematics competition problems when she heard the commotion at the door and looked up. What is it? She had expected Chun Mo to sleep a bit longer. Closing the workbook, she stepped out of the study. The furniture store just called. The items we ordered yesterday will be delivered today. Chun Mo's little face was beaming with joy. It was her first time experiencing such happiness from receiving something she had ordered. By the way, didn't we forget to book someone for installation yesterday? Li Gu suddenly seemed to recall something. Oh, wait. Do we have to assemble it ourselves? Chun Mo realized this as she pulled up her electronic receipt on her phone. Sure enough, there was a line stating that installation fees were not included. QAQ, this was too much of a scam. Chun Mo felt her spirit plummet. She had thought she could move into the apartment today. It's fine. Just follow me, Li Gu said, leading Chun Mo toward the garage. She pulled out a large toolbox from the cabinet. This should be enough. We can assemble it ourselves according to the instructions. Li Gu opened the toolbox, revealing all the necessary assembly tools. Sounds great. Assembling furniture should be similar to building a Gundam. That sense of accomplishment from putting the pieces together is truly satisfying. After deciding, the two of them grabbed the toolbox and prepared to return to the apartment. Unexpectedly, just as the Maybach rolled out of the driveway, a girl blocked the car. I came to return the scissors. Are you guys heading out? Su Luluo stood by the roadside, holding the very scissors she borrowed that morning. Why, yes. Li Gu rolled down the window, retrieved the scissors, and casually placed them in the toolbox. What are you guys up to? Su Luluo curiously pointed at the toolbox. Just gonna get some things. Chun Mo explained, Do you need my help? Su Luo's face wore a friendly smile. No. Chun Mo was about to refuse, but Su Luo continued. Don't be shy. Consider this a return for the scissors that I want to help my sister too. Su Luo's gaze was fixed on Li Ji. Mo. Li Gu turned to Chun Mo, giving her the choice. This left Chun Mo feeling somewhat conflicted. By the way, did you use that lottery ticket from last time? Su Luo shifted her attention back to Chun Mo. Chun Mo thought. It seemed there was no way to refuse now. Let's go together. Li Gu spoke up. The car door unlocked, and Su Luluo slid into the seat beside Chun Mo. Throughout the ride, for some reason, Chun Mo felt the atmosphere in the car was quite strange. Sandwiched between them, she didn't know where to look and could only lower her head and play with her phone quietly. Mo, let's add each other as friends. Sololo took out her phone and opened the QR code. Chun Mo felt a bit flustered. Should she add or not? Chapter 35. Those two girls are quite nice. I can't exactly admit I don't have a QQ account. Can I? After all, there's an unmistakable chubby penguin logo glaring on her phone. Sololo leaned in and handed her phone over a little more. Beep. Chun Mo, feeling helpless, scanned the code to add her as a friend. Sister Lee, may I add you as well? Sololo asked with a smile. Of course, Li Gu replied, pulling out her phone to scan Sololo's QR code as well. I felt like I had seen you somewhere before. Zhang Guanjia, who was seated in the passenger seat, spoke up. You were Sololo, right? Oh, uncle. You know me too? Sololo laughed. My granddaughter is a fan of yours. Our home is filled with your photos. Last time she asked me to help her snag your endorsement for some juice. As Zhang Guanjia spoke, the atmosphere in the car became much more lively. Sister Lee, are you the only one at home? I didn't see anyone else this morning. Sololo directly asked a rather sensitive question. Hearing this, Chun Mo was taken aback. She hadn't expected someone to ask such a question right away. My parents are abroad. Li Gu replied after a moment of silence. Don't you have any siblings? Sololo inquired again. This question piqued Chun Mo's curiosity as well. She discreetly shifted her gaze towards Li Gu. Indeed, upon hearing this, the air around Li Gu seemed to grow noticeably colder. Miss Su, I've heard that being a celebrity is quite arduous, isn't it? Zhang Guanjia interjected, diverting the conversation. It's not too bad. After Sololo posed that question, Li Gu didn't utter a single word until they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the apartment, the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. Fortunately, the furniture had arrived, and everyone busied themselves with assembling it. Chun Mo, while trying to put together a chair, found herself drenched in sweat. This physical exertion, she sighed. She wondered when the system would assist her in enhancing her physical fitness. It would be best if she could punch a truck over. Mo, have you finished assembling it? Sololo had already managed to put the sofa together simply and walked over to Chun Mo's side. That moment, the chair in front of Chun Mo was still a heap of scattered parts. This is too difficult. Chun Mo's face was filled with a look of distress. It's all right. Let me handle it. Sololo chuckled, glanced at the instruction manual, and began to work. Chun Mo stood by, seemingly unable to contribute anything beyond cheering her on. She watched the two capable beauties effortlessly assemble all the furniture. Mo. Let us move the cabinet together, Sololo called out. All right. After toiling away for the entire afternoon, Chinamo discovered that Sololo's personality was surprisingly pleasant. After all, she was helping out. She chose not to hold a grudge over the incident where she had stolen a kiss from her last time. She dashed into the bedroom. The wardrobe was a style chosen by Ligo. Though not large, it could hold quite a bit of clothing. She reached out to grasp one corner of the wardrobe. Then Mo, are you moving it? Sololo asked, puzzled them. Chun-Mo was exerting all her strength. Her cute little face contorted in effort. Let me do it. Just then, Ligu entered. She had just gone to wash the dishes they had bought yesterday, feeling a bit defeated. Chun-Mo had no choice but to release her grip. Silently, she walked to the side and sat on the small bed. Once the wardrobe was organized, all the assembly work was concluded, and the once empty apartment was now filled to the brim. Ding. Task completion detected. Congratulations, the host has received a task reward. The God-level skill Choose at Will is now unlocked. Please select one from the following 3 God-level skills. 1. God-level culinary skills, 2. God-level racing skills, 3. God-level robust physique. Wow, isn't this just asking for whatever you want? Even if I turn into a loli, I want to be a fierce one. Chinamo muttered, I choose 3. God-level robust physique loading. Congratulations, the host has acquired an extraordinary physical condition, speed, precision, endurance. Yay, now I'm a loli with double A in strength and speed. Chinamo clenched her tiny fist, feeling the tremendous changes in her body. Gurgle. Suddenly, her stomach made a noise. What was that? Was it just her imagination? Even the sound of her stomach growling after hunger seemed to have intensified. Are you hungry? Ligu approached and ruffled Chinmo's little head that I was so busy with assembling things that I didn't realize it was already 9 o'clock. Sololo exclaimed in surprise. Let me treat everyone to dinner. You've helped me so much. Chinmo suggested that I want to eat. I still need to lose weight. Sololo sighed that you're so thin, and you still want to lose weight? Chunimo remarked in surprise. Sololo had the figure of a model, appearing as if not a single excess ounce of fat existed on her body, clearly the result of rigorous control and training. Honestly, indulging occasionally ain't a bad thing. Chinimo lamented, her eyes filled with sympathy that you'll get used to it. Sololo said, feeling a bit moved. Since her debut, she hadn't been able to eat freely. Every meal was strictly controlled based on her nutritionist's guidelines. From an initial diet of various vegetarian dishes to later incorporating various nutrients, she had nearly forgotten what normal food tasted like. How about we go have some grilled skewers? The barbecue place downstairs has a wonderful aroma. I was tempted just walking downstairs to throw out the trash. Chinamo rubbed her little belly. Forget it. I won tea intrude. Sololo glanced at the person beside Chinamo and smiled. Then see you. Chinamo waved. Goodbye. Sololo left with a smile upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant not far downstairs. Chinamo noticed that there were quite a few people eating barbecue at this hour, and the shop had set up several tables outside. It smells so good. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. And even before reaching the entrance, Chinamo couldn't help but swallow. Make sure to eat plenty later, Ligus said with a smile. Here is a plate. You can go to the freezer to get the skewers you want, and then take a number. Although the staff was busy, they still warmly greeted the two. All right. Chinamo obediently picked up a plate. That moment, several burly men flaunting dragon and tiger tattoos turned their attention toward the two girls. Chingu, don't you think those two girls are quite something? The slender crew-cut man asked. Not bad, the tattooed man, while picking his teeth, flashed a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Chapter 36, that tender and delicate. Yes, they enjoyed the barbecue. Chinemo took out a set of keys. The lock had been changed on the day she purchased the house, with additional anti-theft locks and a peephole installed. She had a total of 2 keys. Here is a key for you. She placed the silver key into Li Ji's palm. Liga looked down at the key in her hand. That I don't have any acquaintances in Hangzhou. So I'm giving you the spare key. Chinemo felt suddenly a bit shy for some reason. All right, Liga nodded, accepting the key. By the way, Liga, just as Chinemo was about to speak. A figure suddenly appeared beside their table. It was none other than the crew-cut man who had been eyeing them. Miss, could you give me your phone number? Let us get to know each other. He fixed his gaze on Li Gu and asked. Sorry, Li Gu politely declined. How about we add each other as friends? The crew-cut man remained persistent. Li Gu sensed that this person was somewhat troublesome. Beauty, don't be shy. Suddenly, the tattooed man strolled over, holding a bottle of liquor in his hand. His voice was quite loud, drawing the attention of several onlookers at the barbecue stand. To show my sincerity. I'll drink. He raised the bottle and began to chug, not forgetting to loosen his belt while lifting his beer belly. What on earth is this? Is this a live performance of human bewildering behavior? Chinamo chewed on a skewer of grilled gluten, her expression filled with helplessness. The nearby tables of patrons were equally perplexed by the scene. Initially, the staff thought the tattooed man was causing trouble and prepared to intervene. But upon seeing that he was merely standing there drinking, they halted their approach. Come on, I'm being so sincere here. Let us add each other as friends. I'm not a bad person. I just want to be friends with you. Little sister, the tattooed man said. Wait a minute. Chinamo set down the skewer of gluten in her hand and took a napkin to dab at her lips. What is the matter, little sister? The crew cut man and the tattooed giant shifted their attention to Chinamo. Did you see that brick over there? She said, gesturing. The two nodded in agreement. Chinamo walked to the roadside, picked it up, and handed it to the tattooed giant. Hold this, she said nonchalantly. The tattooed giant, though perplexed, obediently took it. Bang! Before anyone could react, Chinamo delivered a punch, and the brick shattered in the tattooed giant's hands. What the hell? What is this? Both the crew-cut man and the tattooed giant were momentarily stunned. Brother Chen, is this a real brick? The crew-cut man asked after a brief silence. Why don't you try it? The tattooed giant retorted angrily that no. The crew-cut man immediately wilted. The two made awkward small talk and eventually left. For after all, they were no match for someone capable of effortlessly smashing bricks with their bare hands. Mo. Is your hand all right? Li Ge frowned and pulled Chinmo's small hand closer to inspect it. Indeed, the delicate skin had been cut and was bleeding slightly, showing signs of mild swelling. Ouch, QAQ, damn it. What is this? Although my strength has increased, why is this body still so weak? Be good, don't do such dangerous things again. Li Ge sighed. No, I must protect Li Ge, Chinmo declared earnestly. Li Ge gazed at her with eyes dampened by pain, yet unable to suppress her desire to protect her little girl, feeling warmth in her heart. She reached out to gently rub Chinmo's small face. Let us wrap this up and head home to clean the wound. The Mid-Autumn Festival holiday had come to an end. Why do I feel like this break was no break at all? Didn't the teachers inform you about the holiday assignments? Come on, hand over the assignments to the class representatives. Early in the morning, the classroom buzzed with noise. Mo. What happened to your hand? Xiao Yu asked, surprised to see Chinmo's right hand wrapped in gauze as she collected assignments. That it's a long story. It was one of those nights when the wind was calm and the moon was bright. Chinmo spoke solemnly. I broke a brick and cut my hand. Breaking bricks? Xiao Yu's face displayed a large question mark. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hallway, and Ming burst into the classroom, her face alight with joy. Quick, go outside and take a look. Huh. Before Chinmo could respond, she was pulled out of the classroom by Ming in the hallway. Although there were many people, one figure quickly captured everyone's attention. Isn't that Li Hongxiang? What happened to him? I heard his dad beat him up. That I live next door, and on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I heard him wailing inside. Why did he get beaten? His dad really went hard on him. I think he took money from home to buy some virtual currency, or something that I'm not too sure. The students in the hallway continued to gossip. Chinmo observed the figure leaning on a crutch, limping and sporting visible bruises on his face. For some reason, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Indeed, investing comes with its risks. Wang Chenhao happened to stroll by, and, spotting Li Hongxiang's battered yet determined appearance, couldn't he help but chuckle. Indeed, our brother Hao is clever and making big bucks. His sycophantic psychic chimed in, holding 2 bags of milk to Mo. This is for you guys. Drink it while it's cool. Wang Chenhao grinned sheepishly. Thanks, Brother Hao. Chinmo's face brightened at the sight of the drinks. Hearing her call him Brother Hao made Wang Chenhao feel deeply moved. He had always wished for a younger sister, but alas, his parents were not supportive. By the way, about the virtual currency incident, I owe you one. Next holiday, my treat. Let us all go to my family's amusement park. Wang Chenhao declared grandly. Meanwhile, Ming and Xiao Yu, sipping their milk tea, perked up at the mention of the amusement park. What a stroke of luck. Mo is truly a treasure, Xiao Yu praised. Brother Hao is indeed generous. Chinmo gave a thumbs up. The group chatted merrily in the hallway. Li Hongxiang's already pale face turned a shade greener. Chinmo please pass me the math assignments. A cold voice interrupted, and Zhao Yusin stood before Chen Mo, clutching a stack of papers that, oh, sure. Chen Mo replied, taking her milk tea back to the classroom to retrieve the assignments from her drawer. Thank you for your hard work. However, Zhao Yusin ignored Chen Mo's polite words and simply left with the papers. Chapter 37. Taro Bubble Milk Tea after the holiday. Everyone looked lethargic during class. All of you who are sleeping, open your eyes. Students participating in the competition, please prepare. The first exam is in the lecture hall this afternoon. Zhang Yujia clapped her hands on the podium. Upon hearing about the competition exam, the students below sank deeper into despair. Chen Mo, struggling to keep her eyes open, was roused by Xiao L. I don't know, Mo. Here is your examination permit. She handed over a small card. Another exam. Chen Mo squinted at her permit. Right, but your grades are so good. You'll surely achieve a top ranking in the city-level competition. Xiaoli said, filled with envy. I hope so. Chen Mo tucked the permit into her pencil case. This competition involved 15 students from 9 preparatory schools in Hangzhou, and the competition was fierce. During the lunch break, nearly everyone was discussing the competition. Mo, are you in the first lecture hall? Meng Meng rushed over to Chen Mo's desk. Aisham. Chen Mo nodded. What is your seat number? 12. Chen Mo glanced at her permit. That is too far. I'm 32. Li Gu is closer. She has 28. Meng Meng sighed. Her math grades were at the bottom of the class, and she couldn't believe she was also participating in the math competition. Chen Mo's left eyelid twitched, and she rubbed her eyes without finishing her sentence. Meng Meng, you're just a case of a foolish person with too much money. You probably won't even understand the exam. Xiao Yu drifted over, making a pointed remark, being the class representative for Chinese. She was a true subject specialist, and the only one in their dorm not participating in the math competition. I'm just hoping to find a nearby seat to sneak a peek at the answer sheet. I also want to achieve a good score. Meng Meng sighed. Why not practice a few more problems? Just look at how hard Li Gu is working. Xiao Yu pointed at Li Gu, who was still poring over the competition questions that Li Gu. It is time for lunch, Chen Mo called out. Okay, let us go. Li Gu responded, closing the question booklet and joining them. The 4 girls laughed and chatted as they left the classroom, unaware that in a corner of the room, a girl quietly set down her pen. She glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was watching, then approached the front of the classroom on Chen Mo's desk, aside from a history textbook used as a pillow. There lay a light pink pencil case. Zhao Yusin reached out to grab the pencil case and unzipped it, finding a black pen, a red pen, a 2B pencil, and an eraser. After searching thoroughly, she found nothing. Hadn't she seen it in there earlier? The girl furrowed her brow and opened the desk drawer, only to discover a chaotic mess of textbooks and papers, with a pack of uneaten chocolate beans tucked away in a corner. Just then, footsteps echoed from the hallway. Brother Hao, why did you buy hot milk tea today? The sycophantic sidekick, carrying 2 bags of milk tea, asked with a puzzled expression that, oh, you wouldn't understand. Wang Chenhao glanced at his subordinate. Chuckling softly, come on, tell me, what is the secret behind this? The psychic leaned in, curiosity piqued, that a few days ago, I heard a female classmate say that girls shouldn't drink cold beverages. Wang Chenhao replied with an air of wisdom. Since when? The dog-legged individual still wore a somewhat perplexed expression that it was at that time. Wang Chenhao explained. The dog-legged fellow was even more bewildered when the relatives came. Wang Chenhao couldn't resist delivering a playful smack on his little brother's head. Akin to a fiery stir-fried chestnut I understand now, thank you, Brother Hao, for your guidance. The dog-legged one realized belatedly that I in the classroom. Upon hearing this commotion, Zhao Yusin hurriedly closed Chen Mo's desk, just as she took a couple of steps. 2 individuals entered the classroom from outside. Hey, Wang Chenhao immediately spotted the sneaky girl. Zhao Yusin began to feel a bit nervous and turned her head away. Come here for a moment. Wang Chenhao gestured from the doorway. What is it? Zhao Yusin replied, her expression cold, though her heart raced. Had they seen her rummaging through the drawer just now? I called you over, so come on, the dog-legged one shouted. Zhao Yusin hesitantly walked to the classroom entrance. This milk tea, please place it on Chen Mo's desk. Wang Chenhao instructed that I asked that all. Zhao Yusin glanced up at Wang Chenhao, noting that this foolish boy didn't seem to have noticed anything unusual. The classroom has surveillance. The homeroom teacher just mentioned the issue of students roaming around today. Beautiful girl, just do me a favor. Wang Chenhao explained politely that, oh, no problem. Zhao Yusin responded, eyeing the milk tea in her hand. This particular milk tea wasn't sealed but had a lid for easy topping. Once Wang Chenhao left, she brought the milk tea to her own spot and opened the drawer. Recently, her mother had bought her some weight loss tea, which had caused her to have an upset stomach, so she had left it unfinished. She poured a cup of milk tea into it and then placed that cup on Chun Mo's desk, while distributing the others to Meng Meng, Xiao Yu, and Li Ji's desks. After completing this, she left the classroom without a backward glance. After lunch, Chen Mo returned to the classroom, feeling quite satisfied. Why is there milk tea? A smile spread across her face as she spotted the drinks on the desk. The tea must be from Wang Chenhao, right? Only he orders takeout every day. Xiao Yu commented teasingly. Wow, it's still warm today? Chen Mo, without overthinking, inserted a straw and took a sip. The flavor was surprisingly delightful. What's up? Ming Ming also took a sip from her cup. What do you have? Mine tastes terrible. Boba with mango sago. Chen Mo glanced at the label on the bottle. Can I try? Before Chen Mo could respond, Ming Ming leaned over and took a sip. Wow, this is really delicious, Ming Ming exclaimed. Then I'll give you my cup, Chen Mo protested. How can I still drink this? During this time, she had noticed that girls who were close friends didn't mind sharing a drink, but she always felt awkward about it. Then I'll give you my cup. Ming Ming offered generously that no need. You drink it. Chen Mo waved her hand and quickly declined. Hearing this, Ming Ming took both cups of milk tea and left at Mo. Li Gu approached, holding an unopened cup of milk tea, which he placed on Chen Mo's desk. Li Gu. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised that I can't finish this. You have it to Li Gu ruffled Chen Mo's hair with a doting smile. Dada. QAQ, Li Gu I. Chen Mo held the cup of taro boba tea, feeling deeply touched that if it's really necessary, I could leave some for you. Chen Mo still felt a bit shy. Are you referring to leaving some boba for me? Li Gu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed that if the little fairy wants it, I suppose I could manage. Chapter 38. A tightened fist after the lunch break. More than half of the cup of taro boba milk tea remained. Chen Mo looked at it with some reluctance and prepared to take it to the exam venue. Drinking milk tea during an exam, her deskmate Xiao Li remarked, worried it might go cold and taste off. Oh. This was the milk tea Li Gu had given her. How could she let it go to waste? Truly the scholar. Even in the face of an exam, so composed, her deskmate flattered. Ahem, just a casual test. After saying this, Chen Mo picked up her pencil case and left the classroom. Have you all checked your admission tickets? Make sure everything is ready. Don't forget to run back for anything later. Black pen, 2B pencils. Check those too. Zhang Yujie called out to the student standing in the corridor. Chen Mo looked down at her pencil case. Where's my admission ticket? She froze for a moment, feeling a bit confused. Mo, where's your admission ticket? Due to Chun Mo's shorter stature, she stood at the front of the line, and Zhang Yujie observed her puzzled expression closely. I can't find my admission ticket, Chen Mo replied nervously. She hurriedly rummaged through her pockets and finally fished out her somewhat crumpled admission ticket from her pants pocket. Found it. She held it up for Zhang Yujie to see that that's all that matters. Zhang Yujie sighed in relief and went to check on the others. Chen Mo smoothed out the admission ticket before placing it back in her pencil case, then quietly sipped her milk tea. At that moment, someone in the queue was staring straight at her. Upon arriving at the lecture hall, Chen Mo took out her admission ticket to check. Name. Chen Mo admission ticket number. HFC 666. Exam venue. Hangzhou University, affiliated No. 1 teaching building. Seat number. 12. As she raised her head to find her corresponding seat number on the blackboard. The lecture hall was enormous, capable of accommodating 4 to 5 classes simultaneously. Sit over there, came a gentle voice. Chen Mo looked up to find it was none other than the bespectacled teacher who had spoken up for her in the office last time. Thank you, teacher, Chen Mo smiled in response. Do your best. I believe that with your abilities, you have the potential to reach the national competition, the bespectacled teacher said with a smile. All right, I will give it my all. Chen Mo felt a bit overwhelmed by the praise. Suddenly feeling invigorated, she carried her boba milk tea to her seat. A cold snicker erupted from the 16th seat behind her. Zhao Yusin organized her admission ticket and took out her pen. Preparing for the exam, she was curious to see how Chen Mo would fare. That weight loss tea was indeed quite potent. Ding-ling-ling. As the first bell rang, several invigilators entered the hall to distribute answer sheets. The competition questions were uniformly distributed within the city, and the content was highly confidential. When the second bell rang, the chief examiner began to unseal the envelopes. Once the papers were distributed, they instructed the students to check for printing issues and raise their hands if there were any problems. When the starting bell rang, students could begin writing, but for now, they could only fill out their names and admission ticket numbers. The examiner's tone was very serious, creating a tense atmosphere throughout the exam hall. Chin-mo twirled her black pen, staring blankly at the pristine answer sheet. Given the volume of questions, she estimated she could finish in no more than 20 minutes. Fortunately, the competition allowed for submissions 30 minutes early, so it shouldn't be too torturous. Once the exam papers were in hand, all the students focused intently on devising their problem-solving strategies. However, Chin-mo casually flipped to the next page and took a sip of her milk tea. Ding-ling-ling! The official starting bell rang. Chin-mo began answering questions swiftly, hardly pausing to think. Her speed in writing out the equations rivaled that of a printer, and with each stroke, her confidence grew. The invigilators quickly took note of this student. The bespectacled teacher nodded in satisfaction. He had indeed not misjudged her. This girl was undoubtedly a talent in mathematics. 10 minutes passed. Most students were still grappling with the first question, as these competition questions were not meant for mere mortals. A few top students had managed to solve 3 questions, but looked utterly perplexed, scratching their heads that a select few genius students breezed through a page and were preparing to tackle the more challenging problems. Swish, Chin-mo silently flipped to the next page. She had already completed the first section. 20 minutes later, Chin-mo sighed, "Phew, I'm done." She set down her black pen, leaned back in her chair, and took a few sips of the taro boba milk tea. What a sweet milk tea, she mused quietly to at that moment. Someone behind her was starting to get anxious. What is going on? Why is Chin-mo so unfazed? This shouldn't be happening. In the expansive examination hall, a hapless soul was presently enduring a visage of torment in the restroom. Zhao Yusin glanced at her paper. Her speed in tackling the questions was commendable, having nearly completed one side, stealing a furtive glance ahead. She caught sight of Chun-mo leisurely sipping her milk tea before casually flipping through her exam paper. A frown creased her brow, her frustration mounting. Subsequently, she raised her hand. "What is the matter?" A supervising teacher approached her side. "Teacher, I need to go to the restroom," Zhao Yusin replied. "Then hurry along," the teacher responded, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "Thank you, teacher." Upon rising, Zhao Yusin hastened towards the front tables. As she passed Chun-mo's desk, she deliberately lifted her hand and knocked over the half-empty cup of milk tea. Splash! The cup toppled, its lid popping open, causing the milk tea to spill over onto the exam paper. Chin-mo was momentarily taken aback, then turned to gaze at the retreating figure. What on earth? With such a wide path, how could she possibly knock over my milk tea? She hastily righted the cup, her eyes brimming with concern. QAQ. This was the milk tea gifted to her by a little fairy. Beneath the table, her chubby little fist clenched tightly. "Classmate, your paper." A passing teacher was equally startled. I might need a new answer sheet." Chun-mo sighed. "That I wonder if there's enough time left for this." Upon learning of the incident, several teachers grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, there were extra answer sheets available, and they promptly provided one to Chin-mo.at this moment. 35 minutes remained until the end of the examination. Chapter 39. The weight loss tea turns out to be prohibited. Chun-mo sighed, her petite face adorned with a frown. "Forget it. Let us finish the exam first." She muttered silently and resumed writing with her black pen. This time, her pace quickened, for these questions were ones she had already encountered. 20 minutes remained until the end of the examination. Most underperforming students had already submitted their papers, realizing that simply staring blankly at the questions was futile. That a small number of top students continued to scratch their heads, grappling with a few significant problems still to be solved, while several academic prodigies had only one major question left and appeared considerably more relaxed. Chin-mo focused on her writing, while the other teachers, upon receiving updates, were filled with concern. After all, the opportunity to take the exam was a rare one. 5 minutes later, swish, Chin-mo flipped through her paper. "All done?" "Yes." She raised her hand, preparing to submit her paper. This action left several teachers astonished. That is this child for real? It has barely been 20 minutes, and she has already completed the exam? The bespectacled male teacher was somewhat flustered and hurried over. After glancing at the paper on the desk, he exhaled in relief. The answer sheet was neatly organized, with not a single question left unanswered. "All right." The teacher nodded after taking the paper, indicating that Chin-mo could leave the examination hall. This left Zhao Yusin, still struggling with her exam, utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. How could she possibly finish so quickly? After the milk tea had spilled on her paper, the answer should have been smudged, even if she were to copy them over. There wouldn't be enough time. She raised her head to look at the diminutive figure, her eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, just before leaving the examination hall, the petite girl turned around and cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yusin. As if to say, "Is this it? You can't possibly think that spilling milk tea would delay my exam, right?" Zhao Yusin felt a pang of anxiety and quickly lowered her head upon exiting the examination hall. Chen Mo unexpectedly spotted Ming Ming sitting at the entrance, her face ashen. "Ming Ming, what is wrong?" She hurried over. "I don't know what happened. I have diarrhea. I just told the teacher I'm abandoning the exam." Ming Ming clutched her stomach, her expression one of despair. "Can you help me to the infirmary? I really can't manage. Did you eat something bad?" Chen Mo's brow furrowed with concern for her friend. "It shouldn't be. We had lunch together. Could it be that milk tea was the issue?" Ming Ming pondered. "Let us go to the infirmary first." Chen Mo extended her hand to support Ming Ming, and the two stumbled towards the infirmary. "You drank milk tea? Your symptoms resemble those of someone who consumed weight loss tea," the attending doctor remarked, placing a box of weight loss tea on the table. No, it was just ordinary milk tea. "I've never seen this weight loss tea before." Ming Ming shook her head. The attending doctor scrutinized the girl, noting her long legs, slender waist, and curvaceous figure, an undeniable S-shaped silhouette, certainly not needing any torturous concoctions. This weight loss tea was quite popular on WeChat platforms recently, but it poses significant health risks. That I just received the test results this morning. It contains prohibited substances as per legal regulations. Several students from our school have come to see me for diarrhea caused by consuming this weight loss tea. That you've had multiple bouts. Haven tea you'll need in 4. After speaking, the school doctor began to prepare the saline solution. Why am I so unfortunate? I didn't even drink that stuff." Ming Ming lamented, tearfully clutching Chen Mo. "Don't worry." Chen Mo gently patted Ming Ming's back. Lost in thought that if the milk tea were problematic, why was Ming Ming the only one feeling unwell? She had also consumed half a cup. At that moment, her eyes caught sight of the open medical registration book on the table. The most recent entry was just recorded by the school doctor. Hu Yinming, pre-class 2, diarrhea, no fever. Looking further up, Chen Mo spotted a name that seemed somewhat familiar. Zhao Yusin, pre-class 2, diarrhea caused by drinking weight loss tea. Chen Mo squinted her eyes. That it seemed the situation was more complicated than it appeared. After receiving the 4 drip, Ming Ming's condition improved somewhat as she rested on the infirmary's reclining chair. During the break, Xiu Yu, Li Gu, and Wang Chenhao arrived at the infirmary. After learning of the situation, they breathed a sigh of relief. "This is so strange. I drank the milk tea and felt fine." Xiu Yu expressed her confusion. "I often order from that shop. I know the owner well. There shouldn't be any issues. Besides, I specifically ordered it hot." Wang Chenhao added with a hint of grievance. "Brother Hao, do you think someone tampered with the milk tea after you left it in the classroom?" "Oh, didn't the discipline office issue a directive against switching classes? I handed it over to the math class representative from your class. She was the only one in the classroom at that time." Wang Chenhao recalled. "Zhao Yusin?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. It appeared the truth was starting to unravel. Indeed, Wang Chenhao still seemed perplexed. "Let us check the surveillance footage." Standing aside, Li Gu, who had been silent, spoke coldly. "What is this about?" Wang Chenhao watched the 2 departing figures and hurriedly followed. "Wait a minute. My milk tea wouldn't have been tampered with, would it?" Ming Ming suddenly realized. Pat your dog's head." Don't cry." Xiao Yu sighed, ruffling her silly friend's hair. Upon reaching the entrance of the surveillance room, they found the security guard inside, sipping goji berry tea. "Excuse me, we need to check the surveillance footage from pre-class 2 during the lunch break." Chen Mo addressed him. Why are you students looking at the surveillance?" "The school has regulations stating that only teachers can view the footage." The newly appointed security guard hesitated. With over 100 cameras to sift through, extracting the desired footage was no simple task. "Do you know who I am? Just let us in." Wang Chenhao, with a fiery temper, prepared to confront him. "No worries. Let us wait a moment," that Li Gu calmly replied. "Wait for what?" Before Wang Chenhao could finish, a familiar cough echoed down the hallway. Moments later, the head of the discipline office strode into the surveillance room with a serious expression. "Quickly pull up the footage." The security guard, already aware of the disciplined head Wang Qianjun's reputation, knew that while the school had its fair share of privileged brats, this director wielded considerable influence. He was known for maintaining strict discipline, with few parents daring to cause a scene at school that if one were to cross such a figure. The security guard promptly set aside his thermos and began to operate the equipment. Pulling up the surveillance footage. Chapter 40. Forum Hot Topic. Shocked, a certain female student actually. The surveillance footage clearly captured Zhao Yusin's actions, revealing everything without ambiguity. There's no decency left. How can we have such students at Hongda-affiliated school? The head of the department was filled with rage. This was no trivial matter. Today, she had the audacity to add weight loss tea to a classmate's drink. What might she do next? He picked up his phone and exited the surveillance room. Observing the footage of Zhao Yusin's mischievous actions, Chen Mo, too, felt a lingering trepidation. Fortunately, she had only taken a small sip of the milk tea, or she might have found herself on a saline drip now. It's all right, Li Gu reassured as he grasped Chen Mo's small hand, his warm words gradually calming her anxious heart. She looked at Li Gu and nodded in agreement. After school, Meng Meng had completely recovered. I am starving. Why do I have to settle for porridge? She scooped a spoonful of plain rice porridge, her expression one of utter desolation. The doctor said your stomach is currently quite delicate. You need to take care of it for a couple of days. Chen Mo consoled, then picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it in her mouth. You all don't have to be like this. Meng Meng pointed at the table laden with delicious food that we just finished a competition. It's only natural to replenish our energy. Chen Mo smiled as she remarked, the National Day holiday is just around the corner. You should be cautious these next few days, or you won't be able to enjoy the good food during the break. Right, didn't you say we're going to the amusement park? If you keep this up, you might miss out, Li Gu added. All right then. Meng Meng buried her head in her porridge. That moment, for individuals approached the entrance of the cafeteria. You must understand the gravity of your actions. Zhang Yujie stated coldly. She had never anticipated such an incident occurring in her class. As a substitute homeroom teacher, she had encountered numerous conflicts among students, but this situation was far beyond her expectations. Teacher, our Yusin truly knows she was wrong, a heavily made-up woman interjected. Clad in a fuchsia dress and adorned with a designer handbag, she held a set of Ferrari keys, her appearance reminiscent of a nouveau riche. Zhao Yusin, however, stood with her head bowed, silent as always in front of her mother. She was of short stature, slightly overweight, and had a few blemishes on her face. Since childhood, she had suffered from low self-esteem. The only pride she held was her excellent math grades. Yet ever since Chen Mo joined their class, both classmates and teachers had shifted their attention to this little girl, leaving Zhao Yusin feeling eclipsed. Is there a way for the two children to resolve this matter themselves? Compensation can be negotiated, Zhao Yusin's mother suggested. According to school regulations, Zhao Yusin must face expulsion. What you should worry about now is whether your child will be prosecuted. I've already spoken to the parents of the child who suffered from diarrhea. They have indicated their intention to file a police report. In any case, you should meet with them, apologize, and then we can go to the office to discuss how to resolve this. Zhang Yujie sighed. What kind of people are these? Do they not understand the seriousness of adding substances to drinks? Anyone with a smidgen of legal knowledge would never utter such words upon hearing the mention of a police report. Zhao Yusin's mother became flustered. She had initially thought this was merely a trivial squabble among children, something that could be easily brushed aside, but she never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. As the conversation continued, they approached Chen Mo's table. Teacher Jiang. Chen Mo looked up in surprise at the unfolding scene. Yes, the teachers are already aware of what transpired. The school has stated they will handle this matter seriously. This is Zhao Yusin's mother, here to apologize to you and Meng Meng. Zhang Yujie spoke with a hint of resignation. As homeroom teacher, she had to remain impartial and adhere to the rules. Despite her reluctance to have such unreasonable parents confront her students, Chen Mo glanced at the girl standing behind Zhang Yujie. Zhao Yusin stood silently with her head down, showing no awareness of her wrongdoing. You must be Chen Mo, right? What a lovely girl you are. Her mother seemed to possess a touch of social awkwardness, attempting to reach out to stroke Chen Mo's face. Chen Mo swiftly sidestepped, evading the bedazzled hand. The woman's hand froze midair, and after a moment of embarrassment, she turned and slapped Zhao Yusin across the face that it's all your fault for not studying properly. How dare you think about such nonsensical things at school? Kneel down and apologize, The woman's voice was loud and domineering, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Some onlookers even took out their phones to record, whispers of conversation growing louder. What is happening here? I heard that girl drugged someone. Wow, that is terrifying. Yeah, I heard that old Wong is furious and has contacted the principal to have that girl expelled. She deserves it. How could she do such a thing? Hey, look at the school forum. Someone even got the footage of the drugging. In an instant, nearly the entire school was aware of the events that transpired at noon. That a post was prominently displayed on the school forum. Shock. A certain girl from the Hangzhou University affiliated preparatory class drugged a classmate. Include surveillance footage. The post had been created barely 10 minutes ago, yet replies had already exceeded 10 pages. As Zhao Yusin listened to the chatter around her, tears streamed down her cheeks, her face stinging from the slap. She had never imagined the situation would escalate to this. Initially, she thought she could discreetly add weight loss medication without being discovered. After all, it would merely cause a stomach upset. Who would investigate her? Here is 2,000 yuan. I truly apologize that my child is just a bit out of her mind, the woman said, pulling out a wallet and offering money. However, Chinemo did not even glance at it as she coolly replied, I think we've eaten enough. Let us go. Yes, yes, the other girls echoed, showing no interest in such a cliché scene. Those who commit wrongdoings must face the consequences. Hey, what about the money? The woman awkwardly watched the girls' retreating figures. Let us go. Hu Yiming's parents have arrived, and I hear they brought someone from the tea bureau. Jiang Yu just said, ending the call. In the office, a middle-aged couple stood together, both dressed modestly, yet exuding a sense of refinement. Teacher Jiang, upon seeing Jiang Yuji enter, Meng Meng's father extended his hand for a handshake and greeted her. These are Meng Meng's parents, and this is Zhao Yusin's mother. Jiang Yuji introduced the woman behind her. This incident, I do like to think of it as mere childish mischief. Can we not resolve this privately? Zhao Yusin's mother had seen the tea bureau's vehicle parked downstairs before entering, and her face, framed by the fuchsia dress, appeared pale at a private settlement. If it were your child who had been drugged, would you agree to settle privately? Meng Meng's mother asked, unable to hold back her tears after rushing to the school upon receiving the news. Zhao Yusin's mother found herself at a loss for words. Our stance on this matter is clear. A private resolution is out of the question. The tea bureau is already investigating, and we don't wish to discuss further. If everything is all right, we need to pick up our daughter. Meng Meng's father stated firmly, wrapping an arm around his wife. But this is merely a prank between classmates. I've consumed that weight loss tea myself without issue, Zhao Yusin's mother insisted, growing increasingly impatient. No issue. My daughter spent the entire afternoon with diarrhea and was even on a saline drip. Meng Meng's mother could no longer contain her emotions. Jiang Yujie, facing this unprecedented situation, appeared equally helpless. There's truly no problem. I weighed 200 pounds, and now I'm down to 105, and I've been drinking it without any illness. Besides, I'm an agent for that weight loss tea. I can even show you the inspection report I have. Zhao Yusin's mother was displeased, pulling out her iPhone 13 Pro Max and scrolling through her phone to find a blurry quality inspection report. Look here, she exclaimed, exasperated. This quality inspection report doesn't even have a clear stamp from the Quality Supervision Bureau. Jiang Yuji interjected, to be on the safe side, we should first have the children examined, and let the tea bureau personnel handle the rest. Yes, yes, came the agreement. Upon hearing the insightful remarks of teacher Jiang, Muming's mother discreetly dabbed at her tears. Little did she know, before they could even exit, a group of imposing tea service personnel strode in. I have overheard everything you said just now. What connection do you have with this slimming tea? The tea service worker fixed a grave gaze upon Zhao Yusin's mother. I'm merely an agent, Zhao Yusin's mother stammered, her anxiety palpable to a micro-business operator. I presume you and your daughter must accompany us, the tea service worker declared, as several others closed in around them. What have I done wrong? Zhao Yusin's mother was utterly bewildered. The slimming tea you are selling has been found to contain banned substances as per national regulations, and your actions have severely violated the laws of Huagua. You are now subject to detention for interrogation. Do you have any questions? The tea service worker stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Yusin and her mother turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Subsequently, they were escorted away by the tea service personnel, while Meng Meng was taken to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, necessitating a 3-day sick leave in the dormitory. Chinemo cast a glance at the empty desk beside her, feeling an unexpected sense of discomfort. Sigh. With the National Day holiday just 3 days away, had I known, I would have consumed that toxic slimming tea. Chinemo sighed, her head drooping. Suddenly, 2 hands appeared from behind her, gently kneading her soft little cheeks. That do not dwell on such thoughts. Being ill is truly miserable. Here, have a cup of warm milk and get some rest, Li Gu offered, presenting a freshly brewed cup of hot milk to Chinemo. All right, fairy sister, Chinemo replied, accepting the warm ceramic cup and eagerly sipping the milk. After quenching her thirst, she let out a small burp, exuding a faint scent of milk. The milk you made is delightful, Chinemo remarked, licking the remnants of milk from the corners of her mouth, lazily yawning. The following day, upon waking, the entire school, as well as the neighboring Hangzhou University, was abuzz with news of the slimming tea incident. As Chinemo arrived in class, her desk mate Xiao Li could no longer contain her curiosity. Mo. Have you seen the forum? This time, Zhao Yusin has truly suffered a social death. Hearing this, Chinemo blinked in confusion, then pulled out her phone from the pocket of her uniform skirt, searching for Hangzhou University-affiliated school. She entered a school forum, where several trending posts were pinned at the top. Clicking on the first post, she watched a video that, despite being censored, unmistakably featured Zhao Yusin. The video had garnered 26,000 views, not counting the shares. It seemed Zhao Yusin had indeed achieved her goal of gaining attention, albeit for the wrong reasons. Although the video had not significantly impacted her, it was likely that no school would accept her now. However, who had uploaded this video? Chinemo mused, surprised that in the surveillance room, besides herself, only 2 others had seen the video. Li Gu and Wang Chenhao. It was unexpected that Wang Chenhao, usually so naive, would take such decisive action. She closed the web page on her phone, pondering, by the way, will her family compensate me for the milk tea that got knocked over? She chuckled to herself, amused at Xiaoli was momentarily stumped by the question. Just then, Li Gu approached from behind Chinemo, untying her crooked ponytail and beginning to style her hair into twin tails. They probably won't compensate you. Zhao Yusin's mother won't be available for some time. The tea service agency just released a statement. Last night, they dismantled an illegal drug manufacturing operation, with over 1,000 involved and a chain worth millions. It was mentioned that one of the informants was Zhao Yusin's mother. As Li Gu styled her hair, she shared the news with the others. Wow, the tea service agency is impressive, Xiao Li exclaimed, her jaw dropping in astonishment. So, I really want to get compensated for my milk tea. Chinemo lowered her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Well, once the holiday comes, I'll treat you, Li Gu concluded, securing the ponytails and lifting Chun Mo's little head with a tone of affection. The once pouty expression on Chun Mo's delicate face transformed into one of joy upon hearing this. Her round eyes sparkling as she playfully nodded, her twin tails bouncing with enthusiasm. Yay! Due to the video circulating on the forum, the school faced considerable public scrutiny. What had initially been a disciplinary review had escalated to expulsion. Across the city, information regarding the dangers of slimming tea was being disseminated widely. During the lunch break, Chinemo was engrossed in scrolling through TikTok videos on her phone when Xiao Yu and Li Gu entered the classroom. They had just returned from a year-level meeting with all the class representatives, the purpose of which remained uncleared. Li Gu, what did they discuss at the meeting? Chinemo inquired with curiosity, her head tilting up. The autumn sports meet. An early sports meet. How splendid. Oh yeah, we'll have a sports meet as soon as the National Day holiday is over. The classroom erupted in cheers at the announcement. The sports meet? Chinemo blinked in surprise. Yes, due to the negative impact of Zhao Yusin's incident on the school, the leadership has decided to hold the sports meet early, hoping to divert attention from the situation. Xiao Yu explained. However, she was completely uninterested in the sports meet, being utterly inept at sports. Which events do you want to participate in? Li Gu handed Chinemo a registration form, distributing the rest to the sports committee member. Chinemo looked down at the options on the form. 3,000 meters? 1,500 meters? Tug of war? For a little girl like her, those didn't seem suitable. The 4x100 relay? That was usually a major event. Never mind. Never mind. High jump? Long jump. She stretched her relatively short legs. I can't. Just as the words were about to escape her lips, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding, new task initiated. Please select one event to register for. Registration options. 1.3000 meters women's long-distance run, 2.200 meters women's freestyle swimming, 3. Cheerleading for the basketball team. Accepting the task will reward you with an athletic equipment treasure chest X1, which may contain rare items. What the heck? Is there really any choice? I'll participate in the 200 meters freestyle swimming, the little girl declared, resting her face on the table. After all, options 1 and 3 were utterly impossible. Although she couldn't swim, possessing a skill of extraordinary physical prowess should make learning to swim manageable, right? With the system at her side, pretending to be capable shouldn't be too difficult. She reassured herself. Are you sure? Xiaoyu asked, her expression revealing surprise. Yes. Chinemo nodded. Mo, you can swim? Li Gu queried. Of course. Not really. Chinemo coughed awkwardly. Nonetheless, she was quite enticed by the rewards offered by the system. Although her last reward had been a small electric scooter, she refused to believe her luck would always be dismal. This time, she was determined to hit the jackpot. Are you sure you want to register for swimming? Xiaoyu's face was filled with doubt. Register. Chinemo replied, raising her hand to grab a pen and completing the registration form before handing it to Li Ji. No worries. I can teach you. Li Gu reassured her with a gentle smile. All right. Chinemo felt quite confident, believing her decision was solid. During self-study, Chinemo stealthily retrieved her history atlas, concealing her little face. Open system warehouse, she commanded, and a photon barrier unfolded. Visible only to her, athletic equipment treasure chest X1. Open. A dazzling light burst forth, gradually transforming into a blinding white glow. That moment, a new message box appeared. Congratulations, host. You have received R-grade competitive swimwear X1. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary swimwear displayed on the screen, Chinemo clicked to view the details. Item: competitive swimwear color, deep blue material, nylon, polyester description, lightweight and form-fitting fabric, O-shaped back design. Showcases a healthy appearance, skin, an essential item for petite girls. System recommendation. Is this thing really not a gentleman's delight? She closed the system notification and pressed her little face against the table, pondering her predicament. Suddenly, joy vanished. After school, the little girl's face radiated happiness, beauty, and bliss. Mo, shall we head to the swimming pool for a look? Li Gu pointed towards the sports hall on the east side of the playground, wearing a warm smile. Indeed. If you can't swim, you'd better learn quickly, or it would be quite embarrassing, she added. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu also found the suggestion appealing. Embarrassing? That was utterly impossible. She was a systematic person. Soon after, the three of them arrived at the swimming pool, equipped with their sports gear. The affiliated school of Hangzhou University was divided into a preparatory department and a high school department. And at that moment, the younger students were engaged in club activities. The entire swimming facility was abuzz with excitement. It was already the end of September. The weather was slightly cool. However, the constant temperature pool combined with the indoor heating created a perfectly comfortable atmosphere. Mo, have you prepared your swimsuit? In the changing room, Xiaoyu and Li Gu were changing clothes, while Chinemo was hiding her head in her locker. Her face was flushed as if it could bleed. Mo, Li Gu approached, gently pulling the little one's head from the locker. Cover up. Then, with a sly grin, she slightly parted her fingers to peek that Li Gu had donned a stylish white two-piece swimsuit that accentuated her exquisite figure, showcasing her waistline and abdominal definition, almost resembling a textbook example of a youthful silhouette. Most notably, her long, fair legs were simply stunning. Why are you drooling? Hungry? Li Gu teased, shaking the dazed little girl before her. I'll wait for you outside. It's too stuffy in here. Xiaoyu, dressed in a simple ruffled one-piece swimsuit, which was a customized design for their school, decided to step out. Chinemo, being a transfer student, hadn't had time to order a swimsuit, so she pulled out a 5-star competition-grade swimsuit, a stark blue. Is this your old school swimsuit? Li Gu asked, somewhat surprised, as it appeared rather ordinary to her. Chinemo, unsure how to explain, began to change clothes, muttering to herself, as long as I don't feel awkward, then no one else will either. Once clad in her swimsuit, Li Gu tied her twin tails into a neater bun. So cute, Chinemo admired her reflection, noticing how adorable she looked in her dark blue swimsuit, despite the snug fit around her thighs being a tad uncomfortable. Yet, the soft curves appeared just right. Turning around, the O-shaped swimsuit featured a clever open-back design, exposing her fair skin to the air. The thin straps didn't obscure her lovely collarbones, while a few stray strands of hair framed her delicate face. Her bashful expression was simply delightful. Chapter 43. Survival Instinct Max. However, to appear like this at the poolside? Chun Mo pressed herself against the corner, peeking out. Sure enough, the poolside and the pool itself were teeming with people. Gulp, she nervously swallowed. What are you looking at? Li Gu approached, effortlessly lifting the bewildered little girl and heading towards the pool, attracting quite a few curious glances along the way. Ababa, Chun Mo had lost her ability to articulate. There are too many people. She exhibited a timid demeanor, visibly trembling, her little face growing paler. Mo, come down. Xiaoyu called out from the water, donning a pair of goggles, waving at Chun Mo, who stood hesitantly by the edge. Hearing the voice, Chun Mo stiffly lowered her head, crossing her arms and gazing at the blue pool, thinking that perhaps once she entered the water, she would become invisible. After a moment of hesitation, she grasped the edge of the pool and dipped her little foot into the water that seemed not dangerous at all, although she had never swum in her previous life due to a profound aversion to sports. Theoretically, swimming in a pool should feel similar to bathing in a tub, right? Plop. She closed her eyes and plunged into the water. Bubbles bubbled up as she began to panic, unable to produce any sound. Only a series of bubbles escaping from her mouth. Danger! Help! Splash, splash, splash. Suddenly, her little arms flailed about, creating delightful splashes in the water. She couldn't touch the bottom of the pool at all. What was happening? Was she destined to meet her end here today? As Chun-Mo's mind raced through her life's memories in a mere 0.00001 seconds, a pair of hands suddenly caught her under the arms, lifting her toward the surface. Woo-woo, Li Gu. Chun-Mo panicked, clinging desperately to the soft body. But in the next moment, she realized something felt slightly off. Though everything was soft, why did the shape feel different from what she expected? Soon after, another pair of hands grasped her, pulling her from the depths of the perilous pool. Cough, cough, cough. This time, it truly felt like half her life was taken. After some effort, the little girl opened her eyes, struggling to clear the water from her nasal passages, coughing violently. She had nearly been filled to the brim with pool water. Are you all right? Li Gu's voice came through as she patted Chun Mo's back soothingly. I'm fine. Chun Mo sniffled, contemplating whether she truly couldn't swim. Just then, a cold voice echoed nearby. Rubbing her eyes, she looked up to see a beautiful girl with a high ponytail and an enviable figure. The girl's skin was fair, clad in a professional black swimsuit, her indifferent gaze tinged with a hint of incredulity, as if to say, "You can't swim, yet you jumped into the water?" Fool! Chun Mo fell silent. The Li Gu sighed, continuing to gently help Chun Mo catch her breath. There's a lifebuoy over there. With that, the girl turned and walked towards the pool's edge. She then gracefully leaped into the water with elegance. How infuriating, to be shown up like that? Watching the girl swim through the water like a mermaid, Chun Mo's eyes stung with unshed tears that alright, we'll take it slowed. Li Gu noticed the little girl's despondent demeanor and reached out to pat her head. Though the gesture was gentle, it surprisingly helped expel some of the water she had inhaled. Li Gu, give me another pat, Chun Mo exclaimed, feeling relieved. After a while, with her cheeks flushed crimson, she clung to a pink inflatable lifebuoy styled like a rabbit. Its adorable ears held tightly in her little hands, her survival instincts at an all-time high. Grateful for the borrowed lifebuoy, she couldn't help but think, it's fine, there is still half a month of vacation left. With some effort, I should be fine. Li Gu sighed as well, feeling the weight of the moment. Chun Mo was at a loss for words, allowing herself to float in the water. The earlier panic had left her with a profound fear of the pool. If it comes to worst, let us switch to a different activity, Xiaoyu suggested. Oh yes, I could just change to another activity. She realized, system, ding, detecting hostess confusion. Would you like to end the task and participate in the 200-meter women's freestyle? Friendly reminder, upon task completion, this system will immediately reclaim the rewards for this task. Chun Mo looked down at her swimsuit, realizing the options for ending the task had appeared in her view. End task confirmation remaining time. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Wait, you rogue system. Sweat beads trickled down her cheeks as the countdown continued. 0.2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. System notification. Task termination opportunity 01. If the host attempts to interrupt the task, This system will initiate punishment mode. What kind of nonsensical system is this? Chinemo felt utterly helpless, shaking her little feet as she tried to paddle toward the edge of the pool. However, she found herself drifting further away instead. Though Li Gu was right beside her, she too hesitated to speak up, wanting to maintain her dignity as a little girl. Struggling, she kicked her short legs. But a wave pushed her even farther from the edge. Unwilling to give up, she seized her moment and summoned all her strength. Hiss, it's cold, as she felt a sharp cramp in her calf. An acute sensation of pain surged to her brain. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In that instant, she plummeted directly from the center of the life buoy. The excruciating agony in her calf, coupled with the oppressive weight of the pool water, rendered the little girl incapable of even struggling. 2 tears of regret trickled into the pool, and everything around her began to blur. All that remained before Chinemo were vast expanses of blue. At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the pool, and a pair of icy eyes gazed upon the little girl, extending a hand toward that figure. Her movements were remarkably agile, as though slender. Smooth hands reached out to Chun-Mo, perhaps driven by the instinct for survival. Chun-Mo lifted her small arm and clutched tightly onto that somewhat cold hand. Soon after, everything went dark, and she... Chapter 44. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. On the water's surface, the recent wave had caused Li Gu and Xiao Yu to turn around. When they looked back at the life buoy, Li Gu, "Where's Mo?" Xiao Yu's face paled. Her expression filled with anxiety. However, Li Ji's countenance hardened as she swiftly swam toward the life buoy, inhaled deeply, and plunged beneath the water. Have I died again? Chinmo's head throbbed painfully as she bore through the agony and opened her eyes. Before her lay a familiar, yet strange white ceiling, accompanied by a faint scent of disinfectant. She propped herself up and abruptly threw off the covers. Brother, are you still there? Gazing down, the little girl's eyes were vacant as she sniffled. Oh, it's my sister. She turned her head in a daze and realized she was in the infirmary's resting area, surrounded by white curtains. With a rustle, the curtain on her right was drawn back, revealing the school nurse standing beside her bed. Awake? She said in a neutral tone, extending 2 fingers. How many is this? 2, Chinemo replied. And this? The nurse extended 5 fingers. Chinemo, growing somewhat impatient, retorted, I'm not foolish. 5. What do you get when you add a 0 to these 2 numbers? The nurse retracted her hand and began jotting something down in a small notebook with a pen attached to her chest. 250, Chun-Mo asked, puzzled. That's correct, the nurse replied, putting away her pen, that it's slightly more than 2. Let us observe for another half hour. Watching the white figure retreat, Chun-Mo found herself in a daze. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the door. Mo, you scared me to death. Xiao Yu rushed over and enveloped the little girl in her embrace. Just as Chinemo had nearly recovered, the sudden movement sent her head spinning. Causing her pain? No. Please stop, Chun-Mo weakly protested. Wah, that was far too dangerous. Xiao Yu wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. It's all right. I'm fine now, Chinemo hurriedly reassured her. What about Li Gu? Li Gu is still with the school nurse. After a while, 2 figures approached the resting area. Li Gu was accompanied by the cold girl from the pool, who was assisting her. Both had changed into dry clothes, yet their hair remained damp. Chinemo noticed that Li Ji's gait seemed somewhat peculiar to Li Gu. What happened to your foot? She inquired with concern. That it's nothing. Li Gu smiled, walking over to the bedside. Are you all right? The cold girl's face bore a hint of concern as well. That I'm fine. Thank you all for your help, Chinemo said, lowering her head. Learning to swim. It's quite normal to swallow a bit of water. Xiao Yu, noticing Chinmo's demeanor, attempted to comfort her, not wishing for Chun-Mo to feel too guilty. Indeed, don't be disheartened. We can take our time. Li Gu took Chinmo's small hand, and in that warm grasp, Chun-Mo felt her own warmth gradually return. Perhaps I lack talent. I might as well, she began to say, but unexpectedly, the cold girl interjected. If you want to learn, I can teach you. That moment, everyone in the resting area fell silent. What on earth? No, she certainly did not wish to learn. Although I may lack teaching experience, but swimming is... The cold girl continued speaking, discreetly averting her gaze, her ears tinged with red. Seeing you like this, if you truly want to learn, I could reluctantly teach you. She stumbled through her words. Goodness, was this person Sundara? Chen Mo blinked in surprise, then glanced at her cramped calf. Mo, why don't we consider a different activity? Xiao Yu suggested, wanting to spare her the risk. Chen Mo recalled the punishment the system had mentioned and then turned her gaze back to Li Jita. Do you want to learn? Li Gu asked. I suppose. Chen Mo replied hesitantly. It's up to you. If you want to learn swimming, just find me at the swimming pool after school tomorrow, the cold girl stated before turning to leave. Chen Mo rubbed her dazed head. Ding. A new task has commenced. Please accept Lin Zhao's invitation. Successful completion will result in a full system upgrade, daily benefits raised to 8,000 yuan. System, don't pressure me. Chen Mo clenched the blanket tightly. However, that was Lin Xiao, who had won a gold medal in the national swimming competition 2 years prior. Perhaps she could truly teach her to swim. Xiao Yu fell into contemplation. That is quite impressive. Chen Mo forced a smile. Actually, swimming isn't that difficult. I started out just like you. Li Gu reassured it so. How did you learn? Chen Mo inquired. Well, practice as much as possible. Having a teacher certainly makes it easier. Li Gu reminisced. All right, I'll give it another try. Chen Mo sighed. You don't need to push yourself too hard. If it proves too challenging, you can always withdraw from the competition. Li Gu's gaze was filled with warmth. Okay. Chen Mo felt a sense of healing wash over her once more. The following day, after school, by the edge of the pool, the little girl still trembled uncontrollably. However, this time she was fully equipped. Swim cap, goggles, nose clip, life jacket, life buoy. At this moment, she stood at the pool's edge, clutching the life buoy, creating quite the spectacle. Others regarded her with bemused expressions, just as she had finished changing into her swimsuit and entered the swimming facility. Lin Xiao immediately noticed this peculiar little girl. Hey, did you rob a swimming equipment store? A shadow of exasperation crossed her delicate face. Let us swim. Due to her extensive gear, Chen Mo found it somewhat difficult to breathe. Observing the little girl's comical appearance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. She covered her face, chuckling. Oh. Chen Mo looked on in confusion. Then, Lin Xiao raised her hand and removed the nose clip from her nose. You won't need that for freestyle swimming. Take off the life buoy. It's of no use. With a flurry of actions, Lin Xiao stripped Chen Mo of most of her gear. Chen Mo thought to herself, is this girl truly professional? A single life jacket is sufficient. Let us get into the water. After speaking, the girl approached the pool's edge and gracefully leapt into the water with a perfect arc moments later, amid a spray of water. She effortlessly resurfaced. Chen Mo hesitated. Come down, Lin Xiao said coolly, her tone stern. So fierce. Reluctantly, Chen Mo extended a small foot and, with a splash, was pulled into the water. Chapter 45. Something's gone wrong. Something's gone wrong. After 3 hours of drinking water in the pool, cough, 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 Chen Mo grasped the handrail and struggled to climb ashore. For the first time, she realized how heavy her body felt. With every 2 steps, her calves trembled uncontrollably. Are you hungry? Lin Xiao, appearing completely at ease, reached for a sports water bottle beside her and tilted her head back to drink. The girl's tall frame, with long limbs leaning against the wall, resembled a scene from a photo shoot. Not hungry. Chen Mo shook her head. I'm truly full, and I even feel a bit nauseous. At that moment, a towel landed on Chen Mo's head. To be honest, with your level of talent, you might as well give up on swimming altogether, the girl remarked as she began changing her clothes, listening to the sounds of fabric rustling nearby. Chen Mo sighed and began to dry the water from her hair. In the changing room, only she and Lin Xiao remained. You and Li Gu seemed quite close. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up, unable to suppress her recollection of the events from the previous day, when she and Li Gu had pulled the unconscious Chen Mo to the edge of the swimming pool. At that time, they were unable to reach the lifeguard at the swimming facility, and Li Gu had dashed out of the pool, carrying Chen Mo in her arms, without even taking the time to put on her shoes. Rushing straight to the infirmary, it was only after the nurse had attended to Chen Mo that they realized Li Gu had injured her foot. Chen Mo, now fastening her school uniform shirt, responded with a sullen tone upon hearing Lin Xiao's words. You two aren't in that kind of relationship, are you? Lin Xiao closed the locker door as she spoke. The little girl, having finished buttoning up, looked puzzled. She was nearly exhausted and truly had no time for guessing games. It's nothing. Is your foot all right? Lin Xiao replied flatly. It was better not to mention it, but as soon as the topic arose, Chen Mo visibly wilted. She rubbed her small face, feeling it was all her fault. For now, I can't get it wet. Some of the cuts are quite deep. Chen Mo explained that it would be terrible if they leave scars. Lin Xiao jabbed Chen Mo in the chest with another remark. Can someone please come and stitch her mouth shut? After putting on her pleated skirt, Chen Mo sat on a chair and picked up 2 black knee-high socks. Pulling them onto her calves. Here, this is for you. I used it when I had cuts before. It's quite effective. A small jar was tossed on a Chen Mo's leg, a white porcelain container no larger than half a palm. Devoid of any label. After saying this, Lin Xiao picked up her shoulder bag and departed. Chen Mo opened the jar, a refreshing herbal scent wafting out. This isn't some unregulated product, is it? She activated her divine right eye. Product name, Secret Healing Ointment. Ingredients, peach kernel, crow's foot, menthol, etc. Efficacy, S-class scar removal, far surpassing ordinary products on the market. Return on investment, 1,600 yuan per jar. S-class. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback, yet a sense of gratitude for Lin Xiao began to blossom within her. Once I learn to swim, I should treat this girl to a meal. Having exited the swimming facility, Chen Mo hastily tied her damp hair up and made her way to the dining hall. At this time, the food at the first-floor hall was completely sold out. Is the heavens against me? Chen Mo rubbed her flat stomach. After recovering from her overwhelming fatigue, the lingering aroma of the cafeteria food made her mouth water uncontrollably. Just as she was about to head to the supermarket across the street to buy instant noodles, a figure suddenly appeared before her. How go? Chen Mo stared at the 2 large meal boxes in Wang Chenhao's hands, from which a familiar fragrance wafted. It had to be braised chicken drumsticks. Slurp. Chen Mo licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with an almost ravenous hunger. You must be starving. I just ordered this from upstairs. Wang Chenhao remarked, handing over the meal boxes to the little girl. How go, YYDS? Chen Mo exclaimed as she accepted the meal boxes, feeling the generous portion was overwhelming. It's nothing. Li Gu asked me to help her order. Did you fall into the water? Wang Chenhao looked at Chen Mo, whose wet hair was dripping. Something like that. Chen Mo replied awkwardly. Girls shouldn't catch a chill. Should I get you a dry towel? Wang Chenhao inquired. No. I'll head back first. Li Gu should be hungry too. Chen Mo glanced at the still warm meal boxes in her hands. All right, be careful, Wang Chenhao said, offering no further comment as he watched Chen Mo leave. A hint of concern evident in his gaze. Upon reaching the dormitory, Chen Mo pushed the door open and walked in. Li Gu a little. She was about to greet her when she noticed only Li Gu was present, seemingly asleep at the desk. Quietly, she closed the door and approached Li Gu. She walked to the desk and reached out to touch the girl's smooth arm exposed to the air. Ouch, her temperature is so high. Chen Mo was startled. Her voice startled the drowsy Li Gu, who slowly opened her eyes, revealing an unusual flush on her delicate face. Mo, you're back. Her voice was somewhat hoarse. Li Gu. Do you have a fever? We should go to the infirmary. Chen Mo felt a surge of anxiety. However, Li Gu remained silent, merely gazing at Chen Mo. In her eyes, the figure of the young girl before her seemed blurred, merging with another juvenile silhouette. Come, let me help you. Chen Mo panicked, placing the meal boxes down and reaching out to support Li Gu. Unfortunately, after enduring a grueling training session, her strength had nearly depleted. She stumbled, and both girls fell to the ground. Thud. Li Gu collapsed onto her, her body temperature at least 3 degrees higher than Chen Mo's, her breathing heavy. Chen Mo gazed at the face hanging before her, panic-stricken as she scrambled to rise once more. But she noticed that Li Gu was bleeding. At that moment, dark red blood had stained her skirt. Although it wasn't a large amount, it was enough to frighten Chen Mo terribly. Trembling, she rushed to her desk, grabbed her phone, and called Jiang Yujie. Teacher, something's happened. The little girl spoke with a hint of tears, her voice trembling with anxiety. What happened? Jiang Yujie was startled, dropping her red pen as she rushed out of the office. Li Gu has fainted from a fever and is also bleeding. Chen Mo's hands and feet felt icy as she held the phone. It was her first experience of genuine fear, a sensation she had never felt even during her rebirth. Chapter 46. The deleted call log. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo frantically helped Li Gu sit up, wrapping her in a small blanket. Cradling Li Gu in her arms, her mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Her face paling. The dormitory was utterly silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock. 5 minutes later, the dormitory door swung open, and Jiang Yujie entered, nearly ascending to heaven upon witnessing the scene before her. "What happened?" "She immediately dialed for an ambulance that I don't know QAQ," Chinemo replied. Jiang Yujie, holding her phone, reached out to feel Li Ji's forehead. Indeed, the child had a fever, and it was quite high. She attempted to call Li Gu a couple of times. Li Gu slightly opened her eyes, indicating that she was still conscious. After communicating with the ambulance, she turned to Chinemo. "Where is she bleeding?" she asked with concern. "At the back," Chinemo stammered. "The back?" Jiang Yujie frowned. It's just that, girls. It's very." Chinemo felt embarrassed as she struggled to find the right words. Jiang Yujie seemed to understand, after confirming that Li Gu had not sustained other injuries. She helped her turn around. "Isn't this just her period?" She, utterly speechless. "Teacher Jiang, is Li Gu going to be all right?" Chinemo asked anxiously, gazing at the innocent little face, unable to find words that go grab a pair of underwear and some loose sweatpants. Jiang Yujie assisted Li Gu into the bathroom. "Okay." Chinemo hurriedly rushed to Li Ji's cabinet. Rifling through her clothes in her haste, a thick leather diary accidentally fell to the ground. Clatter. Several photos slipped out from between the pages of the diary. Most of the pictures featured two girls who appeared to be quite close. The older girl seemed around 5 or 6 years old, while the younger girl was scarcely 3. That the older girl cradled her younger sister. Her gaze filled with tenderness. It was evident that the older girl was Li Gu, and the younger one, beaming with joy while holding a small bunny toy, was likely Chinemo. "Hurry and bring the things in." A voice called from the bathroom. "Okay." Chinemo quickly picked up the photos, stuffed them back into the diary, and grabbed the thin garments before entering the restroom. She opened the door slightly, handing the items over. "You need to get a sanitary pad too," Jiang Yujie instructed. Chinemo quickly dashed over to the desk, grabbed a large pack, and returned. After some bustling about, Jiang Yujie finally brought Li Gu, now dressed in a fresh set of clothes. "Out. Hold on to this skirt for now. We should head downstairs. The ambulance has arrived." Jiang Yujie sighed. "All right," Chinemo said, neatly wrapping the skirt before tossing it in her laundry basket. "What a scatterbrained child," Jiang Yujie couldn't help but remark as they headed downstairs. Under the watchful gaze of onlookers, the three of them climbed into the white ambulance. 38.9. "Let's administer an injection to bring down the fever." The doctor clad in a white coat spoke, subsequently issuing a prescription. "I will handle the payment. You take good care of Li Gu here. Is this little one capable?" Jiang Yujie glanced at Chinemo with a hint of concern. Chinemo nodded vigorously, and soon after, Jiang Yujie departed the emergency room. "Apart from the unconsciousness, are there any other symptoms? Nausea, diarrhea, perhaps?" the doctor inquired. "None," Chinemo replied, shaking her head. She had spent the entire day before school with Li Gu. "What injury is on her foot?" The doctor frowned, noticing the bandage on the girl's foot. "She scratched it while going barefoot yesterday," Chinemo explained. "That could lead to an infection. We need to draw some blood urgently," the doctor muttered to himself. Then wrote out several more prescriptions. Before long, a few nurses wheeled in a cart. Chinemo stood outside the curtain, her heart laden with anxiety. After administering the fever-reducing injection, Li Gu was transferred to an adjacent ward. "Phew, the test results are in, and everything is fine. It appears she merely caught a chill." Jiang Yujie returned with several reports in hand. "That's a relief." Chinemo sat obediently by the bedside. That moment, the girl in bed opened her eyes. "Momo, Teacher Jiang." Li Gu called out. "Li Gu." Chinemo grasped the small hands hidden beneath the covers, her eyes brimming with concern. She had not anticipated Li Ji's sudden illness. "It's all right. You've already received the fever medication," Jiang Yujie said, gently ruffling the child's hair. Li Gu nodded, visibly still lacking strength. "Rest easy." Jiang Yujie's words were cut short as her phone suddenly vibrated. She stepped out of the ward with her phone in hand, her expression turning serious upon seeing the incoming call. Ardell, a deep male voice resonated from the receiver. Although it was merely a simple acknowledgement, it caused Jiang Yujie to grip her phone tightly, momentarily lost for words. Li Gu. She had barely uttered 2 words when the call was abruptly disconnected. It felt as though she had plunged into a dark abyss. Holding her phone dazed, amidst the bustling hospital corridor, "Teacher Jiang?" Chinemo emerged from the room, noticing Jiang Yujie's despondent demeanor. "Huh? What's wrong?" Jiang Yujie finally snapped back to reality, glancing at her call log before swiping to delete 2 entries. Chinemo observed this peculiar moment with curiosity. The number was excessively long, and such international dialing codes typically indicated a foreign number. I'm hungry, and Li Ge hasn't eaten either. I'll go fetch some millet porridge, Chun Mo suggested. All right. Jiang Yuja nodded, somewhat dazed. Please take care of Li Ge for me. With a sense of unease, Chun Mo left the ward. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Ge had drifted into a light slumber. Jiang Yuja opened the door quietly and approached the bedside. Gazing at the delicate and beautiful face of the girl, her eyes suddenly welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Grabbing a tissue, she dabbed at her face, and once more, the ward fell into silence. Regarding Li Ji's father, the character's complexity is rather profound. For both Li Ge and Li Mo, he is undoubtedly an unworthy father, perhaps even undeserving. This particular storyline will gradually unfold later, somewhat heart-wrenching, merely reminiscences of past events. Yet it is a pivotal moment for Chun Mo as she traverses into Li Ji's heart. Marking the climax of the first volume, it likely elucidates the reasons behind Li Ji's somewhat twisted personality traits. Ahem. Since this narrative is one of bliss, rest assured that Chun Mo will indeed redeem Li Ge. Overflowing with sweetness, and more sweetness, that authors note. Chapter 47. Too embarrassing in a sunlit children's room. Two girls sat on the carpet, building with blocks. That Mo's grand castle is all set. The little girl clapped her hands, her voice still carrying a childish lilt due to the onset of her first loose teeth. The older girl placed the final red triangular block and affectionately tousled the little girl's hair. Be good. Your sister has class soon. You play for ABIT, that Li Ge said, her gaze filled with affection for her sweet, clingy little sister. But why must you always attend class, sister? The younger one pouted, tugging at Li Ji's arm. Well, because I need to learn a great deal of knowledge so I can protect Mo in the future, Li Ge replied, gently patting the soft features of the little girl's face. Smiling warmly, Sister, you sit. The little girl, resembling a tiny radish, stood up and waddled to retrieve a copy of 20,000 Leagues Under the S. Mo can read now, and I can learn the poses. I will protect you from now on, she declared, her chubby little hands flipping through the illustrated book. Look, this is a shark with sharp teeth. It's the fiercest, she exclaimed proudly, lifting her head high. Indeed, Mo is quite clever. Li Ge beamed at the adorable little radish, unable to suppress her sweet smile. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the clock in the hallway chimed, signaling the time. The sunlight gradually waned, darkness descending. The older girl stood and retrieved a small ball from the corner, handing it to the little girl. Then Mo, go play with the ball for a bit. I'll come keep you company after class. The little girl hugged the ball, nodding joyfully, then scampered out of the room. No, don't go. On the hospital bed, Li Ge suddenly opened her eyes wide, drenched in cold sweat. It was a nightmare. The panic in her gaze slowly dissipated, leaving only a chilling sensation that Li Ge, I'm here. Chun Mo rubbed her eyes and lifted her head, having been startled awake by Li Ji's murmured dreams. Her mind still a bit hazy. Are we in the hospital? Li Ge propped herself up against the headboard. The deal, you want some porridge? It's gone cold. Chun Mo glanced at the porridge beside her with a sigh. I am not hungry. Li Ge shook her head, but upon seeing Chun Mo, her eyes softened once more. She reached out to grasp Chun Mo's sleeve. Don't fuss. Go sleep on the sofa for a while, the girl said, observing Li Ge, whose complexion remained pale. Chun Mo shook her head. That I'm not tired. It's fine. Halfway through her sentence, she couldn't help but yawn. Oh dear. Not getting enough sleep could hinder your growth. Li Ge chuckled at the sight, unable to resist a smile. Did I want fall for that? I'm going to get you a drink. With that, Chun Mo grabbed a cup and a box of brown sugar she had just purchased and exited the ward. In the corridor, the autumn wind whispered, and Chun Mo shivered involuntarily. However, as the breeze brushed against her, her mind sharpened, recalling the two phrases Li Ge had murmured in her sleep. The Mo she mentioned couldn't possibly refer to her. Could it? The photograph she had seen during the day was still vivid in her memory. What had happened to the girl named Li Mo? She arrived at the tea room and prepared a cup of warm brown sugar water. This small bottle had cost a staggering 98 yuan. With a sigh, she carried the drink back to the ward. Li Ge was now holding her phone, seemingly replying to a message, and set it down as Chun Mo entered. Mo is so considerate, she remarked to Li Ge. Do you have a younger sister? Chun Mo hesitated, her curiosity piqued. Upon seeing Li Ge's frail appearance, she swallowed her words. She recalled that Su Luoluo had once posed the same question. And Li Ji's expression of despondency was etched in her memory. If Li Mo truly was Li Ji's sister, then surely something must have transpired. Li Ge took a sip of the brown sugar water and looked up. Shall I help you change the dressing on your foot? Chen Mo deftly shifted the topic. I nodded slightly as Chen Mo retrieved iodine, gauze, and adhesive tape from the bedside cabinet. She then sat at the foot of the bed, lifted the quilt, and immediately caught sight of Li Ji's feet. Upon removing the gauze, Chen Mo discovered 3 wounds, 2 of which were quite deep. Perhaps sensing the intense gaze, Li Ji's delicate foot instinctively recoiled slightly. Chen Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment herself. However, having lived together for such an extended period, she steeled herself, twisted open the cap of the iodine, and took out a cotton swab. Hiss, Li Ge inhaled sharply, her lovely foot trembling slightly. I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you? Chen Mo asked nervously, pausing her actions. No, it's fine. Please continue, Li Ge replied, covering her flushed face with the quilt. She simply had a heightened sensitivity in her feet. Huff. Chen Mo leaned closer to those feet and gently blew a breath over them. She recalled how, during their first encounter, Li Ge had treated her wounds in a similar manner. Although her current position seemed rather compromising, akin to something inappropriate, she swore she harbored no strange proclivities. Montauk. Meanwhile, Li Ge, concealed beneath the quilt, was nearing her limits, finding the sensation unbearably ticklish. Could you please stop? She said, her face hidden in her hands. Chen Mo looked up to see Li Ji's bashful face, and it suddenly dawned on her, causing her cheeks to flush a bright red. What had she been thinking? Who on earth blows on someone's sauce? This was too embarrassing. Chapter 48. The delivery at the door the following day. After her fever subsided, Li Ge was ready to be discharged from the hospital, upon their return to school with Jiang Yujie. They were greeted by the anxious presence of Xiao Yu. What on earth happened? You scare me to death. Xiao Yu rushed to the side of the car, supporting Li Ji. It was just a fever. I'm fine, Li Ge replied, feeling somewhat bashful. A fever? Don't lie to me. I heard the ambulance came. Xiao Yu exclaimed, her voice filled with worry. She had spent the previous night alone in the empty dorm. Feeling utterly disoriented. I promise. Just ask him Mo, Li Ge said. Xiao Yu then turned her gaze to the yawning Chen Mo, who was wobbling as she got out of the car. What did the doctor say? Was it really just a fever? Xiao Yu inquired. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. While a fever may seem trivial, it should not be overlooked. Although their school nurse was quite reliable, she had truly panicked yesterday. It was all because of this silly girl. After parking, Jiang Yujie also got out of the car and playfully poked Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo felt a bit sheepish, realizing she had caused quite the misunderstanding. She hadn't anticipated the matter of a girl's monthly cycle. All right, you two help me get back to the dorm or rest. I've given you leave for today, so you can take the afternoon off. Jiang Yujie had been running around and looked quite exhausted. She glanced at her watch before departing. Teacher Jiang is so considerate, Chen Mo thought, feeling her worries dissipate at the mention of a break. Right. Mo Lin Xiao asked me to give you her number. I've sent it to you on QQ. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing that name, Chen Mo was flooded with memories of her fear of the swimming pool. She asked for your number, and I casually gave it to her. Xiao Yu continued. Suddenly, a bad premonition crept into Chen Mo's mind. This holiday might not be as relaxing as she had envisioned. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, and the campus was instantly bustling with students. In the corridor outside the dormitory, the sounds of various rolling suitcases filled the air. Xiao Yu, having already packed her belongings, waved goodbye. See you next month. She darted off, leaving no trace. Chen Mo remained at the table, holding a theme park ticket, a special VIP invitation for National Day that Wang Xinhao had given her, looking quite exquisite. Li Ge, are you sure you're up for this? She turned to Li Ji. Li Ge was busy packing in front of the cabinet and turned her head upon hearing the question. I really am fine. Don't worry, she assured. But your foot. Chen Mo expressed her concern. It's all right. The wounds have completely scabbed over. And if I can go to the amusement park with Mo, I would be very happy, Li Ge replied, turning with a gentle smile. By the way, since your foot is injured, why not stay at my place? My home has an elevator, which would be more convenient. Plus the room is small and requires less movement. Chen Mo felt a bit shy and began to pack a few items into her backpack. Then I'll be imposing, she said. Li Ge nodded, and after packing their minimal belongings, they placed their bags on the small electric scooter and rode away from school. Upon reaching the well-furnished apartment, they found Sha lounging on the sofa, waiting for their return, with its mouth agape in an adorably daft manner. Ah, it feels so good to be home. Chinemo slipped on her slippers and raced into the living room. Hugging Sha and rolling on the sofa, that Li Gu closed the door and neatly arranged her mismatched shoes in the shoe cabinet. The apartment was fully stocked with necessities, though some perishable items were lacking. Gurgle. After rolling around a couple of times, the little girl on the sofa felt her stomach rumble. She clutched Sha and turned her gaze to Li Gu. "That I'm hungry. Let us eat." Chunemo exclaimed, taking out her phone to open a food delivery app. This app was incredibly convenient, and Chinemo had only downloaded it a few days prior. Fried chicken, barbecue hamburgers, rice noodles, spicy hot pot. It had everything, and as a newcomer, she could also enjoy substantial discounts. That Li Gu, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Chinemo wiped her mouth and handed her phone to Li Gu. Sitting beside her, Li Gu shook her head. "I'm fine with whatever." Then, Chinemo began scrolling through the app and ordered a family bucket meal. However, before she could set her phone down, the doorbell of the apartment rang, catching her off guard. Wow, that was fast for the delivery, she wondered, scratching her head as she approached the door to peek through the peephole. Outside stood a figure clad in a black coat, a mask concealing their face, and a black baseball cap atop their head. The peculiar angle of the peephole startled Chinemo, causing her to take a step back. What is going on? She retreated 2 more steps. With the door secured by a chain lock, the person outside would need to forcefully break it to gain entry. "What is wrong? Mo?" Li Gu approached. "Its me to don't panic," came a familiar voice from outside. "Su Luo?" Chinemo realized, stepping closer to the door. Sure enough, the girl outside had removed her mask, revealing her light chestnut eyes, peering in through the GP. Li Gu took down the security chain and opened the door. Her expression one of confusion toward this unexpected visitor. "What brings you here?" Chinemo asked, bewildered. "I was passing by and thought I'd bring you some food," Su Luo replied nonchalantly, stepping inside. After removing her shoes, she walked barefoot into the living room. She took off her baseball cap, letting her long black hair cascade down, and then peeled off her black jacket to reveal a white turtleneck underneath, paired with a Burberry checkered wrap skirt. It's stuffy in here. Recently, the swarm of paparazzi has become utterly overwhelming. That I was just at a nearby studio for a photo shoot. She set down a large backpack she was carrying and waved her hand to fan herself, a hint of rosy blush gracing her delicate little face. Chinemo tilted her head, pondering the level of familiarity she had with this individual. "That don't be shy. Go ahead and eat," she encouraged. She emptied the contents of her backpack onto the coffee table. Vanilla pudding, strawberry brownies, snow-topped cake, an array of delightful desserts, beside which a small receipt fluttered down. Chinemo picked it up, astonished to discover that this person had spent 800 yuan on snacks at a convenience store. All of which were sweets? Although I have never tried them, I read online that they should taste rather delightful. That moment. Su Luo also sensed the awkward atmosphere. After all, it seemed no one had acknowledged her since she entered. "Thank you." Chinemo felt at a loss for words. The 3 of them settled on the sofa, each lost in their own thoughts. 10 minutes later, a doorbell chimed. Chinemo quickly stood up, eager to escape the peculiar ambience of the living room. Upon opening the door, a delivery person in a red outfit handed her the takeaway. "Enjoy your meal. Please leave a 5-star review. Thank you." "All right, no problem." Chinemo nodded politely, grasping a bucket of fried chicken in her left hand and 3 cups of cola in her right. "Let's eat together." She placed the items down, and the coffee table was soon brimming with delectable treats. "How thoughtful of Mo. She even bought me a portion," Su Luo remarked, wrapping her arms around Chinemo and planting a kiss on her petite face. "Ah, why? What are you doing, QAQ? Since when do people kiss when they disagree?" Chinemo hurriedly pushed Su Luo away and sought refuge behind Li Gu. "Isn't this quite normal?" Su Luo questioned, seemingly perplexed as it was her first time dining with friends. Gazing at the fried chicken and cola on the table, she felt rather out of place. "Did you grow up abroad?" Li Gu inquired. "Yes, I left for another country at the age of 7. Su Luo replied. Her gaze lowered as she picked up a cup of cola and sipped through a straw. As they found a topic to discuss, the atmosphere gradually warmed. That life abroad really that terrifying? Chinemo still appeared somewhat puzzled, as she had only heard of cheek-kissing greetings and the like. That it's somewhat similar, Su Luluo chuckled. She had few friends abroad as she began her entertainment career at the age of 9, which left her with little opportunity to socialize. That I was almost working every day, starting as a child model before being discovered by a talent scout. I even debuted in a group. The girl laughed. Though Chinmo was taken aback. She could sense that aside from work, Sulola's life seemed devoid of anything else, as if she were merely a puppet exploited by her parents for their own gain. Didn't you feel exhausted as a child? Li Gu asked. Indeed, I was still watching Ultraman Tiga at the age of 9. Chinmo chimed in. Well, I suppose I got used to it, the girl replied, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Her nose tinged with a hint of sadness as she took a bite of the hamburger, and then her expression changed as she puffed her cheeks, exclaiming, "This hamburger is delicious. Haven't you had it before?" Chinmo was even more astonished. This fast food was ubiquitous. How could someone have never tried a spicy chicken burger? After their meal, Su Luoluo received a relentless barrage of calls from her manager. Well, I must be off. See you next time. With that, she waved goodbye. Chinmo and Li Gu escorted her to the door, but as she stepped outside, she paused, her gaze fixed intently on Li Gu, as if she had something to say. What is it? Li Gu asked. That it's nothing. Let's hang out again sometime. I truly enjoyed today. With that, Su Luluo turned and left the apartment entrance. Watching her retreating figure, Chinmo felt an unsettling sense of coincidence surrounding it all, from their first meeting to Su Luluo moving next door to Li Gu. Why did she have the impression that Su Luluo was deliberately trying to get closer to either herself or Li Gu? Come on, let's step out as well. Li Ji's voice broke Chinmo's contemplation. Step out? At the mention, an alarm rang in Chinmo's mind. Indeed, haven't you noticed that we haven't even bought toothpaste or toothbrushes for the house? Li Gu sighed, patting the seemingly dazed little one. Oh, right. Chinmo blinked, finally recalling this matter. Seizing the early hour, the two hopped onto their little vehicle and set off. Chapter 50. Is this spending considered legitimate? In the city center, at a shopping mall. Various stores were unveiling their latest National Day discount promotions. Amidst the throng of people, the two girls strolled hand in hand. There are just so many people. Chinmo nervously glanced around, extending a small hand to shyly shield her chest. Just before stepping out, she had been compelled to change out of her sailor-collared uniform. Now, the little girl donned a doll-collared shirt layered beneath a denim overall skirt, her twin ponytails bouncing in rhythm with her steps. As they walked deeper into the mall, their striking appearances attracted attention from many onlookers. Having previously struggled with social anxiety, she had made considerable progress. Yet in such a bustling environment, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Her heart tightening. It's all right. We'll head back once we finish shopping, Li Gu reassured, gently patting the little head beside her. To her surprise, as soon as they entered a store, the familiar system notification echoed in Chinmo's mind. Ding! Detecting host status. Holiday enjoyment task initiated. Please complete within 3 hours. Shopping expenditure 66,666 yuan. Completing the task will yield a mysterious treasure chest X1. 3 hours of shopping. Was the system trying to take her life? System prompt. 1. All expenditures must be legitimate shopping purchases. Point 2. That if the purchased items are not needed by the host, they will not count towards the total. Point 3. That this expenditure task must be physical purchases. Online shopping does not count. Before she could finish her lament, a lengthy list of clear rules appeared before her eyes, and she found herself unable to dismiss them. This system was becoming increasingly dreadful. Couldn't it offer something genuinely impressive to behold? Chinmo muttered under her breath. Note. This time, you may select from the prize pool contents A. Skill-related, B. Vehicle-related, C. Real estate-related, D. Special-related. Oomph, that you're such a scam. System. We haven't settled last time's bill yet. The little girl crossed her arms in disappointment that if the task fails, 666 yuan will be deducted from your treasury to redeem a mysterious treasure chest. You must be kidding. This system essentially functioned as a treasure chest vending machine, didn't it? Chinmo hurriedly grabbed a shopping basket nearby and followed Li Gu, who was selecting items. Which do you prefer? This lavender body wash or this rose one? Li Gu held up 2 bottles that I like both. Lavender on odd days and rose on even days. This milk one looks nice too. Let's use it on Sunday. As she spoke, she tossed everything into the shopping basket. System warning. Get lost. A girl must be exquisite. Do you even know what it means to smell nice? Chinmo silently retorted the system's words. There's no need to buy so much. We have no space in the apartment, Li Gu intervened. stopping Chinemo from emptying the shopping rack. "But my money!" Chinemo wailed, tears almost spilling. "Just get this milk one." The milky scent suits Mo better. Li Gu returned the other bottles to the shelf. Success confirmed. A system prompt appeared. "I'll hit you." Useless system, body wash, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrush. Chinemo did not hold back, opting for the most expensive ones available. Ding, total expenditure, 860 yuan. Why is it only this much? Chinemo pulled out her phone, murmuring. She glanced over at the checkout counter, and since no one was in line, she prepared to add a bit more to her order. "Would you like to consider our safety umbrella products? I recommend this ultra-thin and firm version, exported from Japan." The salesgirl began her pitch. No need. Just ring me up." Chinemo quickly turned her little head away. Transaction successful. Remaining amount, 59,140 yuan. Remaining time, 2:32. For 2 days, she stepped outside with the shopping bags. Her cheeks still flushed. She exclaimed, "Now we can prepare to head back." That Li Good checked the time. "Wait, let's go check out that store." Chinemo felt a sudden rush of panic and pointed towards a nearby appliance store. "Are we going to buy something?" Li Gu fell into contemplation. Chinemo gazed through the glass of the store, where a large television hung on the wall, and then it struck her. "The television! I forgot to buy one for home," she exclaimed, her expression one of clever realization. "Yes, we definitely need a television for the living room," Li Gu affirmed. Subsequently, the two of them entered the store. "Here, this is our promotional brochure for National Day. You can take a look. Many items are on sale." A young male clerk handed a flyer to the two girls who had just stepped inside. The flyer prominently displayed discounted prices in bold red lettering. 75 inches, 8K ultra-high definition, full screen, immersive surround sound. Original price, 9,999 yuan. Now only 9,998 yuan. There are too many absurdities. Chinemo sighed in exasperation. "I'll take one of these. I want a top-tier version." She pointed to the latest model on the order form. The clerk was taken aback. "All right, I'll check the inventory for you right away." He hurried off to the warehouse. Mo, come look at this," Li Gu called out to her. Chinemo navigated through the crowd to the display case, where a compact projector caught her eye. "How about this for the bedroom? We could watch movies in bed," Li Gu suggested with a smile. "Not bad. Just project it onto the ceiling and watch while lying down. A blessing for lazy people." After the young man returned, Chinemo decided to add a projector to her order. Within half an hour, Chinemo had nearly purchased an entire set of smart appliances and furniture. The clerk's smile grew increasingly strained. "Little miss, this air purifier?" "Not bad," Chinemo nodded. "Little miss, buy it." Chinemo closed her eyes. "Does your home need one of those?" The young man opened the QR code for payment. "Not necessary, let's check out." Li Gu interjected, pulling her little friend closer. "Just scan the code." Chinemo revealed the payment code. Ding, the total comes to 36,400 yuan. The clerk maintained a cheerful demeanor. This sale was quite lucrative. Transaction successful. Remaining balance, 22,740 yuan. Time left, 1:12. 42. That the task was nearing completion. The little girl rubbed her face, encouraging herself that let's go grab a milk tea. Li Gu noticed a popular milk tea shop with a long line. "Okay," Chinemo said, her appetite peaked. Time ticked away, yet the line barely moved. What is going on? Chinemo glanced at the system notification, the remaining time steadily dwindling. Unbeknownst to her, she had already queued for 25 minutes. If she abandoned the line now, she would forfeit the milk tea. That if she abandoned the task, she would lose 60,000. Her internal scales began to wobble. Chapter 51. The Gap in European and African Lineage. Transaction successful. Remaining balance 22,666 yuan. Time left, 0:32. 02. The Gigi Mei is delicious, Chinemo exclaimed, sipping her milk tea with sheer satisfaction. "The Dio, you want to try some of mine?" Li Gu offered. Extending her drink, the aroma of osmanthus wafted from the straw. Taro balls with osmanthus jelly, a new autumn flavor. I shouldn't tea, right? Chinemo hesitated, her resolve softening. "Just give it a try," Li Gu urged, leaning closer. "All right," she slurped. The osmanthus flavor was indeed rich, and the taro balls were delightfully chewy. Chinemo gave a thumbs up. Just then, an unwelcome notification popped up. Time remaining is less than 30 minutes. What a downer. 2,000 yuan. And you think you can stop me from enjoying my milk tea? Chinemo dismissed the notification with a flick of her wrist. She had just noticed a pricey item on a popular app that many girls loved, which could easily amount to 20,000 yuan. She stepped towards a beautifully decorated, high-end jewelry store. "Welcome. What would you like to see?" A sales assistant in work attire greeted her warmly. "Anything is fine." Chen Mo replied, taking a sip of her milk tea. "Let me introduce our latest piece. This necklace is currently..." The sales pitch began, but Chen Mo barely comprehended the details, sensing that it was something extraordinary. "Would you like to try it on?" The salesperson inquired with a radiant smile. "That you am." Chen Mo gazed at the glittering necklace. Its design quite ordinary, featuring a silver chain with a pearl pendant. The only unique aspect was the intricately carved osmanthus flowers on the pearl. "Both you and this young lady would look splendid in it," the salesperson insisted enthusiastically. "Dado. Then wrap it up as a gift." Chen Mo nodded, confident that it would look great on Li Ge. "Of course," the salesperson beamed. "And take a look at this bracelet that it's a best friend style, featuring a blue crystal and diamond pink color scheme. It's quite trendy that I'll take them all," Chen Mo stated nonchalantly. "Is this a little angel sent by God?" The salesperson's smile widened uncontrollably. Just then, Li Ge suddenly halted in front of a glass display case, where a stunning silver bracelet caught her eye. It shared a similar aesthetic with the osmanthus necklace, exuding a traditional charm. "Perfect." Chen Mo obediently approached, slipping the silver bracelet onto her wrist, enhancing its elegance. "Very nice that I in the spirit of reciprocity. I'll cover the cost of this bracelet as a gift for you," Li Ge said, her expression radiating joy. Indeed, shopping was an activity that brought happiness to all girls. Ding. The cash register chimed as the receipt began printing. Chen Mo purchased 2 bracelets and 1 necklace for a total of 25,000 yuan. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Task completed. You have successfully obtained a mysterious treasure chest X1 that you two sisters share a wonderful bond," the salesperson remarked as she packed the items. "Indeed," Li Ge replied with a casual tone, gently holding Chen Mo's hand. Nearby, the other sales staff were utterly astonished. How could these student-like girls spend so extravagantly? "Here's your shopping receipt. Remember to participate in the mall's lottery event. They say spending 5,000 yuan grants you a chance to enter the draw. And you can enter 7 times here." After handing the shopping bags to the 2 girls, the sales assistant saw them off, exemplifying the attentive service of luxury shops that a lottery. Chen Mo pulled out another receipt from her pocket. "Goodness, I spent nearly 70,000. Adhering to her principle of not wasting, she and Li Ge made their way to the mall's lottery station. To their surprise, there was quite a line for the lottery. But fortunately, there were plenty of staff members. Soon, Chen Mo reached the counter. "Please present your receipt." The staff member was busily occupied, barely lifting their head. Chen Mo dutifully handed over her receipt. 70,000. That's a total of 14 lottery tickets. "Here you go." The staff member passed the tickets to her, instantly drawing envious glances from those nearby scratching their tickets. Not thinking much of it, Chen Mo took the lottery tickets and joined Li Ge at the side. Pulling out a coin, she began to scratch. "What is the grand prize again?" she asked. Li Ge glanced at a nearby sign and replied, "A Rolls-Royce Phantom." The sign's text was small, and she couldn't quite make out the details. Scratching the first, "Thank you for your patronage." Second, third, fourth, "What the heck? Why is it all thank you for your patronage?" Chen Mo exclaimed in frustration. "Eyeing the last 2 tickets. Li Ge, you try," she said, looking pitiful. "It's okay. These things usually don't win." Li Ge reassured her, scratching one of the tickets to reveal a second prize. "Wow." Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Ge, "Scratch another one," she urged. "Is this the difference in lineage?" Chen Mo held her breath. Watching Li Ge continue scratching, a single character appeared, causing her to clutch her heart in disbelief. It was indeed the grand prize. Li Ge was equally astonished, holding up the now scratched ticket, though her voice was quiet. It drew the attention of other lottery participants, halting their scratching as they turned to look. Chapter 52, A Rolls-Royce Experience Voucher. Back in the day, Chen Daozi won 37 million with just 20 yuan. Today, I too shall witness the miracle of winning a Rolls-Royce with merely 2 lottery tickets. What a windfall. "Here you go. Go claim it." Li Ge smiled as she handed the lottery ticket to Chen Mo. "This is a Rolls-Royce." Chen Mo was taken aback, hesitating to reach out and accept it, while those around them were watching intently. "Well, I'm going." Chen Mo succumbed to temptation and took the lottery ticket. Indeed, Li Ge was the daughter of a wealthy conglomerate. She typically traveled to and from school or went shopping in a Maybach. With great confidence, she approached the counter, clutching the lottery ticket, and boldly placed the 2 tickets on the counter. "I would like to redeem these." Chinemo declared with an air of authority. Very well, congratulations, such good fortune. The staff at the counter was somewhat surprised, but quickly retrieved a large box from within. This is a robotic vacuum cleaner, and regarding the Rolls-Royce, are you prepared to head back now? The staff member stood up, clearly ready to escort them to see the car. MMHM, Chinemo nodded. Observing the cute little girl at the counter, the attendant found her to be quite adorable. Come, let me take you there. She exited the counter and headed toward the west entrance of the mall. Liga, let's go. Chinemo called out that Liga, carrying a shopping bag, walked over. Upon reaching the west entrance, they spotted the Rolls-Royce parked in an open space, surrounded by red ribbon barriers. Sigh. What will the mall do now that I've won the grand prize on the very first day? Chinemo remarked, her face brimming with pride. That no worries. We have a total of 10 grand prizes, the staff explained with a smile. 10? The mall is extravagantly generous. Chinemo exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, dozens of men dressed in suits approached, standing in formation on either side, creating a path of welcome. All right, esteemed guests, please get in the car. The staff member moved to the car and raised her hand to open the door for them. I can't drive. Chinemo was bewildered. That no problem. We have specially trained chauffeurs to ensure your safety. The staff member smiled. The driver, clad in a sharp suit, turned and gave a thumbs up. Chinemo was eager to escape the spectacle outside. As the line of suited men was overwhelmingly impressive, and onlookers were gathering in increasing numbers. She climbed into the car, and once Liga was seated comfortably, the driver turned the key and started the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Hold on, we're about to set off. Chinemo had barely finished speaking when several suited men suddenly produced a series of fireworks from seemingly nowhere. Bang, bang, a cascade of fireworks sounds erupted, showering the entire vehicle in a glittering rain of sequins. In the square, a grand display began playing a melodious piano piece. What is happening? Chinemo was stunned, nervously clutching Li Ji's arm. The car burst through the ribbon barrier and sped away. The driver, indeed well-trained, provided a powerful thrust that nearly threw Chinemo off balance. As the car moved, the line of suited men suddenly knelt on one knee. Farewell, princess. We look forward to your next visit, they exclaimed in unison. The sight prompted bystanders to whip out their phones to capture the moment. Inside the car, the two girls were left speechless. Liga took out her phone and quickly searched. It turned out that the grand prize was not a Rolls-Royce, but rather an experience voucher for one. Upon arriving at the apartment building, the eye-catching Rolls-Royce once again drew countless gazes. Chinemo, clutching her shopping bag, quickly exited the vehicle, covering her face with one small hand. This was utterly humiliating. She had never experienced such a socially mortifying incident in her entire life. Back home, she collapsed on the sofa, picked up her phone, opened an app called Universal Reviews, and navigated to the shopping mall's page. 1-star review. Fuming, she closed the ominous page. Ding dong. Moments later, a notification popped up. Featured on Universal Reviews. Today's grand prize winner, awards ceremony highlights. This app was utterly useless. Chinemo lifted her little hand and swiftly deleted the review app. Patting her head, she thought, no more being upset. Tomorrow, they were going to the amusement park, so she needed to hurry to bed. Ligu approached, already in her nightgown, fresh from a shower, her presence enveloped in a faint, sweet scent of body wash. Chinemo, feeling dejected, walked into the bathroom. After a quick shower, she emerged from the stall, only to realize, oh no, she had forgotten to bring a towel. At that moment, the only towel in the bathroom was the one Ligu had just used. What to do? She peeked through a small gap in the door, only to find Ligu blow-drying her hair. She called out softly a couple of times, but received no response as a cool breeze swept through. Achoo, the little girl, completely bare, couldn't help but sneeze. With a sigh and her cheeks flushed, she reached for the towel still warm from Li Ji's body, wrapped herself in it, and scampered back to her room. Chapter 53. The king covers the earth. Where are my pajamas? Chinemo clutched the towel tightly with one hand while rummaging with the other. To her surprise, her newly bought pajamas were nowhere to be found in the wardrobe. Montak, montak. A voice called from outside the door, followed by footsteps growing closer, pushing open the partially ajar door. Chinemo stepped back, clutching the towel. Crack. She accidentally stepped on the towel that had fallen to the ground, stumbling and losing her balance, teetering on the brink of falling flat. Watch out. Ligu rushed in 3 steps, swiftly catching the clumsy little girl in her arms. The two tumbled onto the bed. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock on the bedside table rang incessantly, shattering the morning tranquility. The little girl swatted at the noisemaker, sending it crashing to the floor. So annoying, she whined in a babyish tone. Beep, beep, beep. Yet the noise persisted. Reluctantly, her little head popped up, a rebellious tuft of hair bobbing in the morning light. I'll see if you can keep ringing. With a swift motion, her tiny hand grabbed the offending device. And she pried out a battery, consigning the alarm clock to the trash bin by the bedside. Turning around, she buried her face in the soft belly of her plush shark. Mo, it's time to get up. A gentle voice called from outside. I'm sealed in by this bed. Mo joked, her voice muffled. Then this custard bun. Ligo placed 2 plates on the table. The kitchen in their apartment was rather small and ill-suited for cooking. So she had simply steamed a few frozen buns and prepared 2 cups of fresh milk for breakfast. The aroma of the buns wafted through the air. Mo released her plush shark and peeked out of the slightly ajar door into the room. I'm coming, after getting up, washing her face, and brushing her teeth. Mo strolled to the dining table, unable to suppress a yawn, but she skillfully grabbed a bun and stuffed it into her open mouth. The action was remarkably practiced. Drink some milk. Eliga set the warmed milk on the table. Mo clutched a large bun in her left hand and sipped the milk with her right. Her eating style resembled that of a famine refugee. Burp. In 5 minutes, she was done. Leaning back in her chair, the little girl licked the milk stains from the corner of her mouth. I'll wash the dishes. Sharing chores makes it less tiring. After changing into a fresh outfit and donning a sun hat, she set off for the amusement park. Mo sat in the car, gazing out the window at the bustling crowd. The streets were lively during the National Day holiday. Today, she wore a cute pair of suspenders with shorts and a light pink t-shirt, cradling a bright yellow round hat in her arms. Buzz, 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 her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she saw the name Meng Meng displayed. Meng Meng must have arrived. Mo spoke as she answered the phone. Haven't you arrived yet? A tone of lament drifted through the line. We read just at a junction. There's a traffic jam. Mo glanced at the navigation, fabricating a lie with her eyes wide open. Mo, you must have overslept, right? Xiao Yu's voice came through. Cough, cough, cough. It seems there has been a rear-end collision up ahead. Oh my, it's too terrifying that I want to say more. I'm hanging up now. Mo hurriedly ended the call. 18:32. She was 2 minutes late from their agreed time. The Maybach was parked at the entrance of the amusement park. Eligo pulled Mo out of the car, and they walked towards the ticket entrance. That moment, a long queue had already formed at the amusement park's entrance, indicating a bustling business. Mo, Ligo, over here, a voice called out. Meng Meng was standing in the shade of the VIP ticket entrance, waving at the two as they approached. A plump figure caught Mo's full attention. Wang Chenhao, dressed in tight black trousers and a hip-hop style hoodie, sporting a pair of sunglasses adorned with LV logos. How go, you look quite trendy today, Mo stammered. His outfit resembled that of a wealthy second-generation heir. Decidedly gaudy. Hee, our How Go has been reading fashion magazines. Just this pair of sunglasses costs over 3,000 yuan. This ensemble is not something an ordinary person can compare with. The sycophantic lackey was also present, mirroring Wang Chenhao's style. Mo said nothing, merely glancing down at the small silver bracelet on her wrist. All right, let us hurry and get our tickets. Otherwise, we'll have to queue for all the attractions later. Meng Meng exclaimed eagerly, pulling Xiaoyu towards the SVP Express ticket channel. This passage was twice as wide as the adjacent VIP lane. Beep. Ticket validated. The ticket attendant scanned the tickets one by one. When it was Mo's turn, oh, little girl, this is a full-price ticket. I can refund it to a half-price ticket for you. The attendant, looking at the adorably dressed girl with a bright smile, wore a gentle expression. Half price. Mo's smile gradually stiffened. Any height from 1.1 to 1.5 meters can enjoy the half-price discount. The attendant picked up a special measuring triangle and pressed it against Mo's head, aligning it with the wall marked at 1.5 meters. Wow, Mo, you're really short, Xiaoyu chimed in, delivering a successful jab. Look, you're only 1.49 meters. Let me refund you the difference, the attendant said with a smile. No need. Mo panicked, quickly reclaiming her ticket. The attendant queried that I'm really 1.5 meters. Mo insisted solemnly, her inner turmoil reaching a boiling point. And no one believed her. I am truly 1.5 meters. Mo protested. puffing up her cheeks as she stepped up to the measuring board, taking a deep breath and stretching her neck. "It's fine. 1.5 meters also qualifies for half price." The attendant generously stated that no, I really don't need it. "Please, just scan my ticket," Chinemo implored, clutching her ticket, clinging to her remaining dignity. This was a request she had never encountered before. The attendant reluctantly accepted the ticket from the little girl. Beep. Ticket validated. Finally, Chinemo crossed that threshold. "Shorty." Ming Ming approached and playfully patted Chinmo's head. Chinmo's previous furious expression was quite endearing. "How good your amusement park, isn't great? I'm clearly 1.5 meters. How could I be given a child as ticket?" Chinmo complained, her small face pouting in indignation. Indeed. Wang Chenhao stifled a laugh. Ignoring them, Chinmo silently moved to Li Ji's side. "What do you want to play?" Li Gu consoled the upset Chinmo. "Let us ride the roller coaster," Ming Ming interjected, pointing to the winding, colorful tracks not far away. The track soared a full 10 stories high, curving in nearly a complete 360-degree arc. "How thrilling!" Chinmo gasped. "I am out." Xiao Yu raised her hand and took a step back, distancing herself from Ming Ming's grasp. Ming Ming seized Chinmo's arm. Don't come over." The little girl struggled, but her small limbs were no match for Ming Ming's sudden surge of strength. In desperation, she was dragged straight into the entrance, Chinmo bow. "Do you know what the fatality rate is for riding roller coasters?" Ming Ming grinned wickedly. "What are you saying?" Chinmo grasped the railing. Her face pale and trembling, that if I remember correctly, it's about 1 in 15 billion, right? Li Gu interjected with a factual tone. "Goodness, so riding a roller coaster can actually be deadly." Chinmo was left speechless. Entering through the SVIP passage, they found the amusement park relatively empty. "That you're so lucky to be riding the first roller coaster of the day," the attendant at the entrance announced. "The first ride?" "Isn't that even scarier?" Chinmo felt utterly despondent. "Where are we sitting?" Ming Ming inquired. "Not far away." Wang Chenhao swaggered over. "How good you're riding too?" Ming Ming beamed at the increased crowd. "Of course. A real man isn't afraid of a mere roller coaster." Wang Chenhao patted his ample chest. "What a man." Chinmo suddenly felt her legs weren't as wobbly. "That I'll sit in the last row." She maneuvered past Ming Ming and took her seat first. Without a doubt, the last row was the safest. After all, she had seen an anime where the first episode featured a roller coaster murder case. Sitting in the front row would surely be disastrous. "Are you sure you want to sit there?" Li Gu asked as he sat beside her. Chinmo nodded that in truth, the final carriage was the most exhilarating, as it created a sensation of being thrown off after reaching the highest point, that if it weren't for the safety harness, the last carriage would often derail and be flung off at the peak. Li Gu had forgotten where he had learned this fact. After this little lesson, all other seats were filled. Click, the safety bar descended, firmly pinning Chinmo to the rather uncomfortable plastic seat Chinmo's words were cut off as the roller coaster slowly started its ascent towards the first peak. Whoosh! The ride began, and Chinmo screamed. "Oh my gosh!" The roller coaster was truly exhilarating. As they completed a loop, a few drops of liquid seemed to fall from the sky. Who knew whose tears they were? Clunk, clunk, clunk. The car gradually slowed down, and Chinmo's expression became calm once more. After all, she was a girl and needed to maintain her image. "That was amazing." Ming Ming tossed her flowing hair back, sighing lightly. "Indeed. This is Collarfield Aero Company for my family's amusement park. Luxurious." Ugh. Wang Chenhao's face turned green, and he suddenly leaned over the nearby trash can, vomiting rainbows. The sycophantic lackey also looked pale but still approached with a bottle of water. Perhaps he vomited too violently, for a sound rent the air, and soon a pair of floral shorts appeared in the seam of his tight pants. "How good?" The lackey hurriedly shielded him. However, Ming Ming, Li Gu, and Chinmo all bore witness to the awkward scene. Suddenly, Chinmo had an idea. "Did I have a plan? You and Hao Gu wait for me by the long bench near the restroom." After speaking, she trotted off to the storage area to retrieve her small backpack. Concerned about the scorching sun, Li Gu had thoughtfully prepared a sun protection jacket for her. She took out the jacket and made her way towards the bench. "Mo. Wang Chenhao wore a pained expression. "Wrapping this around you should help a bit." Chinmo handed over the jacket, and Wang Chenhao quickly responded. He picked up the small jacket, tugged at the sleeves for a while, and managed to tie it around his waist. "You all go have fun. I won't join," he withdrew, sitting back on the bench under the shade of the tree. Then let's go see over there. Xiao Yu understood that their presence would only make Wang Qinhao more uncomfortable. Goodbye. Wang Qinhao waved his hand. Unexpectedly, after the group departed, a small figure slowly returned. Mo, why did you come back? Wang Qinhao felt a surge of emotion. He thought everyone was going to abandon him. This unfortunate soul. I feel a bit dizzy from the roller coaster. Let me treat you to a cola. Chinemo handed him a bottle of soda from her pocket. QAQ holding the soda. A smile gradually appeared on Wang Qinhao's face. Ahem, your amusement park is quite large. Chinemo ventured no awkward small talk. You know, just after I left, Meng Meng suggested going on the drop tower. Not bad. Merely the largest in Huagua. Wang Qinhao quickly regained his confidence and began to speak animatedly, clearly well-versed in the intricacies of his family's business. After chatting for a while, Chinemo suddenly remembered something. By the way, how go? You and Ligu are neighbors and grew up together. Do you know Liamo? Chapter 55, The Road of No Return. Upon hearing this question, Wang Qinhao suddenly fell silent. He turned to look at Chinemo, his expression reverting to the despondency he had shown earlier when his pants ripped at Limo. She has already passed away. After a moment, he spoke those two words softly. This revelation did not surprise Chinemo much, as she had long harbored such suspicions, though her heart ached for that young life. Alas, it seems Li Gu has never truly let go of that incident. Wang Qinhao lowered his gaze to the soda bottle in his hands. Why? Chinemo recalled the eerie nursery that it was said that her sister died in a car accident, right on the driveway behind their villa. Her mother became somewhat mentally unhinged because of it. At that time, one could often see her mother pushing a stroller out during the day. Later, her parents went abroad, but Li Gu remained at home. Wang Qinhao hesitated for a moment before deciding to share what he knew with Chen Mo over the course of the past month. He had sensed that Chen Mo and Li Ji's relationship was growing increasingly harmonious. Li Gu looked so happy when she smiled. He had only seen that 10 years ago. Perhaps Chen Mo could help Li Gu emerge from the shadows of the past. Wang Qinhao gazed at the girl before him. A car accident? Chen Mo found it somewhat peculiar. How could a child wander onto the driveway? She fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a sound of soda spraying reached her ears. Wang Qinhao had accidentally spilled the cola. Drenching his hands in the sticky liquid, his chubby face contorted in dismay, did Chinemo awkwardly scratch her head. When misfortune strikes, one can even choke on plain water. Wang Qinhao, holding the cola, walked towards a nearby restroom. After experiencing the drop tower, Meng Meng was in high spirits, exhilarated to the extreme. Woo, what's next? She approached Chinemo, wrapping her arm around her shoulder. Did I think? That one looks good. Chinemo pointed casually with her small hand. It was a magnificent double-decker carousel, not far away. At that moment, only a few girls in Lolita dresses were taking photos near the carousel, and it appeared rather deserted. You really are still a child. Huh. Meng Meng squinted her eyes, launching her first strategic move. Huh, who are you talking about? Chinemo puffed up her small head, trying to stand tall at her height of 1.5 meters. That let's go play over there. With that, Meng Meng led Chinemo away towards the distance. Then Li Gu picked up her camera and began snapping photos, having unconsciously taken nearly 100 shots today. Looking at the camera, she captured expressions of cuteness. Fear, tension, and excitement on the little girl, and a smile spread across her face. They walked straight for about 200 meters and turned a corner, suddenly arriving before a massive building at first glance. The building appeared dilapidated, resembling an abandoned structure. But upon closer inspection, it was indeed a crumbling old building. What is this? Chinemo asked. Nearby, Wang Qinhao took a few steps forward, but at that moment, he had donned a colorful striped outfit resembling a clown. Having borrowed it since the employee uniform in his size was unavailable, and the parts clown was off duty today. Ahem, this is our amusement park's most popular attraction. The ultimate horror version of night exploration of the hospital. He grinned as he spoke. Ultimate horror. Chinemo looked up that it's just an old building. What is so special about it? It's merely a haunted house. No roller coaster could ever match the fear factor. I suddenly feel a chill. This place is truly eerie. Meng Meng took a step back, hiding behind the small Chinemo Meng Bao. Chinmo's eyes sparkled. Finally, it was her turn to tease this little girl. She pulled Meng Meng along, leading everyone towards the haunted house's entrance. We have 6 in total. Please sign in the registration book after confirming your information. Outside the building, A security booth housed an NPC dressed in a security uniform. Bo AI Hospital, visitor registration form? Chin Mo took it. Unexpectedly, this haunted house was quite realistic. However, don't think that this will scare her. Ghosts and monsters, such illogical things that blatantly contravene the core values of scientific rationalism. Would she be afraid of them? The hospital reminds you that signing this name means there is no turning back. Looking at the small red font at the bottom of the form, Chinamo shook her head and boldly signed her name. Let us go. She tossed her head and walked towards the dark, ominous door. Once all six entered, the glass door closed behind them with a mechanism, followed by an iron gate crashing down. Woo-woo, what is this? Meng Meng clutched Xiao Yu's arm, trembling. There truly was no turning back now to Li Gu's side. Ahem, this is an immersive haunted house experience, complete with exploration and mystery. What the heck? Something touched me. He turned around and saw a dark object drop beside him from the ceiling, along with some sticky substances descending. Wow, how disgusting. The others also felt it and immediately ran toward the nearby corridor. Click, click, pulling at the door, they found that every door was locked tight. What is going on? Chinamo's face showed confusion. This seems different from a typical haunted house. Let us go to the elevator. Wang Chenhao pointed towards a spot not far away. Then, the group hastily made their way towards the elevator. Chapter 56. I am not clean, extended version. Buzz, the elevator doors gradually opened, revealing flickering incandescent lights inside. Meng Meng trembled, clinging tightly to Chen Mo from behind, completely treating the little girl as a portable heating pillow. She rested her chin on Chen Mo's head, whimpering softly. Who goes in first? Xiao Yu asked. Everyone's gaze turned towards Wang Chenhao simultaneously. Wang Chenhao. He turned and pushed the small dog leg, which he had never encountered before. Brother, you go first. His legs weakened, and he shrank behind Wang Chenhao. How go? Isn't this your family's amusement park? Chen Mo asked, surprised that even Wang Chenhao was hesitant to enter. But this is my first time too. The reservation for this haunted house escape room is exceptionally challenging. Wang Chenhao looks quite aggrieved, tapping his fingers anxiously. At that moment, the sound of footsteps resonated through the corridor. The crisp clack of Li Ji's leather shoes against the marble floor echoing. She strode directly into the elevator and began examining the papers affixed within the elevator lobby. This is rather intriguing, Li Gu remarked nonchalantly. After ascertaining that the elevator posed no threat, the other individuals, led by Chun Mo, gradually stepped inside. The elevator was somewhat cramped, with 6 people standing closely together. Benevolent Hospital, a tragic incident. Dismemberment, the death toll in the hundreds. The spirits wander daily, howling night and day. Penguin Mystery Island 9793, 76322. Within the elevator lobby, numerous tattered flyers plastered the walls, their text nearly obscured by red paint. The only legible words appeared to be these. So, is this truly an escape room? Are we really the only 6 people in this entire building? Chinamo couldn't help but exclaim, what a grand undertaking this must have been to construct such an expansive real-life escape room. Indeed, where do we go from here? Wang Chenhao nodded, studying the elevator buttons. There were only 3 floor buttons in the elevator, -1 and 2. It seemed we could only access -1, as it was the only button illuminated. This elevator requires a car to access other floors, just like my residential complex. CU added, so. Shall we proceed? At this moment, Meng Meng's intellect seemed to have taken a nosedive that of course. Let's move, Chen Mo declared, pressing the elevator button. Suddenly, the lights within the elevator flickered out, plunging the compartment into total darkness, accompanied only by the humming of machinery. After a moment, the iron doors of the elevator slowly creaked open, revealing a pitch-black corridor, at the end of which hung a sign that read mortuary. The sign appeared to be malfunctioning, displaying only these 2 characters. What is this place? Meng Meng inquired. The mortuary, a place where hospitals store corpses. Li Gu replied, extending a finger and tilting her head to elucidate. Just then, a chilling breeze swept through, causing goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. Let us go. This is just a fake hospital. There can't possibly be real corpses here. Although Chen Mo felt a twinge of panic, she was not entirely overwhelmed. She was determined to avenge the earlier roller coaster incident. With that, she resolutely dragged Meng Meng toward the room at the end of the corridor. If this is an escape room, our task now is to find the exit, correct? Yes, there should be some clues inside. Li Ge confirmed that, are we supposed to search for clues on the corpses? The others followed suit, entering the room after her. Upon entering, their eyes were immediately drawn to several movable hospital beds, each draped in white sheets, yet still revealing the shape of a human figure beneath. Wait a moment. An NPC is going to suddenly appear and scare us, right? See how you predicted that I think so too? Wang Shenhao nodded. Those on the wall, they can't be for storing corpses either. Can they? One of the lackeys, clutching Wang Shenhao's arm, pointed towards a nearby metal partition on the wall. That's a luxury suite, Wang Shenhao quipped. The group huddled closely together, with only Li Ge leading the way. Her expression remained calm as she approached the first hospital bed and lifted the white sheet. Indeed, lying on the bed was merely a human model, albeit one with a remarkably realistic feel, made of silicone. Chinemo reached out her small hand and poked the belly button of the model. Montak, don't you think it's a bit too cold in here? Ming Ming asked that of course it's cold, otherwise the corpses would decompose, a voice answered. Wait, who just said that? Why does it sound so unfamiliar? Chinemo wondered aloud. Soon, the others began to realize that the voice had come from the nearby hospital bed. Creak, creak, creak. A sound of joints cracking followed, and suddenly, a corpse sat up, its face adorned with special effects makeup. Its decaying skin oozing a viscous brown-red liquid. The ghost! Screams erupted as everyone bolted toward the exit of the mortuary. Chinmo's small arms and legs lagged behind, and just as she was about to escape, the mechanism activated. Bang! The door was inexplicably locked by a magnetic mechanism. Bang, bang, bang! Chinmo's helpless little fist pounded against the solid iron door. Mo, the employee card should be in that metal cabinet behind us. We can swipe it to get out. Li Ge's voice rang out suddenly. Unbelievably, while everyone else was fleeing, she was still searching for information. Li Ge. TT. Chinemo clung tightly to the girl in front of her, burying her small face in Li Ge's embrace. Whoa, this haunted house is too terrifying. It's all right, they're all fake. That Li Ge gently ruffled the girl's hair, then cast a cold glance at the unmoving NPC. Upon seeing this, the NPC collapsed back onto the bed with a thud. After a moment of consolation, Chinemo shyly lifted her head to Li Ge. I'll help you look for the card, she declared stubbornly. All right, I'll check the left side, and you take the right, Li Ge instructed. MHM. Chinemo steeled herself and took a step toward the first storage compartment. With great effort, she managed to pull it open. Why is it so heavy? She pondered, then closed her eyes and reached in. After all, if she were to see something bloody and gory, she feared she might faint on the spot. What is this? Sticky and soft, the cute little face instantly turned pale. Whoa, what is wrong? Li Ge, having finished searching the first cabinet, looked over at Chinemo. Li Ge. I think I'm not clean anymore. Chinemo stuttered, sensing her small hands gradually losing sensation. Li Ge quickly rushed to Chinmo's side and pulled her hand out. That it was dripping with an unknown liquid, resembling slime, slightly viscous. That it's nothing. It must be a prop from the haunted house. She patted the bewildered and tearful little head. That my hand. Chinemo stared at her paw, tears welling in her eyes. It was evident that the previously loud-mouthed fool, who had been touting scientific reasoning, was now utterly frightened. Here, wipe it off. That Li Ge approached the hospital bed and handed Chinemo the white sheet that had covered the dummy. That as soon as the sheet was pulled away, the gruesome sight of the fake corpse, with its viscera spilling and blood oozing from its orifices, was revealed. Chinemo let out another shriek and collapsed into Li Ge's soft embrace. It's all right. It's all fake. I checked just now. That Li Ge wore a gentle smile as she stroked the soft little head nestled against her. That I want to go home. QAQ, Chinemo sobbed. Come on, let us just wipe your hands first. Li Ge coaxed. That I'm scared. QAQ. Chinemo whined in her tiny voice. That don't be scared. Li Ge continued to soothe her. That Li Ge. Hug QAQ. Chinemo clung tightly to Li Ge's waist, refusing to let go. All right. Li Ge relented, carrying the adorable little human accessory as they continued their search for the employee card. After a considerable time, she finally accomplished the task. That don't be afraid. Here is the card. Swipe it, she said, leading Chinemo to a sensor by the door. That Chinemo cautiously shook her head at the employee card Li Ge offered. She worried. What if something falls from the ceiling when I swipe it? Ding! Without further delay, Li Ge swiped the card in front of the sensor. Finally, the heavy door gradually creaked open. Li Ge? Oh. The four individuals standing not far away turned to look as they heard the sound. Let us go. Mo, and I have already found the employee card. Li Gu waved the card in her hand, leading Chun Mo toward the elevator. Wow, you two are incredible, Xiao Yu exclaimed. I was almost scared to death just now. Ming Ming patted her chest, looking visibly shaken. So where do we go now? Swipe the card and head upstairs. The group appeared dazed and quite perplexed. Look, there's an entire floor plan here. Chun Mo stood in the elevator, and upon turning her head, she noticed an advertisement beneath which something was concealed. After tearing it open, she discovered it was a floor plan of the hospital. Truly impressive. Mo, in this situation, I fear we would have completely overlooked it. Ming Ming praised. Chun Mo responded, Okay, fine, I'm leaving. She withdrew into herself, retreating to a corner like a little mushroom. The floor plan consisted of 3 sheets: the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor. Aside from the main entrance on the first floor, there was a fire escape passage on the eastern side of the third floor, presumably an external escape ladder. However, there was no button for the third floor in the elevator. Was there? Wang Qinhao inquired, though we probably need to go to the second floor and then find the stairs to ascend, Xiu Yu suggested. The group, upon hearing this, found it reasonable, with a beep after swiping their cards. All the floor buttons illuminated. After pressing the button for the second floor, the elevator began to ascend. This time, the lights remained on, yet everyone still felt a sense of unease. Ding. Welcome to Boai Hospital. An electronic voice announced, and the elevator doors slowly opened. It felt rather normal. Chun Mo peeked her head out, glancing left and right. The corridor was eerily quiet. All the windows facing outside were boarded up. And in the dim light, the situation was hardly discernible. Let's go, Wang Qinhao said, mustering his courage as he stepped forward. In the corridor, the only sound was the echo of their footsteps. Patter, patter, patter. After a brief exploration, they unexpectedly found themselves back in front of the elevator. This shouldn't be right. According to the floor plan, there should be a staircase behind the elevator. Li Gu pondered, her beautiful brows knitting in thought. Ugh, I'm so tired, Wang Qinhao exclaimed, feeling fatigue, and plopped down onto the lid of a recycling bin. To his surprise, just as he settled, an alarm suddenly blared. Beep, beep, beep. Subsequently, the emergency lights in the corridor turned red. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Chun Mo instinctively clutched the hem of Li Ji's shirt. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. From beside Wang Qinhao, a massive figure leaped out from a hazardous waste bin. Following that, the NPC dressed as a ghost reached out, attempting to grab someone. Ah! Xiu Yu, Ming Ming, and Go Lei wasted no time and bolted, while Chun Mo remained frozen, clutching Li Ji. Aren't we running? Her small face was already beaded with cold sweat. She was not truly scared, just a bit anxious. After all, the NPC was merely a worker whose job was to frighten them as customers. They ought to be considerate. Standing there motionless felt somewhat disrespectful. The NPC was momentarily stunned upon seeing Wang Qinhao. Well, isn't that the clown from the neighboring circus? What is he doing here? Wrong said. The ghost, adorned with horror-themed makeup, attempted to speak, but Wang Qinhao quickly regained his composure and stumbled back against the wall behind him. Crack! The sound of a mechanism activating echoed. Surprisingly, the path to the stairwell was located near the elevator. Observing this, the NPC reached out, intending to assist Wang Qinhao. After all, they were colleagues that didn't come near me. Wang Qinhao exclaimed, scrambling backward with surprising agility. The NPC, bewildered, had no choice but to turn and pursue Ming Ming and the others. Li Gu, shall we head upstairs? Chun Mo asked. I want to leave this dreadful place as soon as possible. All right. Li Gu took the little girl's hand, and they proceeded down the corridor. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the 3rd floor. Do you think Ming Ming and the others can make it up here? Wang Qinhao rubbed his sore backside, still feeling the sting from his earlier fall. Perhaps they can, recalling the frightful visage of the NPC from earlier. Chun Mo shivered involuntarily. The escape passage should be just ahead. The 3 of them walked forward, and sure enough, an iron door appeared after just a few steps. Unfortunately, the door was locked. Nearby, there was an electronic door lock, indicating that a password was required for entry. What could the password be? Chun Mo wondered aloud, having seen no hints regarding it during their journey to Li Gu. Chun Mo, think hard. Wang Qinhao urged, trembling. The Penguin Island door lock. Glancing at the 9-digit keypad, Li Gu began to recall where she had encountered the term, that I believe I've seen it before. She said, striving to remember, that I've got it. Chinemo suddenly exclaimed, realizing that the answer must be in the author's profile description. Beep, beep, beep. After inputting the password, they heard a click, and the heavy iron door swung open. Outside, the golden rays of the setting sun poured in, filling the air with a warm fragrance. Wonderful. Chinemo smiled radiantly. After descending the staircase, they finally encountered several staff members dressed normally. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. Here, this is a prize from our immersive haunted house experience. As they spoke, the staff distributed badges to each of them. The badges bore the logo of the Night Exploration Ward, giving off an eerie vibe. However, what exactly was this Penguin Island? Chun Mo inquired. That it's our fan group. If you're interested, you can join us. We occasionally hold raffles for lucky fans and offer some benefits. A young lady cheerfully explained, "Da-da. Are those benefits really legitimate?" Chun Mo asked, searching her phone and indeed finding a group featuring an image of a little girl. Just then, from another door, Ming Ming and the others were rescued by the staff. "Wah, I never want to play in a haunted house again." Ming Ming cried out, "Don't worry, I'll protect you next time." Chun Mo responded playfully, "Mo bao QAQ." Ming Ming replied, touched in truth. Chun Mo had already vowed never to return to this dreadful place again. After a day of adventures, everyone appeared utterly exhausted as they bid farewell. Chun Mo and Li Ge got into the car, settling into the back seat. Da's drowsiness washed over her. Chun Mo tilted her head and dozed off. Thud! Suddenly, her little head rested on Li Ji's shoulder. Li Ge, who was organizing her photos, turned to see the weight on her shoulder. The gentle rhythm of Chun Mo's breathing brushed against her cheek, causing her loose strands of hair to tickle her face. She lowered her head and planted a soft kiss on Chun Mo's forehead. If only time could remain like this forever. Chapter 57. This is just the beginning at 9:54 p.m. The little girl lay on her shark-shaped pillow, a radiant smile gracing her face as she played games on her phone, lost in bliss. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, buzz. Her phone vibrated, and a notification appeared from an unknown number. What a nuisance. Don't interrupt me while I'm gaming. With a tap, she hung up. Meanwhile, on the other end, beep, beep, beep. Lin Xiao, holding her phone, felt somewhat exasperated. She dialed again. The number you have dialed is currently in use. What was going on? Could it be that this little one didn't want to learn to swim anymore? She retrieved her phone and sent Xiaoyu a WeChat message. Soon, she obtained Li Ji's phone number. Hello? Li Ge, engrossed in her book, answered the call. Looking for Chun Mo? She turned to glance at the little one lounging on the sofa. Chun Mo, someone is looking for you, to me. What do you want with me? Chun Mo leaned in, curious. Hello. Tomorrow at 7 a.m., school swimming pool. The tone was rather assertive. Lin Xiao was furious. Lin Xiao. Chun Mo stammered, realizing she had just hung up on this very number. Memories of being tossed around in the pool flooded her mind. After such an exhilarating day, she had completely forgotten Lin Xiao's mention of continuing training during the National Day holiday. Isn't 7 a.m. a bit too early? The little girl tentatively asked. Beep, beep, beep. To her surprise. Lin Xiao hung up the phone without a second thought. Gulp. Chun Mo swallowed hard, fearing that she might not need breakfast tomorrow. Supporting herself against the table, she rose to her feet, resolved to sleep early. Rise early, and set off early to a night devoid of dreams. The following day, she was gently awakened by Li Ji. It's time to get up. It's already 6:30. Within her cozy bedding, the petite girl furrowed her brow, burying her entire little head deeper into the covers. Cough, cough, cough. Did I think I have a fever? I feel utterly drained. Regrettably, Li Ge showed no mercy, reaching out to pull the little sluggard out of bed. Time to eat. I'll take you to school. Li Ge. I don't want to. In that moment, Chun Mo was suddenly reminded of the scene from her elementary school days when she stubbornly clung to home. Reluctant to leave. More often than not, she ended up being dragged to school after a round of mixed-gender persuasion. Creak. The door to the swimming pool swung open. Lacking heating, the pool area felt somewhat desolate. With even the temperature-controlled water in the pool just beginning to warm up, hello, Chun Mo tentatively called out. Could it be? Lin Xiao, hasn't he arrived yet? Carrying her bag, she walked to a nearby bench and retrieved her lunchbox. I didn't have enough for breakfast. Let us add a little extra. Cradling the lunchbox, a smile was about to bloom on her face when, snap, a pair of hands reached out and snatched the lunchbox from Chun Mo's grasp. Don't eat it. You'll exert too much energy later, and I'm afraid you'll throw up. That a cold voice echoed behind her. Lin Xiao had somehow appeared, already clad in her swimsuit. A detached smile adorning her face. "Xiao Xiao, good morning." Chinamo greeted, "Go change." Lin Xiao instructed before moving to the poolside to warm up. Without hesitation, Chinamo donned her five-star competitive swimsuit. Her ponytail traced a semicircle in the air. Today, she was determined to conquer the challenges of swimming. Splash! She leaped into the water wearing a life jacket. Floating, she felt blissfully comfortable. She floated quietly on the surface, not anticipating that the next moment someone would hoist her up by the life jacket. "Warm up first, you fool," Lin Xiao chided, stretching her little legs and arms. "All right, I'm ready. Starting today, I won't need the life jacket anymore." Lin Xiao had finished warming up as well, a hint of rosy hue gracing her fair face. "Wait, did we discuss this yesterday? I feel like my legs, my feet, aren't properly warmed up." Splash this time. She was kicked into the water. Bubbles rose as she held her breath, her little face contorted in rage. "Lin Xiao. Heartless woman." Splash. Lin Xiao effortlessly pulled her out of the water. Huff, huff. Chinamo gasped for air. The next instant, Lin Xiao let go. Bubbles again. "Lin Xiao. You traitorous fiend." Splash. "No, no, no." Chinamo frantically flailed her arms, paddling to the shore. In these past days, she had learned one of the survival techniques, to cling to the railing. Grasping the stainless steel handrail at the edge of the pool, without a life jacket, she had to rely on her arm strength to keep herself afloat, barely managing to keep her nose above water. "Don't be afraid. This is just the beginning," Lin Xiao remarked with a dangerously playful smile. Chapter 58. An exhilarating experience that, in the remaining 6 days, the swimming pool would echo with the lamentations of the little girl. Until the final day, floating, splash, the little girl in her swimsuit was now capable of remaining in the water without drowning. "Oh, so impressive, just as expected of me." Chinamo swam a lap and climbed ashore. "How was that?" She looked at Lin Xiao, whose face was filled with confidence, her little arms proudly placed on her hips, clearly brimming with self-importance. Lin Xiao was taken aback, glancing at the stopwatch. Just moments ago, this girl hadn't swum in the standard lane, but rather in a pool with a mere 21-meter width. And she took 2 minutes for that. To think her record for the 200 meters in school was only 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Silently, she reset the stopwatch. Forget it. This girl clearly didn't need to continue training. Well, that is sufficient. Good luck in the competition. If she participated in a competition, wouldn't she be the object of ridicule? Her eyes filled with sympathy. "I'll do my best, Master Xiao." Chinamo bashfully scratched her head, her heart racing with joy. It seemed she truly possessed extraordinary talent. Lin Xiao had actually praised her. Did this not indicate that she had now acquired skills that could surpass ordinary individuals? Over the past 7 days, she had undergone the most grueling training. At this moment, she returned victorious from hell. Indeed, the system proved to be useful. Skills she had never mastered in her previous life had been accomplished within just a few short days. With a smile, she changed her clothes and bounced home. Upon returning from the National Day break, all the students eagerly anticipated the commencement of the sports meet. Chinemo slumped on her desk, fast asleep. "Number tags are being distributed," said her desk mate. Xiao Li had no choice but to place the number tag beside her desk. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, threatening to carry the number tag away. Just then, a pair of hands reached out to catch it. "Mo, it's time for the opening ceremony." Li Gu roused the little girl. Yawning, the little girl stretched lazily. It's worth noting that she had been overly excited the previous day, inadvertently playing games until 2:30 in the morning. Later, during the parade, you must pay attention to Li Gu tousled Chinamo's hair. Chinamo squinted, reveling in the moment. The parade was often the most significant segment of the sports meet's opening ceremony. As every year, one could witness various classes showcasing their flair. Li Gu handed the class plaque to the little girl, adjusting her collar and bow tie. "All right." She accepted the somewhat heavy plaque, which bore the inscription Preparatory Class 2. All the classes were already lined up in the corridor. Several students from Class 1 were surprised to see the little girl leading the way. Isn't this against the rules? Letting Chun Mo hold the plaque. The leaders feel sympathy for her. "She looks like child labor." "Do you really care? Isn't it tiring for her to hold the plaque?" "Mo, come to our class. We can carry you." Yeah, like a mascot. Though Class 1 was a key class. They certainly knew how to crack jokes. Chinemo hid her head behind the plaque that was nearly as tall as she was. That in truth, there were two reasons for her leading the way with the plaque. First, she was too short. Standing in the formation, it always seemed like a piece was missing. Second, once she marched, she would awkwardly step and sink, making her look quite comical. Unbeknownst to her, Chinemo felt rather self-conscious. Just then, the loudspeakers in the playground blared the athlete's march at ding-dang-ding. Ding-ding-ding, ding-ding-ding. Amidst the rousing music, Class 1's formation gradually set off. Now approaching us is preparatory Class 2. They exuded vitality and determination. Brimming with youthful exuberance, with confident and composed smiles, they marched with strong, resounding steps, filled with fervor for sports. The little girl extended her arm, firmly holding the plaque, taking a deep breath. Being the leader represented the dignity of the class. While the class's reputation might not be of utmost importance, her own certainly was. Chinemo steeled herself. Her calves mechanically began to move. Creak, crack, thud. With each step, her heart skipped a beat. Gradually, her heartbeat became erratic. A jumble of emotions. Finally, she approached the podium. Am I a bit slow? She caught a glimpse of the left rear. Indeed, the main group had already covered a meter. She had no choice but to lengthen her strides and quicken her pace. After 2 steps, she glanced behind. How were they moving so swiftly? This was nothing like during the rehearsals. Upon her delicate forehead, a few beads of cold sweat began to form. With a clatter, she took 2 steps and combined them into one, as both her left and right feet yearned for a bright future. Ultimately, the left foot tripped over the right, and the right foot stepped on the left. With a resounding thud, the little girl fell face first onto the synthetic track, her sign flying half a meter away. It was over. This time, she had truly embarrassed herself. What to do in this urgent situation? Her mind raced swiftly. She first performed a roll to position herself head first towards the podium. Then, lifting her bottom, she straightened her back and knelt down on the ground. Finally, she bowed her head towards the podium. Chapter 59. Lack of backbone. The entire venue fell silent. Even the commentary for the formation paused abruptly. The leader remarked, "This child is quite unique," that he lowered his head and added a 1 behind the previously written 5. This move was termed as garnering sympathy points. Sports are omnipresent, and youth never admits defeat, that if one falls, one must rise again. The speech in the loudspeakers skillfully shifted tone, deftly alleviating the awkwardness that it is known that when a person is in a state of extreme tension, they often lose control over their words and actions. Chinemo had just been in such a state. After lifting her little head, she hurriedly picked up her class sign and continued walking in formation. After the opening ceremony, laughter erupted. Ha, 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 ha. Mingming was laughing so hard she could barely straighten her back. You know, I originally thought that in the next moment, you would say, "Esteemed leaders, I fear the New Year's bell is too loud for you to hear my blessings. And I worry the New Year's Eve firecrackers are too noisy for you to receive my greetings, that I end this golden autumn of October. Allow me to extend my early New Year wishes to you." After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she covered her mouth and laughed as well. Only Li Good gently rubbed the small area of Chinmo's forehead that had turned slightly red. I want to go home. Chinmo felt as if she might crack open. Early in the morning, the sports meet was in full swing. The most captivating event in the field events was the high jump, which was also the first event to yield results in this sports meet. At this moment, the vicinity of the high jump area was already nearly packed with a sea of people, bustling with excitement. Let us go. Let us watch the high jump. Did I Li Xiaohua jumping high this year? Yes, if we don't hurry, we won't have a spot. The number of spectators continued to grow. Among the crowd, Mingming and Xiaoyu began to look around anxiously. Strange, where did Mo go? Xiaoyu expressed her concern. She must be sneaking off to cry in a little corner. Hee, Mingming said with a hint of schadenfreude. Final call for pre-college level high jump athletes to gather at the high jump area. A loudspeaker announced nearby, "ITS about to start." Mingming nudged Xiaoyu. "What are you so excited about?" Xiaoyu scoffed as the competition time approached. Whistles, signal gunshots, shouts, and cheers resonated throughout the entire playground. While high jump might not be as exhilarating as the sprinting events next door, it was still thrilling. There were quite a few athletes from the senior high division, resembling monsters in their prowess. However, the pre-college division was different. While competition was fierce, the gap between competitors was not too vast. After a while, Only 3 contestants remained on the field. Gold medal, gold medal. Meng Meng shook Xiaoyu dead, of course. Li Gu is always steady. Xiaoyu helplessly supported her forehead. After the finals round, the bar was raised by 5 centimeters. It was Li Ji's turn to jump as the judge's command rang out. Li Gu sprinted forward, her long legs swinging in the air, and then with a powerful push from her right foot, she executed a stunning backflip over the bar. Cheers erupted around her. Witnessing this scene, the pressure mounted for the other competitors. This additional 5 centimeters was no small feat for them. With a 3-minute time limit, both of them failed all 3 attempts. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Chen Mo was lying on the desk, absorbed in her phone, her gaze vacant and despondent. Since the end of the opening ceremony, she had sneakily returned to the classroom. If she could, she might never wish to see anyone again, Scrolling through her phone, she listened to the various announcements coming from the loudspeaker. Time passed, and soon it was noon. After completing her events, Li Gu returned to the classroom. She walked over to Chen Mo and poked the deflated little girl that I'm not very hungry. Chen Mo replied, feeling somewhat withdrawn. Then how about I bring you a pineapple bun? Li Gu sighed. Thank you, Li Gu. The little girl raised her head, her large, watery eyes filled with helplessness. It's all right. Don't worry, Li Gu was at a loss for how to comfort Chen Mo. After all, it was her first time witnessing such a situation. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock was heard at the front door. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance, dressed in sports attire with a high ponytail. Chen Mo instantly recalled the scene from the morning. As she looked up, she spotted Lin Xiao standing by the podium, her cold little face displaying a rare look of surprise. Social death. She couldn't help but cover half her face with her hand. Let us go eat. The 200-meter preliminaries are this afternoon. I'll discuss some competition tips with you. Lin Xiao said calmly, without a hint of mockery. Oh right, she has a swimming competition this afternoon. Chen Mo realized, glancing down at her flat stomach, that if she embarrassed herself again in the afternoon, she might as well pack up and drop out. Master Xiao, what do you think my chances are for the afternoon competition? She looked up at Lin Xiao, determination etched on her small face, making it clear that this little one was serious. To be honest, you might as well withdraw from the competition. Lin Xiao pulled out her meal card and waved it while speaking. Let us go. If you're not going to pay, that's basic courtesy. Chen Mo, without hesitation, raised her tray and rushed towards the meat dish counter. Wait, for the afternoon competition, eat something easy to digest. Lin Xiao called out to Chen Mo, then swiped her card to order Chen Mo the same balanced meal as herself. This. Chen Mo gazed at the generous portion of quality protein on her plate. Lacking any appetite at that moment, Li Gu placed a piece of spicy rib on her plate. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Chen Mo had already devoured it, spitting out a bone and then chewing on rice. No backbone. Lin Xiao shook her head, falling silent. After a satisfying meal, they finally arrived at the arena where true skills would be tested. Dressed in her competition outfit, Chen Mo sported a new pair of swimming goggles. Has pre-college classmate Chen Mo arrived? A teacher at the registration desk looked around in confusion. Teacher, it's me. Suddenly, a small head wearing a deep green swim cap bobbed into view. The teacher was somewhat taken aback. Glancing down, this child appeared to be in the middle school group. How could she possibly be in the pre-college group? Chapter 60. Social anxiety completely cured. Teacher, may I check in now? Chen Mo asked again, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Soon, she would astonish everyone with her swift swimming style, sure. The teacher checked the number but still seemed puzzled. Subsequently, Chen Mo joined the throng of contestants. The men's 200-meter freestyle was currently underway. Not far from her, the pre-college group boys were waiting to take their turn. Mo. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Chen Mo turned her head and saw a slender figure with a lanky build, almost devoid of flesh and a slight hunch. Despite standing at just over 1.7 meters, his long limbs suggested he was a swimming talent. Dogleg. Chen Mo blinked, then realized that after nearly half a month of acquaintance, she still didn't know his name. He only appeared when Wang Chenhao was around, so calling him Dogleg seemed a bit impolite. Why are you also participating in the 200 meters? The enthusiastic Dogleg inquired. Indeed. How much time do you take for 200 meters? Chen Mo nodded her little head in response. 2 minutes and a half, approximately, she recalled, as Lin Xiao seemed to have only timed her once, mentioning it was around 2 minutes something. What? 2 minutes and a half? That's quite fast. Dogleg exclaimed, astonished in his recollection. The record for men's 200 meters freestyle was merely 2 minutes and 20 seconds. This little loli is extraordinary. Not bad, not bad. Chinemo floated in delight upon hearing this. Not far away, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Then I must go now. Good luck. Dogleg gestured a thumbs up to Chinemo before preparing to take the stage. On the opposite side of the swimming lane, a colossal electronic scoreboard loomed on the wall. Their school's swimming pool was equipped with the most advanced touchpad timing device, capable of displaying each competitor's results in real time. Scanning the names on the board, Chinemo found Dogleg's name. Gotai. Such a peculiar name. It was her first encounter with something so ominous. How could anyone bestow such an ill-fated name upon their child? As she pondered, the final group of men's races commenced and in a brief span of just over 6 minutes. The competition concluded, and surprisingly, the little Dogleg secured second place in his group. Chinemo had just been cheering him on. Feeling rather foolish for only shouting encouragement for Dogleg, preliminary women's group, please take your positions. Group 1. Chinemo inhaled deeply and stepped towards lane 5. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat grew louder. Upon emerging from the crowd, she finally beheld the track's layout. Wait a moment. This is a 50-meter pool, meaning 200 meters would be 4 laps. The time she just mentioned to Dogleg must be incorrect at this moment. The starter urged everyone to take their positions. Chinemo donned her swim goggles and assumed the professional stance she had practiced, awaiting the signal to dive in, to plunge into the water and relish the cheers. The whistle blew, and an explosion of shouts erupted around her. The cheers from both sides of the lane heightened her anxiety. Though she was a beat late, she finally plunged into the water. Splash! With her head submerged and eyes closed, the little loli synchronized her shoulders in a rhythmic motion, alternating her strokes vigorously. Those little legs were kicking fiercely. Splash, whoosh, whoosh. Splash. Chinemo repeated the motions, attempting to maintain a streamlined form. On the viewing platform, someone exclaimed, "What is that? Is that a greenish object? It looks like a watermelon rind. How could a watermelon rind be floating in the lane? How bizarre!" Look quickly. At that moment, Ming Ming, Xiao Yu, and Li Gu stood dumbstruck. Did I ask this a competition? This clearly resembles a public execution scene. They covered their faces, their toes digging into the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood by the railing in the audience, watching the fluttering swim cap, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Mo, I'm so sorry." Unable to bear it any longer, she turned and left. In the pool, Chinemo, donning a deep green swim cap, continued to flounder. Gasping for breath, she thought, "I've only completed 1 lap. I'm utterly exhausted." She kicked off for the next round. This so-called divine physique, is it even feasible? I feel like I'm about to collapse. Uncertain how long she had been swimming, Chinemo's mind went blank until she finally heard a whistle. Is it over? Has it ended? She reached out to tap the timing board on the wall, but it remained unresponsive. At this moment, the venue buzzed with noise. The cheers had faded, indicating the competition had concluded. What is happening? She looked around in confusion. In the vast pool, she was now the only one left. Gripping the railing, she climbed out and rubbed her weary legs as she made her way to the side, glancing up at the massive electronic screen. Chon, why is there no score for her? Drink some water and relax. Suddenly, a bottle filled with an energy drink was handed to her, followed by a large towel draping over her head. In the arena, those who were not competing could not enter the pool. However, Lin Xiao, as a star athlete of the swimming team, naturally had a few privileges. She slipped in after a word with the teacher. What is going on? Chinemo had yet to process the situation. Still somewhat dazed from swimming, she opened the bottle and took a couple of sips, her little face adorned with confusion, appearing quite adorable. Actually, you have already won today, Lin Xiao consoled her. Huh. Chinemo sipped her drink. At least, you broke the 2 minutes and 30 seconds record for 21 meters, Lin Xiao explained. Pfft. Chinemo sprayed the drink out, exclaiming, what? 21 meters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That means 200 meters. I would need to swim for at least 20 minutes. Is that even scientifically plausible? Don't worry, keep trying. Learning to swim is a long process. Competitions are indeed too early for you. Lin Xiao awkwardly offered a few comforting words. Chinemo gazed at the competition venue. The audience was packed with lively spectators. Turning her head, she noticed other competitors casting furtive glances at her. Hee hee. Thank you very much. This social anxiety has been completely cured. Chinemo raised her drink and calmly took a couple of sips. Having reached such a level of social embarrassment, she felt there was nothing left to fear and headed toward the changing room, her expression resembling that of someone who had seen through worldly illusions. Hey, Teacher Jiang, can I process the withdrawal paperwork? Chapter 61. Wow, golden legend in the swimming hall, in the restroom. Chenmo clutched her phone. Mo? What did you say? The teacher is busy. It's too noisy here, so I'll hang up for now. Beep, beep, beep. Chenmo set the phone down. She returned to her dormitory alone. Took a shower, turned off her phone, climbed into bed, and wrapped herself in her blanket. At this moment, she was isolated from the world. All that existed was irrelevant to her. Irrelevant my foot. As soon as she closed her eyes, the overwhelming emotions surged once more. System, get out here, right now. Ding, the system panel appeared. Host, Chen-Mo gender, female appearance, 99 height, 150 centimeters weight, 36 kilograms bust. AA skills, divine self-learning skill, divine investment skill, divine robust physique benefits, 8,000 yuan day assets, 756,438.65 yuan. What on earth is this divine robust physique? Chen-Mo fumed. Detected host confusion. Physical attributes, strength, 2,100 speed, 2,100 precision, 4,100 stamina, 1,100. Glancing at the pitifully low values on the panel, Chen-Mo quickly revisited it. This skill is indeed named Divine Robust Physique. The question is, what exactly did she become stronger at? Ding. This skill has successfully enhanced the host's various attribute limits. Enhanced limits? I don't understand. Ordinary person's physical attributes. Strength, 510 speed, 510 precision, 510 stamina, 510. The Divine Robust Physique has elevated the host's panel limits tenfold. After another 10 minutes, Chen-Mo begrudgingly accepted this reality. Didn't I break a brick that day? Could it be that strength too can also break bricks? Explanation. With this skill, the host can more easily unleash the potential within their body. If you say it's useless, it seems to have some utility that if you say it's useful, it appears somewhat futile. Chen-Mo felt helpless. She opened the system warehouse, where there was still an unopened mysterious treasure chest. Awarded during the last National Day consumption task, please select the prize pool content. A. Skill category, B. Vehicle category, C. Real estate category, D. Special category. PS. Special category has a high probability of triggering additional rewards. Non-lucky player preferred. This, Chen-Mo felt as though she had been set up that D. Special category prize pool. Mysterious treasure chest successfully exchanged. Would you like to open it? Yes. Chen-Mo grasped a corner of the blanket, her little face displaying the expression of a seasoned gambler. Whoosh, a burst of golden light shone forth, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Golden legend? Chen-Mo was also stunned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a munchkin long-haired dwarf cat. Additional reward triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring top-tier cat-rearing skills. A cat. Chen-Mo was puzzled that a legendary-level reward turned out to be just this ancestor. The reward has been successfully issued to the system warehouse. Please claim it within 7 days, upon opening the warehouse. A seemingly 2-month-old, pure white kitten caught her eye as she gazed at the feline. Chen-Mo found herself lost in thought. Her limited memories of cats stemmed almost entirely from the game Nakapura. System, can this cat change? She pondered, her mind in turmoil. Suddenly, the creak of a door echoed, and someone approached her bedside, lifting the covers that Li go. Chen-Mo leaned over the bed to look, and there stood Li Gu in a gymnastic outfit. Positioned at the foot of the bed, Teacher Jiang has asked us to come to the office. She reached out and gently patted the kitten's small head, that a wave of anxiety washed over Chen-Mo. Surely she was not going to be reprimanded. Perhaps she should print her withdrawal application first and take it along. Don't worry, it's likely about the competition. The city rankings have already been released. Li Gu offered reassuringly. Chen-Mo sighed in relief upon hearing those words. She neatly folded the covers and then climbed down from her bed. The two of them made their way to the academic building. As the school was currently hosting a sports event, the academic building was eerily quiet. After a lengthy walk, they arrived at Jiang Yujia's office. Teacher Jiang? Li Gu knocked on the door. Come in, Jiang Yujia replied. Her gaze focused on two forms, a smile gracing her face. Chen-Mo followed Li Gu into the office. Our school performed admirably in this competition. We secured 5 spots in the provincial finals. Li Gu placed 8th in the city, and MOMO brought home the first place for our school. For the upcoming provincial exam, I expect you both to continue striving for excellence. As she spoke, Jiang Yujia handed the notification and forms to the two girls. Chen Mo glanced at the document, which bore the notice for the provincial exam. It was to be held at Hangzhou University next Friday. All right, no need to be overly anxious. Go back and prepare well, Jiang Yujia advised. By the way, teacher, does passing the provincial exam guarantee a recommendation? Chen Mo suddenly recalled this detail. Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Jiang Yujia inquired. A hint of surprise evident in her tone. Oh, nothing, Chen Mo replied, feeling enlightened as she clutched the notification and exited the office. However, behind her, Li Ji's expression turned icy upon hearing that question. Chapter 62. Wishing to be with Li Gu as long as she received a recommendation, she would have ample reason to withdraw from school. Chen Mo smiled, her face lighting up once more. Nightfall enveloped the dormitory. While Chen Mo was lost in a sweet slumber, a sudden chill washed over her. She shifted positions and squinted her eyes open. At the head of her bed, the sensor light on the wall illuminated the dimly lit room, revealing a shadowy figure kneeling beside her. Li Gu, clad in a camisole nightgown, her hair cascading down, bore a frosty gaze in her light chestnut eyes as she coldly regarded Chen Mo. Li Gu. Chen Mo, still dazed from sleep, extended a hand from under the covers and grasped Li Ji's arm. You're freezing. Don't catch a cold. Hurry and sleep. With that, she instinctively pulled Li Gu into the warmth of her blankets. At home, she often loved to cuddle her large stuffed shark, burying herself in its belly for comfort. Thus, after pulling Li Gu into the bedding, she instinctively snuggled in and held on tightly. Why does it feel different today? She mused. Still quite cozy. With that, the drowsy girl drifted back into a stable sleep. The following day, the alarm clock rang incessantly. Chen Mo groggily awoke, feeling inexplicably short of breath. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find her cheeks flushed crimson as she attempted to rise, only to discover herself seemingly ensnared. Montauk. Li Gu, now awake, slowly released her grip on Chen Mo. The two had unknowingly spent the night squeezed together on the dormitory bed. Chen Mo's mind raced, struggling to comprehend what transpired the previous night. As those vague memories flooded back, her breath quickened. Mo. Suddenly, a head poked up from below the bed. Meng Meng's eyes sparkled with gossip, a rather mischievous grin plastered on her face. Chen Mo hastily buried her face under the covers. Ugh. This is still in the dormitory. Li Gu watched as Chen Mo buried herself deeper into the bedding, her hand instinctively reaching out before withdrawing. I'm going to wash up. With that, she rose from the bed, leaving Meng Meng puzzled. Why does Li Gu seem a bit off today? The sports event swiftly concluded, and their class secured a mediocre 8th place in the grade. Well, at least we're not last, someone remarked. Indeed, this doesn't hold much significance. With the monthly exam approaching, Chen Mo sat at her desk, stealthily glancing at Li Gu. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt Li Gu had been intentionally distancing herself in recent days. She scratched her head, recalling that night. Had she truly gone too far? What should she do? Apologize. She looked at her hands. All this trouble because of this body. Why can't I just focus on being a girl instead of thinking of mischief? If I really want something, why not just take it for myself? With that thought, she lowered her head in contemplation. Mo, it's time to eat. Xiao Yu and Meng Meng approached, patting her flat stomach. Chen Mo sighed and rose. Are there any effective methods for enhancing one's figure? She wore a face of discontent. Enhancing one's figure? Isn't that's something one is born with. Meng Meng glanced at her own ample assets. Meng Meng, don't crush my dreams. I've heard eating papaya is quite effective, but Xiao Yu glanced at Chen Mo's flat physique. But what? Chen Mo leaned in, intrigued. You should probably just drink more milk. Xiao Yu sighed. Who do you think you're looking down on? As the three chatted, they stood up. Isn't Li Gu coming to eat? Chen Mo inquired. She said she wanted to practice problems. Is the pressure from the competition too much? Xiao Yu's eyes reflected concern. Leaning against the window, Li Gu was deeply engrossed in solving competition problems, oblivious to the world around her. By the way, how come you seem so unaffected? Have you become overconfident? Meng Meng squinted, teasingly poking Chen Mo's cheek. Ugh, wow. Chen Mo found herself unable to retaliate against the playful assault. The three girls laughed and left the classroom. But Chinmo couldn't shake the image of Li Gu, diligently focused on her work, from her mind. She had never realized that the radiant Li Gu, in the eyes of others, was putting in far more effort than the average person. After more than 10 minutes, Chinmo returned to the classroom, clutching a bag of bread and an ice cream cone. Li Gu, have some bread before you continue working. She approached Li Ji's desk. In the past, Li Gu had always brought her lunch to help her achieve her goal of ranking in the top 10. Now, finally, she could care for Li Gu. Upon hearing her voice, Li Gu looked up. Meeting Chinmo's gaze, Mo. She paused for a moment before offering a polite smile. Thank you. Is there anything you don't understand? Chinmo licked her ice cream while sitting beside Li Gu, observing her exam paper. The pages were filled with neatly written formulas. Even the rough draft bore a resemblance to printed text. Li Gu nodded, pushing the exam paper slightly toward Chinmo. Chinmo picked up a pencil. Hesitating, she feared that her handwriting would disrupt the pristine elegance of the exquisite draft. Don't worry, just write it down. Li Gu spoke gently. All right. Chinmo began to write, swiftly jotting down the calculations that came to mind. To ensure Li Gu comprehended, she even calculated a few extra steps. After reading through Chinmo's work, Li Gu fell into a brief moment of contemplation before finally grasping the concept. Try this problem next. Chinmo quickly located a similar question in the exam booklet. Li Gu began to tackle the problem. And indeed, this time, she easily conquered the challenge. Li Gu, you're so smart. Chinmo gazed at the problem-solving process in her draft book, exclaiming in admiration. She never anticipated that Li Gu would possess such remarkable insight that if it had been her from before, mastering this formula would not have been achievable so swiftly. This the distinction between a genius and an ordinary person. Montak, why have you suddenly come to teach me problems? Li Gu paused her writing and looked up at Chinmo, who was indulging in ice cream, feeling a bit bashful under that gaze. After all, I wish to take the national competition alongside Li Gu. Chapter 63. The blood loss is significant. Caution advised. Together. Li Gu murmured, as a flicker of something seemed to fade within her gaze. After several days of tackling competition problems, Chinmo now stared blankly at the paper, her expression somewhat dazed. Mo. It's time for the exam. Meng called out, giving the little fool a gentle pat. Chinmo sighed, grabbing her pencil case as she exited the classroom. Unbeknownst to her, the time for the monthly exam had crept up. It appeared that she had spent an entire month in this world. This moment, the little girl felt quite contemplative. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, and the exam papers were handed out. Chinmo began to answer, repeating this step multiple times. Finally, the last exam concluded. Chinmo submitted her paper and left the examination hall, grabbing her backpack as she departed. She had been holding in her urge to relieve herself. And now she could finally let it all out. Swiftly making her way to the girls' restroom, she removed her tights and lifted her skirt, squatting down. The sound of water echoed as she took a piece of toilet paper to wipe. Suddenly, a small smear of dark red appeared. Chinmo panicked. Is this that time? At this moment, a sense of desolation washed over her. She had foreseen the arrival of this day. As a girl, she had to accept this reality. To be honest, a month ago, she had found herself wandering a certain website late at night, leading her to search on Baidu for a question: how to prevent girls from having their period. The answer she received was rather touching. Jiag of Nishidashabi 666 that night, she reported the individual, yet still failed to find any reliable solutions, squatting. 5 minutes passed without her noticing. Indeed, she hadn't brought what she needed. At that moment, her face turned pale, and trembling, she fished her phone out of her bag. There were approximately 20 minutes left until the exam concluded. She was unable to contact her roommate for assistance. Remaining squatted here was quite painful, as her legs were beginning to feel numb. This was her first experience with this, and lacking any prior knowledge, she glanced at the blood loss, which seemed manageable. She decided to use 2 pieces of tissue as a makeshift solution, and then pulled up her tights. With her bag on her back, she washed her hands and headed back to her dormitory, taking tiny steps and slowing her pace. Occasionally, she would glance down, worried that blood might flow down, which would be quite perilous. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, she returned to her dorm room, retrieving a small pack of bread she had bought a month prior. Disposing of the bloodstained tissue, she unwrapped the little bread and adhered it to her underwear. Over the past month, she had become quite adept at handling such matters. Few safe. She washed her hands again and wiped the sweat from her face. Subsequently, she prepared herself, donning loose sweatpants and a t-shirt, then brewing some brown sugar water. Wrapped in a small blanket, she leaned against the headboard, putting on her headphones and playing soothing music, closing her eyes. She took a sip of the warm brown sugar water. Ouch, that is hot. Securing the cup lid, the little girl began to doze off. That in light of the situation, she remained exceedingly cautious. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the exam concluded and school was dismissed. In the dormitory, one by one, people returned. Creak. The dorm door swung open, and several individuals found Chunimo peacefully nestled under a blanket, looking serene. Mo, what is wrong? Xiao Yu asked in surprise. Huh. Chunimo opened her eyes, noticing her roommate standing at the foot of her bed. I'm fine. Chunimo replied nonchalantly. Are you preparing to cultivate a divine skill? Meng Meng teased. Close enough. Chunimo nodded, lifting the brown sugar water beside her for ASIP. Is at that time of the month? Li Gu discerned. Chunimo nodded. You should rest well. Do you want me to bring you food later? Meng Meng inquired. Sure, but remember, no spicy or cold food. Chunimo replied, Ditto a health expert, huh? Meng Meng joked. That night, Chunimo lay flat, crossing her arms over her chest, resembling a mummy. Her emotions were quite complex. Should it not flow out? The next day, upon waking, her twisted sleeping posture ultimately led to an unfortunate incident. Clutching her blanket, she gazed at the small pool of crimson on her bed, her face mirroring the same shade. It is fine. Igu ruffled her hair, assisting in changing the bed sheets. Mo bow. Here is a pack for you. It's quite useful. Meng Meng did not mock her, merely handing her a pack of comfortable pants. Chunimo stared blankly at it for a moment, surprised to find it was akin to the style of a diaper, resembling underwear, but effectively preventing any embarrassing incidents after soaking the bedsheets. Chunimo finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, her body was undeniably becoming more feminine. Perhaps due to the secretion of female hormones, recently she hadn't felt much aversion to wearing girls' clothing. Her tone of voice, and even her subtle mannerisms. Approaching the mirror, she examined her face, realizing that even the trace of youthful vigor in her brows had vanished entirely. Mo, let us do your hair. Li Gu called out that no, I don't want to. Chunimo covered her head. Li Gu, holding a comb and hair ties, paused. That I understand. It's indeed tough to control one's temper during that time. Meng Meng nodded, drifting past. Chunimo turned her gaze back to the mirror, scanning the dormitory. For reasons unknown, a wave of unbridled anger surged within her. It's alright, there is nothing to worry about. Li Gu approached her, gently tousling her messy hair. This intimate contact quickly calmed the little girl, who had been on edge. Her mouth curved downward, her eyes devoid of sparkle, appearing quite dejected. Let it all out today. I'll help you tidy up with that. Li Gu began to work. Her movements were deft. Once finished, she braided a small side braid and secured it with a dark red bow. Look, how is it? Li Gu nudged Chunimo toward the mirror. The bow rested at the side of her head, complementing her lustrous black hair and fair complexion. Chunimo gazed at her reflection and then looked up at Li Gu. Thank you. Let us go. Li Gu took Chunimo's hand, leading her out of the dormitory to their surprise. Before they even reached the classroom door, a cacophony of voices erupted. Isn't that Li Hongxiang? What is he doing at the entrance of class 2? He must be here to apologize. Mo, surely ace the exam. Upon hearing the commotion, Chunimo looked up to see a boy standing at the entrance of their classroom. Hands buried in his pockets, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. Chapter 64. Danger, danger, danger. Looking at that figure, a flicker of surprise crossed Chunimo's face. Haven't the results been released yet? Is he here to stir up trouble? Mo. Li Gu pulled the little girl closer to her side, that a group of them stood at the back door of the classroom, several meters away from Li Hongxiang. Hey, Chunimo is here. Wait. Li Hongxiang's expression seemed somewhat off. The surrounding crowd continued to speculate, but the boy, upon hearing the name Chunimo, suddenly raised his head. His eyes appeared as if filled with blood, glaring intensely. Subsequently, he reached into the pocket of his school uniform and pulled out a small fruit knife. The blade gleamed coldly, aimed directly at Chunimo. The crowd, momentarily stunned, erupted into screams. Chunimo was taken aback as well. Fortunately, Li Gu had been on guard. She swiftly grasped Li Hongxiang's wrist. The two were locked in a tense standoff, Li Hongqiang clearly agitated. "Chinemo, you deceitful little brat. I'm going to kill you." "Deceitful brat. Return my money. Give me back my money," he shouted, veins protruding from his neck. The knife began to spiral uncontrollably through the LIG's expression turned icy as the blade neared her face. In a sudden burst of action, Chinemo swung her backpack forcefully against the knife, the immense impact causing Li Hongqiang's grip to falter, sending the knife hurtling away. Fortunately, those around had already stepped back several paces. And ultimately, the knife struck the wall beside them. "Quick, hold him down!" a voice rang out from an unknown boy. Following that, a group rushed forward, pinning Li Hongqiang firmly to the ground in the corridor. Xiao Yu's eyes were red-rimmed as she hurried to Chinemo and Li Ji's side. "Are you okay?" she asked tremulously. "That I'm fine." Li Ge shook her head, then turned to Chinemo. Had Chinemo not intervened moments ago, it was highly likely that she would have been injured by Li Hongqiang's knife. Meanwhile, Chinemo felt her legs turn to jelly. Encountering such a situation, it was impossible not to feel anxious. Yet in that split second, she had acted without hesitation. If either she or Li Ge had been even a second slower, one of them would undoubtedly have been harmed. That was close. Chinemo pressed her hand against her chest, her heart still thumping loudly. "The security is here. The teachers are coming." The crowd stirred once more. Soon, everyone in the corridor was ushered back to their classrooms. Several security guards and teachers stood by, while Li Hongqiang lay motionless on the ground. Meng Meng had already picked up the small knife and handed it to the teacher. The teachers were flustered, and the head of the department along with the homeroom teacher were on their way, having just been summoned by the students from the office. Everyone was on their phones, as handling such a situation was no simple task. "Hongqiang," a voice called from a distance, and soon a woman in staff attire rushed over. Upon seeing her son on the ground, she was visibly startled. "What happened?" She reached out to help him. "Don't touch me," he suddenly yelled from the ground. The nearby security, witnessing this, immediately restrained him once more. "Take him away." That moment, Old Wang arrived as well, but he glanced at the knife with a furrowed brow. "What is happening at this school? It's barely the start of the term, and so many incidents have already occurred." Chinemo and Li Ge followed the head of the department and the security guards down the stairs, while Xiao Yu and Meng Meng were comforted by a teacher from the adjacent class and returned to their classroom. "Director Wang, let's keep this under wraps for now and formulate a plan that we will take full responsibility for this matter," said Teacher Li, her face losing all its previous sharpness, now only revealing panic and unease. Her son's actions would not only affect him, but also implicate her and the school. That if news of this spread, the school's reputation would suffer, and as a teacher and Li Hongqiang's mother, she knew well the repercussions she would face. "That I'm sorry, Chin classmate. I beg you, give Li Hongqiang a chance, spare him and our family." She glanced at Chinemo, disregarding her pride, and unexpectedly knelt down in public. Chinemo regarded her coldly, yet her heart churned with disgust. "I've already called the police. You could talk to my lawyer shortly." Li Ge tightened her grip on Chinmo's hand, feeling her palm damp with cold sweat. Chinemo noticed and looked up at Li Ge. What was Li Ge thinking in that moment that emboldened her to act? Soon, a tea cart made its rounds at the school, and several tea attendants brought silver bracelets for Li Hongqiang before leaving. "Shouldn't we go over?" Chinemo asked, puzzled. "That there's no need. I've already arranged for the lawyer to get in touch," Li Ge replied, ruffling Chinmo's hair, her expression complex. Meanwhile, Teacher Li, witnessing her son being taken away, turned pale. Initially, she thought Li Hongqiang had simply crossed paths with Chinemo, a powerless and ordinary student whom her family could manage to silence. But why had it escalated to involve Li Ge? That family was not to be trifled with. Their wealth could easily overshadow her family's influence. "Yes, understood, leader." At that moment, Old Wang hung up the phone and glanced at the woman seated on the sofa. He opened a cabinet and retrieved 2 documents. "That a temporary board meeting has been convened. I don't have time at the moment. Teacher Jiang will be here soon to provide comfort to the children. Please fill out these forms first and wait at home for further notice." His tone was extremely cold as he tossed the papers on a Teacher Li's lap. Teacher Li was left speechless upon seeing the suspension notice. "Li Ge, the school will ensure that both you and Chinemo receive a satisfactory response regarding this matter." As for the media, this situation, Old Wang approached the 2 students, his expression softening. Li Ge understood the implication behind his words. She didn't wish to place too much pressure on the school. Yeah, I trust the school will implement a serious course of action. She cast a cold gaze at the woman beside her. Note, the author acknowledges that many may find such plot lines tiresome, yet the segment involving teacher Lee and her son must be concluded. Some readers feel fatigued by these narratives, but I assure you that I will return to writing amusing daily life scenarios henceforth. Clears throat to clarify many reader queries. Wonder why would such incidents occur in a good school? Answer. This is unrelated to the school. It's a case of survivor bias. There are always peculiarities in this vast world that you have yet to encounter. 2. Why does the female lead keep encountering such situations? Answer. The female lead possesses a sort of detective quality. 3. Why does it seem like the author writes the antagonists in a foolish manner? Answer. The author is simply a fool. I merely wish to craft some dramatic confrontations. While you may find it kitsch, I find it rather novel. Please refrain from scolding the author. I am working hard. Chapter 65. Don't put strange things inside my body. The atmosphere in the school was exceedingly tense. Each class strictly prohibited switching rooms or discussing matters, with homeroom teachers stationed in classrooms during breaks. That it wasn't until lunchtime that all students were allowed to proceed to the cafeteria in an orderly manner. What do you think will happen with this incident? He is bound to face years of punishment, right? Li Hongxiang is truly out of his mind. How could he do such a thing? Did you not hear? It said he lost 50,000 in the stock market. 50,000? No wonder his father beat him in a submission last time. Ever since then, he hasn't been quite right. Just a few days ago, he had his cast removed and now he is causing trouble again. Just out of the hospital and into the police station. Investment requires caution. Surrounding discussions buzzed, yet Chen Mo's expression remained grave. Mo Meng Meng sat across from Chen Mo, noticing her seemingly poor state. The innocent girl, puffing her cheeks as she chewed on braised beef cubes, looked up that today's beef isn't flavorful. She furrowed her delicate brows. Are you all right? If you're truly scared inside, don't bottle it up, shall you comforted? Yes, sister will cherish you well. Meng Meng patted her ample chest. Chen Mo lowered her gaze to Meng Meng's plate of yellow braised chicken. Here, let us swap that I go, however, saw through Chen Mo's intentions and pushed her own serving of stewed chicken towards her. Eat more. She placed a piece into Chen Mo's mouth. Delicious. Chen Mo smiled, her cheeks illuminated with a hint of starlight. Xiao Yu and Meng Meng resumed their meals in silence. Just as they finished, Wang Chenhao hurried to their table. I go. Momo, are you both okay? We're fine, Chen Mo replied briefly. That Li Hongxiang is such a jerk. If he's released, I'll find someone to give him a good beating. Wang Chenhao's expression soured as he clenched his fist. It should be fine that he probably won't get out, Chen Mo remarked, taking another bite of chicken nuggets. Lately, she had been troubled by her petite mouth, unable to fit an entire piece of chicken in one go, which greatly hindered her eating efficiency. That he better not show up, Wang Chenhao muttered, his teeth itching with anticipation. Hey, where's Go Kai? Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed that the familiar backdrop behind Wang Chenhao had vanished, though he said he had some matters at home and took leave yesterday. Wang Chenhao scratched his head. Shall we sit down and eat something? Chen Mo glanced at the dishes on the table. Sure. Wang Chenhao was also eager to find someone and had yet to eat. That he hurried off to grab a few dishes and join Chen Mo at their table. This week of anxiety and trepidation finally drew to a close after the monthly exam results were released. Upon returning to the apartment, Chen Mo collapsed onto the sofa. School is so exhausting. I wish I didn't have to go. She hugged her plush shark, wearing a dreamy expression. That wish will come true. Li Go, clutching her workbook, settled down at a small table nearby. She began to tackle her exercises once more. Ding dong! Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Chen Mo paused in confusion for a moment before rising to investigate. After moving in, she had discovered that claims of high security were mere bluster. Practically anyone could access the building. Fortunately, Li Ge had the foresight to install a new lock and peephole. Peering through the peephole, she saw a young man in a delivery uniform outside. That's odd. I don't seem to have ordered anything. She pondered, lost in thought. Ding dong. Hello, Pet Express. Is anyone home? The delivery boy pressed the doorbell again. Mo. Who is it? Li Ge approached. A delivery. Chun Mo replied. Soon after, Li Ge reached for the door and pulled it open. Hello. I'm the delivery person from Pet Express. This is your precious kitty. Please sign for it. The delivery boy was exceedingly polite, presenting an airline crate with both hands. The crate was wrapped in a layer of mesh netting. Meow. A timid, trembling meow emerged from within. Li Ge turned to Chun Mo. Oh, I completely forgot about that system incident from this week. Panic set in. What is this? Forced delivery. To be frank, she could hardly care for herself, let alone attend to a pet. Can this be returned? Chun Mo asked nonchalantly. The delivery boy was taken aback, glancing at the receipt. Do you wish to refuse the package? Yes, Chun Mo nodded. But the kitten has been on a plane for a day. It might be in poor condition. Do you really not want to see it? Even just once? The delivery boy lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with sympathy. Chun Mo found herself in a predicament. At that moment, the airline crate was already in Li Ge's hands. Suddenly, a fluffy white paw poked out, its palm a soft pink. Meow. The little kitten seemed to realize something, inching toward the crate door and calling out to Li Ge with its big blue eyes blinking rapidly. Are you hungry? Li Ge asked, reaching her finger inside. Meow. The kitten was very affectionate, rubbing against her finger and meowing even more enthusiastically. What a good cat. The delivery boy was moved to tears at the sight. All right, I'll sign for it. Chun Mo raised her hand, nonchalantly signing her name, then shooed the overly theatrical delivery boy away. Mo, what made you suddenly think of getting a cat? Li Ge, holding the crate, beamed with joy. This happiness was different from her usual demeanor, imbued with a touch of youthful innocence. Do you believe me if I say I opened a treasure chest? Chun Mo replied, bemused as she surveyed her small apartment. Is this cat going to be kept indoors or outdoors? Will I need to attend to its meals and litter? As she pondered, Li Ge had already torn open the netting of the crate and opened the door. Meow. The kitten called out once more. Then, that soft little paw emerged, surveying its new territory with its round, blinking eyes. Finally, it fixed its gaze on Chun Mo. Pat, pat, pat. The little short legs began to walk toward Chun Mo. Don't come over here. I could easily gobble you up in one bite. If you come any closer, I won't be polite. Chun Mo retreated 2 steps, landing on the sofa. Meow. To her surprise, the little cat effortlessly leaped onto her lap. Its soft fur radiating warmth, it curled up into a fluffy white ball, complete with a pair of adorable cat ears. Ding. Host detected. Successfully acquired a munchkin long-haired dwarf cat. Top-tier cat care skills loading. 0:25. Staring at the creature on her lap, Chun Mo felt utterly bewildered as she watched the progress bar of the system continuously load. What is this system? How can it load strange things into my body without my consent? Ding! Congratulations, host. Skill loading successful. Chapter 66. Are you here to watch me poop? Then a torrent of knowledge about cats flooded her mind, from scooping litter to using cotton swabs to assist with their physiological needs. P.S. This is merely a joke. Please do not attempt this. It is everyone's responsibility to spay, neuter cats, and practice responsible pet ownership. After several gigabytes of information surged into her consciousness, Chun Mo slumped on the sofa. At this rate, she would surely be driven mad by this absurd system. Purr, purr. The kitten nestled on her lap purred, clearly enjoying the soft, plump thighs of the little girl. Chun Mo slowly reached out toward the kitten. According to her newfound knowledge, she understood that if one wished to capture a cat, the nape of the neck was crucial. Gotcha. She raised her hand and lifted the little fur ball, shaking it into a more manageable shape. The little tail began to sway in the air. Meow. The kitten flailed its paws, clearly displeased with such rough handling. Feeling a bit tired from holding it with one hand, Chun Mo switched to using both hands, cradling the kitten under its short little arms and lifting it a bit higher. Silly cat, she communicated amiably. However, she lifted the kitten primarily to confirm one thing. She directed her gaze toward the kitten's lower body. Hooray, it's a female cat. Meow. The kitten's tail swished even more vigorously, clearly growing impatient. Mo, shouldn't we go buy some essentials for the little kitty? Li Ge approached, observing the harmonious scene between the girl and the cat. Chun Mo contemplated for a moment. At the very least, we need litter and cat food. After securing the kitten back in the airline crate, the two hurried out the door. Luckily, there was a large pet supply store not far from the apartment. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the store was bustling with people, many of whom were out with their pets. A massive Samoyed trotted past Chun Mo, its tongue lolling out as its owner led it by. Woof woof! A husky barked at the little girl, blinking its eyes as if wanting to come over for attention. Winky face, Chun Mo quickly grasped Li Ge's hand. Thankfully, the system hadn't compelled her to get a dog. Otherwise, when she went out, it wouldn't be walking the dog, but rather being walked by one. Which cat food should we choose? Should we get some milk first? Liga pushed the shopping cart for cat food. Let's go with this grain-free option, and for milk, let's get goat's milk. Chunemo responded, eager to select their items and leave this place quickly. Hello, this is our store's latest fully automated litter box. Designed to liberate cat owners from the chore of scooping. The saleswoman called out. Upon hearing this, Chunemo turned to look that I'll take one of those. She replied, da-da. Great. The saleswoman beamed with delight. They then selected additional cat supplies and even ordered a luxurious cat tree. Ding, your total comes to 5,362 yuan. The cashier smiled. Please scan to pay. Although she had bound herself to a system after her rebirth, she had been rather laid back when it came to spending. Aside from a few instances of splurging on 648 yuan, she had not spent much else. Now, she had just spent 5,000 yuan on this little cat in one go. Chunemo felt a slight ache in her muscles as she returned home, burdened with a large bag of cat litter. Almost completely exhausted, she let out a soft meow. The little creature in the cage, unable to contain its excitement, seemed to catch a whiff of the snacks in Li Ji's hand, eagerly yearning to break free from its confinement. Gulping down her own hunger, Chunemo collapsed onto the carpet before the sofa, her eyes glazed and limbs weak, that Li Gu first released the kitten, which gazed curiously at the new additions in the house. Before long, it had engaged in a playful tussle with a plastic bag. After a brief rest, Chunemo poured the cat litter into the litter box and plugged it in. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the little dazed cat inside, hoping it would know to use the bathroom. Both Chunemo and Li Gu squatted before the litter box, their eyes fixed on the kitten within. Tentatively, it began to dig through the litter, then turned its gaze towards the two outside. Meow, meow. It called out a couple of times before lifting its tiny tail to perform its business. Ugh, what a stench. However, the shape of its droppings seemed satisfactory, indicating that this little one was in good health. After a quick glance, Chunemo pinched her nose and retreated. Opening a can of food, she noted that her takeout had also arrived. After satisfying her hunger, she wiped her face, applied a refreshing and soothing mask, and dozed off on the sofa. Suddenly, a creature leaped onto her abdomen. The little kitten curled up into a small ball, extending its paw to lick its tiny pads before closing its eyes and drifting into slumber. Li Gu emerged from the kitchen and was greeted by this sight. One person and one cat, perfectly in sync. She walked to the makeshift study in the living room and bent down to review some exam questions as the afternoon lazily unfolded. Chunemo awoke and turned on the television, muting it to play an anime while she played a game on her phone. The kitten lazily sprawled beside her, occasionally licking its paws or nudging Chunemo for attention, only to be gently pushed away by the engrossed little girl. Having spent a modest sum of 1,400, Chunemo held her slightly heated phone, leaning back on the sofa and contemplating life. Suddenly, the phone that Li Gu was charging buzzed. Li Gu, your phone. Chunemo called out. Li Gu, deeply engrossed in her studies, often took a moment to respond, sometimes requiring Chunemo to call her name twice before she would react. True to form, this time, Li Gu remained focused on her calculations. Chunemo approached the desk, picked up the phone, and noticed a familiar name. Wang Xinhao? Surprised, she walked over to Li Ji's desk. Li Gu finally reacted and answered the call. Hello? What's the matter, Li Gu? Though childhood friends with Wang Xinhao, found their interactions to be infrequent and not of the kind where they would casually call each other Li Gu. Could you lend me some money? I'm at the emergency room of the People's Hospital, and there has been a bit of a situation. That moment, Wang Xinhao stood outside the emergency room at Hangzhou First People's Hospital, pacing anxiously with his phone in hand. Beside him, Goi sat on a bench, his eyes vacant and tired, his hands weakly gripping his pants as he occasionally glanced towards the emergency room where the word rescue was displayed. All right, I'll wait for you to arrive, Wang Xinhao concluded the call. He turned to his good friend and approached him. Don't worry. Your father will be fine. He placed a reassuring hand on Go Yi's frail shoulder point 10 minutes later. Chunemo and Li Gu arrived at the hospital. This card has 100,000, Li Gu stated succinctly, handing her bank card to Wang Xinhao without further adu. Thank you, Li Gu. Wang Xinhao expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the card. Thank you, Li Gu, Goi chimed in. Let us go settle the payment first, Li Gu nodded. Come on, Wang Xinhao led Goi away from the rescue room towards the payment center. What happened? Chunemo gasped upon seeing Go Yi's gone appearance. He had always been thin, but today he looked as if a gust of wind could blow him away. It seems something has happened to Go Yi's father. Li Ge speculated, having gathered some information from Wang Chenhao on their way. A few days prior, Go Yi had taken leave due to his father's illness. After settling the payment, the surgical lights remained illuminated, but a doctor dressed in scrubs soon emerged. "Doctor, my father." Go Yi rushed forward. "Prepare yourselves, we need to start surgery immediately. The patient has developed a severe infection due to pressure sores from a fracture, and we have initiated emergency treatments. To fully treat him, a non-structural bone graft surgery is required." The doctor swiftly outlined the situation. Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope faded from Go Yi's eyes. "How much will this surgery cost?" Wang Chenhao approached, steadying Go Yi with a hand on his shoulder. "At least 300,000. The doctor replied before exiting the corridor. Go Yi's eyes reddened, leaving him speechless. "It's all right. I'll think of another way." Wang Chenhao's heart sank, that he knew that even if he pooled all his savings, it barely amounted to 10,000 with Li Gu's 100,000. They only had 11,000. Even if he tried to gather more, it was impossible to amass such a sum on short notice. He could only consider asking his parents, but convincing them to part with 200,000 would not be an easy task. In that moment, both boys were engulfed in a sense of panic. Suddenly, Li Ge's phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, her expression shifted to Li Go. Chinamo noticed the change in her demeanor. "It's nothing. I just need to take a call," Li Gu replied, releasing Chun Mo's hand and stepping away. "Brother Hao, I know you can't gather 30,000 either, did I? I'll figure something out myself." Go Yi's voice was hoarse, his whole being crumbling under the weight of despair, but he realized that he had no relatives to lend him money, nor anyone who could assist him. With his father in critical condition and the remaining 8,000 in their household already spent on fees, he had resorted to calling Wang Chenhao for help. "Brother Hao, what is your bank card number?" Chinamo approached, having opened her online banking transfer page, "and I'll send it to you." Wang Chenhao felt a flicker of gratitude upon hearing her words. Ding! The online banking notification popped up. 400,000 yuan credited, with a current usable balance of 407,623.58 yuan. Staring at the sudden influx of information on his phone, Wang Chenhao was taken aback. 400,000? Is this really 400,000? He turned to Chinamo, wide-eyed. "Momo, are you certain you didn't transfer the wrong amount?" "Yes, just gather what you need to pay." Chinamo nodded in an instant. Her balance was halved, but it was not her nature to turn a blind eye to those in need. "Momo, I promise I will pay you back." Go Yi stammered, at a loss for words. He turned towards the rescue room, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. 2 minutes later, Li Gu returned. "How is the money situation?" she inquired. "It's all right. It's enough," Wang Chenhao replied. "Good." Li Gu's gaze shifted to Chinamo, piecing together that it was she who had transferred the money to them. "Let us go. We should grab a bite to eat." "Go Yi, what do you want?" "I'll bring you something. Your health is important too." Wang Chenhao glanced at Go Yi, who managed a weak smile that appeared more painful than tears. "Anything is fine." "All right." Wang Chenhao sighed and followed Chinamo and Li Gu as they exited the emergency hall. They made their way to a small restaurant at the hospital entrance, where Chinamo ordered 3 dishes and a soup, while Li Gu rinsed a bowl with hot water. "Boss, 1 chicken leg rice to go." "Please." Wang Chenhao took his time scanning the menu before ordering the most expensive meal for Go. As they waited for their food, Wang Chenhao spoke up. "Actually, Go Yi's family has had it tough. His mother left when he was born, and his father has been crippled for years due to a construction accident. The compensation has been delayed, leaving them unable to afford treatment, which led to his father's current condition. If the surgery cannot be afforded this time, it may lead to a dire outcome." A shadow of despair lingered in his eyes as he weakly grasped the disposable plastic cup. "Is there no way through legal aid?" Li Gu expressed his surprise that no, the owner of that company has long been a deadbeat. Furthermore, the contractor claimed to have given 2,000 yuan, having made his father sign a contract that supposedly settled the matter. Wang Chenhao shook his head. "Perhaps we should help him find another lawyer." Chen Mo, sipping on plain water, frowned slightly. "I can assist in making contact. You should inquire about Go Tai's willingness." Li Gu gently ruffled Chen Mo's hair. "All right." Wang Chenhao nodded, though he lamented that he currently lacked the funds for attorney fees. "I still have some savings. It's no trouble." Chen Mo reassured him, "as long as we can win the case. We need not worry about the lawyer's fees." Li Gu lowered his head, already beginning to reach out. Observing the 2 girls before him, Wang Chenhao suddenly realized he should not be so despondent. At the very least, as Go Tai's brother, he needed to muster his spirits. After finishing their meal, Wang Chenhao relayed Chan Mo's suggestion to Go Tai. However, Go Tai's face was pale, asking if this would truly work. Why wouldn't he? Wang Chenhao questioned, confused that I had initially sought assistance. The lawsuit reached a final verdict, but that company, they kept dragging it out, leaving me powerless eventually after I and my father made a scene. That contractor finally handed over 2,000. Go Tai's tone grew, increasingly choked. Feeling the concern from his companions, the last bastion in his heart was on the verge of crumbling. Don't worry. There will surely be a way. Chen Mo, unable to bear it any longer, felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Chapter 68. Compensation, Part 2. The surgical lights in the emergency room dimmed, and Go Tai's father was transferred to the intensive care unit. What lay ahead was the anticipation of an orthopedic surgery. Outside the monitoring room, news had arrived from the law firm. The specifics would require a face-to-face discussion. Could we meet tomorrow? Li Gu inquired, glancing at his phone. Tomorrow, I might be unable to step away for the time being. Go Tai looked back at his father in the ICU. It's alright that I'll come by tomorrow to help take care of you. Don't worry. Wang Chenhao assured him. They briefly arranged a meeting time before Li Gu and Mo departed the hospital. On the ride home, Chen Mo gazed out the window at the dazzling neon lights, remaining silent. Suddenly, her hand was enveloped by a warm palm. Chen Mo turned to find Li Gu quietly observing her. Li Gu, just as Chen Mo was about to speak, the girl beside her unexpectedly placed a soft kiss by her cheek, tightening her grip. In that kiss, Chen Mo sensed a complex swirl of emotions. The warmth of the girl's palm made her feel a twinge of resistance. Was it due to that phone call in the hospital? Why had Li Gu's mood shifted to such sorrow? She remained silent, allowing her hand to be held. Click. The door lock turned, and the apartment door swung open. Meow. Emil echoed as a fluffy white kitten trotted over on its short legs. It nuzzled against Chen Mo's leg before playfully pawing at her. What's up? Chen Mo slipped off her shoes and followed the silly cat into the room. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten arrived at its food bowl, letting out a couple more cries. Chen Mo's face darkened with a few lines of annoyance. Goodness, this silly cat is hungry. She walked over, scooped a bowl of cat food from the container, and set it down. Meow. The kitten buried its head into the food. Ding, congratulations, host. Cat intimacy level has risen to level 2. Just as she was about to get up, Chen Mo paused at the mention of level 2. What is the use of this intimacy? Increasing intimacy will yield special rewards. It1T turn into a devoted cat made reward once maxed out. Will it? The cat intimacy ranges from level 1 to 100. Please care for your cat scientifically to achieve maximum rewards. The system feigned ignorance, leaving Chen Mo exasperated. She looked down at the cat. Wait, this cat food actually smells pretty good. Let me give it a try. Chen Mo glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and reached into the kitten's bowl to grab 2 fish-shaped morsels. Crunch, taking a bite. She found it tasteless, but oddly crunchy. Chew. Yuck, not good. Chen Mo shook her head and walked away. The kitten, still munching, glanced up at her departing figure, its blue eyes filled with indignation. Li Go. Are you not sleeping yet? After a shower, Chen Mo dried her hair and walked into the living room. In the small study, under the warm yellow glow of the desk lamp. Li Gu wore anti-blue light glasses, her hair simply tied back in a low ponytail. Dressed in a loose, open-collar pajama shirt, her long neck and collarbone were exposed, her skin glowing like jade under the light. What is wrong? Mo. Li Gu noticed the presence beside her, closing the pages on her computer and turning to face Chen Mo. Li Gu, you should rest now. It's already 2 in the morning. And Chen Mo felt a bit drowsy after her afternoon nap. Upon hearing this, Li Gu glanced at the time displayed on her computer's lower right corner. Then stood and approached Chen Mo. I'll sleep soon. Saying this, she led Chen Mo to the edge of the bed and began to gently dry her damp hair. Minutes later, the unsuspecting little girl nestled into Li Gu's embrace, drifting into a shallow sleep. Her hair was now dry, though Li Gu's shirt had become slightly damp. After tucking the girl into bed, Li Gu looked down at her sleeping form, gently unbuttoning her shirt. Outside the bedroom, the phone placed beside the computer vibrated, buzzing incessantly. Li Gu changed out of her shirt, slipping on a long-sleeved t-shirt, and closed the door. Hello, father. After answering the call, she turned and walked to the window, gazing out at the dark nightscape. The next morning, in her dreams, Chinemo furrowed her brow. She couldn't quite understand why. It felt as if something were stepping on her backside. Annoyed, she turned over and tugged at the blanket. However, the blanket seemed to be pinned down by something. Opening her eyes, she found a small white ball of fluff right in front of her. Meow, the kitten's cry echoed. All right, full of energy, Chinemo was furious. She lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck and carried it to the door. With a plop, she dropped the little fluff ball onto the floor. The kitten rolled twice before raising its small head. Its blue eyes filled with a look of grievance. Meow, meow, bang. Chinemo slammed the door shut. Turning back to her bed, she pulled the covers over her, tossing and turning, unable to fall back asleep, gradually becoming more awake. Glancing to her side, where was Li Guo? She then noticed that Li Guo had seemingly not gotten into bed all night, slipping on the slippers that had mysteriously appeared beside the bed. She opened the door and walked into the living room. The small kitten was perched on the sofa, glaring at her with a look full of resentment for its irresponsible owner, starving. Chinemo muttered a curse before heading to the window. Sure enough, there lay Li Guo asleep at the table, her arm resting on a draft filled with equations. Li Guo, you should go to bed. She approached the table. Li Guo was not in a deep sleep. Upon hearing the voice, she lifted her head, the glasses having left a red mark on her face, revealing a hint of fatigue in her eyes. No, but Li Guo reached out, tightly grasping the girl's hand. A slow smile spreading across her face. Li Guo, don't push yourself too hard, Chinemo said with a touch of concern. The hand holding hers felt slightly cold, having just emerged from the warmth of her blankets. She took a step forward and embraced Li Guo, who was still seated in the chair. This height difference restored a sliver of confidence for Chinemo ever since her rebirth. She had been under Li Guo's care. Yet in a certain sense, she ought to be the more mature adult compared to Li Ji. It's all right. There's no need to be anxious about the exams. Get some sleep first. I'll wake you when it's time. She spoke gently to Li Guo. Watching Li Guo settle into slumber, Chinemo closed the door to the room and picked up the kitten that had been rolling at her feet. Let us not disturb your sister Li Guo's sleep. Upon finishing her words, she opened a small can, and a delightful mew echoed through the air as a kitten called out, ignoring the pleading gaze of the little feline. Chinemo approached the desk. She glanced at the thick workbook and began to compare it with Li Ji's previous problem-solving records. With a flourish of her pen, she commenced the meticulous task of organizing notes that could aid Li Guo in swiftly enhancing her skills. It wasn't until the alarm on her phone chimed that Chinemo paused her writing, having already filled over 10 pages, which included analyses of some particularly complex concepts that as she closed her notebook. Her hand inadvertently brushed against the wireless mouse, causing the previously shut computer screen to illuminate. The computer, devoid of any password protection, opened directly to the desktop, revealing a group photo that caught her eye. Wasn't that the picture from their last visit to the furniture store? Chinemo felt a flicker of surprise as she observed the intimate pose shared between herself and Li Guo. Yet this also stirred memories of Li Mo, and just as she prepared to rise, a file on the desktop seized her attention. Harvard University admission notice, the PDF to Li Guo. Is she planning to study abroad? Chinemo stared at the computer screen, then glanced down at the workbook beside her, her heart a tumult of emotions. Momo, a voice called from the doorway, and it was clear that Li Guo had been roused from her slumber by the earlier alarm. Rubbing her eyes, she appeared slightly disoriented. Chinemo, feeling a twinge of anxiety, clutched her notebook and moved away from the desk. Are you hungry? I ordered takeout. It should arrive shortly, she said, making her way to the sofa to retrieve her phone. All right, I'll freshen up first, Li Guo replied, turning towards the bathroom, seemingly oblivious to Chinmo's discovery of the file on the computer. Chinmo sighed in relief, her thoughts drifting aimlessly as she scrolled through her phone. Why hadn't Li Guo mentioned her plans to study abroad at 9:10 a.m.? The time agreed upon with Guo Tai had arrived, and as Chinmo prepared to leave, she hesitated at Li Guo. Is this dress too short? The little girl with twin ponytails stood before the full-length mirror, clad in a black short-sleeved dress, complemented by a V-neck cardigan, and black stockings adorning her legs. Chinmo's round face flushed as she tugged at the hem of her dress and adjusted the black velvet bow hairpin atop her head. This ensemble felt somewhat beyond her comfort zone, especially considering she had seen the price tag on the Balenciaga stockings, which alone cost over $1,000. Put on your shoes, Li Guo said, retrieving a pair of petite black leather shoes adorned with pearls and tiny rhinestone buckles from the shoe cabinet. Once fully dressed, Chinemo gazed at her reflection, a delicate and charming little girl radiating an air of elegance. Venturing out like this feels quite perilous. It's a rare weekend. Isn't it wonderful to dress up a bit? Li Ge gently patted the top of Chinmo's head. All right then, Chinemo mustered her courage and stepped out of the door. After more than 10 minutes, a Maybach came to a halt in front of the law firm, and the two girls exited the vehicle. Go Tai had already arrived, standing by the roadside to Li Ge, Momo. He approached upon spotting them. Let us go. Li Ge nodded and glanced at her watch, noting they had just 5 minutes until their 9:30 appointment. The three of them walked into the law office ahead of them. This firm had a long-standing partnership with Li Ji's family and was renowned as a prestigious establishment in Hangzhou. Miss Li, welcome. The receptionist greeted them with utmost respect as they entered. Is Lawyer Zhang here yet? Li Ge inquired. Please hold on. He should be arriving shortly, the receptionist replied after checking the sign-in sheet. Li Ge nodded, and the receptionist led them to a nearby sofa in the reception area. This law firm rarely entertained ordinary clients, leaving the entire lobby occupied solely by the three of them and the receptionist. Isn't it quite expensive to go through a lawsuit here? Go Tai asked, somewhat timidly. Not at all. Typically, the losing party bears all litigation costs, Li Ge reassured him, aware of Go Tai's apprehensions, given her family's connections. The attorney fees could also be negotiated. Can you just get it done? I've told you countless times not to take on such cases. They're not profitable. Why would I bother with this lawsuit? Do you think I'm engaged in charity work? If you can't even handle this minor issue, what use are you to me? A thunderous voice suddenly erupted from nearby, followed by the approach of a tall woman clad in a Chanel suit. Her long legs accentuated by patent leather heels. Her long hair, clearly well-maintained, cascaded smoothly, and her face was adorned with understated yet refined makeup, her striking features coupled with an imposing presence that rendered her mesmerizing. Zhang Lu. What is this? A timid man in a suit trailed closely behind her, his face glistening with perspiration. What is this? I refuse to take on this case. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman turned to see the trio seated on the sofa. That moment, Chinemo found herself captivated by her booming voice, her almond-shaped eyes fixated on the stunning older woman. The latter's expression shifted to one of alarm, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of clients at this hour. Clearing her throat, she fished a pair of rimless glasses from her pocket and put them on. Please clock me in, Jiang Wan said to the receptionist with a calm demeanor. The receptionist, accustomed to such requests, promptly logged Jiang Lawyer's attendance on the computer. While waiting for the clock-in process, Jiang Wan discreetly turned her gaze toward the sofa. She recognized Li Ge, the eldest daughter of the Li family, but she was curious about the little girl beside her. Her eyes fixated on Chinemo, her gaze shifting from indifference to an unsettling intensity. What is the matter with the young lady from the Li family? Jiang Wan inquired gossipingly. It seems to be a compensation case from a construction site. They're here to consult Lawyer Zhang. The receptionist informed her. Lawyer Zhang? Isn't he primarily responsible for financial matters? I handle civil disputes much more adeptly, Jiang Wan replied, her tone brimming with confidence. Zhang Lu, Lawyer Zhang called. He had a family emergency and may not be able to meet with you today. The receptionist added, approaching them with a hint of regret. Perfect. Let's head to my office to discuss this, Jiang Wan declared with a cheerful smile, disregarding the trio's responses as she turned and strode down the hallway, leaving behind a small assistant observing the students. I apologize. Our lawyer Zhang has a rather peculiar personality. Please bear with her, he said, gesturing for them to follow him toward Jiang Wan's office. Jiang Wan's office was expansive, dominated by a large desk piled high with documents. Upon entering, she settled into her executive chair. This is the place, she stated. The assistant opened the glass door for the three students to enter, then discreetly exited and closed the door behind him. Please have a seat, Jiang Wan invited. Turning to her computer, surveying the cluttered sofa, Li Ge took off her trench coat and hung it on a coat rack. Clearing a small space, Momo, take a seat. She pulled Chinemo down to sit. While He found himself in an awkward predicament that he glanced at the peculiar assortment of magazines on the opposite sofa, standing by the coffee table in a posture that exuded restraint, and said, please, elaborate on the specifics of your situation and your demands. That moment, Jiang Wan turned her gaze towards He, her demeanor undergoing a dramatic transformation. Her tone became serious as her cold, haughty eyes seemed capable of piercing through him with a mere glance. All right, Goi took a breath and recounted everything that had transpired, including the details from the previous lawsuit. After listening intently, Jiangwan turned to her keyboard and typed away, pulling up some documents. After a brief perusal, she declared, "Rest assured, this case is not difficult to handle." "Will the company cover all the medical expenses?" Goi inquired. "That of course. I will assist in recovering all treatment costs, post-recovery care, and lost wages," Jiangwan assured him, reclining comfortably in her chair. "And the attorney's fees?" Goi hesitated. "Let's set aside the consultation fee for now. We'll discuss the specifics once the case concludes," Jiangwan replied, pressing the phone on the desk. "All right, please bring in a contract." Before Goi could react, a young assistant had already placed the contract before him. "Typically, attorney fees amount to 40 of the awarded sum, but since you are a friend of Li Guo, I'll grant you a discount and charge you 38. Rest assured, the compensation amount will satisfy you," Jiangwan said with a smile, handing him a pen for signing. Goi looked at the woman before him, feeling inexplicably that Jiangwan was even more formidable than the unscrupulous developer. Finally, he glanced at the contract and signed it, noting that it stipulated the attorney's fee would only be charged at 38 if they won the case, and should they lose, the fees would not be exorbitant. Besides, he trusted that the firm introduced by Li Guo would not disappoint. After the contract was finalized, Jiangwan handed it to her assistant. Glancing at her watch, she remarked, "It's already 10:30. Shall we have lunch together?" Goi felt a pang of awkwardness as he turned to look around. He was eager to return to the hospital. No, Goi still needs to go back to care for his father. Chen Mo interjected. "Indeed, Jiang lawyer." Goi nodded. "Oh, very well. Then I shall reserve a table for 3. Jiangwan seemed unfazed and picked up the phone to call her assistant again. "This sister is rather peculiar," Chen Mo remarked, glancing at Li Guo. "It's nothing," Li Guo replied, tousling Chen Mo's hair. She had long heard of Jiangwan's formidable reputation and knew her decisive methods. The fact that she was willing to take on this case indicated her confidence in achieving a favorable outcome. "All right, let us be on our way." With the restaurant reservation secured, Jiangwan led Li Guo and Chen Mo out of the law firm in the city center at the Grand Maison restaurant. Upon disembarking, Chen Mo was captivated by the uniquely designed little villa before her, the entrance. In addition to the attentive staff, a conspicuous red sign caught her eye, bearing the name Michelin in English. Accompanied by 3 little stars, Michelin 3 stars, Chen Mo blinked in surprise. "Good day. Do you have a reservation?" "Yes, under the name Jiang, for 3, Jiangwan replied. They were promptly ushered into the restaurant, which differed from the previous Chinese establishment. All seating was arranged in an expansive area with only simple partitions, creating a somewhat intimate atmosphere. The open kitchen was visible from their seats, allowing them to watch the busy chefs at work. French cuisine. After they settled down, Chen Mo surveyed the intricate array of utensils on the table, feeling somewhat bewildered. There were 3 forks alone. She mused that a simple pair of chopsticks would suffice. "Li Guo, is this little sister also from your family?" Jiangwan seemingly asked on purpose. "That no, Mo is my classmate," Li Guo replied casually as she unfolded her napkin. Jiangwan redirected her gaze to Chen Mo, who was engrossed in fiddling with the cutlery, oblivious to the attention directed towards her. Soon, the dishes were served at Mo. "Your name is quite unique. Are you from Hangzhou? What do you enjoy doing? Are these dishes to your liking?" Jiangwan inquired, not pausing for breath. Chen Mo felt a sense of dread akin to that of a blind date, prompting her to lower her head and focus on her meal. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached dessert, a petite plate of almond millefeuille. "It smells wonderful." Chen Mo devoured half a piece in one bite. The rich almond aroma and crispy texture delighted her. "Here, you can have my portion," Li Guo offered, pushing her plate towards Chen Mo. "Aren't you eating?" Chen Mo asked. "That I need to visit the restroom, that I'm feeling a bit full," Li Guo replied, grabbing her handbag as if preparing to touch up her makeup. "All right." Chen Mo thought nothing of it and continued to indulge in her meal. Once Li Guo had left, Jiangwan set down her spoon, propping her chin on her hand as her eyes scrutinized the little girl before her. Mo, she called out. Chen Mo looked up, her mouth still full of cake. "This is my business card that if you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out." Jiangwan placed a simple white card, inscribed with only her name and phone number, in front of Chen Mo for some reason. Chen Mo found the card to be ominously foreboding to a law-abiding citizen. What circumstances would warrant the need for a lawyer? Suddenly, the cake in her mouth lost its appeal. "That I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to Li Guo." With that, Jiangwan stood up and departed. Watching the woman's retreating figure, Chinemo hesitated before glancing at the card. After a moment of contemplation, she tucked the card into her pocket. After their meal, the two returned to their apartment. With the provincial competition approaching next week and having been delayed by Go Yi's situation, Li Go hurriedly focused on her studies. Chinemo observed the girl at the desk, her gaze drifting to the notes in her hands, which reminded her of the admission letter saved on Li Ge's computer. Li Go. Chinemo approached the desk, wanting to speak, but ultimately swallowed her words that what's the matter? Li Go, having just completed a problem, lifted her head to look at Chinemo. Here, this is a set of notes I prepared. It should aid you in your competition, Chinemo said, handing over her notebook. All right. Thank you. Lig's eyes gleamed with gratitude as she quickly began to peruse the notes. After flipping through a few pages, her expression morphed into one of astonishment. The concise content provided her with an epiphany. Observing Li Ji's earnestness, Chinemo turned her attention to the little cat, deciding to seek some amusement. She approached the slumbering feline on the couch and scooped it into her arms. Meow. The cat opened its eyes, regarding its peculiar owner. Chinemo nestled her face against the soft fur, reveling in the delightful sensation. So comfortable. It's wonderfully plush. She flipped the cat onto its back and nuzzled its belly. Meow. The little cat raised a paw to block Chinmo's face. What are you doing? Chinemo grasped the paw, and soon they were playfully wrestling on the couch. Alas, with her mastery of feline care techniques, Chinemo skillfully tamed the little kitten. Meow. Ultimately, the cat surrendered to her whims. After an extended bout of petting, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Cat's affection level has risen to level 5. A phase task has been unlocked. Please take the cat to get vaccinated and dewormed within 24 hours. Successful completion will grant the skill. Basic cat language? Cat language. What use is that to me? Chinemo pondered, bewildered, that as the countdown commenced at 23:59. She sighed, glancing at her phone. It was now 2:30 p.m., and the overcast sky outside did not seem suitable for venturing out alone. She turned to Li Go, who was still diligently studying. Li Go, I'm stepping out for a bit, Chinemo announced as she retrieved the travel carrier, preparing to place the little cat inside. Where are you going? Li Go quickly regained her composure this time. Turning her gaze towards Chinemo, I'm taking the cat to get vaccinated, Chinemo explained. All right, please be careful. Li Go glanced at the unfinished test questions before reluctantly allowing Chinemo to head out alone. Chinemo grabbed the keys, changed her shoes, and stepped outside to her surprise. As soon as she reached the ground floor, she spotted a figure dressed suspiciously, yet oddly familiar. Luo. What are you doing downstairs? Chinemo approached the girl clad in a black denim jacket and a black mask, dragging along her wheeled suitcase. You scared me, Luo exclaimed, startled by the unexpected greeting. She quickly glanced around and then pulled Chinemo further into the alley. Shoo, keep it down. I came out on purpose. Luo removed her mask, catching her breath. What brings you to my place? Chinemo pushed aside the hand that was covering her mouth, feeling puzzled. It was indeed strange for such a big star like Luo to come to her home for no reason. Was it that celebrities had too much free time these days? It's complicated. I can't explain it clearly. Luo seemed a bit flustered but quickly shifted the topic. What do you have there? She squatted down to peek into the suitcase. Meow, meow, meow. The little kitten immediately began to vocalize upon seeing her. TSK. Chinemo frowned, tossing a few freeze-dried treats into the suitcase. You have a cat? Luo, evidently fond of cats, extended a finger to play with the kitten. Sort of. Chinemo sighed. Then aren't you boarding at school? How do you keep a cat? Luo continued to play with the kitten, which left Chinemo momentarily speechless. Right. I do live on campus. Chinemo felt a headache coming on as she glanced at the little troublemaker in her hands. How about, I can help you take care of it for a while? Luo suggested. You? Chinemo adjusted the cage, finding her untrustworthy. However, as soon as she pulled the cage back, the little kitten cried out even more enthusiastically. You should know who your true owner is. How could you just start fawning over a pretty girl? Chinemo exclaimed in exasperation that I just happened to finish a part of my work and have half a month off. Luo crossed her arms and said, Chinemo glanced at the suitcase and then at Luo. Fine, I should be able to manage my school matters in half a month. Chinemo scratched her head and looked at Luo. That if you help me take care of the cat, I won't pay you for boarding, but you can take cat food and litter from my place. Upon hearing this, the kitten nearly choked on the freeze-dried treats. What kind of lousy owner is this? So, why are you out here now? Su Luo inquired, looking at Chinemo taking this little one for vaccinations. Want to join? Chinemo asked Su Luo Luo. Su Luo hesitated, but gazing at the little white ball of fluff in the cage, she ultimately agreed. Chapter 71. Don't be afraid, I'll give you a shot. Following the navigation on her phone, Chinemo took a few turns. Strange. Where's the hospital? She shook her phone. Placing the suitcase on the ground, she sat atop it. The location marked on her phone indicated it was merely 12 meters away. Yet, she looked left and right, and not a single pet hospital or even a pet store was in sight. I can't find it. Su Luo, hands in her pockets and fully masked, with only her light chestnut eyes visible, stood beside her. The two of them, lingering at the roadside, quickly attracted several curious glances that it's supposed to be right here. Chinemo impatiently turned her phone, trying a different direction on the map. Let me see. Unable to wait any longer, Su Luo reached over and grabbed Chinmo's phone. She examined the map and then turned to look behind them. Up on the building behind them, she swiftly spotted a small sign among the multitude of advertisements. Pet Love Clinic. The pink sign, with its rounded, childlike font, at first glance looked more like a love hotel charging by the hour rather than a pet clinic. Where did you find this hospital? Su Luo glanced down at Chinemo, who was sitting on the suitcase, resting her head on her hands with a side dot on a public review app. Chinemo replied. Upon hearing this, Su Luo began to scroll through her phone. Opening the task manager and navigating to the app Chinemo mentioned. The first establishment listed by distance was indeed the Pet Love Clinic, with a rating of only 2.1 out of 5 stars. All 6 reviews were critical. Shallow Child 4654. What a terrible hospital. I told them to give my cat a bath, and when I got it back, they had neutered it. Professional Keyboard 9872. It's fine. The boss has a very skilled and swift neutering technique that my cat was a bit depressed afterward. Family of Big Orange 3763. Forced consumption, they insisted on neutering my Big Orange. Didn't you check the reviews before choosing this place? Su Luo asked. Huh, I just saw it was nearby. Chinemo replied, rubbing her calf. Finally, she looked up and spotted the clinic sign. Picking up the suitcase, she headed upstairs towards the pet hospital that Su Luo suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for the little kitten. Once upstairs, Chinemo pushed open a glass door and entered the lobby. Hello, I'm here for the kitten's vaccination. She placed the suitcase on the front desk and greeted, having overcome her social anxiety. Her voice was noticeably louder, and she appeared more confident. However, to her surprise, there was not a single person at the reception desk. The quiet atmosphere felt oddly unsettling. Is anyone here? Chinemo asked, scratching her head in confusion. Should we try another place? Su Luo, seeing no one around, also took off her mask. Meow? Meow, meow, meow. The little kitten in the suitcase quickly sensed the eerie ambience of the clinic and began to struggle. What is your name? Chinemo looked into the suitcase, where the kitten curled up in a corner, trembling, its round blue eyes glistening with tears. Creaked at a door open nearby, and a slender man in a white lab coat with long hair emerged. What's wrong with your cat? He yawned and walked over to the front desk, turning on the computer. For a vaccination, Chinemo replied, staring at the man before her. The man glanced at the suitcase, his vacant eyes devoid of any enthusiasm. Meow? Under that cold gaze, the kitten trembled, feeling as if it were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper. What's its name? The man inquired. Chinemo replied, momentarily stunned. Your cat has an interesting name. Click, click. The man began typing on the keyboard. No, that's my name. The cat doesn't have a name. Chinemo replied, feeling exasperated. The man lifted his gaze. Let me think. Let's call it Zhao Ka Fortune then. Male or female? He asked, seemingly taking notes. Female. Chinemo answered. You named a female cat Fortune. That sounds more like a doggish name. Su Luo couldn't help but interject. What else should I name it? Chinemo wondered aloud. How about, look, doesn't this little kitten resemble a snowball? Su Luo suggested as she looked at the cat. What does no have to do with the snowball? Chinemo was even more puzzled. Let us give it a grand name like Chinua. That sounds nice. Su Luo continued with her suggestions. What on earth? The cat even shares my surname now. Tuanzi Ball? That name works. The man noted. How many months old is it? After finishing typing, he opened the suitcase, Meow. The little kitten was lifted out that it should be around 2.5 months. Right. The man assessed Tuan Tuan and spoke. Meow, meow, meow. The tiny paws waved around. Sounds about right. Chinamo smiled at the sight of the poor kitten being handled. All right, the vaccination, deworming, and neutering package is $8.88 that the man held the cat and gently rubbed its head. Then its chin displaying a practiced touch. The little kitten gradually calmed down. All right, arranged. Chinamo took out her phone and directly scanned the code to transfer $880. All right, I'll get you a card. She said AS for sterilization. Bring the cat over when it reaches around 6 months. The man placed the little ball of fluff on his lap and continued typing. The round kitten licked its paws and glanced around. Completely unaware that it had been perfectly arranged, meow, it pawed at the doctor, seemingly relishing the recent feline luxury massage. The registration was complete, and the medical record card was ready. The doctor cradled the kitten and led the two girls deeper into the hospital. Upon entering a small room, he placed the round kitten on a white table. Meow. The kitten sensed a hint of chill. After retrieving the vaccine, the doctor drew the transparent liquid into a syringe. Meow. The kitten snuggled closer to Chinamo. Grab. W yet. Chinamo coldly tossed the cat back into the doctor's hands. Meow, 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 meow. The kitten struggled. Don't be afraid. I'm just giving you a shot. That's all. The doctor's lips curled into a smirk, wearing an expression typical of a villain, but he acted swiftly, raising his hand to inject the kitten. Meow. The kitten responded. After more than 10 minutes, the deworming process concluded. The doctor, employing his exceptional massage skills, managed to cheer the kitten up once again. Meow. Observing her cat's affectionate demeanor towards others, Chinemo fell silent. The cat gifted to her by the system was perfect in every way, save for its excessive affection, that a sense of displeasure washed over her. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Installing beginner cat language skills. All right, should the cat exhibit any discomfort later, feel free to contact me. The doctor handed the kitten back to Chinemo. Meow. Silly owner is a fool. The kitten gazed at Chinemo, its eyes dimming, and greeted her. Meow, meow, meow. Silly stinky cat is a fool, she replied, utilizing the newly installed cat language. Meow. The kitten's little cat brain was momentarily stunned. The other two individuals present observed the interaction between the girl and the cat. Mo. Let's go, Su Luoluo awkwardly urged Chinemo. Only then did Chinemo become aware of the outsider's presence. Offering an awkward smile, she hurriedly cradled the cat and grabbed the cage to make her exit. Chapter 72. Hand in hand upon returning to her apartment, Chinemo opened the door and led Su Luoluo inside. Mo, Li Gu approached, but her expression turned somewhat cold upon seeing Su Luoluo following Chinemo high. Su Luoluo greeted with a smile. Yet, Li Gu merely nodded indifferently. Here is the cat food and litter. Can you carry it all? You can take this litter box. It's the one the store gave me, and I haven't used it. Chinemo, however, was not concerned with the commotion at the door. She was busy packing the belongings of her little foolish cat. If Su Luoluo could help her take care of it, she could save a considerable sum on boarding fees. What are you doing? Li Gu asked, her face showing confusion. Then aren't we supposed to go to school? I was just thinking of having someone else take care of the cat for a few days. Chinemo stuffed the items into a blue sack. Someone else? Mo, that sounds a bit distant, doesn't it? Su Luoluo leaned against the door, teasing the cat in the cage. I'm having Luoluo take care of it for a few days. Chinemo replied helplessly, dragging the sack towards her. This bag is quite ugly. Su Luoluo remarked, pulling at the sack with a frown. There's no choice. I have too much stuff. Chinemo shrugged. I'll take another look when I return next week. If it's really unmanageable, I'll send it to a pet store for boarding. After all, I don't want to keep a cat. If the cat could take care of me, I would certainly consider it. Meow? Foolish human. What are you talking about? The kitten pawed at the cage, baring its little white teeth, looking adorably fierce. After seeing Su Luoluo off downstairs and watching her leave in a car, Chinemo turned to head upstairs to Li Gu. However, stared at the vehicle that took Su Luoluo away. Lost in thought, before turning to follow Mo, are you very close to Su Luoluo? Li Gu inquired. I can't say we're close. Chinemo pondered before responding. Then is it all right for you to let her take care of your cat? Li Gu asked. I suppose so. Chinemo shook her head. After all, that cat was a gift from the system. Undoubtedly not an ordinary one. The IT probably wouldn't encounter any issues. The weekend vanished in the blink of an eye. And before long, it was time to return to school. Mo, Li Gu. Teacher Jiang wants to see you in the office, the class vice captain announced just before school ended. Okay, Chen Mo replied, putting away her comic book. She stood and walked towards Li Go, who was engrossed in her notes. Li Go, we need to go to Teacher Jiang's office, Chen Mo said to him. Li Go nodded, closing her notebook and standing up upon entering the office. Jiang Yujie was already waiting. The competition is tomorrow. Remember to rest well after school. Mo. Make sure you keep your admission tickets safe. Li Go, remember to rest well and not to stress too much. As the acting class teacher, Jiang Yujie was quite concerned. All right, Teacher Jiang, Chen Mo obediently nodded. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Li Go politely expressed her gratitude. Then Mo, you can head back first. The teacher and I still have a few matters to discuss with Li Go. Jiang Yujie reached out to ruffle Chen Mo's hair. Is that it? You called me over just to say that? Chen Mo blinked her round eyes and glanced at Li Go. Can I leave now? Chen Mo asked. Li Go nodded. She too felt somewhat puzzled about why Teacher Jiang had kept her behind. Once Chen Mo departed, Jiang Yujie poured a glass of water for Li Go and invited her to sit at her desk. At that moment, the office contained only the two of them. Li Go. I heard from your father that you were planning to study abroad next. Jiang Yujie observed Li Go, her eyes revealing a hint of sadness. Li Go remained silent, merely gripping her cup tightly, her gaze fixed on the steaming water within. You have excellent grades and are also a commendable student leader. Hangzhou University offers annual recommendations from our school. The school intends to nominate you. Jiang Yujie began. Li Ji's eyes reflected a trace of astonishment. Li Go, you truly are outstanding. Regarding your future, you should consider it carefully. As for the competition, don't feel too much pressure. Jiang Yujie continued. With 3 spots available for the provincial competition, Li Go ranked 8th. Achieving improvement in such a short time was no simple task. Why revealing the news of the recommendation at this moment. She hoped to ease Li Ji's anxiety. Moreover, deep down, she did not wish for Li Go to go abroad. All right, Teacher Jiang, Li Go nodded. I haven't mentioned the recommendation to my family, yet we'll discuss it further once you've made a decision. Jiang Yujie stated. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's expression softened slightly. Thank you, teacher. She looked at Jiang Yujie, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Upon entering the classroom, Chen Mo was seated at her desk, engrossed in her comic book. A beaming smile gracing her face. Then Mo, Li Go called out as she walked into the classroom. Chen Mo lifted her head. Let's go. It's time for dinner. Li Go wore a gentle smile, clearly in good spirits. Leaving the teaching building and strolling along the tree-lined path on campus, Li Go asked, what did Teacher Jiang say to you just now? Nothing much, Li Go replied, taking Chen Mo's hand. Mysterious. Did she tell you the exam questions? Chen Mo felt the warmth of Li Ji's hand, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although many couples at school would secretly hold hands, she and Li Go. Chapter 73. Compensation, Part 5. Li Go. Mo. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Chen Mo heard a familiar voice calling out. Turning around, she spotted Wang Qinhao and Go Tai. Wang Qinhao hurried over, beaming. Come on, brother's treating you to a meal. Is everything all right with Go Tai's father? Upon encountering Go Yi, Chen Mo inquired. The danger period has passed as of yesterday. Lawyer John helped me contact a caregiver. Go Yi responded, indeed, it seems the caregiver fees can also be included in the compensation. Chen Mo nodded. While they were enjoying their meal, Go Yi suddenly received a phone call. Lawyer Jiang. All right, I'll come over now. He hung up. What happened? Wang Qinhao asked. Lawyer Jiang has brought the developer to see me. Go Yi put down his phone, losing his appetite once more. What does he want with you? Wang Qinhao grew anxious. Perhaps he wishes to settle out of court. Li Go directly articulated the developer's intentions. Outside a modest conference room, Jiang Wan leaned against the wall, smoking an e-cigarette, her gaze drifting over the campus. Girls in school uniforms passed by, stirring memories of her own student days. Lawyer Jiang. Go Yi approached. Let us go. Huang he wants to negotiate a settlement that I've managed to negotiate for 8 million in compensation. Jiang Wan exhaled a plume of smoke, then tucked the e-cigarette away. 0.8 million? Go Yi was taken aback. Is that reliable? Wang Qinhao, however, found it hard to believe. After all, that scoundrel Huang, he was a notorious deadbeat, owing far more than just this instance of compensation. Let us go discuss it. Jiang Wan appeared unfazed. Upon entering the conference room, they found a portly middle-aged man, slightly balding, seated comfortably. Behind him stood 2 assistants in suits, each carrying a small briefcase. Boss Huang, This is the plaintiff. Jiangwan pulled out a chair and sat down. Crossing her legs that go ahead, Huang He gestured to his assistants, who promptly placed the briefcases on the table and unfastened the locks. Inside, neatly arranged bundles of cash were revealed. Here is 2 million, as a gesture of my sincerity. Huang He stated. What does this mean? Goi looked at Jiangwan, confusion evident in his eyes. Boss Huang hopes to reach a settlement with us that if you agree, this case can be resolved, and he will immediately transfer an additional 8 million to your account. Jiangwan replied coolly, observing Huang He's arrogant demeanor, who, while professing apologies, didn't even spare Goi a glance, but instead leered at Li Guo and Chinemo. Goi lowered his head, that I in the eyes of the wealthy. What were he and his father? It's fine. Goi, don't worry about the money. We aren't short on it. Just say what you want to do. Wang Qinhao comforted his friend. Hearing this, Chinemo, who had been watching from the sidelines, silently scoffed at the bravado. So extravagant. Just a couple of days ago, he was begging for money, and now look at him. However, she conceded that Wang Qinhao's sentiment was valid, believing a deadbeat like Huang He even half of the time was already optimistic. Go, Wang Qinhao said, looking at his friend, noticing his reddening eyes. They had scraped together enough for the surgery. The pain his father had endured, the hardships he had faced, these were not things that could be quantified in monetary terms. Lawyer Jiang, I refuse to accept the settlement, Goi declared, standing tall despite his frail frame. What? Huang He couldn't contain himself, slamming his hand on the table. This little brat dared to push back. Then, Boss Huang. We shall meet in court, Jiangwan remarked nonchalantly, seemingly unaffected by Huang He's fury. Wait. Huang He quickly backtracked, well aware of Jiangwan's reputation, that he knew that if she took action, it wouldn't merely be over a few compensation payments. She could potentially ruin his company. His small enterprise couldn't withstand such scrutiny. I'll take my leave then that if he causes a scene, contact the school security, Jiangwan said, picking up her handbag and walking over to Chinemo. She affectionately ruffled the young girl's cheeks before striding away. Quick, catch up and at least deliver the money, Huang He grumbled, kicking one of his assistants. Yes. The two assistants quickly closed the briefcases and hurried after her. Go, let us leave, Chinemo suggested, glancing at the rotund Huang He. All right, let us go. Wang Qinhao tugged at Go, well aware of his friend's resentment towards Huang He, but their immediate priority was securing treatment for Go Yi's father. They couldn't afford to stir up trouble. Little Go, I'm aware of your father's situation, and I deeply sympathize. However, you must understand that as someone in a position of power, I have my own methods. Always leave a way out. Boss Huang approached and pulled a business card from his suit pocket, tossing it onto the table. You. His dismissive tone and gesture enraged everyone present. Before Go, he could react. Wang Qinhao lunged forward, grabbing the man by his collar. I suggest you mind your words. If you truly can't gauge your own worth, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect, Wang Qinhao admonished. Brother Hao, it's fine. Let us go. Go, witnessing the scene, managed to regain his composure. He gently pulled at Wang Qinhao's sleeve, realizing that this matter was best left to the law to resolve. Chapter 74. Compensation. And the competition proceeded as scheduled. In the examination hall, all candidates were focused on their papers. 30 minutes had elapsed since the start. Chinemo set her pen down, glancing at Li Ji's silhouette not far away, then looked up at the clock. This time, she refrained from submitting her paper early and remained seated, waiting, until Li Guo finally put her pen down. Chinemo sighed in relief. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang. And all candidates submitted their papers. Li Guo, let us go, Chinemo called out. The two girls exited the examination room together. How did it go? Li Guo asked softly. I answered all the questions, Chinemo replied. Turning to face her. What about you? It went quite well, Li Guo said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Li Guo. Are you planning to study abroad? Chinemo inquired, her tone tinged with melancholy. Li Guo appeared surprised by the question, but quickly composed herself. Placing a hand on Chunmo's shoulder, the two stood face to face on the wooded path of Hangzhou University. Mo, do you wish for me to leave? Li Guo asked, her hand caressing Chunmo's delicate round face. An intimate gesture that made Chunmo's ears flush with warmth. That a sudden autumn breeze swept by, causing Chunmo to sneeze. How awkward. The atmosphere was instantly shattered, leaving Chunmo momentarily stunned. All right, let us head back to the dormitory. It's getting chilly. Don't catch a cold, Li Guo said, affectionately ruffling Chen Mo's hair as she led her back. After the competition concluded, Chen Mo completely embraced a leisurely lifestyle, sneaking novels during class and indulging in comics afterward. Swiftly garnering a fair share of disdain, in the evening, in the dormitory, Ming Ming and Xiao Yu were busy with practice questions and assignments while Chen Mo lay on her bed, engrossed in her novel. Rolling back and forth on the lower bunk beside her, Ming Ming, frustrated by a difficult math problem, finally lost her patience and exclaimed, "Stop rolling around." Chen Mo, still smiling, responded, "Can you not fidget on your bed? Get out, go play." Ming Ming yelled, pulling Chen Mo by the collar and tossing her out. As the cool breeze blew, Chen Mo, dressed only in a nightgown and clutching her phone, stood outside. The door creaked open, and Li Gu emerged, holding a long-sleeved jacket. "Put this on," she said, draping the sweater over Chen Mo. Li Gu. Chen Mo expressed her gratitude, touched. "Let us go. I'll accompany you for a walk." Li Gu gently patted Chen Mo's head. "Okay." Chen Mo tucked her phone into her pocket. The affiliated school of Hangzhou University was neither too large nor too small. The two strolled beneath the streetlights, their shadows closely intertwined. Li Gu, is it difficult to get into Harvard? Chen Mo kicked a pebble and quietly asked, Do you want to apply to Harvard? Upon hearing the question, Li Gu displayed a look of surprise on her face. I simply wish to inquire. Chen Mo remarked, gazing at the dark and indistinct nightscape before her. If Li Gu were truly to depart, would she not feel a sense of longing? After all, Li Gu was the first familiar face she encountered upon her arrival in this world. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. The admission notice from the school was procured through my father's investment funds, Li Gu replied, her hands clasped behind her back as she observed the shadows cast by the two of them on the ground. Then, Chen Mo lifted her head upon hearing this, that if Li Gu did not achieve this through her own efforts, does that mean she does not genuinely wish to study abroad? The teacher informed me that I have been recommended for admission to Hangzhou University. Li Gu said with a smile, and no sooner had she spoken than Chen Mo reached out and embraced her. The unexpected physical contact took Li Gu by surprise, and the person nestled against her chest quietly exclaimed, "This is wonderful." Li Gu gently patted Chen Mo, feeling a weight lift from her heart. By the way, may I stay with you for a while longer? Li Gu looked at Chen Mo and inquired. "No problem, you can stay for as long as you like."